Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. Have you heard? The second master's family is returning in a few days, which is why the mistress has asked us to tidy up the Wutong courtyard for their stay. Does that mean she's coming back too? Indeed. Our esteemed young lady will be returning with them. The two maidservants busily swept up fallen leaves while engaging in lively conversation. Do you think our young lady, having been raised in the second master's household, will carry the scent of commerce from her mother, who hails from a merchant background? One of the maidservants with an oval face suddenly remarked to her round-faced companion. The round-faced maidservant gasped, quickly glancing around before whispering, "Hush! Are you seeking death by speaking so recklessly? You'll understand her true nature once she returns. We should focus on our cleaning. If the matron finds out, we will surely be punished." Humph! The oval-faced maidservant scoffed, dismissing the concern, but she resumed her cleaning without further comment. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion sat in a carriage returning to the capital. Muting, your grandmother has always disdained me. Once we arrive at the estate, do not draw too close to me, lest you be implicated, a middle-aged woman expressed anxiously within the carriage. This woman was the second mistress of the Yongning Marquis. Although her husband was merely a son of the Marquis' secondary wife, marrying into the noble family was indeed a significant elevation for her. Despite the wealth associated with merchants, they were often looked down upon by the gentry, leading the old matriarch of the Yongning Marquis to harbor a lasting disdain for her. "Aunt, do not worry. As long as we conduct ourselves properly, grandmother will have no reason to trouble us," assured a young maiden sitting beside her, gently grasping the second mistress' hand for comfort. "Besides, I have grown up under your care. You have treated me like your own daughter. How could I distance myself from you because of others?" Moved by her words, the second mistress embraced her tightly. This young woman was Chu Muting, nestled in her aunt's embrace, reflecting on her past life. Unknown to all, Chu Muting had indeed lived a full life before, albeit one that did not culminate in a perfect ending. Her mother, Xiao Wenru, was the only legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, a family renowned for its military achievements, while her maternal grandfather was a celebrated general. However, those who wielded military power often aroused the emperor's jealousy. Her mother, the sole daughter, was initially meant to be matched with a less prominent suitor, but fell in love at first sight with the Yongning Marquis and insisted on marrying him. At that time, the Yongning Marquis was at its zenith, as the legitimate daughter, Chu Muting, had just given birth to the third prince and been elevated to the status of imperial concubine, bringing great glory to the family. Such a prestigious union drew the attention of the entire realm. Initially, her grandmother adored Xiao Wenru, believing her to be a fitting match for her son. However, 2 years into the marriage, Xiao Wenru had yet to conceive. When she finally did become pregnant, she bore a daughter but tragically died during childbirth. Furthermore, after marrying the Yongning Marquis, his career stagnated, leading her grandmother to blame Xiao Wenru for being a bad omen. The death of Xiao Wenru relieved her of her resentment, and as for the daughter born from such a difficult delivery, she was deemed unlucky and unworthy of remaining in the Marquisate. Coincidentally, at that time, the Duke of Dinghua had fallen in battle, and his family had plummeted from grace, prompting her grandmother to find an excuse to send the infant away. To the second master, who was then exiled to Huzhou for official duties in her past life, upon returning to the estate, she was married off to the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, Xiang Hung, shortly after reaching the age of maturity. Initially, she had not anticipated marrying into the loyal and brave Marquis, but as it was her parents' arrangement, she remained silent, thinking only of being a dutiful wife and mother. However, Xiang Hung turned out to be a man unworthy of marriage. He had countless concubines and mistresses. Eventually, she abandoned any hopes of a harmonious marriage and spent her days in the back courtyard, engrossed in books, content that he did not disturb her. A year later, Chu Shuren married the third prince. Although her grandfather had passed, her uncle remained a general with military authority, and he had always doted on her mother, extending that affection towards her as well. As Chu Muting nestled against the second mistress, her thoughts darkened as she recalled the subsequent events. The third prince ascended to the throne, but, after doing so, concocted a baseless charge to persecute the Duke of Dinghua's family. A lineage known for their loyalty and valor perished not on the battlefield, but rather through the treachery of scheming. During that harsh winter, Amidst swirling snow, she had implored Chu Shuran, sister, uncle would never conspire against the throne. Chu Shuran merely smiled, covering her lips, and replied, "Sister, the evidence against the Duke is irrefutable. Who can we blame? The Emperor has already claimed the throne. The Duke's family is of no use now, and those deemed useless must perish. Moreover, it is thanks to your husband that the Emperor could eliminate the Duke's family." Her demeanor remained gentle and serene, yet now, Chu Muting found her utterly detestable. Truly, she was the product of the first lattice upbringing, exhibiting not a hint of remorse for their years of sisterly affection. With coldness in her eyes, Chu Muting returned to the loyal and brave Marquisate, sitting by the window, gazing outside. Suddenly, as if resolute, she commanded her maidservant, "Go summon the heir." Yes, that evening, Chu Muting sat in the outer chamber, listening to the sounds of passion emanating from the adjacent room, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. It was Xiang Heng and her maidservant, Bailon, who had joined her after her return to the Marquisate. Clever by nature, she had brought Bailon to the loyal and brave Marquisate, only for the maidservant to later entangle herself with Xiang Heng, becoming his mistress. With a swift motion, she poured several jars of oil, retrieved from the small kitchen, onto the floor of the neighboring room, then picked up a candle. The flickering light cast an eerie glow on her face, accentuating her cold expression. Bang! The candle was thrown against the door, igniting instantly, and within moments, flames surged into the air. By the time Xiang Heng and Bailon realized what was happening, escape was no longer an option. He shouted desperately from within, but the maidservants in the courtyard had already been discreetly dismissed by Chu Muting. Xiang Heng and Bailon perished in the inferno, and Chu Muting could not escape, either from the moment she took action. She had accepted her fate. The flames consumed her body, and gradually, she became numb to the pain, as if she were witnessing Chu Jinan, standing beneath a tree, his clothes stained with mud, excitedly. Waving his arms as he called out to her, "Sister, look at the fruit I picked for you. Hurry and eat it, or mother will scold us." A girl in a pink gauze dress laughed in response. "I know. Muting, awaken. We are nearing the Marquisate." Startled, Chu Muting opened her eyes to find she had fallen asleep against the second mistress. "Why, dear child, were you having a nightmare? Why are there tears on your cheeks?" The second mistress gazed at her with concern. Chu Muting, recognizing the worry etched on her face, smiled and shook her head. "Aunt, I was merely feeling a bit homesick. You mustn't speak of such things once we arrive at the Marquisate that is our home now. Such words could tarnish your reputation." The second mistress chided gently, her tone imbued with affection. Since Chu Muting's birth, the second mistress had raised her as her own daughter. "Sister, I can't hear you." Blushing face. "I am not homesick at all," came the voice of Chu Jinan from outside the carriage. He was the legitimate son of the second master and the only child, now 8 years old, clamoring to ride with his father. The second mistress, unable to refuse, acquiesced. When she first reincarnated, Chu Muting had wept for an hour while holding Chu Jinan, which frightened the second mistress, who thought that Chu Jinan had bullied her. Had it not been for Chu Muting's explanation that she had a nightmare, Jinan would have surely received a scolding. "Little brother, you are teasing sister again." Chu Jinan laughed, while inside the carriage, the second mistress also chuckled. "You two siblings have such a good relationship." "Ha ha," remarked the second master, Chu Changbai, with a hearty laugh. "We shall soon enter the city. There should be people from the residence waiting at the city gate to receive us." The second master, Chu Changbai of the Yongning Marquis, was indeed a capable man. Although born as a concubine's son, he relied not on his family, but forged his own path through sheer effort, achieving his current status. Chu Muting lifted the curtain of the carriage, and, in the distance, she could vaguely see the city towers of the capital. In her previous life, she was buried within the splendor of this bustling city. Now, heaven had granted her another chance, and though she had failed to avenge the third prince, and Chu Shuran would surely face her retribution in this lifetime. "Second master, I am Feng Quan, the steward from the outer court, here on the old lattice orders to await your return to the capital." Chu Muting listened quietly from within the carriage. That it was indeed this Feng Quan who had come to fetch them her past life, claiming to act on the old lattice behalf. However, Feng Quan was actually a trusted confidant of the Yongning Marquis, known for his astuteness and capability. Chu Muting later discovered that the Yongning Marquis had a beloved concubine, Aunt Un, who had initially been kept outside as a mistress, managed by Feng Quan. I appreciate my mother's concern, and thanks Steward Feng, she responded. It is my duty, second master. After your long journey, let us hasten into the city and return to the residence. Feng Quan replied with a bow. Chu Changbai nodded in acknowledgement, remounted his horse, and was about to set off for the Yongning Marquisate when suddenly a commotion erupted from within the city as a group of young men, all around 17 or 18, rode forth. Chapter 2. The contest at the gate make way. If you bump into me, I won't be responsible. The leading youth shouted from a distance before even reaching the city gate, his voice clear and exuberant, infused with youthful bravado. Young master, please ride slower. Ahead is the convoy of the Yongning Marquis. Do not cause an accident. An anxious officer at the gate called out to the youth, internally lamenting his ill fortune for encountering this nobleman during his duty. The convoy of the Yongning Marquis was still at the gate, with womenfolk inside. If the young master startled their horses, it could lead to serious trouble. He could not afford to offend either side. With a sudden halt, the young man reined his horse and bowed respectfully to Chu Changbai. Ah, it is you, uncle. I did not realize you had returned to the capital today. Chu Changbai smiled warmly. It has been many years since we last met. Young master, you are even more impressive than before. How is your aunt? The youth replied. Grandmother is well, but she often thinks of you and frequently mentions you. It is my fault. I shall certainly visit soon to express my apologies to my aunt. A flicker of sadness crossed Chu Changbai and Appo's eyes. He had been neglected by his biological mother since childhood, relying solely on his aunt and Appo's occasional care. Inside the carriage, Chu Muting listened intently to their exchange and deduced the young man's identity as Gu Yanci, the young master of the state protectorate. The elder lady of the state protectorate and the elder lady of the Yongning Marquis were sisters. However, despite their blood relation, their temperaments were markedly different. In her past life, she had only met the elder lady once on her wedding day. The lady had held her hand and said earnestly, Though we have not interacted much, I can tell you are a kind-hearted child. This marriage, though unchangeable now, will be yours to navigate after. You are the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis, of noble status. You need not overly please anyone. Just fulfill your own duties, and your mother-in-law will not trouble you. Remember, the Marquisate will always protect you. Regrettably, despite the lady's heartfelt intentions, she had ultimately disappointed her in her previous life. The last news she had heard was of the elder lady's demise, followed by the young master inheriting the title, and later, this young duke raised a rebellion, ultimately meeting with defeat and death. The women of the household, ignorant of the complexities, merely lamented the loss. Though the young master was once a frivolous youth, he later turned his life around, achieving remarkable success, yet the reasons behind his tragic path remained unknown. He died at the tender age of 20. Cautiously, she lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to glance outside. There stood the young master, clad in a dark brocade robe adorned with silver cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, a matching silver-embroidered belt around his waist, and a white jade pendant hanging from it. He spoke with a vibrant demeanor, undeniably a figure of elegance. You young ladies simply adore excitement. The second madam smiled gently. Do not be impatient. We shall return home once your second uncle finishes speaking. Chu Muting lowered the curtain and nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, aunt. By now, Chu Changbai had concluded his conversation with the young master and bid farewell. The young master, along with his companions, mounted their horses and departed, while Chu Changbai signaled for the convoy to slowly proceed towards the Yongning Marquisate. Navigating through the bustling streets, they finally arrived at the Yongning Marquisate. Upon alighting, Chu Muting noticed a woman and a girl conversing with Chu Changbai at the entrance. The leading woman, dressed in an indigo skirt with auspicious cloud patterns and adorned with a golden hairpin, exuded elegance. She was the first madam of the Yongning Marquis, Chu Muting's stepmother. With a warm smile, she addressed the second madam. It has been a long time since I last saw you, sister. You appear to be more youthful than ever. Then, turning to Chu Jinan beside her, she remarked, Look how much Jinan has grown. The second madam hurriedly replied, Sister, you flatter me. You are the true embodiment of nobility. Compared to you, I feel as though I have aged a decade. Jinan, quickly greet your aunt. Bowing, Chu Jinan said, "Aunt, I hope you're well." The first madam's smile widened at this. Then she turned her attention to Chu Muting, seemingly just noticing her. Taking her hand, her voice trembled slightly. "So this is Muting. My, how you have grown. It has been so many years since you last visited. Your mother has missed you dearly." Chu Muting scoffed inwardly. In her past life, she had been naive, unaware of the guile behind her stepmother's demeanor. Witnessing her act now, she felt a pang of discomfort, not realizing that the entrance of the Marquisate was a place rife with prying eyes, leading to the emergence of her reputation as an unfilial daughter. Had she truly been unfilial, how could she have not returned home to visit her parents for so many years? "Mother, it is not that Muting does not wish to return. Rather, for so many years, no one from the Marquisate has come to fetch me, nor have I received any letters. I assumed it was because father and mother did not wish for me to return, fearing my presence might displease them. If it were to affect their health, it would be a grave mistake." Chu Muting spoke softly, merely performing her role in this charade. Everyone present heard her, realizing it was not her reluctance to return, but rather that the Yongning Marquis had no intention of welcoming her back. If they truly wished for her to return, how could they have remained silent for so long? Moreover, the first madam, being her stepmother, likely harbored disdain for the daughter of the first wife. The first madam's smile faltered momentarily. She had assumed this girl raised in the remote Huzhou would be unsophisticated, but unexpectedly, she displayed a keen intellect, turning the tables on her with just a few words. Fuming internally but maintaining her grip on Chu Muting's hand, she reproached gently, "You child, you must be overthinking. How could your mother and father not love you?" Then, she called out to someone behind her, "Shu Ran, come meet your elder sister." As soon as Chu Muting alighted from the carriage, she spotted Chu Shuran, clad in a water-blue double-disc cloud skirt, adorned with a single plum blossom white jade hairpin. Her hair flowed like clouds, her features were exquisite, and her every movement radiated grace. She approached Chu Muting with delicate steps. "Greetings, elder sister. I had only heard you were recuperating in Huzhou. Today, I finally meet you. If there is anything you need in the household, do not hesitate to seek me." Chu Shuran spoke softly, her demeanor seemingly angelic, concealing the malice within. Chu Muting parted her lips, her voice gentle. "Thank you, second sister." After Chu Muting exited the carriage, Chu Shuran regarded her with curiosity, similar to how Chu Muting had assessed her. Before seeing Chu Muting, she had expected the elder sister raised among merchants to be adorned in gold and jewels. Yet she was surprised to find Chu Muting wore only a simple pearl and jade hairpin and a light purple gauze dress, exuding an understated elegance that contradicted her expectations. "How foolish of me. Let us not linger at the entrance. We should proceed inside," the first madam interjected, glancing at the second master and second madam, and warmly added, "Come, second brother and sister-in-law, let us enter first, and the younger ones will follow. We shall greet your mother before dining. The household has prepared a welcoming banquet." The Yongning Marquisate, with its accumulation of wealth over generations, was incomparable to ordinary residences. Inside, the intricate carvings and picturesque landscapes were breathtaking, each step revealing a new scene. In her previous life, as she walked towards the elder lady's courtyard, her curiosity led her to gaze in awe at everything, thinking to herself that this was her home. Little did she know, such behavior not only drew disdain from the Marquisate's lords, but also led the servants along the way to mock her naivety and silence. In this lifetime, she walked quietly behind her elders, her headpiece remaining perfectly still, her demeanor rivaling that of the elegant Chu Shuran beside her. The passing servants even felt that the young lady resembled a noblewoman from the palace. Chapter 3. Meeting the matriarch after walking for a while. They arrived at the courtyard of the matriarch of the Yongning Marquis' residence, the Shoan Hall. Shoan Hall is the most splendid and picturesque courtyard in the entire Yongning Marquis estate. At the entrance, a maid with an oval face hurriedly bowed upon seeing them, smiling as she said, "I have the honor of greeting you, esteemed guests. The matriarch is overjoyed to know that the second master has returned and is already waiting for you in the main hall." This maid, named Lianxia, was the matriarch's trusted confidant, adept in her words and actions, leaving no room for criticism. Chu Muting remembered that in her previous life, Lianxia's fate was tragically severe. The primary wife had no legitimate son, only an illegitimate son, Chu Muting. Being the only male descendant of the primary wife, he was doted upon by the matriarch, who cherished him like her own eye. He was indulged to the extent of being uneducated, often lost in the allure of beauty. Surrounded by beautiful maids in his own courtyard, he had also set his sights on Lianxia from the matriarch's courtyard. The desire for a maid from his grandmother's courtyard was truly outrageous. Ultimately, the matriarch, unable to resist her grandson's coaxing and pleas, agreed to send Lianxia to the young master's quarters. When Chu Muting heard this at the time, she found it incredulous but burdened by her own struggles within the household. Did not dwell on it. However, on the day of the matriarch's birthday banquet, Lianxia was discovered lifeless in a pond, her body marred with injuries. The Marquis's house initially intended to suppress the incident, but days later, a man appeared at the Jingzhao Yin's office to accuse the Marquis's estate. This man was Lianxia's cousin, who had been betrothed to her since childhood. Their families had arranged a marriage, but the matriarch, disregarding Lianxia's wishes, had sent her to the young master's quarters. After losing interest, Chu Muting had beaten Lianxia mercilessly, leading her to lose the will to live. On the day of the matriarch's birthday banquet, she chose to end her life by drowning, not only extinguishing her own existence, but also exacting revenge on the Yongning Marquis residence. As a result of this incident, the Yongning Marquis was directly reported to the emperor by the censors, who was furious and reprimanded him for his lax household management, causing even the palace's favored consort to be neglected for a time. Chu Muting, already an illegitimate son, found it difficult to secure a match in the capital. After this incident, even fewer noble ladies were willing to consider him for marriage. Chu Muting recalled that he eventually married the legitimate daughter of a minor official, who was eager to marry her daughter into the Marquis's family for the sake of connections. Lost in thought, they had already entered the inner chamber. "Mother, look who has arrived. Since hearing that my younger brother has returned to the capital, I've been eagerly anticipating this moment. Is mother now delighted?" The primary wife exclaimed as she stepped into the room, addressing the elderly woman seated in the center on an ornately carved chair. This elderly woman, in her early 50s, was adorned with an abundance of gold jewelry, raising concerns that the weight might overwhelm her. Her face, made up, bore a somewhat harsh expression that belied her age. She wore a bright red and green brocade robe embroidered with peacock patterns, entirely unsuitable for her age, yet she seemed utterly oblivious, reclining lazily in her chair. This woman was none other than the matriarch of the Yongning Marquis residence. "Now you dare to mock me?" The matriarch chided the primary wife with a smile, then turned her attention to the second master, inquiring, "The second master has returned. Was the journey smooth?" The second master quickly returned the greeting, saying, "Thank you for your concern, mother. I am well." The matriarch nodded. "That is good. Your elder brother is currently waiting for you in the study. He has already paid his respects, so you may go see him without lingering in my courtyard." She held little affection for this illegitimate son and wished to send him away as soon as possible. The second master replied, "Then I shall take my leave." He then discreetly signaled to the second wife and exited. The second wife immediately said, "I pay my respects to mother. It has been years since I could fulfill my filial duty before you. This is my fault." After speaking, she gestured to a maid nearby, who understood and promptly presented a list of gifts to the matriarch's attendant, a trustworthy woman named Lu, who had accompanied the matriarch for many years. The second wife continued, "I am somewhat foolish and can only prepare an abundance of gifts, hoping to convey the filial piety I have been unable to show over the years. I hope that in the future, mother will guide me and not hold my shortcomings against me." The attendant handed the list to the matriarch, who glanced at it and revealed a satisfied smile, saying to the second wife, "Child, why do you still stand? What are you waiting for?" She then playfully scolded Lu, "You old thing, I have a poor memory. Why did you not invite the second wife to sit?" Pointing to a Wang Wally wooden chair on the side, she urged, "Please sit down." Upon hearing this, the second wife breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her gifts had pleased the matriarch. Originally, she had intended to gather some esteemed calligraphy and paintings to present to the matriarch, thinking it befitting the taste of noble ladies in the capital. However, Chu Muting had insisted she offer gold and silver treasures instead, although she had hesitated, fearing the matriarch would find such gifts too vulgar. Chu Muting's insistence led her to prepare 2 sets of gifts, thinking she might present both if necessary. Now, it seemed that Muting had indeed grasped the matriarch's preferences. If Chu Muting had known the second wife's intentions, she would have scoffed, for in her previous life, they had offered ancient books and paintings. And though the matriarch had appeared pleased, she had turned around to harshly criticize the second wife for her lack of filial piety and respect for her mother-in-law. Later, she learned that the matriarch's true affection lay in gold and silver treasures, which she did not find at all vulgar. Now, come let your grandmother have a look at Jinan. After receiving the second wife's gifts, the matriarch's gaze fell upon Chu Jinan, who was equally pleasing to her eyes. Chu Jinan approached the matriarch, kneeling and greeting her. "I pay my respects to grandmother." The matriarch, smiling, said, "Well done." She then turned to Liu, saying quickly, "Bring me the inkstone I prepared." At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the main entrance. Laughter could be heard, suggesting the arrival of the second sister-in-law. A middle-aged woman with a round face, dressed in a peony-patterned long gown, announced her presence even before entering, followed by a young girl in a pale pink dress. "Forgive me, mother, for my tardiness," the young girl said. "Grandmother, I hope you are well. Aunt, I hope you are well. Second aunt, I hope you are well." After speaking, she turned to Chu Muting. "Is this the elder sister? She is truly beautiful." All eyes then turned to the young girl in the center of the room. Although she wore a simple dress, her noble and exceptional demeanor was unmistakable as she stood there, radiating warmth with a gentle smile. Chapter 4: A Grand Performance in Truth. Everyone had noticed Chu Muting from the very beginning. Her striking appearance and poise were simply impossible to overlook. Standing there, she captured the attention of all at first glance. Yet, due to her awkward position as a daughter of the family, the old matriarch remained silent, and thus they dared not bring her up. Upon hearing the words of the woman in pink, the old matriarch seemed to finally notice Chu Muting, and with a lukewarm demeanor remarked, "Look at you, my dear girl. So engrossed in conversation with your second aunt that you've neglected to greet me. How are you settling into the capital?" Chu Muting, upon hearing this, knelt on the ground and bowed her head to the old matriarch, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Muting pays her respects to grandmother. Since childhood, my health has not been good, and I have been unable to fulfill my filial duties before you. Please forgive me, grandmother." In her past life, when she had just returned, she had been quite awkward in front of the old matriarch, who had never favored her. This lack of affection had only intensified over time. Originally, the old matriarch had held a strong aversion towards Chu Muting, believing that her association with the second branch meant she was of no use to the family. However, observing her behavior today, she found a semblance of the demeanor expected of a legitimate daughter. With some cultivation, she could marry into a prestigious family and bring honor to their household. Moreover, seeing the deep respect in Chu Muting's eyes stirred a flicker of emotion within the old matriarch, softening her attitude towards her significantly. "Get up, come closer to grandmother, so I can see how you've grown so thin," she said. In response, Chu Muting immediately leaped into the old matriarch's embrace, clinging to her arm and playfully saying, "Grandmother, Muting has deliberately controlled her diet. It's not becoming for a girl to gain weight." I simply ignored what my aunt said. Her tone was innocent, reminiscent of a sheltered young girl. "However, if grandmother believes I've lost too much weight, then I shall eat more, for it is only right that I please my dearest grandmother." The old matriarch chuckled heartily at this, exclaiming, "You little rascal." The two shared a moment of laughter, creating a warm atmosphere between them. Yet, beneath her playful exterior, Chu Muting could not help but smirk inwardly. Truly, one must learn to act in this grand estate. In her previous life, she had been so frightened that she could not utter a single word, despite her desire to grow close to her grandmother. In this life, she held no respect for the old matriarch. However, within the confines of this Marquisate, she would need an ally to deal with the first wife and Chu Shuran. And the old matriarch presented herself as a ready candidate. "Grandmother, now that my elder sister has returned, have you forgotten about me?" The girl in pink spoke, her tone laced with arrogance. The old matriarch laughed. "Ah, are we feeling jealous now?" She pointed at the girl in pink, and said to Chu Muting, "This is your third uncle's fourth daughter, called Si-chan. She is quite the troublemaker." Rising, Chu Muting performed a greeting to Chu Si-chan, saying, "Greetings, fourth sister." Si-chan returned the gesture, smiling, "Elder sister, you are truly beautiful, even more so than second sister." Her tone was naïve, as if she genuinely believed her words. Had Chu Muting been unaware of her true nature, she might have been flattered. Si-chan, though foolish, loved to display her cunning, always dreaming of marrying into a prominent family and stepping over her sisters, yet lacking the means to achieve such aspirations. She had ended up marrying the son of a minor official in her past life. Chu Shuran, renowned in the capital for both her beauty and intellect, had been the focus of considerable investment from the first wife. Now, with the original daughter returning, to hear her compared to Chu Shuran had visibly changed the first wife and Oppo's expression. The old matriarch gazed at Chu Muting with ambiguous intent, curious to see how she would respond. Chu Muting, seemingly oblivious to the shifting dynamics, softly replied, "Fourth sister is jesting. Both second sister and I are our father's daughters, inheriting our looks from him. I dare say we are quite similar in beauty. As for fourth sister, always associating with second sister, I suspect your reputation precedes you. Does it not, second sister?" Chu Shuran, initially observing the unfolding drama, had anticipated Si-chan's antics. Knowing Si-chan's penchant for conflict with the first branch, she had been prepared to intervene once their quarrel began. However, she did not expect Chu Muting to involve her so swiftly, leaving her at a loss for words. As the entire Marquisate was aware of Si-chan's lack of a good reputation, yet she could not remain silent, and thus she offered a restrained smile. Fourth sister is indeed of exceptional character. Meanwhile, Si-chan was fuming. Though she and Chu Shuran were both legitimate daughters, Chu Shuran held the status of the eldest daughter of the first branch, which always placed Si-chan at a disadvantage. Outside the estate, when people spoke of the legitimate daughters of the Yongning Marquis, they invariably thought of Chu Shuran, leaving Si-chan virtually unmentioned. She believed her own talents and beauty were no less than Chu Shuran's, attributing the latter's fame solely to her status as the Marquisate's legitimate daughter. Now that the eldest daughter had returned, Si-chan could not fathom how a mere country bumpkin could hold a higher status than her. She longed to mock her, hoping to provoke a quarrel between her and Chu Shuran. However, she found herself confronted with a formidable opponent in this so-called bumpkin. As the three young ladies engaged in a verbal clash, the third wife could no longer contain herself. "How dare this country girl mock her Si-chan?" With a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, "It seems your second aunt has taught you well. Look how articulate our Muting is becoming." With that, she produced a jade bracelet from her purse and handed it to Chu Muting, stating, "This is but a small token from your third aunt, a modest welcome gift." The first wife stifled a laugh, nearly choking on her amusement. It was unclear whether this third sister-in-law was genuinely stingy or simply trying to insult them. The bracelet was of such inferior quality that it seemed more suited for dismissing servants than for a legitimate daughter of the Marquisate. Clearly, the third wife was seeking to retaliate against the first wife's daughter, having grown resentful at the thought of a country girl usurping her daughter's rightful place. The second wife, infuriated, rose to her feet, outraged that such a trinket would be offered as an insult to her Muting. She had prepared a generous gift for the third branch, yet now it seemed unnecessary. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Muting interjected. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at the third wife and said, "I truly appreciate your kind intentions, third aunt. Although it is customary to accept gifts from elders, given your family's current circumstances, I cannot accept this gift. After all, every little bit saved helps. Rest assured, when I see father, I shall certainly inform him of your difficulties. We are all family, and he will not ignore you." The third wife was taken aback, exclaiming loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is living in hardship here?" Chu Muting, feigning confusion, asked if not for true hardship, why would third aunt present such a gift? "During my time in Hezhou, only those relatives who came seeking favors from my second uncle, lacking money, would behave in such a manner." Beside her, Chu Jinan added, "Mother, perhaps we should offer third aunt some additional gifts." The third wife, furious, pointed at Chu Muting, her voice faltering as she stammered, "Ew, You. She was so enraged that she could not find any words to express her indignation. This little wretch not only insulted her poverty, but also likened her to a fallen family. A gross humiliation. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is seeking favors? Si Chun shouted at Chu Muting. Chapter 5. The one who commands the game, startled by the old lady's shout. Chu Muting lost her balance and swayed to the side, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to her devoted maid, Bai Ji, who steadied her. With tears welling in her almond-shaped eyes, she looked earnestly at her grandmother and said, "Grandmother, did I say something wrong that upset third aunt and fourth sister? If so, I am willing to apologize to them." The old lady inwardly cursed the third madam for her foolishness. Although she adored Chu Sig-hun, she could not help but feel a flicker of irritation at this moment. Attempting to undermine others only to be outmaneuvered herself was indeed embarrassing, especially as Chu Muting, who had grown up outside the estate, proved to be more astute than those raised within its walls. However, she realized that her eldest granddaughter could be of great use to her. With that thought, she barked at Chu Sig-hun, "Silence. Hurry and apologize to your elder sister." Then, with a tender tone directed at Chu Muting, she added, "You have misunderstood your third aunt. She was in a rush and brought the wrong gift. She will deliver the proper greeting gift to your courtyard shortly." Chu Sichuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "I won't," after which she ran out in tears, unable to comprehend why her grandmother, who had always doted on her, insisted she apologize to a rustic upstart. It seemed unjust that she, once of higher status than Chu Shuran, now had to bow to someone she deemed beneath her. In that moment, she felt no one could be more miserable than herself. The old lady remarked, "This child is so willful. Muting, do not hold against her. I suppose you have yet to meet your father since entering the estate. You will see him at dinner." Yet, there was no trace of reproach in her gaze. "Very well, I have granted you my approval. You may return now, for I am old and weary," she signaled with a wave of her hand, feigning fatigue. Though in truth, she simply wished to avoid further encounters with Chu Muting and the second branch. The first madam quickly interjected, "It is my oversight for not noticing Mother's fatigue." Then, "Mother, we shall take our leave and return at dinner to invite you." After bowing, she turned to the second madam and said, "The Wutong courtyard has been prepared. Sister-in-law, please take Muting and Jinan to rest. After such a long journey, they must be exhausted." Having witnessed the lively gathering come to an end, there was no reason to linger. The second madam inclined her body in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister." Then she led Chu Muting and Chu Jinan to bid farewell to the old lady before exiting Shoan Hall with the first madam. Wutong Courtyard was situated in the northern part of the Yongning Marquis estate, in a less than desirable location. It had once been the residence of the second master, a son born out of wedlock who had never enjoyed favor, resulting in a dwelling far inferior to those of the first and third branches. Over time, as the second master's career prospered, the estate finally sent people to renovate Wutong Courtyard. In her previous life, Chu Muting had lived there from the time she returned to the estate until her marriage. Even when the second branch returned to Huzhou, no one seemed to care that she, as the legitimate daughter of the first branch, resided in the second branch's courtyard. Yet, as an unloved young lady, it was no surprise that her presence went unnoticed. However, having been granted a second chance at life, she resolved not to let others dictate her fate. She would reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Her mother had prepared a courtyard for her before her birth, situated in a prime location within the Marquis estate, close to Shoan Hall and the first branch's quarters, allowing her daily peace to be maintained with less travel. The courtyard was adorned with a circle of peach blossoms, and when spring arrived, the air was filled with fluttering petals, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. At that time, Xiao Wenru was filled with anticipation for a child, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, and jested with her maid, saying, "If it's a girl, I shall watch her dance in this courtyard when she grows up." The maid playfully responded, "Madam, what if it's a young master?" Xiao Wenru laughed. "Then he shall wield a sword amidst the blooming trees." She envisioned him as a graceful young man. In her past life, she had indeed visited that courtyard, but by then, its owner had already become Chun Yini. The thought of that person made her scoff. Her father was truly infatuated with that concubine. naming their daughter after her. A name chosen with such care, reflecting deep affection. Upon her first entry into that courtyard, she had been mesmerized by the blossoms, unaware that each petal was a testament to her mother's love for her. It was only after her marriage that she learned from one of her mother's former maids that it was meant to be her own courtyard. Yet, when she returned to the Yongning Marquis estate, she found it stripped of all valuable possessions, taken away by Chu Muting as part of her dowry. Even the peach trees had vanished, cut down at the behest of the Marquis due to the disdain of the concubine, as if they had never existed at all. On that occasion, she had squatted in the courtyard, weeping bitterly, the first time she had felt hatred toward her father. Now arriving at Wutong courtyard, she feigned illness to excuse herself and rest in her room. The second madam, filled with concern, hurriedly instructed her maid to assist her inside. Once in her chamber, she sat before a bronze mirror, gazing at her reflection, her delicate nose, soft red lips, and the tassels of her hairpin cascading down her face, while her almond-shaped eyes appeared distant as they stared ahead. Her uncle had once remarked that her eyes bore a striking resemblance to her mother's. "Miss, allow me to help you remove your jewelry. You should rest on the bed for a while," Baiji said, noticing Chu Muting lost in thought on her stool. After a long journey and the commotion in the old lady's courtyard, she was undoubtedly exhausted. Chu Muting turned to Baiji, feeling a wave of sadness. Baiji had grown up alongside her, as close as a sister. In her past life, Baiji had married after her own wedding, initially to a seemingly honest man. However, he eventually succumbed to drug addiction and gambling, leaving Baiji destitute and ultimately selling her to a brothel, which led to her tragic demise. When Chu Muting learned of Baiji's fate, it was too late. Her dear maid had already passed away. Seeing her mistress in silence, Baiji felt a pang of anxiety and hesitantly spoke. Mississippi, realizing she had frightened Baiji, Chu Muting softly said, "Come here. I have something to instruct you. First, do this, then that." Noticing Baiji's daze, she gently patted her hand and asked, "Do you understand?" Baiji gulped nervously, her voice trembling. "This. Do I truly have to do it this way?" "Yes." Observing Chu Muting's calm demeanor, as if everything was under her command, Baiji gradually steadied herself, her tone now laced with determination. "Rest assured, miss, I will handle it well." Chu Muting smiled with satisfaction. Baiji was loyal and meticulous, never questioning her actions and always compliant. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she lightly brushed her hair and let a faint smile grace her lips. With so many at the evening banquet, it would indeed be a pity not to perform. However, this time, she intended to be the one pulling the strings, not merely a pawn in the game. In this second chance at life, she would no longer be a piece on the board, but the master of the game itself. Chapter 6. As the evening meal commenced, the banquet was arranged in the dining hall, positioned conveniently between the front and back courtyards. Typically, when the family entertained guests, a feast would be laid out here, while on ordinary days, each household would dine in their respective courtyards. Today, however, the second house had returned to the estate, and the matriarch had specially organized a banquet, taking it upon herself to orchestrate the event, with the entire family expected to attend. When Chu Muting arrived with the second wife, the matriarch had already taken her seat. The banquet was set with 2 tables, one for the men and the other for the women. Chu Muting naturally seated herself at the lower position of the matriarch's table, which caused Chu Shuran to momentarily freeze in surprise. Traditionally, that spot had been occupied by her. Now, with Chu Muting seated there, she felt as though a cherished possession had been snatched away. Chu Muting, however, maintained a composed demeanor, for as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, this was rightfully her place, a position that belonged to her. She could no longer yield it to Chu Shuran. This also served as a declaration to everyone in the household. Her absence in the past could be overlooked, but now that she had returned, she was the rightful and acknowledged daughter of the Marquis. As the family gathered in the dining hall, their thoughts varied. The old matriarch sat at the head of the table, her expression neutral, concealing her true feelings. The third wife and Chu Situan glared at Chu Muting with resentment, yet refrained from any overtly provocative actions. Accompanying the old matriarch was by Yang, the first wife as concubine, who was the old matriarch's niece by marriage. However, she was not a legitimate daughter but a secondary one, thus unable to be the legal wife of the Marquis Yongning. Consequently, the old matriarch had arranged for her to be taken as a concubine, resulting in the birth of the first house's only grandson, Chu Muting, along with a daughter, Chu Muting. Being the sole grandson, Chu Muting was particularly favored by the old matriarch, which elevated by Yongning's status, making her a thorn in the side of the first wife. Since the first wife had given birth to Chu Muting, she had been unable to conceive again, leaving the first house without a legitimate son. After a while, Marquis Yongning, Chu Changsong, and the second master, Chu Changbai, arrived. The two had been engaged in discussions in the study all afternoon and had only just made their appearance. Though they shared the same father, the brothers bore some resemblance. Comparatively, the second master appeared more robust, while the Marquis exuded an air of scholarly refinement. The two brothers greeted the old matriarch first, paying their respects before Chu Changsong approached Chu Muting and casually inquired, "Are you adjusting well since returning home?" Chu Muting rose to salute, her brow slightly lowered, and replied softly, "I am well, thank you, father." Chu Changsong nodded in acknowledgement and said no more. Beside her, Chu Muting chimed in sweetly, "Now that my elder sister has returned, father hardly notices me." Chu Changsong affectionately ruffled Chu Muting and Amp Oppo's hair and laughed heartily. "I have a Guqin score in my study. I shall have someone deliver it to your courtyard tomorrow. You have always enjoyed such things." Delighted by his words, Chu Muting beamed, her voice melodious as she said, "Thank you, father." The first wife, standing nearby, playfully scolded, "You're all grown up yet still act so coy with your father," her tone brimming with pride. Throughout her life, she had enjoyed a harmonious marriage and intelligent daughters. Her only regret was not bearing a legitimate son. Chu Muting observed the familial affection between them, her heart untouched. She had witnessed such scenes countless times in her previous life. While they appeared harmonious now, once Aunt and Chun Yin entered the estate, it would be a different story. It was almost amusing to recall how, in her past life, Chu Changsong had schemed for Chun Yin, ultimately marrying her as a secondary wife to the third prince, a decision that had caused quite a stir at the time. Reflecting on it now, after her demise, was it likely that Chu Muting and Chun Yin would turn against each other? Before long, the maidservants began to serve an array of exquisite dishes. A true feast for the senses. Bai Yingyang initially intended to serve the old matriarch, but was stopped by the first wife, who insisted on personally attending to her mother-in-law to demonstrate her filial piety. "Mother, please try this stir-fried bamboo shoot with quail. The shoots are exceptionally tender and delicious," the first wife said, placing a piece into the old matriarch's bowl. The old matriarch tasted it and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is quite tender. You have been thoughtful." The first wife felt content knowing her mother-in-law was pleased. She then added a piece of fragrant crispy chicken to the bowl, saying, "Mother, do try this dish. It was prepared by the new cook in the household." Pleased, the old matriarch urged, "You need not fuss, so sit and eat. There is no need for such formality during a family banquet." After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Chu Muting and inquired, "Are you residing in the Wutong courtyard now?" Chu Muting nodded earnestly, stating, "Yes, grandmother. Mother did not mention it during the day. I suppose the Tangtao courtyard is yet to be prepared. I am not in a hurry. I can stay in Wudong courtyard for now until Tangtao is ready." The Tangtao courtyard had been arranged for her by Xiao Yuanrou. Upon her words, the hall fell silent. Chu Muting blinked innocently, pretending not to know what had gone awry. Chu Changsong and the first wife exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The old matriarch, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "How would Muting know about the Tangtao courtyard if she had not been here before?" She cast a suspicious glance at the second wife, suspecting that she had spoken to Chu Muting. The Tangtao courtyard had indeed been prepared for Chu Muting by Xiao Wenru, but shortly after Xiao Wenru's demise, Chu Muting had been sent away. Subsequently, the first wife had intended for the courtyard to be given to Chu Muting, but her requests had been repeatedly denied by Chu Changsong, leading to a quarrel between them. The first wife believed that Chu Changsong could not forget about Xiao Wenru, while the old matriarch knew her son was unwilling to part with the memory of his mistress, intending to reserve it for them. However, now that Chu Muting had brought it up, they could not address it openly. My uncle wrote to me a few days ago, saying that mother prepared a courtyard for me before my birth. She spoke with a hint of melancholy, clearly affected by thoughts of her birth mother. In a few days, her uncle would return to the capital, and her aunt would likely visit the estate to see her. When they laid eyes on the Tangtao courtyard, how delighted they would be. The old matriarch was taken aback. Your uncle is returning to the capital? Chu Muting nodded. Yes, grandmother. We'll be back shortly. The old matriarch pondered privately. Ideally, the courtyard would go to Chu Shuran. This granddaughter had been nurtured with great effort by the Marquisate and had lived up to their expectations, earning a fine reputation among the young ladies in the capital. When she eventually married into a prominent family, she would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Marquisate. The old matriarch had always favored this granddaughter. Yet if Duke Dingwa were to return, she would need to reconsider. Amid her internal conflict, a sudden exclamation broke the tension, just as she was about to reprimand. She turned her head and was startled. Qingyun, what has happened? The old matriarch hurried over to Chu Qingyun, disregarding the maidservants who attempted to assist her. There lay Chu Qingyun, sprawled on the floor, unconscious, his face covered in red rashes, an alarming sight. The old matriarch cradled him, her eyes brimming with tears. This grandson had always been her pride and joy. His sudden loss of consciousness felt like a dagger to her heart, causing her to gasp for breath and faint from distress, throwing the dining hall into chaos. Chu Chongsong, furious, kicked the nearest maidservant, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and fetch a doctor." He then turned to the first wife, demanding, "How are you managing the household?" Without waiting for her response, he signaled for the maidservants and servants to carry the old matriarch and Chu Qingyun back to their quarters. The first wife was left with unspoken grievances. The suddenness of the incident had caught her off guard. Yet, as the first wife, she bore the responsibility for the household, and any misfortune that befell would ultimately reflect upon her. Chapter 7. The onset of illness by the time the doctor arrived. The elderly matron was already slowly regaining consciousness, yet her concern for Chu Qingyun outweighed her own discomfort. Ignoring the objections of the maids, she insisted on entering his chamber. At that moment, Chu Qingyun and Appo's condition had deteriorated. His face was covered in red rashes that began to ooze, a sight both alarming and distressing. She urgently tugged at the doctor, exclaiming, "Please, doctor, examine my grandson at once." The doctor, caught off guard by her urgency, quickly replied, "Madam, please remain calm. Allow me to take his pulse first." This physician, surnamed Wang, was the resident doctor of Baikatang. He had intended to pack up and return home that day, but was hastily summoned to the Yongning Marquis' residence by a frantic servant. Upon observing the young master's symptoms, he suspected a skin ailment, yet he knew he could not make a definitive diagnosis based solely on appearance. He placed his fingers on Chu Qingyun's wrist, confirmed his suspicion through the pulse, and then bowed respectfully, stating, "Madam, your grandson appears to have contracted a skin affliction from something he consumed. I will prescribe a remedy. With a couple of days in Appo's treatment, he should recover without further complications." The matron sighed in relief, saying, "Dr. Wang, there is no need for formality. I trust your medical expertise. Someone, please escort Dr. Wang home." The doctor dared not protest, fully aware that family matters were best left undisturbed, and he expressed his gratitude before following the maid out. Once Dr. Wang had departed, the matron surveyed the gathering and turned to Chu Qingyun's servant, inquiring, "What did the young master eat today? Speak clearly. If you omit anything, you shall be punished severely." Terrified, immediately knelt and stammered. For breakfast, the young master had crystal shrimp dumplings and ate treasure porridge. For lunch, he ate lotus leaf chicken and 5-spice mandarin fish prepared by the small kitchen. He remained in the study all day, never venturing outside nor coming into contact with anything unusual. For dinner, he claimed to be not hungry, consuming only a plate of pea cakes, which he found delightful, and nothing else. If there had been an issue with the breakfast or lunch, symptoms would have manifested earlier. Thus, the cause must lie with the dinner. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the matron, for she had personally overseen the evening meal, and the kitchen staff were her confidants. It was common knowledge within the household that Chu Qingyun could not consume camellia flowers or he would suffer from skin ailment, a fact known since he was a child. After having a piece of camellia cake for breakfast, he had felt unwell, prompting the matron to decree that no food containing camellia should ever touch his lips again. The fact that such a mishap had occurred under her very nose was a blatant affront to her authority. Furious, the matron hurled a cup to the ground, her voice trembling with rage as she addressed the lady of the house. You, as the head of this household, do you not regard me at all? You prepare the evening meal in such a careless manner? Unable to bear a son yourself, you resort to harming my Qingyan? Is this how you conduct yourself as a stepmother? The words struck deeply, and the lady of the house fell to her knees, choking back tears as she replied, Mother, your words pierce my heart. Qingyan is my son as well. He calls me mother. How could I ever wish him harm? Bai Yingyang wept beside the lady, saying, I know the mistress has never favored me, and if I have wronged her, I would gladly kneel in apology. Why must she direct her ire towards my Qingyan? The lady of the house shot up, pointing at Bai Yingyang. What right do you have to speak here? Bai Yingyang, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before the matron, sobbing it. I am aware of my lowly status, yet I am also Qingyan and Appo's, as biological mother. As he lies sick, I cannot bear this humiliation. When he awakens, how will he hold his head high? Standing beside the second lady, Chu Muting observed the unfolding drama, akin to dogs biting each other, and felt a sense of irony. In her previous life, she had knelt here, unable to defend herself. At that time, she had been oblivious to the fact that Chu Qingyun could not consume camellia flowers. She had merely overheard two maids gossiping in the garden about the young master's fondness for camellia cakes. On her way back from the Duke of Dingwa's residence, she had seen a vendor selling camellia cakes and, wishing to mend their sibling relationship, had bought one for him. The moment Chu Qingyun laid eyes on it, his expression changed. Soon after, it escalated to the matron's attention, with Bai Yingyang weeping, accusing Chu Muting of wanting to harm Chu Qingyun. She had knelt there, unable to refute the accusations, and ultimately, the matron deemed her intentions malicious, subjecting her to punishment in the ancestral hall for 3 days, nearly costing her life. Reflecting on it now, she wondered if such coincidences truly existed. The reason she had passed by that day was that the lady of the house had sent someone to summon her to the peony courtyard. Yet at that time, the lady had appeared so benevolent that she had never suspected ill intent. What she had endured, her stepmother would soon experience, once doubt took root in the mind. No amount of explanation would suffice. Human nature dictates that people only trust what they see, and even if the lady of the house proclaimed her innocence, it would carry no weight. As Chu Muting contemplated this, Chu Shuran had already knelt beside the lady, addressing the matron, Grandmother. Mother has always treated my elder brother as her own. She would never wish him harm. Everyone knows that Mother prepared the dinner. If something went awry, it would reflect upon her. Surely, this must be a scheme by someone else. The matron, having regained her composure, understood deep down that the lady of the house would not engage in such underhanded tactics. However, her beloved grandson was suffering, and her heart ached with anger. Even if the lady were not at fault, she bore some responsibility for failing to supervise the household. Commence an inquiry, starting with the kitchen staff. I shall uncover the identity of this audacious perpetrator, she commanded, offering no indication of her trust in the lady of the house, who remained on her knees. Too pained to move, the lady harbored resentment, suspecting the third branch of the family, as she had never gotten along with them. Unfortunately, the pea cake had indeed been consumed by Chu Qingyun, leaving her with no way to express her grievances. Should the culprit remain undiscovered, she would bear the blame entirely. And as for Bai Yingyang, that wretched woman, she flaunted her status as the mother of a son, closely tied to the matron, behaving so insolently. Once she bore a son herself, what would Chu Qingyun amount to? She would ensure he was dealt with in due time. The master she had sought out had foretold that soon her wishes would be fulfilled. At that moment, the Bai family and the third branch would face a reckoning. While she festered in resentment, Lu Momo had returned with a group, bringing with them a woman bound in ropes. This woman was stout and protested incessantly. How dare you bind me? I am a dowry maid of the lady of the house. Release me at once, or the lady will make you regret it. Lu Momo responded with a resounding slap. Silence. How dare you be so brazen before the matron? Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent and, upon noticing the matron and amp, Appo's furious countenance quickly knelt and bowed. I see the matron. I am unaware of any wrongdoing. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Momo glanced at her, then approached the matron, whispering, Madam, I have investigated thoroughly and found no evidence related to the camellia. However, this woman was acting suspiciously, so I had her apprehended. Upon searching her quarters, we discovered a substantial amount of silver, prompting me to bring her here. The matron, upon hearing this, spoke gravely. Whose maid are you? Where did you acquire such wealth? If you cannot clarify this matter today, you shall be dragged out and executed. Chapter 8. Reclaiming the courtyard, the old woman was taken aback, stammering, My husband's family name is Zhang, and usually, everyone calls me Granny Zhang. This money. Her voice trailed off, as if she were afraid to continue. Madame Lu, in a fit of anger, retorted, Why are you hesitating before the old matriarch? Speak the truth, or beware your skin. The old woman, left with no choice, confessed, I am responsible for the kitchen procurement and often managed to pocket some extra money. After speaking, she lowered her head, aware that she had committed a grave error and would not escape unscathed today. How could a mere kitchen manager be so greedy? The old matriarch, infuriated, laughed derisively and glanced at the eldest madam. You have been entrusted with managing the inner quarters, and this is how you handle it? The eldest madam felt a pang of resentment. She knew these servants often pilfer a little, but since they were her elders, she chose to overlook it. Who would have thought this old woman would be so greedy, causing trouble in front of the matriarch and implicating her? Mother, my daughter-in-law genuinely had no idea this woman had committed such a grave mistake. As the one overseeing the entire household, there are bound to be occasional oversights. I truly was unaware, Mother, you must see that. With a face full of feigned innocence, the eldest madam spoke, but the old matriarch scoffed, You still dare to whine? A simple dinner preparation has turned into a debacle, and you cannot even manage the courtyard. Pray tell, what use are you? The old matriarch was genuinely furious, suspecting the eldest madam of harming Chu Qingyun, yet unable to find any evidence. At that moment, she felt the eldest madam completely disregarded her authority. Someone, drag this woman out and beat her to death. I cannot lay a hand on the eldest madam, but I can vent my frustration on this servant. Granny Zhang, terrified, lost control and urinated, filling the room with a foul stench. She struggled and cried out to the eldest madam, Madam, please save me. I'm ever loyal to you. Her words only fueled the old matriarch's anger, making her feel utterly disrespected. She shouted at the nearby servant, What are you waiting for? Hurry and drag her out. If you delay, you shall be sold along with her. Soon, the courtyard echoed with Granny Zhang and Appo's anguished screams, which gradually faded until they were silenced forever. She had been beaten to death. Inside, the eldest madam trembled, both furious and humiliated, feeling she had lost all face today. The old matriarch addressed everyone. This matter ends here for today. You may all return. Turning to the eldest madam, she added, It appears you are somewhat inept as the steward. Henceforth, the kitchen will be managed by the third madam and the Bai family together. Although evidence could not be found today, it was high time to reprimand the eldest daughter-in-law. Upon hearing that she would be in charge of the kitchen, the third madam felt an overwhelming joy, thinking she had finally emerged from the shadows. Yet upon hearing that it would be shared with Bai, she could not help but sneer internally, questioning Bai and Amp, Appo's, as qualifications to share such responsibilities, but dared not voice her thoughts. Grandmother is truly exhausted and has been unwell. Before bed, please drink a bowl of ginseng soup. It should help you feel better, Chu Muting said softly, her eyes filled with concern for the old matriarch. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch felt a warmth spread through her. After such a tumultuous day, she was surprised that her least favored granddaughter was displaying concern for her. Very well, you are a good child. The Tangtao courtyard has been tidied up. You may move in shortly. The fate of the Tangtao courtyard was thus determined. Thank you, grandmother. Once the old matriarch departed, the eldest madam and Chu Shuran rose, both of them accustomed to a life of luxury, now finding it difficult to stand after kneeling for so long, relying on their maids for support. Mother, second sister, I must take my leave, Chu Muting said, glancing back at Chu Shuran as she elegantly exited. Chu Shuran felt a sense of unease. Despite the turmoil of the day, no one had benefited, yet Chu Muting, who arrived last, effortlessly reclaimed the courtyard. Was it truly mere coincidence? Chu Muting first escorted the second madam back to the Wutong courtyard, then took her maid and headed towards the Tangtao courtyard. This was her first victory in reclaiming her home. She had triumphed, and there was much more to come. In this deep autumn, the peach trees at the entrance of the Tangtao courtyard were bare, their branches stark against the sky. Chu Muting stood beneath the tree, gazing quietly for a moment. It's all right. Come spring, the peach blossoms shall bloom once more. Miss, Baiji softly reminded her, noticing her stillness. Let's go inside. She pushed the door open to reveal an opulent interior, adorned with exquisite ornaments. Inside the bedroom lay a beautiful bed made of old sandalwood, a rosewood dressing table. And in front of a red sandalwood bed, decorated with mother-of-pearl carvings, stood a large screen painted in pastel colors. Seated on the exquisite bed, she turned to Baiji and said, "You performed admirably today." Baiji, feeling anxious since the incident, had feared being discovered and implicating her mistress. But now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I was truly terrified today, but thankfully I did not fail you." Baiji stood beside Chu Muting, puzzled. "Miss, how do you know Tinglan would pass by there?" "Naturally, I had encountered her there in my past life." In her previous life, after returning to the Wutong courtyard in the afternoon, she had chosen not to rest, but took Baiji out for a stroll, hoping to familiarize herself with the household. It was then that she had run into Tinglan. Tinglan was a maid serving in Chu Qingyun's study, who had long been favored by him. The two often indulged in reckless behavior within the study, exhibiting an outrageous disregard for propriety. Tinglan had been spoiled and had lost all semblance of a maid's demeanor. When she bumped into Tinglan, the girl had mistaken her for a destitute relative seeking charity and had spoken to her disrespectfully. Eventually, when the situation escalated, Chu Qingyun had protected her, and the matter was swept under the rug. During the day, she had instructed Baiji to wait at the same spot at the same time as in her past life, and indeed, Tinglan appeared. Seizing the moment, she accidentally bumped into Tinglan. Baiji carried a pouch of camellia powder that she had given her, and while Tinglan was distracted, she sprinkled some onto Tinglan in damp. Appo's sleeve. Although Baiji ended up compensating Tinglan with a hairpin, it was of little consequence to Chu Muting, who was now flush with wealth. The camellia powder had been prepared before entering the estate, waiting for this very moment. As she had anticipated, Tinglan returned to serve in Chu Qingyun's study, and naturally, the powder would transfer to him. However, since it was not consumed directly and in small quantity, it would take time to manifest, perfectly aligning with dinner time. Chu Qingyun's servant was not foolish. They would never dare to disclose that he had been reckless in the study. If Chu Changsong were to find out, there would be dire consequences. Thus, no one would trace the matter back to Tinglan. Moreover, the outfit Tinglan wore that had been dusted with powder would reveal no evidence after a wash the following day, erasing all traces. The eldest madam would be left to bear the brunt of the loss. As for the bowl of pea cake in her previous life, Chu Qingyun had finished it during dinner and later made a fool of himself due to indigestion, ensuring the eldest madam would find no evidence. Baiji, please assist me in preparing some fresh garments. After a long day, it was time for rest. Tomorrow, there would be others to meet, and soon, more drama would unfold before her eyes. She could hardly wait to see what was in store. Chapter 9. A gentle banter as the radiant sunlight streamed onto the bed. Chu Muting awoke in a state of slight confusion. Upon turning her head to observe the furnishings of the room, she gradually came to the realization that she had returned to the Marquis's residence, residing in the courtyard prepared by her mother. She was no longer in Hezhou, nor in the Yongning Marquis estate. Her life had indeed begun anew. Hearing movement within the room, Baiji entered and, upon seeing Chu Muting seated on the bed, quickly advised, "Miss, do take care. With autumn upon us, the weather grows increasingly chilly. You must be cautious of your health and avoid catching chill." While speaking, she began to arrange the items for washing up. Once Chu Muting had finished her ablutions, Baiji proceeded to style her hair and adorn her. "Just a simple appearance will suffice," Chu Muting asserted. Having just returned to the residence, there was no need for an overly ostentatious display. Yet she should not appear too plain either, Maintaining her status was imperative. Very well, Mississippi by G, adept with her hands, swiftly fashioned a celestial bun and selected a rounded, lustrous pearl hairpin. You look truly lovely, even with such a modest adornment, by G marveled. Is that so? Chu Muting gazed quietly at the young girl in the copper mirror, barely 14 or 15, yet her future beauty was already evident. Indeed, she was beautiful. Even in her previous life, despite being criticized for so long, her visage elicited admiration from all who beheld her. Let us go. It is time to pay respects to grandmother. Today, a rather unfamiliar maid greeted her at the entrance to Showan Hall, saying, Miss, the old lady has just finished her breakfast, and the second young lady is accompanying her for a chat. Please do enter. With a smile and a nod, Chu Muting lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Her gaze fell upon Chu Shuran, seated beside the old lady, engaged in an intimate conversation that prompted hearty laughter from the old lady, entirely devoid of the annoyance she had shown towards Chu Shuran the previous day. Chu Shuran, indeed, held a special place in the old lady and Appo's heart, effortlessly winning her over in a matter of moments. It was not until the maid Xia noticed Chu Muting that she alerted the old lady, the eldest young lady has arrived. Only then did the two women cease their conversation. The old lady turned her gaze to Chu Muting, smiling as she inquired, My dear girl, how are you finding your stay in the residence? Thanks to grandmother's kind care, I am well, Chu Muting replied respectfully. The old lady nodded in affirmation, saying, That is good to hear. Please do not stand. Take a seat. In truth, she had regretted her earlier actions. Although she had unjustly vented her frustrations on Chu Shuran the night before, returning the courtyard to Chu Muting, she was aware that the incident was not Chu Shuran's fault. Especially since Chu Shuran had arrived early that morning, her eyes red-rimmed. Though the old lady did not inquire, she understood that Chu Shuran had been wronged. However, the courtyard had been given away, and it would be unseemly to reclaim it, leaving only the option of compensating her in other ways. Observing the old lady's expression, Chu Muting discerned her thoughts and felt disdainful. A group of people scheming over her courtyard truly had the audacity. Yet, she was grateful for her father, who was determined to leave the courtyard to Chunyin and prevent the old lady and the madam from removing any of its contents. Otherwise, given their natures, the courtyard would have been stripped bare long ago. Lost in her thoughts, the sound of the maid's voice interrupted as the madam and the second madam entered together. They first paid their respects to the old lady before the madam remarked, I happened to encounter my younger sister on the way, so we came together. Having just been reprimanded by the old lady the day before, the madam and Appo's ability to maintain her composure this morning was quite impressive. Were it not for Chu Muting and Appo's foresight in ensuring the madam could find no evidence to defend herself, she would not have been able to escape such a significant loss so easily. However, the old lady, clearly still displeased with the madam due to the previous night and Appo's events, especially since her cherished grandson remained bedridden, responded with only a curt acknowledgement, failing to invite her to sit. Chu Muting, however, could not afford to act similarly. The madam was still her stepmother, so she rose to perform a courtesy, saying, Mother, and then turned to the second madam to offer her greetings, and she then relinquished her seat to the madam, who smiled gently at her before taking her place beside the madam, while Chu Muting settled into the second madam's lower seat. When the third madam arrived, the scene within the room was as follows. The old lady occupied the main seat, conversing with Chu Shuran, while the madam, the second madam, and Chu Muting sat in lower positions, all observing the old lady with faint smiles. Having just taken charge of the kitchen, the third madam was in high spirits, eager to complete her greetings and replace the current kitchen staff, those loyal to the madam, with her own. Chu Muting, following suit, offered her seat to the third madam, observing her triumphant demeanor with a sense of incredulity. The madam was merely experiencing a temporary setback. Her eagerness to seize the opportunity was foolish. It was likely she would not even be able to contend against the cunning Bainyang. Seated below Chu Muting, Chu Sikhan glared at both Chu Muting and Chu Shuran with evident resentment, perhaps feeling slighted by their current standing. She had evidently forgotten the grievances of the past few days. With a provocative tone, she directed her remarks towards Chu Shuran. Upon entering, I noticed the second sister's eyes were swollen. Has someone wronged you? Please speak up. Grandmother has always favored you and will certainly support you. Having witnessed the Madame and Oppos as reprimand the previous night, she found it immensely satisfying, believing that Chu Shuran would undoubtedly lose favor in the old lady and Oppos' eyes. Now, seeing her seated beside the old lady, she could hardly comprehend her audacity. Chu Muting was momentarily taken aback by Chu Sikhan and Oppos' words. Previously, she had perceived her as merely foolish, but now she was astonished by her utter lack of awareness. The previous night's incident had created a palpable tension. It was clear to all why Chu Shuran had cried, and yet Chu Sikhan dared to speak in such a manner. How utterly ignorant. Nevertheless, she refrained from offering any reminders. The spectacle of these individuals at odds was precisely what she relished. Indeed, Chu Shuran hesitated for a moment, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Before shedding a few tears, looking thoroughly aggrieved as she replied, "Thank you, fourth sister, for your concern. I merely worry for my elder brother. I am excessively anxious." Watching Chu Shuran's display, the old lady felt a pang of sympathy, yet she could not chastise Chu Sikhan too harshly, leading her to furrow her brow and admonish. Why such a commotion so early in the morning? Where is the decorum befitting a young lady? Chu Sikhan, seeing the old lady favoring Chu Shuran once more, felt a mix of anger and frustration, but dared not speak further. Yet, her resentment simmered as she observed Chu Muting sitting there with an air of composure. Chapter 10. In the presence of the divine, the elder sister appeared to be sleeping soundly, seemingly devoid of any worries for her elder brother. A remark from Chu Situan drew the old lady's suspicious gaze toward Chu Muting, who mused to herself that it was indeed a reflection of someone raised outside the family, much like her mother, utterly unconcerned, even when her own brother was ailing. Naturally, Chu Muting noticed the old lady's scrutiny. She merely sneered inwardly, maintaining a gentle facade as she addressed Chu Sun, saying, "Of course, I am not as radiant as fourth sister." As their verbal sparring unfolded, new commotion emerged at the doorway. A maid reported, "Old madam, Lady Bai has arrived," saying that the eldest young master has awakened and wishes to reassure you, so you need not worry. A concubine is not the legitimate mistress. She must seek permission before entering the old lady's quarters. Upon hearing that the eldest young master was awake, the old lady sat up straight in delight and instructed, "Quickly, let Lady Bai come in." Upon entering, Lady Bai greeted the old lady with evident joy, saying, "Your servant pays her respects to the old lady. The eldest young master has just awakened, fearing you would worry, so he sent me to report his safety." "Excellent, excellent. This grandson is truly worth my affection. Even in illness, he thinks of me," she exclaimed, quickly turning to Lu Momo. "Hurry and send that old ginseng from my storeroom to the eldest young master as courtyard. He must be weak from his illness, and this ginseng is perfect for restoring his health." Lu Momo replied, "Your servant understands. I will personally deliver the ginseng shortly and visit the eldest young master on behalf of the old lady. I shall return and report every detail to you, so do not worry." The old lady, feeling satisfied, patted Lu Momo's hand, saying, "After all these years, I still trust your handling of affairs." The first lady scoffed inwardly, thinking that the old matron truly doted on that illegitimate son. After she gave birth to Shuran and was weakened, she sought that very ginseng to recover, yet the old lady was reluctant to offer it. Now, however, she so readily bestowed it upon an illegitimate son. It was truly incomprehensible. After Lady Bai finished speaking, she turned to Chu Muting and said, "Earlier, I received the Buddha scriptures sent by the eldest young lady. Your servant wishes to express gratitude on behalf of the eldest young master. Once he has recovered, he would like to invite you to the Minju courtyard for a visit. He has missed you dearly after so many years." She was a concubine taken by Chu Chongsong after the old lady married Ziowenru, and after giving birth to an illegitimate son. Although Ziowenru did not particularly favor her, she did not overly trouble her. After Ziowenru passed away and Lin Wanru entered the family, her situation had not been as favorable. Fortunately, Lin Wanru had not borne a son, and her Yungu was cherished by the old lady. Otherwise, there would be no place for her and her Siqing in this household. Now that the legitimate daughter had returned, she was naturally willing to befriend her. She observed that this eldest young lady was no simple character. She might even be an ally to her Yungu in the future, and could also serve to vex Lin Wanru. What was not to gain from such an arrangement? Chu Muting rose and smiled, saying, "It is merely a small token of my esteem, and is too gracious." The old lady, observing their interaction, was somewhat taken aback, asking, "Did you personally copy the Buddhist scriptures?" Indeed, concerned for her brother last night, she had transcribed some scriptures, hoping that divine protection would hasten his recovery. "You are quite thoughtful," the old lady remarked, feeling more pleased with her granddaughter. Initially perceiving her as ungrateful and indifferent, she now saw her as genuinely kind-hearted, especially towards her brother. It seemed that if she were to marry into a prominent family in the future, she would also be a support for Yungu and the old lady silently calculated the potential benefits. "You should dress a bit more simply," she added. "Lianxia, go fetch my set of ruby hair ornaments for the eldest young lady, and select 2 golden hairpins for the second and fourth young ladies." She had always favored gold and silver, feeling that the pearl hairpin on Chu Muting appeared too plain. Were Chu Muting to realize this, she would surely smile. Though the pearls seemed unremarkable, they were, in fact, rare treasures obtained through her second lady's family's maritime ventures. They were later gifted to the second lady, who fashioned them into hair accessories. Those who lacked discernment could not appreciate their value. "Thank you, grandmother." The 3 sisters expressed their gratitude, with Chu Muting and Chu Shuran displaying genuine surprise, while Chu Sitsuan, despite her efforts to feign delight, could not conceal her displeasure. The Buddhist scriptures that Chu Muting had sent had indeed struck a blow to her pride, as she had just mocked her for not caring about Chu Qingyun's well-being. Who would have thought that she had already sent a handwritten scripture early that morning? This made her seem ineffectual in comparison. Chu Shuran evidently recognized this point. She was typically thorough in her actions, yet last night, due to her mother's reprimand, she lost her composure, resulting in her current predicament. It was too late to make amends by sending a gift to her elder brother. Her elder sister was indeed not to be underestimated. If Chu Muting were to hear their thoughts, she would likely laugh. The scriptures were not something she had copied last night. In her previous life, plagued by nightmares, she often dreamt of the First Lady's tender visage, or Chu Shuran's gentle smile, or even the horrifying scenes of the Duke's household meeting their demise. Each awakening left her feeling unreal, leading her to copy Buddhist scriptures whenever she found herself unable to sleep. Previously, she had not believed in deities. However, having lived anew, she now found faith. The divine would protect those she cherished, ensuring their lives were peaceful and prosperous. Gradually, she copied more and more, and by Ji collected them all, bringing part of them to the capital. Indeed, the divine had favored her. The scriptures she had transcribed were now proving their worth. Before departing that morning, she had instructed a maid to deliver a handwritten scripture to Chu Qingyun, intending to create the illusion of familial harmony. Little did she expect that Chu Sitsuan, in her folly, would complicate matters, dragging Chu Shuran into the mire as well. For the second young lady, who professed her concern for her elder brother, had accomplished nothing. What did mere verbal expressions of concern amount to? No one would remember them. Only tangible gestures would make an impression. "Very well, you may all return now." The old lady waved her hand. "Ah, Muting, you only have one maid, right? Come, Lianxia, you will accompany the eldest young lady back. You will be part of her household from now on. Should the eldest young lady require anything, you may relay it to me." This statement served as a directive to Lianxia, indicating that she was now to report any matters concerning the eldest young lady directly to the old lady. Lianxia knelt and replied, "Yes," before rising to stand behind Chu Muting. Chu Muting understood this was a form of surveillance, but continued to express her gratitude cheerfully, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." In her previous life, she had experienced a similar situation, though back then, she had been assigned only a second-tier maid, Lianxio. After Lianxio arrived at her courtyard, she had taken advantage of her status as the old lady's envoy, behaving as though she were of higher rank than Chu Muting herself. This lifetime, however, she had been given Lianxia, likely because the old lady perceived her worth. Lianxia was steady and capable. If she could be of use to her, it would indeed be a fortuitous arrangement. Chapter 11. The two half-sisters upon exiting the show and Amp, Oppos, and Hall. The group dispersed to their respective courtyards. Before departing, Chu Sikun cast a resentful glare at Chu Muting, who adjusted her garments and smiled at her, saying, "If fourth sister's eyes are unwell, do not hesitate to seek a physician." With that, she left with Bai Ji and Lian Xia, leaving Chu Sikun behind. Fuming and stamping her feet, arriving at the Tangtao courtyard, Chu Muting spotted several figures at the entrance from a distance. Among them, a young lady in a light pink dress was conversing with another in yellow. As she drew nearer, she recognized them as the third Miss, Chu Xiqing, and the fifth Miss, Chu Ningchu, along with their maidservant. The moment her gaze fell upon Chu Ningchu, she halted. The same scene repeated itself in this new life. The matriarch disdained illegitimate daughters and preferred them to remain out of sight. Hence, they were only required to pay their respects at Shoan Hall on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Since she had not encountered these two half-sisters on her first day back, it was evident that, in her past life, they had come to see her on the second day after her return, and it was the same now. After pausing for a moment, she noticed the two had lifted their heads to gaze at her. Regaining her composure, she slowly approached them. Elder sister, Chu Ningchu called out softly as she reached them. Dressed in a slightly worn light pink gown, her timid eyes resembled those of an innocent little white flower. Yet, who would have imagined that this seemingly harmless flower had once conspired with Xiang Heng to bring about the demise of Chu Jinan? At that time, her spirit had not dissipated upon death, but rather hovered above, watching these individuals. She had witnessed the now young Chu Jinan rushing from Hezhou to the capital after learning of her death, only to be deceived by Chu Ningchu and ultimately meet a tragic end in the outskirts of the capital. In the past, she had felt sympathy for Chu Ningchu's solitude, and despite her own unsatisfactory circumstances, she had aided her within her means. Little did she know that this was a wolf in sheep's clothing, leaving her bloodied and wounded. "Miss, these two are the third Miss and the fifth Miss," Lian Xia remarked, perhaps fearing that she might not recognize them. Chu Muting gently responded, "Greetings, third sister and fifth sister. What brings you here so early?" Chu Xiqing, perhaps apprehensive of being misunderstood, quickly explained, "Elder sister, we came early today because we did not see you yesterday." Sunlight filtered through the branches of the peach tree, casting a warm glow upon Chu Muting, making her appear almost luminescent. In contrast, Chu Ningchu felt a sudden wave of self-consciousness and quickly lowered her gaze. "Ah, I see. Then please accompany me inside." After inviting them in, she led the way with her maidservant. Chu Ningchu and Chu Xiqing exchanged glances and followed suit. Inside, the little maidservant had already set the breakfast table, steam still rising from the dishes, suggesting they had just been delivered from the main kitchen. A stack of crystal shrimp dumplings, a steamer of custard buns, a bowl of pumpkin porridge, and various side dishes made for a significantly better spread than in her previous life. The kitchen was now overseen by the third madam and by Yin Yang, and it was unlikely that the third madam had prepared this, leaving only by Yin Yang as the possible source of this improvement. "Have you both had your breakfast? Zhongwing yin guit? If not, please join me." The little maidservant brought water, and Chu Muting washed her hands, seated at the table with the two sisters. They exchanged glances before Chu Xiqing shyly replied, "We have already eaten." "That Nappos. That's good." Chu Muting nodded and began to eat, the only sound in the room being the clatter of dishes. Chu Ningchu and Chu Xiqing stood awkwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss as no one seemed to attend to them. After a while, having finished her meal and rinsed her mouth, Chu Muting finally looked up. Noticing the two still standing, she chided Bai Ji, "Why have you not seated the third Miss and fifth Miss?" She then beckoned them, "Come, dear sisters. It is my oversight not to have noticed you standing. Please do not hold it against me." Only then did Chu Xiqing and Chu Ningchu take their seats, both shaking their heads to indicate it was of no consequence. "Big sister, this room is truly beautiful," Chu Ningchu remarked, her eyes filled with envy. "This room was prepared by my mother. Its beauty reflects her intentions. If you like it, you are welcome to visit often," Chu Muting replied, and Chu Ningchu nodded in agreement. The maidservant behind Chu Xiqing gently called out, "Miss," drawing everyone's attention to their pair. Chu Xiqing and Oppos, face flushed crimson as she slowly retrieved a pink handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms from her sleeve. She offered it to Chu Muting, stammering, "I heard you had returned, so I made this handkerchief. My skills are lacking. I hope you do not find it unworthy." Her voice dwindled to a near whisper. Chu Muting accepted it, examining the handkerchief closely. Although the stitching was somewhat rudimentary, it was evident that it had been crafted with care, leaving her pleasantly surprised. Indeed, within this Marquisate, a little white flower could thrive. Noticing that Chu Muting had prepared a gift, Chu Ningqiu felt somewhat unprepared, as she had brought nothing with her. However, as Chu Muting had given a gift, she could not fall short. After a moment's hesitation, she removed a bracelet from her wrist, a piece of her aunt's dowry, her only fine adornment. As a fellow illegitimate daughter, Chu Muting had the support of by Yin Yang and Chu Qingyun, so her circumstances were undoubtedly more favorable than her own. Chu Muting accepted the bracelet, glancing at it and recognizing that it had clearly been worn for some time. Understanding its significance, she maintained a smile and said, "It is I who have been remiss not to have prepared gifts in anticipation of your visit." Turning to Bai Ji, she instructed, "Please fetch 2 pairs of gold hairpins from my jewelry box to present to my dear sisters." Bai Ji nodded and disappeared into the inner room, returning shortly with 2 gold hairpins. Chu Muting handed one to each sister, ensuring fairness in her generosity. "Do you both like them?" she inquired. Chu Muting's expression lit up as she eagerly accepted hers, immediately asking her maidservant to help her put on. Chu Ningqiu also appeared delighted, though Chu Muting, having lived 2 lifetimes, could discern that her satisfaction with the return gift was feigned. "Miss, we must go to see the eldest young master," Chu Muting's maidservant reminded her, noting the time that had elapsed. Realizing they had lingered for too long, Chu Muting stood and told Chu Muting, "Elder sister, I must go see my elder brother and shall not impose any longer." Seeing Chu Muting ready to leave, Chu Ningqiu also stood, stating she had matters to attend to and would accompany her. Chu Muting escorted them to the door, saying, "Sisters, please convey my regards to my elder brother. In a few days, once I have settled in, I shall pay him a visit." Chu Muting responded joyfully, and together with Chu Ningqiu, they exited the Tangtao courtyard. Once they had departed, Chu Muting returned indoors and addressed Lian Xia, who stood nearby. "Grandmother has entrusted me with my sister and Appo's care, for which I am grateful. Currently, I have only Bai Ji as my maidservant, and your arrival has alleviated my pressing needs. Please take a moment to inspect your room, and should there be anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform me." Lian Xia bowed respectfully. "Miss, you are too kind. In the future, simply call me Lian Xia, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Chu Muting smiled and nodded. "Very well, go and see your room." Once Lian Xia had left, Bai Ji inquired, "Miss, shall we take a stroll? We have yet to thoroughly explore the Marquisate. What is there to see? I have walked through these halls countless times in my past life." She replied, "Let's go visit Aunt." Chapter 12. Heart to heart over there, Chu Ningqiu and Chu Muting parted ways on the road, as Chu Ningqiu's residence, ZY Courtyard, was situated in a more secluded area. Her aunt, Madame One, was a gift from the third master, who had once favored her for a period. However, the third master was known for his fickleness and had numerous concubines. After a time of affection, he grew weary of Madame One, and the third lady was not an easy mistress to deal with, causing life to become increasingly difficult for her and her aunt. At the entrance of ZY Courtyard, there was not even a maid on duty, a stark contrast to the bustling Tangtao Courtyard. Upon entering the house, the interior was even more austere. A small square table, its lacquer worn away, stood in the center, surrounded by several wooden stools. She chose the nearest stool and sat down, taking out the hairpin gifted by Chu Muting. It was a simple design, not precious, yet not dismissive either, indicative of her elder sister's shrewdness. Her maid, Tao, indignantly remarked, "Miss, this eldest young lady is rather stingy. You have given her your cherished bracelet, yet she only returned a broken hairpin." Upon hearing this, Chu Ningqiu's expression darkened, emotions swirling in her eyes as she scolded, "Silence." Both were young ladies of the Marquis' household, yet this elder sister was far more fortunate in her birthright, having been born as the legitimate daughter. Unlike Chu Ningqiu, who had to tread carefully and plan every move, she was free from such burdens. Despite her talents being no less than that of the foolish Chu Sikhan, Chu had to feign ignorance to avoid her biological mother and amp, oppose, as wrath. Su Tao, frightened, immediately knelt down, knowing well that her young mistress was not as simple as she appeared. Naturally, Chu Muting was unaware of the matters concerning Chu, as she had already arrived at the entrance of Wudong courtyard. Chu Jinan was playing joyfully in the yard, indulging in his playful age. The second lady sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, sewing garments alongside her maid, Fangling. The choice of fabric indicated that she was crafting something for Chu Muting. The sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her, enhancing her warmth. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Chu Muting, greeted her with a benevolent smile, saying, "Mrs. arrived. Please go in quickly. Both the lady and the young master are in the courtyard." These matrons had accompanied them from Huzhou, considering her to be the one and only young lady. She smiled back at the gatekeeper, feeling a sense of security only when in her aunt and amp, oppose, as presence, free from the constant need for scheming. From afar, Chu Jin and amp, oppose, and spotted her and ran over with a smile. Calling out, "Sister!" The second lady turned at the sound, warmly beckoning her. "Muting, come here quickly. I and oppose. V made you a new outfit. See if you like this style." Approaching, she accepted the garment and inspected it closely. The stitches were tight, the colors vibrant, embodying the style that young ladies adored, reflecting the second lady's care and affection. Gazing into her aunt and oppose, as kind eyes, she was momentarily reminded of her past life, realizing how foolishly blind she had been. Her aunt and oppose, as craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, and Muting was very pleased. Fangling chimed in, "Madam, I told you the young lady would like it. Our young lady is as beautiful as a celestial being. She looks good in anything." Chu Jin and oppose, and now abandoning his play, circled around Chu Muting, nodding in agreement. "My sister is naturally the most beautiful in the world." With a proud tilt of his head, he confidently declared, "When I become a great general in the future, I will protect my sister." The second lady gently patted Chu Jin and oppose, as head, "I didn't oppose. T know you harbored such ambitions. No wonder you don and oppose. T like studying. It seems you wish to become a martial champion?" With a chuckle, she reflected on her son's aversion to books, having fretted over it countless times. Fortunately, he was well-behaved and never caused her trouble. After Chu Jinan spoke, he turned to Chu Muting, who, touched by his words, replied resolutely, "Then I will await the day when you become a great general." "Yes." Chu Jinan nodded emphatically. "But to be a great general, you must study military strategy, so you should read more now, or how will you lead troops in battle later?" "Sister," Chu Jinan began, but after considering Chu Muting and oppose's words, he acknowledged their validity. Though he disliked studying, the prospect of becoming a general was not intolerable, and reluctantly he nodded in agreement. The second lady exchanged glances with Fangling, both of them smiling at the siblings' harmony. "All right, little general, I must speak with your sister about some matters that are not suitable for boys to hear. So go and play," she instructed. Chu Jinan nodded. He was accustomed to his mother and sister speaking privately behind his back, and now, as a young man, he understood he could not cling to them forever. The second lady led Chu Muting into the inner chamber, dismissing the young maid and leaving only Fangling. Pulling Chu Muting to sit down, she inquired, "How was the maid your grandmother sent you this morning? She seems rather extraordinary. You must be cautious." Chu Muting nodded, assuring her, "I understand, aunt. You need not worry." The second lady felt slightly relieved, recognizing that the maid was clearly sent to monitor Chu Muting. Seeing her confidence, she decided to refrain from further questioning. "You originally had 2 senior maids, but before leaving Huzhou, you assigned Bai Lu to someone else, leaving you with only Bai Ji now. If you find anything inconvenient, please let your aunt know." At one point, Chu Muting had 4 second-tier maids and several junior maids, but she had not brought them to the capital when leaving Huzhou. Initially, they had planned to return to Huzhou as a family of 4 after some time. But last night her father implied that the main family intended to keep Muting in the capital, which left her feeling somewhat distressed. However, upon reflection, being the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, remaining in the capital would likely benefit her prospects for marriage, far better than staying in Jiangzhou. Aunt, please do not worry. I'm doing quite well. After a pause, she added, moreover, if all goes well, I expect to receive additional maids in a couple of days. It seems that Tangtao courtyard will not lack for servants. It will be lively. The second lady, wishing to inquire further, noticed the composed expression on Chu Muting's face and swallowed her questions. Well, that is good. Let us have lunch here. The kitchen has prepared your favorite sweet rice cake. Awaiting your arrival. Yes, Aunt, the sweet rice cake here is the best. After marrying in her past life, she had not tasted it again. She often reminisced about it, sending maids to buy it several times, yet none captured the familiar flavor, leading her to gradually lose the desire to eat it. Chapter 13. Selecting a maidservant in the peony courtyard, the matron returned after greeting the elders, and Chu Shuran accompanied her. That little wretch, Chu Muting, has been raised in the second household for so many years, yet she proves to be quite the challenge. Upon her return, she managed to charm that old hag in the show and hall into granting her the Tangtao courtyard, a place I previously requested from your father, who refused without hesitation. The matron fumed as she sat in the main hall, addressing Chu Shuran. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Your father must still be pining after that shameless Xiao Yuanro. Years ago, she harbored feelings for Chu Chongsong, but she married first due to her family background. Fortunately, that wretched woman died, and he eventually married me. Nonetheless, this incident remains a thorn in my heart, especially since Xiao Yuanro left behind a daughter. After years of tranquility, her return has rekindled my ire. The moment I saw her face, which bears a resemblance to Xiao Yuanro, I felt a surge of anger. Yet, I must feign maternal affection. Furthermore, she has already bested me upon her return. It appears that Chu Muting is just as cunning as her mother, intent on undermining me. Standing behind the matron, Chu Shuran gently massaged her shoulders and reassured her, Mother, regardless of the circumstances, you are the matron of this household, and it is you who holds the reins. The matron's anger intensified as she turned to Chu Shuran, exclaiming indignantly, that old hag has likely been itching to meddle in the affairs of the estate. As for the third household, what significance does that by family possess? Does she truly think she is fit to oversee the kitchen? After a pause, she scoffed. After all these years in this household, my efforts have not been in vain. If they wish to take control, let them. When things go awry, they will realize that this household is not easily managed. Who do they think they are to compete with me? It is good that you think this way, Mother. The matron pulled Chu Shuran to a nearby stool, holding her hand and saying, It is fortunate that you are ambitious, excelling in both talent and beauty, which brings me great comfort. She had high hopes for her daughter, who had never caused her any worry. Very well, Mother has nothing more to discuss. You may return now. Your grandmother has sent new materials, and I shall have them delivered to your courtyard later. Chu Shuran rose and bowed, replying, Understood, Mother. With that, she departed with her maidservant, while the matron watched her slender figure retreat, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Then, seemingly lost in thought, she addressed her trusted maid. That old woman has sent a maidservant to the Tangtao courtyard. As the rightful matron, I cannot remain indifferent. I must show some acknowledgement to avoid being labeled as stingy. She instructed her maid, Find a maidservant to inform the eldest young lady that the matchmaker will be bringing a batch of maidservants tomorrow. She should come and choose as well. This maid, surnamed Wang, was her wet nurse and knew her well. Madam, should we take this opportunity to insert a few maidservants? Naturally. I cannot rest easy without keeping an eye on her. Send Xu Epping. She is quite clever. After pondering for a moment, she added, And that little wretch. I find her quite troublesome as well. Let her go too, to avoid any annoyance before me. The maidservant referred to was named Dan Yen, known for her beauty and mischievous nature. The Lord had taken a liking to her, which made the matron wary of the possibility of losing her if mishandled. Sending her to the Tangtao courtyard resolved one of her concerns, for no matter what, Chu Chongsong could not interfere with the maidservants and his daughter as courtyard. When the maid arrived at the Tangtao courtyard, Chu Muting had just returned from visiting the second madam, and was preparing to rest when she heard the young maid announce the arrival of the matron and amp, Oppos, this messenger. Greetings, Mississippi. I have come on behalf of the matron. She requests your presence tomorrow at the peony courtyard to select maidservants. Thank you, Mother, Chu Muting replied. The The maid then prepared to leave. Bai Ji, please escort this young lady out, Chu Muting instructed, giving Bai Ji a knowing glance. Bai Ji, understanding her cue, nodded and led the maid out. A short while later, Bai Ji returned. Miss, I have learned that the matchmaker coming tomorrow is the Gao matron from the northern part of the city. Chu Muting nodded, realizing that it was quite similar to her previous life. Holding a teacup, she maintained her composure while contemplating internally. I recall that my second uncle's servant, Boucher, and the gatekeeper at the side entrance, Chishan, are cousins, correct? Indeed, Mississippi Boucher is a legitimate son of the Marquis, having followed the second master since childhood. That is good. Please help me send some pastries to my second uncle and discreetly inquire about Boucher. After this, Chu Muting instructed Bai Ji on several matters, and Bai Ji, having grown bolder, now fully trusted her young mistress. Afterward, Chu Muting added, bring in Lian Xia. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji went to summon Lian Xia, who entered shortly thereafter. Chu Muting shyly smiled. Sister Lian Xia, I plan to make some pastries this afternoon. Would you accompany me to deliver them to father? Lian Xia appeared puzzled. Although she was also a senior maid, it was clear that Chu Muting relied more on Bai Ji for personal tasks. Why are you asking me to accompany you to the Marquis's residence? Chu Muting seemed to sense her confusion and gently explained. Bai Ji and I are not familiar with the estate. We have yet to visit father. Upon realizing this, Lian Xia understood, so the eldest young lady does not know the way. Very well, miss, I understand. I am now your maidservant, so feel free to issue any commands. Chu Muting nodded and said, I need to rest for a while. You may leave for now. After Lian Xia exited, Chu Muting quietly approached the window, gazing at the peach blossom tree at the courtyard's entrance, lost in thought. In the afternoon, Chu Muting personally prepared some pastries in the small kitchen and then led Lian Xia to Chu Chongsong's residence. Upon arrival, the gatekeeper, upon seeing Chu Muting, hesitated for a moment before greeting her. I have seen the eldest young lady. May I inquire what brings you here? I made some pastries for father and wish to deliver them personally. The maidservant thought little of it, assuming Chu Muting sought to curry favor with Chu Chongsong. Please wait a moment. I will inform the master. After a brief interval, she returned, accompanied by Chu Chongsong's young servant, who respectfully gestured to Chu Muting, saying, Miss, the master is currently in his study. Please follow me. Chu Muting had visited Chu Chongsong and Appo's study in her previous life, but that time was marked by a dispute regarding Chu Shuran. Now, entering once more, she felt an entirely different ambience. Chu Chongsong sat at his desk, attending to official matters. Upon noticing Chu Muting, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 14. Selecting a maid, is there something you wish to discuss? Chu Chongsong inquired, his tone neither warm nor cold, as he continued to attend to his official duties. Father, I have prepared some pastries and thought to bring them for you to taste. Very well, I understand. Chu Muting placed the food box down and quietly approached her father, assisting him with his work. Chu Chongsong paused for a moment and asked, How have you been at home? Lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions, Chu Muting responded, I am well, father. However, during my time in Hezhou, I often missed you. Now that I have returned to the capital and can see you frequently, I am content. Indeed, in her childhood, she would often yearn for Chu Chongsong, sitting in the courtyard and wondering when her father would come to take her home. Year after year, as the plum blossoms bloomed and withered, her longing gradually faded away. With a sigh, Chu Chongsong reflected on the fact that this daughter was not born of his beloved. He had been forced to marry Xiao Wenru, and even after her passing, he could not bring himself to wed the woman he cherished. In his bitterness, he had directed his ire towards the newborn Chu Muting, allowing the old matriarch to send her away. Over the years, he had nearly forgotten her. Now, observing her graceful presence, a mix of emotions stirred within him. Very well, if you need anything, come to me, he said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Thank you, father. I shall take my leave now. Chu Muting performed a respectful bow and slowly exited with Lian Xia. As they walked back to the peony courtyard, Chu Muting pondered her father's recent demeanor. It seemed he had not yet deemed her a burden, likely because Consort Rong had not yet confirmed Chu Shuran as the third princess consort. making it unnecessary for the Earl of Yongning to marry her into the loyal and brave household. Originally, her intention was merely to pay a visit, as Chu Changsong was her biological father. She had sent Bai Ji with pastries to the second master's residence, inadvertently neglecting Chu Changsong. If the old matriarch learned of this, she would surely be displeased. If the lady of the peony courtyard found out, it would surely lead to unnecessary complications. And, as she had just returned to the estate, it was best to avoid trouble while she was still finding her footing. However, to her surprise, this visit brought unexpected joy. Not long after returning to her courtyard, Bai Ji returned, and upon seeing her, Lianxia discreetly excused herself, demonstrating her cleverness. "Miss, everything has been arranged," Bai Ji said softly. Chu Muting nodded. "There were no mishaps when you left the estate. When I delivered the pastries, I happened to run into Boucher. I told him you wished to eat the osmanthus cake from Yong and Damp, Oppos, and Jai. And since it was inappropriate to mention it to the madam, I asked him to help me exit through the side door." Qishan at the side door recognized Boucher, but did not question my departure. Bai Ji then voiced her concern. "Miss, what if that old woman recognizes me tomorrow?" "Tomorrow. Let Lianxia accompany me while you remain here in the courtyard." Chu Muting replied calmly, her gaze lost in thought as she stared at the teacup on the table. Moreover, Bai Ji, puzzled by her unfinished sentence, pressed, "Miss, moreover what?" "Moreover, that old woman wanted to live beyond a month." This old woman was particularly greedy. As long as the money was sufficient, she would dare to do anything. In her previous life, a month later, she had accepted a hefty sum from a high-ranking official's wife and had indeed sold a favored concubine from that household. Though a concubine was merely a plaything, the matriarch would typically not dispose of a favored concubine recklessly, as demonstrated by Lady Bai in their household. Yet, taking advantage of the master's absence from the capital, that matriarch sought out the old woman and devised a pretext to sell a cherished concubine. Upon the master's return and learning of this, he was furious but could do nothing to the matriarch, redirecting his wrath onto the old woman instead. Within days, the old woman was found dead in her home. Having loved money throughout her life, her demise was undeniably fated. Thus, she felt no apprehension about revealing her identity. Early the next morning, Chu Muting, accompanied by Lianxia, went to show and amp, Oppos, and hall to pay her respects. The old matriarch, upon seeing her, appeared even more amiable than the previous day. Noticing Lianxia by her side, her tone grew even friendlier, likely having learned from Lianxia about Chu Muting and Oppos' visit to deliver pastries to Chu Changsong, which indicated her affection for her father, making her easier to manage. After offering a few casual reminders, she allowed Chu Muting to leave. Once outside, the madam addressed her. "The matchmaker is currently waiting in the peony courtyard. Muting, come with me to select someone. Your courtyard is rather empty at present." "Yes, ma, I am," she replied respectfully, following the madam step by step toward the peony courtyard. Upon reaching the side hall of the peony courtyard, the madam took her seat in the main position and instructed the maidservants, "Let the old matchmaker come in." A young maidservant complied, and shortly thereafter, an old woman entered. She had a round face, was of average height, and wore a flattering smile as she approached the madam and bowed. "I greet the madam. It has been some time. You look even more radiant." The madam playfully scolded, "Do not flatter me so, old woman. Have you brought suitable candidates today?" Clearly, they were well acquainted. The madam's requests are not to be taken lightly. "Today, I brought some clever and capable girls, particularly one outstanding girl whom you will surely recognize." The old woman replied, beckoning with her hand. Before long, a group of 10 to 20 maidservants entered, standing in a dense crowd. The old woman pointed to a girl in the middle of the front row. "Madam, look at this one. Her name is Xiaolan, the best among this batch. She is unfortunate. Her entire family has perished, leaving her all alone." Afterward, Xiaolan respectfully bowed to the madam, saying, "I am Xiaolan, and I greet the madam." The madam nodded, noting her cleverness. Once Xueping was sent to the peach courtyard, this girl could certainly replace Xueping's duties. Turning to Chu Muting, she caught a glimpse of her satisfied expression as she regarded Xiaolan. Originally intending to suggest that Chu Muting choose first, she now felt disinclined. Seeing the potential in Xiaolan, she decided to keep her, realizing her own courtyard was in need of a second-tier maidservant. Noticing Chu Muting's sudden look of disappointment, the madam felt a surge of satisfaction. Initially ambivalent about acquiring this maid, she now felt compelled to have her, ensuring that Chu Muting could not benefit from this choice. After all, she had only stated that Chu Muting could select a maidservant, without guaranteeing the type she could choose. Chapter 15. Selecting a maid 3 after Madame had chosen Xiaolon. Granny Gao began to introduce other candidates to Chu Muting. She pointed to a sturdy maid and said, "This girl is named Arya. She is quite robust. If the young lady finds her suitable, she can be taken back as a rough servant." Chu Muting nodded. She had chosen this girl in her previous life as well. Though a bit dull, she was loyal and capable. Satisfied, Granny Gao proceeded to introduce the next candidate. In this manner, Chu Muting selected 6 or 7 individuals, barely filling a courtyard. Madame, upon observing the girls she had chosen, felt disdainful. Those from the countryside were indeed from the countryside. Just days ago, she thought Chu Muting had some wits about her, but today she realized how shallow her choices were, selecting only subpar candidates. Little did she know that Chu Muting sought honest and simple servants. While they may lack cleverness, their loyalty was invaluable. What use were numerous deceitful servants? As for her personal maid, she currently had Bai Ji. In time, her maternal grandmother would come to the capital, and she would prepare a maid for her. However, considering the reputation of the Marquis's residence, she had refrained from accepting one previously, but this time would be different. After Chu Muting finished her selections, Madame signaled to the maids to escort Granny Gao out. Then, she exchanged glances with Wang Momo, who understood and brought 2 maids forward. Upon seeing them, Chu Muting realized Madame intended to place more people in her courtyard. With a kind demeanor, Madame said, "You have just returned, and I have nothing to offer. These 2 maids are from my courtyard. They are quite clever and capable. You can take them back, and I believe they will be useful to you." She pointed to the taller maid, saying, "This one is named Dan Yin, and then to the other, this is Shui Ping. Both are very competent." The 2 maids bowed to Chu Muting, greeting her, "We have met the young lady." Chu Muting replied, "Thank you, mother, for your consideration." Then, addressing the 2 maids, she said, "You shall accompany me back." Once in the Tang Tao courtyard, Chu Muting sat in a chair, gazing at the maids below, and declared, "Now that you have arrived in my Tang Tao courtyard, you are part of it. As long as you fulfill your duties, I will not treat you unfairly." Turning to the sturdy maid, she continued, "Since you are now in the Marquis's residence, the name Arya shall no longer be used. From now on, you shall be called Xiazhu. There are currently no second-tier maids in Tang Tao courtyard, so you shall begin as a second-tier maid." Arya, now Xiazhu, knelt before Chu Muting, bowing her head, "Thank you, young lady. I will certainly work diligently." Previously, she had been taken to other noble residences by Granny Gao, but none had chosen her. Granny Gao did not keep idle people, and if no one bought her, she would have been sold to a lowly brothel. Therefore, she was deeply grateful to Chu Muting, seeing her as a benevolent savior. Chu Muting smiled. Her courtyard needed strong maids like Xiazhu. After all, the inner chambers had myriad privacy concerns. Having such a maid was advantageous, and if possible, she desired one skilled in martial arts as well. After naming the remaining maids, she instructed them to leave. Now, only Dan Yin and Shui Ping remained unassigned. Addressing the 2, Chu Muting said, "You 2 ladies were second-tier maids in my mother's courtyard, but here you deserve to be first-tier. First-tier maids share rooms. So since Bai Ji and Xiazhu are together, you 2 shall share a room as well. Does this arrangement suit you?" The 2, not daring to voice any objections, promptly knelt and replied, "We shall follow the young lady's arrangements." Chu Muting waved her hand with a smile, allowing them to depart. Once they left, Bai Ji remarked, "Young lady, that Shui Ping seems decent, appearing honest, but look at Dan Yin. She has a rather alluring demeanor. To those who do not know, she could easily be mistaken for a favored concubine. What is Madame and Appo's intention in sending such a person here? Certainly, her intentions are not benevolent. In my previous life, Madame did not send Dan Yin. I wonder what prompted her to do so this time." However, Chu Muting recalled this maid. Bai Ji had indeed made an accurate observation. This girl later became a favored concubine of Chu Chongsong, causing Madame considerable distress. Dan Yan's features bore a resemblance to that of the former concubine, which explained why Chu Chongsong had taken her in. Now that Madame had sent her to Chu Muting, it was rather intriguing. She posed no immediate threat, but Shui Ping warranted careful observation. She should not be allowed into private quarters, and her access to personal belongings must be strictly limited. Though Shui Ping appeared simple-minded, she was quite perceptive. Many of the previous secrets had likely reached Madame through her. Yes, I will keep a close watch on them, Bai Ji pledged earnestly. In the following days, besides morning greetings, Chu Muting leisurely basked in the sun in the courtyard. Occasionally, Chu Ningqiu would visit, but their conversations were rather lukewarm. Now that Xiaolan had entered Madame's courtyard, it wouldn't be long before a spectacle ensued. Xiaolan, formerly known as Bai Lan, had been chosen by Chu Muting previously, only to raise a treacherous wolf. Knowing that Granny Gao was involved again, she instructed Bai Ji to seek her out. Granny Gao, motivated by profit, received a sum from Bai Ji, who instructed her to ensure Xiaolan accompanied her to the Yongning Marquis' residence the next day, praising her until Madame was swayed. Thus, Madame, already somewhat tempted by Granny Gao's words, will be further inclined by Chu Muting's subtle desires, leading her to preemptively select Xiaolan, as she could not overshadow her legitimate mother. Xiaolan would certainly not agree to remain merely a maid. Her ambitions reached far higher, promising an entertaining turn of events. My lady, you have been studying that musical score for days. Are you yearning to play? We brought your qin from Hezhou. Shall I fetch it for you? Bai Ji inquired upon noticing Chu Muting engrossed in the score. No need, I merely wish to examine it. This score had been fortuitously acquired by her second uncle and later gifted to her. In Hezhou, she played it frequently, yet one particular piece always felt lacking in some aspect. When Dong has arrived, I shall report this to the young lady, announced the gatekeeper with a smile. Chu Muting looked over and saw Wendong, a second tier maid from the old lady's courtyard. She exchanged glances with Xia Zhu, who nodded in understanding and approached Wendong. Seeing Xia Zhu, Wendong cheerfully called Sister Xia Zhu. They had entered the residence and the old lady and Oppos as courtyard together. Later, Xia Zhu became a first-tier maid, while she remained second-tier. Xia Zhu had always looked after her, and now she was sent to the young lady's courtyard. Originally, it was supposed to be Lian Xiu today, but she had swapped places with her, sending Lian Xiu to the second young lady and Amp, Oppos, as courtyard. Delighted to see Wendong, Xia Zhu exclaimed, "What brings you here? Does the old lady need to speak with the young lady?" "Yes, sister," Wendong replied. "Madame Luo from the Ni Chong Pavilion is here. The old lady wants the young lady to select some garments." Chapter 16. Madame Luo, the Nizhong Pavilion, is the most renowned garment shop in the capital, owned by Madame Luo, a former embroideress of the Imperial Palace. After reaching a certain age, she left the palace and established this exquisite establishment. The garments crafted here are exclusively reserved for the elite, often fetching exorbitant prices, making them highly sought after by noble ladies of the capital. Madame Luo, having once been saved by Consort Rong during her tribulations in the palace, has maintained a connection with the Yongning Marquis, frequently responsible for creating outfits for the ladies of that esteemed household during important banquets. However, this privilege is limited to legitimate daughters. Illegitimate ones are deemed unworthy, tarnishing Madame Luo's esteemed reputation. In her previous life, such distinctions were of no consequence to her. Perhaps they existed, but she was never informed, as an uncherished and seemingly valueless legitimate daughter went unnoticed by all. In this life, she has demonstrated her worth, prompting the matriarch to recall her. Yet, at present, there are no significant banquets in the capital, so what could be the reason for selecting new garments? I understand now. Once I change into appropriate attire, I shall proceed to Showan Hall, Chu Muting whispered. She then accompanied Bai Ji into the inner chamber to change. Madame Luo, Consort Rong. Indeed, the new garments delivered by Madame Luo must pertain to the esteemed Consort Rong's request to meet them. Upon arriving at Showan Hall, Chu Muting found that Chu Shuran and Chu Sikhun were already present, alongside an unfamiliar woman. This lady, despite the wrinkles on her oval face, still bore the traces of a former beauty, true beauty lies within one's essence rather than mere appearances, and her gentle demeanor evidently emanated from the passage of time. This must be Madame Luo. Chu Muting performed a respectful greeting, and the matriarch smiled as she introduced Madame Luo, saying, "My granddaughter has recently returned from her uncle's residence in Hezhou, where she was recuperating." She then gestured towards Madame Luo, adding, "This is Madame Luo from the Nijong Pavilion, renowned for her exquisite tailoring and embroidery in the capital." With a gentle smile, Chu Muting greeted, "Greetings, Madame Luo." Madame Luo scrutinized Chu Muting with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, then remarked to the matriarch, "This young lady possesses an extraordinary grace and poise. She is surely destined for greatness." The matriarch beamed with delight at this praise, knowing that among the affluent circles of the capital, such commendation for Chu Muting would elevate her standing. Chu Muting was somewhat taken aback by Madame Luo's high regard, as it was their first meeting. Meanwhile, Chu Sikhun, feeling envious at Madame Luo's compliments towards Chu Muting, felt her eyes redden. Earlier, Madame Luo had merely smiled at her without elaboration. But now her lavish praise for Chu Muting was undoubtedly due to her status as the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis. Seeking to provoke, she remarked, "Elder sister's courtyard is closest to grandmother's, yet she is the last to arrive. I wonder what she was occupied with." Chu Muting shot her a glance and replied, "I wish to present myself suitably before the noble lady, fearing I might appear lacking in decorum. Hence, I took a moment longer to prepare." Chu Sikhun was about to retort when the matriarch glared at her and said to Madame Luo, "My granddaughter has been spoiled by me. Please do not take offense." Madame Luo merely smiled in silence. The matriarch, sensing the atmosphere, instructed, "The garments have been placed in the side hall. Since you are all here, let us proceed to choose one each." The three sisters nodded in agreement and, accompanied by their maids, made their way to the side hall. Inside the side hall lay several elegant long gowns, each more exquisite than the last. Madame Luo's skill was indeed remarkable. Among them was a magnificent cloud-patterned skirt adorned with ancient butterflies, which caught Chu Muting's eye. Chu Sikhun also noticed the splendid dress, and, feeling a sudden compulsion to claim it, hastily picked it up, declaring, "Elder sister clearly fancies this piece. I shall take it first. I trust my sisters will not contest my choice." Even if they did, it was her prerogative to claim what she had seen first. Chu Shuren's maid felt a surge of indignation. It was evident to all that this was the most exquisite garment, rightfully belonging to their mistress. However, accustomed to a life of grace and restraint, Chu Shuren could hardly contest it openly with Madame Luo present, fearing the loss of her dignity. Feigning indifference, she remarked, "If you desire it, then by all means, take it." She then selected a lesser gown, the scattered floral cloud skirt, and turned to Chu Muting, asking, "Elder sister, have you not yet chosen?" With a smile, Chu Muting replied, "Of course, I shall select one." She stepped forward and retrieved a hidden moonlit embroidered gown, which had been obscured beneath other dresses. Once they had all chosen their garments, they returned to the main hall, where the matriarch was engaged in cheerful conversation with Madame Luo, both laughing heartily. Upon seeing the sisters, the matriarch inquired, "Have you selected so quickly? What have you chosen?" The maids unfurled the gowns for her inspection. The matriarch examined each piece and, with a satisfied smile, remarked, "Madam, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Each of these garments is exquisite. If I were decades younger, I would undoubtedly cherish them dearly." Madame Luo humbly replied, "You honor me with your words, dear matriarch." Yet, she felt a surge of joy within. Every garment she crafted was a masterpiece. Upon seeing the gowns chosen by the young ladies, her gaze lingered on Chu Muting's moonlit embroidered gown, and she momentarily froze before smiling with satisfaction. The gown, understated yet intricately designed, had consumed a great deal of her effort and was, in her recent years, a personal favorite. This eldest young lady truly possessed discerning taste. As fate would have it, she had a prior acquaintance with Chu Muting and Appo's mother. In her days, as a humble embroideress, she had once received praise from the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, Xiao Yuanro, who had chanced upon her work and remarked, "Your craftsmanship is exceptional. You shall become an outstanding embroideress one day." Subsequently, she caught the attention of consort Rome, and Xiao Yuanro had since passed away. Today, she had not intended to bring this gown, but upon hearing that the Yongning Marquis and Oppos, his eldest daughter, had returned, she reconsidered and included it. Upon entering, Chu Muting and Oppos' resemblance to her mother was unmistakable, with a hint of coolness that set her apart. Now it was evident that her taste was as refined as her mother and aunt. Oppos. Yes. With a contented smile, she addressed the matriarch. Since the young ladies have completed their selections, I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to consort Rome when you see her. The matriarch responded warmly. I shall certainly relay your message. She then instructed Lu Mama, please escort Madame Luo out. Lu Mama nodded and, with a smile, escorted Madame Luo out of the courtyard. Chapter 17. Entering the palace upon returning to the courtyard, Baiji gazed at the dress and remarked to Chu Muting, Miss, your taste is truly exceptional. This dress grows more enchanting the longer I behold it. Chu Muting caressed the fabric, feeling its smooth and comfortable texture. When she first spotted the maid from the Nisha Pavilion standing in the inner chamber, she had chosen this dress on a whim, and it now appeared to be the pride of Lady Luo. Baiji lamented, it is a pity that the dual butterfly dress was chosen by the 4th Mississippi. She is quite overbearing. That dress was clearly noticed by you first. Mississippi. Chu Muting responded indifferently. What is there to lament? If she desires it, let her have it. Moreover, she is not the only one who has set her sights on that dress. The First Lady had remained quietly inactive for some time. Surely she would not allow anyone to overshadow Chu Shuran now that she had finally entered the palace. That evening, as Chu Muting reclined on the beauty couch with a book, Baiji hurried in, whispering, Miss, the 4th Miss and Amp, Oppos' dress has been torn. Chu Muting looked up, inquiring, do you know how it happened? It was said that 2 maids had quarreled, and in the heat of their argument, they knocked over a clothes rack. In their haste to pick up the fallen garments, one of them stepped on the dress, resulting in its tear. What a stroke of luck, Chu Muting sneered. Indeed, the 4th Miss is still crying in the courtyard, and the 3rd Madam is furious enough to consider selling the 2 maids. Such commotion was rather entertaining. The First Lady truly possessed remarkable cunning. One could only wonder if the 3rd aunt was still unaware that her courtyard had become a sieve. She instructed, inform the others in the Tang Tao courtyard that I do not wish to hear any discussions regarding this matter. Baiji acknowledged and promptly departed. The following morning, Chu Muting awoke early, allowing Baiji to assist her in dressing. She adorned her hair in the flying immortal style, complemented by a hairpin. Her bangs swept back to reveal a smooth forehead and lively apricot eyes. A light touch of makeup enhanced her features, and beneath she wore a moonlit embroidered dress. Radiant and captivating. This was the first time since her return that she dressed so splendidly. Baiji gazed in awe, exclaiming, Miss, you look truly magnificent. Chu Muting smiled contentedly at her reflection, noting that her visage appeared more alluring than ever, perhaps a result of having shed the lingering sorrow of her past life. Send Xia He to inquire outside the First Lady's courtyard to see when she will depart. Xia He was one of the maids selected last time, and now served as a second-tier maid in the Tang Tao courtyard. Baiji questioned, Miss, doesn't end Amp, Oppos, the First Lady always send someone to summon us when she departs? Sending Xia He is necessary, Chu Muting insisted. While her stepmother would indeed send someone, the timing was uncertain. She did not trust that the First Lady would be so considerate. If the maid arrived late by half an hour, would they be left waiting at the door? Such a significant event could not afford delays, for the old lady would not tolerate it. If the little maid later claimed she had notified them on time, and it was her deliberate procrastination, no amount of explanation would suffice. Shortly thereafter, Xia He returned, reporting, Miss, I observe from outside the First Lady and Amp, Oppos, courtyard, and she is about to leave. Chu Muting nodded, I understand. You have done well. You may go. She then turned to the dazed Baiji, saying, let us also make our way out. With that, she strolled leisurely toward the exit, and Baiji hurried to keep pace, marveling at her mistress's intuition in anticipating the First Lady's tardiness. Upon arriving at the Marquis' gate, they found the First Lady and Chu Shuran already present, conversing by the carriage, while the old lady had yet to arrive. The First Lady paused momentarily upon noticing Chu Muting approaching with her maid. She had intended for the maid to delay by half an hour, and now she was uncertain whether the maid had failed in her duty or if Chu Muting had somehow foreseen the situation. The First Lady was momentarily taken aback by Chu Muting and Oppo's striking appearance. As Chu Muting approached, she bowed respectfully, greeting Mother, and then turned her gaze to Chu Shuran. Second sister. The First Lady, adorned in her official attire, exuded the dignified presence of a marquis and amp, Oppo's wife, while Chu Shuran appeared meticulously dressed as well. Upon seeing her, Chu Shuran smiled faintly. Elder sister. Perhaps due to Chu Muting and Oppo's presence, the First Lady and Chu Shuran fell silent, each accompanied by their maids standing beside the carriage. After a while, the old lady emerged from the marquis and amp, Oppo's residence, accompanied by Nurse Liu. She too wore the marquis and amp, Oppo's official attire, her forehead adorned with a decorative headpiece. To those unaware of her true nature, she appeared to be a kind-hearted elder. Chu Muting and Chu Shuran both bowed to the old lady, who smiled in satisfaction upon seeing them. The favored concubine Rome had summoned them to the palace under the pretense of reminiscing. But the old lady knew that the concubine intended to select a princess from among her nieces for the third prince. Originally, the concubine had favored Chu Shuran, and the old lady shared this sentiment. However, with Chu Muting's return and the news of the Duke of Dinghua's imminent return to the capital, the concubine began to reassess her plans. After all, if the Duke of Dinghua regained his favored status and returned, Chu Muting's identity and position would change significantly. Marrying her would equate to gaining the Duke and Oppo's support. Yet, the concubine was still unfamiliar with Chu Muting, fearing she might be a simpleton. Additionally, she was more inclined towards Chu Shuran, who had grown up under her watchful eye, excelling in both appearance and talent, truly deserving of the role of a princess. As the old lady pondered this, she prepared to speak when Chu Muting arrived, seemingly having rushed over, breathless as she exclaimed, "Grandmother!" The old lady frowned, disapproving of her granddaughter's increasingly improper demeanor, chiding, "Who has chased you that you appear so unrefined?" Without waiting for a reply, she ascended the first carriage with Nurse Liu's assistance, prompting the First Lady to follow suit. Chu Muting exchanged greetings with Chu Shuran before boarding the second carriage. In a moment, she found herself alone outside. Her maid called out, "Mississippi." Only then did Chu Muting, looking aggrieved, follow into the second carriage. As the coachman saw everyone settled, he drove the carriage toward the palace. Inside the second carriage, seeing the poised demeanor of Chu Muting and Chu Shuran only deepened Chu Muting's sense of grievance and resentment. Chapter 18. Entering the palace, the garments delivered by Lady Luo yesterday had become unwearable. Even the fact that the two maidservants had been sold off was of no consequence. This morning, after sifting through her entire wardrobe, she found no attire that pleased her. Either they had been worn to past banquets or their styles were woefully outdated. As time slipped away, she was left with no choice but to reluctantly select a piece. Despite her hurried efforts, she still arrived later than the others. Her grandmother, without inquiring into the reason, chastised her upon seeing her. Glancing at the resplendent garments adorning Chu Muting and Chu Shuran, she felt a surge of resentment in her heart. The two elder sisters, adept at currying favor before their grandmother, seemed to thrive in the moment. Chu Muting bitterly reflected on this. Chu Shuran shot her a glance and replied, "Naturally, it cannot compare to my younger sisteress." There was a distinct edge to her tone. Now, only the three of them and their respective maidservants remained, and she had no desire to feign politeness any longer. Meanwhile, Chu Muting, seemingly indifferent, leaned against the carriage and dozed off. Initially pretending to sleep, Chu Muting eventually succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to the tranquility within the carriage. In her dreams, she found herself transported back to that fateful day engulfed in flames. Her spirit floated above, witnessing her own corpse, a charred shell devoid of any recognizable features. In another room lay two similar remains, despite the room and damp. Oppo's devastation. Their position suggested they had once shared the same space in life. The noble lady of loyalty and valor. Having learned from the servants of her excessive oil usage that day, pointed disdainfully at her corpse, commanding, "Throw her into the potter and amp. Oppose. S. field." It was almost comical how she could identify the corpse among 3 faceless bodies, clearly aware that her son, Xiang Heng, would not share chamber with her. The servants, deeming it ill fortune, merely wrapped her charred remains in straw matting and discarded her at the burial site, grumbling as they departed. A lady of noble birth, reduced to such a fate, as she watched her body abandoned there, alongside an unidentifiable bone, likely belonging to another lost soul, she lamented her tragic end. After the servants left, a cloaked figure emerged, locating her remains and burying them on a solitary hill. "I promised your brother that I would assist you in times of trouble. Having just returned to discover your demise, I suppose this fulfills my vow to him," he murmured before departing. Brother? Since parting ways years ago, she had not seen her 2 brothers. Later, when the Duke of Dinghua and Amp, Oppo's, estate fell, her elder cousin perished in the capital, while her second cousin was not present at the time. Thereafter, she lost all knowledge of his fate. The identity of this masked figure remained a mystery, obscured from her view. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to express gratitude, for he spared her from being devoured by wild dogs. "Miss, wake up, we are almost there." Baiji gently roused Chu Muting, who had been sleeping soundly as they approached the palace gates. Noting that Chu Muting remained in slumber, she called out to her once more. Baiji tidied her hair as Chu Muting straightened, clearing her mind of distractions. "Did you not rest well last night, sister?" Chu Shuran inquired with feigned concern. "I am merely a bit anxious about meeting the esteemed consort," Chu Muting replied, though her demeanor belied any signs of trepidation. Observing their interaction, Chu Sitsuan curled her lip in disdain, muttering, "Such feigned sincerity." Just as her words fell, the carriage came to a halt. They descended in succession, spotting the elderly matriarch engaged in amiable conversation with a female official. Upon noticing their arrival, the matriarch introduced them. "This is Lady Chiu, a court official in service to the esteemed consort." Turning to Lady Chiu, she added, "These are my granddaughters. You've met the 2 younger ones." Except for the eldest, they promptly greeted Lady Chiu, who regarded Chu Muting with admiration for her poise. "Greetings, young ladies. The consort awaits you in the Shushio Palace," she announced, leading them towards their destination. Upon entering the imperial palace, they traversed a lengthy bluestone path, flanked by towering red walls that had likely ensnared many lives. Encountering several palace maids and eunuchs, all bowed their heads, their faces obscured from view. After passing through numerous palatial structures, they finally arrived at the Shushio Palace. As expected of a favored consort, the palace's splendid architecture and opulent decor were breathtaking. A palace maid awaited their arrival at the entrance, greeting them with a respectful bow before Lady Chiu ushered them inside. The room was awash in sunlight, adorned with luxurious furnishings. The consort, clad in a crimson palace robe, exuded an air of regal grace, her beauty striking, appearing hardly older than 20 despite having a son as mature as the 3rd prince. It was no wonder she remained in such favor over the years. Perhaps drawn by the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes, straightened her posture, and greeted the matriarch with a respectful mother. The matriarch, promptly returning the greeting, recognized that despite her daughter's exalted status, etiquette must prevail. "Please rise. There is no need for such formality," the consort urged, gesturing for the palace maid to assist the matriarch to a nearby rosewood chair. "It has been quite some time since I last saw you, mother. How have you been?" "Quite well, my dear. Do not worry about me," the matriarch replied with a smile, feeling a swell of pride for her daughter's accomplishments. Her daughter, wise and resourceful from a young age, had now ascended to the rank of consort and bore the 3rd prince. Should he ascend the throne, the Chu family's glory would know no bounds. The lady of the house, observing the interplay between the consort and the matriarch, desired to interject but found herself at a loss for words. In her youth, she had not been particularly acquainted with the consort, the legitimate daughter of a marquis, having only crossed paths at various gatherings. After marrying into the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, as household, the consort had already entered the palace, leaving no opportunity for further interaction. A few days ago, His Majesty granted me some fine fabrics. However, the pattern seemed more suited for young maidens. Perhaps you could take some home with you when you return, mother? The consort said with a cheerful demeanor. The matriarch nodded enthusiastically. That would be wonderful. Thank you, my lady. Her tone was imbued with warmth and pride. The consort smiled and beckoned Chu Muting and her sisters closer. Come, let your aunt have a look. The sisters promptly bowed in response. The consort focused her gaze on Chu Muting. I had the pleasure of seeing you as an infant. Look how much you've grown. At that time, following the death of Xiao Yuanro, she had returned home briefly and caught sight of the child, who had been as frail as a kitten. Now she stood gracefully, radiating youthful beauty, a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Removing a jade bracelet from her wrist, the consort took Chu Muting's hand and adorned her with it, saying, Do not refuse this. Consider it a meeting gift from your aunt. The bracelet's exquisite quality was evident, and the consort's immediate affection for Chu Muting was unmistakable. Unable to decline, Chu Muting expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lady, and then stood aside with a respectful demeanor, prompting a nod of approval from the consort, who felt increasingly pleased. Chapter 19. The Imperial Garden. From the moment the young girl entered, she quietly stood behind the matriarch. A gentle smile gracing her lips that conveyed respect without veering into flattery. She immediately noticed the deliberate attempt of the elder lady to engage in conversation, pointedly ignoring the other young women. This caused even the usually impatient Chu Muting to reveal a glimpse of urgency in her gaze, while the typically composed Chu Shuran also appeared somewhat unsettled. Only Chu Muting remained quietly poised, her smile unwavering, even when offered a bracelet, showing no sign of undue pride. It is natural for a young girl visiting the palace for the first time to feel some degree of nervousness. However, this young lady exhibited remarkable composure, a trait not to be underestimated. Consort Rong smiled with satisfaction, her inclinations swaying towards Chu Muting, whose noble lineage, beauty, and temperament made her a fitting match for the third prince. Yet, she was aware that the Earl of Yongning favored Chu Shuran, being the carefully nurtured, legitimate daughter of the household. Moreover, with the Duke of Dinghui yet to return to the capital, it would be prudent to wait for his arrival to gauge the Emperor and Amp Oppo's attitude before making any decisions. There was no rush. Mother, the scenery in the Imperial Garden is exquisite today. It would be rather dull for the younger ones to linger here. Let us send them out to explore. Consort Rong suggested with a smile to the matriarch, indicating that the matters to be discussed were not suitable for the presence of the younger ladies. The matriarch, understanding the implications, nodded in agreement and cautioned Chu Muting and the others, Do not wander too far, do you understand? The young ladies quickly nodded in affirmation. Chu Muting appeared somewhat reluctant. Having finally entered the palace, her mother had urged her to ingratiate herself with Consort Rong, believing that winning the favor of the consort could lead to a more advantageous marriage. She was aware of this without needing her mother's reminder. Unfortunately, since their arrival, Consort Rong had scarcely acknowledged her, while the rustic Chu Muting had inexplicably received a beautiful bracelet. How could she not harbor resentment? Now, being dismissed without having done anything, she felt a deep sense of discontent, yet found herself powerless. Hong Yu, please take these young ladies and ensure they are well cared for. Consort Rong instructed a maid beside her. Hong Yu responded affirmatively and beckoned to Chu Muting and the others. Ladies, please follow me. Once Chu Muting and her companions departed, Consort Rong turned to the matriarch with a smile. Look at me, engrossed in conversation with mother. I have neglected my sister-in-law. Xiao. I recall I have several exquisite pieces of jewelry. Please take the lady of the Earl to select some. Afterward, she added apologetically, It is my oversight, sister-in-law. Please feel free to choose. Consort Rong's politeness was evident, yet the matriarch dared not express any objections, fully aware that this was a pretext for Consort Rong to speak privately with the matriarch. Although she was eager to listen, she could only feign surprise, replying, Then I must thank your highness for your generous gift. Having said this, she followed Lady Chiu out. Consort Rong smiled as she watched them leave, while no one knew what would be discussed with the matriarch thereafter. Meanwhile, Chu Muting and her companions arrived at the Imperial Garden. A serene retreat for the noble ladies of the palace, adorned with flowers, trees, pavilions, and jagged rocks, a truly breathtaking sight. Hong Yu trailed behind them, occasionally offering brief introductions. Yet for the most part, she maintained a silent demeanor adorned with a smile. As they passed a rockery, two palace maids' voices reached their ears. "Hey, did you hear? The young lord has entered the palace today and is currently in the Empress Dowager's chambers," one maid whispered. "The young lord? Which one?" the other maid asked, puzzled. "Who else could it be but the young lord of the Duke of Zhangguo's household?" came the reply, tinged with exasperation. "Oh, I see. The last time the young lord came to the palace, I happened to pass by the Empress Dowager's residence and caught a glimpse of him from afar." The second maid recalled, a hint of shyness in her tone. "He is remarkably handsome." The two maids seemed poised to delve deeper into their conversation, leaving Chu Muting and her companions in an awkward position, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Hong Yu called out, "Who is over there?" The two palace maids jumped in fright, hastily approaching, their faces paling upon recognizing Hong Yu, who was known as a senior maid-serving consort room. They immediately knelt, panicked, pleading, "Auntie, we know we were wrong. Please punish us." Hong Yu's voice turned stern. "Which palace do you serve? How dare you slack off during your duty and speak recklessly? Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the noble ladies?" The three young ladies had yet to emerge from their families, and for them to overhear such talk was utterly inappropriate. The two maids, hearing Hong Yu's words and seeing the luxurious attire of Chu Muting and her companions, felt even more disconcerted, kneeling in a state of confusion. "Oh, Hong Yu sister, your authority is indeed formidable. Look how frightened these two maids are," Chu Muting remarked, glancing over to see another maid in palace attire approach, her expression mocking. Given the style of her attire, she too was likely a senior maid, though her palace affiliation was unknown. Why is Lady Tsunong not attending to Lady Shui, but rather meddling in affairs here in the Imperial Garden? Hong Yu retorted. Both Consort Rong and Consort Shui had raised adult princes, and the two factions had been at odds for some time, leading to frequent conflicts among the palace maids and eunuchs. Consort Shui had been a concubine during the time of the current emperor's reign as crown prince, hailing from an Yuan general's household. Though she entered the crown prince's residence as a concubine, she never enjoyed the favor that Chu Huing, another concubine, did. After the crown prince ascended the throne, Chu Huing was elevated to the rank of consort, while Shui was relegated to one of the lesser consorts, a position beneath that of Chu Huing, fostering her resentment. Initially, the Wei Yuan general, Duke of Dinghua, and Ning Yuan general maintained a delicate balance of power. However, with the demise of the Wei Yuan general and the late Duke of Dinghua in battle, the heir of the Duke of Dinghua assumed his position, yet remained stationed at the borders. In the capital, the Ning Yuan general and Appo's household grew increasingly dominant, and Consort Shui became ever more audacious within the palace. With the Duke of Dinghua's imminent return to the capital, it seemed the emperor intended to restore equilibrium with the Ning Yuan earl's household. So Ainong, unwilling to back down, retorted, "I merely passed by and spoke out against injustice." These two maids' words startled the noble ladies. "I merely reprimanded them a little." How could it sound as if they were grievously wronged in your mouth? Is it true that the household of Consort Shui is filled with such servants? Angered, Tsunong could neither admit fault nor relent, stating, "In the esteemed household of the consort, the rules are indeed strict. It cannot be otherwise." She then feigned just noticing Chu Muting and her companions, saying, "This servant has the honor of meeting the young ladies. These two maids are still young and inexperienced. They have offended you, so I beseech you to show mercy and grant them a reprieve." Chapter 20. The third prince. She had just deduced the identities of Chu Muting and her companions, yet she felt no trepidation in offending them, for their mistress had long been at odds with the favored concubine Rome. Upon her utterance, it was not just Chu Muting who took note. Even the simple-minded Chu Sik-hun discerned something amiss. What did it mean to spare them? Clearly, it was these two palace maids who had been gossiping about their mistress in private, overheard by them. They had yet to utter a word. So how had the narrative twisted into one where it seemed they wished to condemn the maids to death? If such words were to spread, what reputation would they have left? How could a well-bred young lady threaten the lives of humble maids so readily? Chu Sik-hun, incensed, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The two maids trembled on the ground, too frightened to breathe. They could not afford to offend either side, and they were baffled as to how their innocent conversation had escalated to this point. Nevertheless, they understood that calamity often arose from careless speech, and if they managed to escape this predicament today, they would surely think twice before speaking recklessly in the future. Hearing Chu Muting and Appo's words, Chui Nong interjected, "Miss, please forgive me. I meant no offense to the young ladies. I merely wished to plead for them, seeing they are still so young. If my mistress were here, she would certainly not pursue the matter." She adopted a tone reminiscent of the esteemed concubine Shu, infused with a hint of pride. Although concubine Rong was favored, their mistress was no less esteemed, and moreover, her highness was clever and not inferior to the third prince. Chu Muting was about to retort when Chu Muting interjected, "Aunt, your tongue is indeed formidable, capable of turning black to white with just a few words. No wonder you are a favored person before concubine Shu." Chui Nong, interpreting it as a sign of concession from Chu Muting, wore a smug expression. Just as she was about to continue, Chu Muting spoke again. "Though I have been away from the capital, my grandmother has often instructed me that in the imperial harem, the empress embodies grace and virtue, and she is a staunch advocate of propriety." She gazed at the two maids, who were visibly shaken. Shifting her gaze, she continued, "These two maids have dared to gossip about their mistress while on duty. Given that concubine Rome holds the empress in the highest regard, and sister Hongyu is a senior maid by her side, it is intolerable to witness such breaches of decorum in the harem. I only wonder, based on what Chui Nong has said, does concubine Shu's court lack such regulations? I must admit, I am quite ignorant." Hongyu chimed in, "I was unaware that such laxity existed in concubine Shu's quarters. I shall certainly inform our mistress." The two women, in their back and forth, left Chui Nong's face pale. She could not dare to admit the truth. Although the empress had been unwell and largely uninvolved in palace affairs, the ongoing rivalry between concubine Rong and concubine Shu meant that the empress remained the empress. If Chu Muting and Appo's word were taken to heart, it would imply that concubine Shu disrespected the empress. Should this claim be substantiated, not only would concubine Shu be merciless, but even their mistress would not come to her aid. The Shosho Palace had long been waiting to seize any opportunity to ensnare her. As she contemplated her next words, a cough echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to turn. There stood a young man clad in black brocade, his hair styled with a golden crown. With strikingly sharp features, it was the third prince, Yuanyang. The crowd hastily bowed, and he nodded in acknowledgement, then kicked at Chui Nong, reprimanding, "Concubine Shu values decorum. How dare you tarnish her reputation in front of others?" He instructed the eunuch accompanying him, "Take her away and deal with her harshly. I will send someone to inform concubine Shu." Having engaged in a silent power struggle with the fourth prince for years, and witnessing the continuous disputes between concubine Rong and concubine Shu, he harbored intense resentment. Chui Nong, though insignificant, served to irritate concubine Shu and the fourth prince, which brought him some satisfaction. Chui Nong, initially felled by the kick, now lay utterly paralyzed by fear, her spirit extinguished as the eunuchs dragged her away without a struggle. She understood that with the third prince's audacity, concubine Shu would be unable to save her, and if the events of today reached her mistress's ears, she would surely wish for her demise. As the saying goes, she was the embodiment of failing to catch the chicken led to losing the rice. After Chui Nong was taken away, the third prince turned his attention to the two young palace maids, who trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare us. We will never speak carelessly again." Just as the third prince was about to respond, Chu Shuran interjected softly, "Your Highness, these two young maids are still quite young. They have learned their lesson and recognized their mistakes. Please grant them clemency." She adeptly played the role of a benefactor, having remained silent moments before, now seizing the opportunity to showcase her kindness and leave a favorable impression on the third prince. Upon hearing her words, the third prince regarded her, and her gentle smile softened his expression. "Since my dear cousin has spoken, let it be a minor punishment. Inform my mother to deduct their allowances for half a year." The two maids sighed in relief, bowing profusely. "Thank you, your highness." "Thank you, second miss." Chu Shuren's smile grew even brighter. Chu Sikhan, however, scoffed, muttering hypocrite. The third prince finally noticed her, calling out, "Fourth cousin," before turning his gaze to the nearby young lady. He had taken note of her earlier. With just a few words, she had condemned Cui Nong to a fate of no return, piquing his curiosity. His mother had recently expressed her dilemma regarding potential candidates for his consort, and this young lady was among them. She appeared quite promising. He called out, "Eldest cousin," to which Chu Muting responded with a graceful acknowledgement. Yet, her eyes held an inscrutable emotion, devoid of warmth, resembling a lifeless entity. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet upon glancing again, he found nothing amiss. Shaking his head, he attributed it to a fleeting illusion. Had he known Chu Muting's thoughts, he would realize his perception was not an illusion at all. From the moment she laid eyes on him, her emotions were tumultuous, forcing her to lower her gaze to mask the turmoil within. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. She greeted the third prince with a smile. Yet her mind was preoccupied with settling accounts from her past life, determined to take her time in doing so. After sharing some pleasantries, the third prince departed with his trusted eunuch, leaving the two young maids still kneeling in place. Hong Yu glanced at them and said, "You may leave now, but do not repeat such mistakes in the future." They both hurriedly expressed their gratitude and got to their feet, supporting one another as they left, casting appreciative glances at Chu Shuren. Seeing this, Chu Muting exhaled softly. Had blood been shed today, they might have had a chance at survival. Now, with Cui Nong, concubine Chu's confidant, gone, the two maids remained alive. It was evident that concubine Chu was no benevolent figure, and it wouldn't be long before these young maids met a mysterious end within the palace. In this imperial residence, where high walls enclosed the courtyards, two lives could vanish with alarming ease. Chapter 21. Stubborn Opinions. When Chu Muting and her companions returned to the Shushio Palace, concubine Rong, the old lady, and the eldest madam were engaged in conversation, all appearing quite pleased. However, Chu Muting noticed that the eldest madam's smile did not reach her eyes. After some contemplation, it became evident that concubine Rong and the old lady had deliberately sent the eldest madam away, suggesting they were discussing matters privately. If it were merely casual exchanges between mother and daughter, there would be no need to dismiss the eldest madam, unless the conversation pertained to her. What could possibly concern the eldest madam regarding the Yongning Marquisate? A sudden realization struck her. It must be about the third prince's marriage, or rather, concubine Rong was deliberating with the old lady on the union between the third prince and a young lady from the Yongning Marquisate. However, if concubine Rong had intentions similar to her previous life and favored Chu Shuren, there would be no need to exclude the eldest madam, as this match would undoubtedly benefit her. The fact that they had sidelined her indicated a desire to keep her in the dark, either fearing she might sabotage their plans, or because concubine Rong had yet to finalize her choice. Given the changes in this lifetime, concubine Rong had not directly settled on Chu Shuren, and the only alteration was her own presence, as she had mentioned to the old lady about the Duke of Dinghua's impending return to the capital. The old lady would have certainly informed concubine Rong. Observing the current situation, it was clear that concubine Rong had already confirmed her uncle's return. Her hesitation stemmed from wanting the third prince to marry the carefully nurtured Chu Shuren, while simultaneously reluctant to relinquish the military power of the Duke of Dinghua and Apos as estate. If her assumptions were correct, concubine Rong would likely await the Duke's return to gauge the Emperor's stance towards his estate, as well as the Duke's attitude towards her. A cold smile crept across Chu Muting's face. Concubine Rong and the third prince had indeed crafted a clever scheme. Yet she vowed not to allow the Duke of Dinghua's estate to become embroiled in the struggle for succession once more. "You've returned. How is the Imperial Garden?" Concubine Rong greeted them with a smile upon their entrance. Truly, concubine Rong was deserving of her position after years in the palace. And Chu Muting doubted she was unaware of the recent events in the garden, although only a few of them had been present. The palace was a place where news traveled swiftly, and countless eyes were undoubtedly watching. Had it not been so, Cui Nong would not have attempted to tarnish their reputation. Had she allowed Cui Nong to proceed, with Shu Fei and Amp, Oppo's eventual manipulation. It would not be long before rumors of the Yongning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's daughters causing the death of a palace maid spread throughout the capital and Amp, Oppo's noble residences, branding them as vile individuals. Of course, concubine Rome would not allow such information to circulate unchecked, as her fate was intertwined with the Yongning Marquisates. However, Chu Muting would not place her hopes in others. What if concubine Rome could not outmaneuver Shu Fei in this instance? She could not afford such a risk. She needed to take matters into her own hands. The incident had likely been reported to concubine Rome immediately, yet she chose to remain passive, likely observing the Yongning Marquis girl's attitudes and capabilities. Your Highness, the Imperial Garden is indeed beautiful, though some palace maids are rather bothersome. Chu Sikhun seized the opportunity to respond, eager to share her grievances, particularly regarding the detestable Chui Nong. Chu Shuran had intended to voice her thoughts, but paused upon seeing Chu Sikhun speak first. A flicker of resentment crossed her mind. This fool had been silent in the garden, yet now she spoke with such eagerness. Only Chu Muting stood quietly to the side, showing no inclination to speak. Concubine Rong, slightly surprised, inquired what occurred. Then, Hong Yu stepped forward, recounting the events with clarity, a testament to her role as concubine Rong's chief maid, presenting the facts without embellishment or omission. Upon finishing, concubine Rong remarked, "My son visited the palace today," her tone laced with affection and pride. Seeing concubine Rong mention the third prince, Chu Sikhun was about to add her thoughts when Chu Shuran interjected, "Indeed, we must thank the third prince," her voice imbued with youthful shyness. She understood that the eldest madam had informed her of her expected role as the third prince in Oppo's as consort, despite childhood betrothal jokes with the Duke of Zhongyang. Over the years, she had strived for excellence, believing herself destined for that position. That is what he ought to do. Concubine Rong remarked, gazing at Chu Shuran. "I heard from Hong Yu that you pleaded for those two palace maids." Chu Shuran felt a surge of joy. It seemed her plea had borne fruit, and concubine Rong likely viewed her as benevolent. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I merely felt pity for their youth." Concubine Rong nodded, saying nothing further, but then she noticed that Chu Muting had remained silent throughout, deliberately asking, "What does Muting think?" Though she did not specify, Chu Muting understood the inquiry concerned the two palace maids. Gazing at concubine Rong, she replied slowly, "The third prince and Amp, Oppo's handling of the matter is undoubtedly correct, and second sister and Oppo's compassion is commendable." After a pause, she continued, "However, I believe they have acted rather audaciously. Perhaps the lady could retain them in the Shushio Palace as the lowest-ranked maids as a warning to others." Concubine Rong chuckled enigmatically. "Then let us heed your counsel." The expressions of the old lady and the eldest madam shifted noticeably. The old lady was taken aback by Chu Muting and Oppo's audacity to speak so freely before concubine Rong, while the eldest madam felt that Chu Muting was indeed out to undermine her, openly contradicting her beloved Shuran, which infuriated her. She resolved to find a moment to retaliate once they returned home. Chu Shuran, upon hearing Chu Muting and Oppo's words, felt incredulous. Initially, she had thought Chu Muting possessed some wit, but now she dared to speak so boldly before concubine Rong, risking a poor impression. She had truly overestimated her, discovering her to be as foolish as Chu Sikhun. Chu Sikhun, however, felt exhilarated. She had always believed the punishment of the two palace maids was too lenient, and now things were finally as they should be. Chu Muting had done something not entirely detestable. After a while longer of idle chatter, the old lady announced that it was time to leave. Although concubine Rong wished to keep them for dinner, the old lady declined, citing the late hour. Concubine Rong acquiesced without further insistence. Once outside the palace, the old lady shot Chu Muting a fierce glare before being assisted into the carriage by the eldest madam. Chu Sikhun, witnessing this, mocked, "Eldest sister, you really ought to refrain from stealing the spotlight. It's unbecoming for someone from the countryside." She whispered the latter part, likely recalling her previous reprimand and struggling to control her tongue. Chu Muting smiled and replied, "Naturally, I would not overshadow fourth sister." Chu Sikan, exasperated, glared at her before climbing into the carriage. Chu Shuran followed, her heart filled with anticipation for their return home, convinced that Chu Muting would not fare well. Baiji, concerned, murmured, "Miss, I saw the old lady and Oppo's expression." Chu Muting reassured her with a smile, "It's nothing. Let's board the carriage." Chapter 22. The cause. As the carriage arrived at the residence of the Duke of Yongning, the old matriarch was assisted down by the First Lady, her anger palpable as she stormed into the manor. The young servant at the entrance dared not breathe a word. Upon entering the Showan Hall, the old matriarch bellowed at Chu Muting kneel. Without hesitation, Chu Muting knelt, her back straightened, while Baiji knelt beside her. "I had thought you were someone with understanding, yet you proved to be so petty. After all these years in Huzhou, you have become so small-minded, clinging to grievances. The third prince has let go of those two palace maids, yet you insist on pursuing this matter. Truly, it is unbecoming." The old matriarch huffed in exasperation from her grand chair. Today, Consort Rong had expressed her preference for Chu Muting over Chu Shuran. Although surprised that it wasn't an amp, Oppo's Chu Shuran, she felt a twinge of regret for her. Nevertheless, as both were the legitimate daughters of the Duke's house, and given Chu Muting's prudent demeanor upon returning, she had refrained from further comment. Yet, in a twist of fate, Chu Muting had presented this scene to her. What place was Shu Xiugong that an esteemed young lady could speak so recklessly? Should Consort Rong be angered at the Duke of Yongning and Amp Oppo's house because of Chu Muting? What would become of their familial ties? The more she pondered, the angrier she grew, unwilling to hear any defense from Chu Muting. "You are confined for 3 months and shall copy the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. You may leave." Chu Muting replied obediently, "Understood, grandmother," her tone respectful, before taking her leave with Baiji. Behind her, Chu Shuran and Amp Oppo's voice called out, "Grandmother, please do not let your anger harm your health. Allow me to massage your shoulders." In Shu Xiugong, after the Duke of Yongding's family departed, Consort Rong sat in contemplation, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of her chair. Hong Yu stood nearby, aware that Consort Rong was deep in thought. Following the events in the Imperial Garden, she could not help but admire the eldest daughter of the Duke and Amp Oppo's house. She was indeed astute. Should she marry their third prince, he would undoubtedly gain tremendous support. As the two pondered their thoughts, a young palace maid's voice interrupted them. It was the third prince's arrival. He first bowed to Consort Rong, addressing her as mother. With a smile, she beckoned him to rise and inquired, "What are your impressions of your cousins after seeing them today?" The third prince considered for a moment and replied, "I have previously met my second and fourth cousins, and today's encounter was not much different. However, regarding my eldest cousin," he paused, a calculating glint in his eyes. "I was quite surprised. I had thought her to be rather dull, yet today it seems otherwise." Consort Rong smiled in satisfaction. Her son was always clever, far superior to the fourth prince, who was rather foolish. He possessed both vision and strategy, albeit lacking military prowess. The fourth prince merely boasted of his connection to General Ning Yuan, daring to rival her son. Today, I tested her opinion on the matter. She suggested I have those two palace maids transferred to Shu Xiugong for punishment. Do you know what this signifies? The third prince bent slightly. "Please enlighten me, mother." Consort Rong assisted him upright. "You are unaware of the intrigues within the harem. If this matter were to proceed as it stands, those two palace maids would surely not survive a month. My son possesses a kind heart. He spared them today, yet that mother and son may not be so merciful. However, if I were to bring them into my palace, it would complicate matters for that mother and son, thus preserving the lives of those two maids." The third prince found it hard to believe. Could it be mere coincidence? Consort Rong chuckled softly. Were it anyone else, I might consider it coincidence. However, based on her actions today, it is clear she deliberately sought to protect those two maids. She paused, reflecting. She is kind-hearted, but not foolish. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a person. Has your mother decided on her as your rightful consort? There's no rush. The Duke of Dinghua has yet to return to the capital. We can make a decision once he arrives. Chu Muting remained unaware of the discussions between the mother and son. Since returning to Tangtao Courtyard, she had been seated by the window, gazing at the peach branches outside. Lost in thought until the sun set and the moon rose, her view obscured by the bright moon. Baiji, thinking her mistress was troubled by her confinement, asked, "Miss, why did you speak so in the consort's palace today?" Her mistress was known for her kindness towards the servants, and it was unusual for her to deliberately create difficulties for those two palace maids, suggesting there must be another reason. Chu Muting remained silent, her gaze still fixed outside. She contemplated that she simply did not wish to become like Chu Shuran, for while the two palace maids were indeed at fault, their punishment did not warrant death. In another life, had someone intervened to save Chu Jin and Amp, Oppose, and perhaps he would not have perished. Yet, she did not wish to act recklessly in her desire to save them. She understood that Consort Rome would not be angry. Indeed, the consort likely sought to hear this very answer from her. Baiji, not receiving a reply, refrained from further inquiry and merely lamented, "We have only just returned home, and now we are confined again. 3 months is quite excessive." Chu Muting smiled gently. "It will be no more than 10 days, and the old matriarch will surely allow us to leave." Baiji queried, "Why is that, miss?" Chu Muting thought to herself that it was because in just a few days, her maternal grandmother and uncle would return. In her past life, they had come to the Duke of Yongning and Oppo's residence shortly after their arrival, extending an invitation for her to visit the Duke of Dinghua. However, their previous meeting had not gone well. Had she not known of her grandmother's imminent return, she would not have acted as she did today. While Consort Rome bore her no ill will, her grandmother would certainly consider her actions disrespectful, and punishment would be inevitable. One may choose to assist others within their means, but one must never place oneself in peril for such reasons. She smiled, finding solace in her situation. She was disinterested in dealing with the insincere individuals within the manor, whose hypocrisy was utterly distasteful. Remaining in the courtyard meant they could not intrude upon her. In the following days, those individuals indeed did not visit, save for the second lady, who sent over some pastries. Chu Jin and Oppose, and had snuck a visit, yet her sister Chu Ningchu, who often came to see her, had not appeared. Thus, Tangtao Courtyard remained tranquil for several days. After a few more days, Baiji hurried into the inner chamber, exclaiming, "Miss, the old matriarch requests your presence." Chu Muting set aside her book and replied, "Let's go." She surmised that someone from her maternal grandmother and Oppo's side had arrived, much like in her previous life. Eager to see her grandmother, she quickened her pace, maintaining her poise, while Baiji followed closely behind. Upon reaching Shoan Hall, they indeed found Mama Lu at the entrance. Spotting Chu Muting, she exclaimed, "The eldest young lady has finally arrived. The matriarch is waiting for you inside." Chu Muting nodded and stepped forward into the room. Chapter 23. The Duke's residence. Upon entering the inner chamber, the matriarch remained seated in the Grand Master's chair, conversing merrily with the matron beside her. Their laughter resonated with an air of warmth and camaraderie. Spotting Chu Muting and Oppo's arrival, the matriarch smiled and remarked, "Ah, my dear girl has come. This is Nurse Chui, your grandmother's confidant. I believe you have yet to make her acquaintance." There was no trace of the resentment she had harbored a few days prior. Nurse Chui turned her gaze towards Chu Muting, and upon seeing her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she valiantly held them back in the matriarch's presence. The young lady bore an uncanny resemblance to their esteemed miss, particularly in her eyes, which evoked memories of the past. "Greetings, Nurse Chui," Chu Muting said, her heart swelling with emotion. Nurse Chui had been a devoted maid to her grandmother, treating her mother as if she were her own, and thus had always showered her with affection. Yet, in her previous life, she had ultimately disappointed her. Noticing Chu Muting's respectful bow, Nurse Chui hurried to assist her, exclaiming, "Dear cousin, today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Turning towards the matriarch, she continued, "Esteemed matriarch, our venerable matriarch has long yearned to see her dear granddaughter, and now that she has returned to the capital, she wishes to invite her for a visit. We hope you will grant this request." With that, she produced a list from her bosom, stating, "Our matriarch is deeply grateful for your care over the years, and she has prepared a token of appreciation for you. Please, Accept this. Madame Lu received the list and presented it to the matriarch for her perusal. The matriarch chuckled. The old matriarch is far too gracious. Muting is my granddaughter, and naturally, I cherish her. Now that she has returned to the capital, she must certainly pay her respects. With a loving glance at Chu Muting, she added, You may accompany Nurse Chui. The matriarch and Oppo's readiness was, in part, due to her lingering apprehension towards the Duke and Oppo's formidable influence, despite the nobility of the Yongning Marquisate. It paled in comparison to the Duke and Oppo's status. With the Duke returning to the capital, there was a palpable fear of incurring his displeasure. Furthermore, the matriarch was genuinely touched by the gift prepared by the old matriarch, softening her demeanor towards Nurse Chui. Very well, Chu Muting replied, and together with Baiji, she followed Nurse Chui back to the Duke and Oppo's residence. The Duke and Oppo's residence was not far from the Yongning Marquisate. The carriage took but half an hour to arrive. Throughout the journey, Nurse Chui held Chu Muting and Oppo's hand, engaging her in conversation. My dear, you have endured much in the past, but now you have returned to the capital at last. The matriarch had intended to take you with her, but your grandmother was resolute in her refusal. Nurse Chui and Oppo's heart seethed with resentment at the thought of how their lively and kind young miss had perished after merely 2 years in the Yongning Marquisate, leaving their young lady to suffer as well. At that time, with the old Duke and Oppo's passing and the Duke and Oppo's exile from the capital, the matriarch had been powerless to act. Thus, they had not met for many years. Nurse Chui lamented, wondering how much hardship Chu Muting had endured during that time, and she could not help but wipe away a tear. Sensing Nurse Chui's thoughts, Chu Muting gently reassured her, Nurse, I have fared quite well these years. My uncle and aunt have treated me with great kindness. I merely miss my grandmother. Hearing her words, Nurse Chui felt a bittersweet relief. Their young lady was far too understanding, reminiscent of the esteemed miss from years past. Their conversation continued, with Nurse Chui introducing Chu Muting to the key figures of the Duke's residence. Although she was already familiar, Chu Muting listened attentively, thinking how fortunate it was that her relatives were still alive. Nurse, we have arrived, the coachman announced from outside. Nurse Chui promptly urged, Miss, let us disembark quickly. The matriarch must be eagerly awaiting you. Chu Muting smiled in agreement. As the coachman lowered the footstool, the young lady in her pale, pink gown gracefully stepped down, her movements light and airy. A gentle breeze lifted her hair, and the sunlight danced upon her, rendering her almost ethereal. Those awaiting at the Duke's residence were greeted by this enchanting sight. Chu Muting looked up to see 2 women and several maids standing before the crimson door of the Duke's residence. The elder lady, adorned in a traditional hairstyle, exuded an air of confidence, while the younger, clad in a refreshing green gown, radiated vigor, unlike the delicate demeanor of the capital and Oppo's ladies. Recognizing them, Chu Muting identified the matriarch and the esteemed young lady of the Duke's residence, her aunt and cousin. The matriarch hailed from neither the capital's aristocracy nor a prestigious family. Her father had been a general under her grandfather's command. She had trained in martial arts alongside her father, and when the Duke had fallen for her, he believed that such a woman was far superior to the gentle ladies of the capital. Thus, the 2 families were united in marriage. Tragically, her father had perished alongside her grandfather in battle. As Chu Muting approached, the matriarch eagerly grasped her hand, exclaiming, You must be Muting. I'm your aunt. She gestured to the young lady beside her. This is your cousin, Yuzhu. Chu Muting responded with a smile and a respectful bow. Greetings, aunt. Hello, cousin Yuzhu. Xiao Yuzhu, taking her in with a discerning glance, beamed, Cousin, you are truly exquisite. Grandmother often spoke of you, and I was always curious to see what you looked like. You surpass my imagination. I have never encountered a girl as lovely as you in the borderlands. Chu Muting returned the compliment earnestly. Cousin, you are also beautiful. Her sincerity was palpable, leaving no room for doubt. Indeed, Chu Muting spoke from the heart. The Xiao family and Oppo's lineage promised beauty, and though Yuzhu had grown up in the harsh conditions of the borderlands, her complexion was merely a reflection of her environment. Yuzhu, delighted by the compliment, beamed with joy. Though she did not consider herself particularly attractive, the praise from her heavenly cousin filled her with happiness. Without waiting for the matriarch to speak, she took Chu Muting's hand and exclaimed, "Cousin, let me take you to see grandmother. She has missed you dearly." The matriarch, laughing, called after them, "You little monkey, slow down. Don't trip your cousin." However, the spirited young lady did not look back, her voice ringing out, "Understood, mother." Though her words suggested caution, her pace remained brisk. Beside her, another young lady smiled, matching her stride, and in the blink of an eye, the two were out of sight. The matriarch chuckled at Nurse Chui. "Come, let's follow them." Together, they made their way towards the matriarch and Appo's quarters. Chapter 24. Grandmother Chu Muting followed Xiao Yuzhu through the various courtyards of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, arriving at the old lady's quarters. Unlike the exquisitely adorned Duke of Yongning and Appo's manor, which epitomized the opulence of noble houses, the Duke of Dinghua and Appo's residence leaned more towards a martial aesthetic. The courtyards featured fewer precious flowers and plants, instead showcasing rockeries and cypress trees, reflecting the character of a general and Appo's abode. Upon reaching the entrance of the old lady and Appo's quarters, they noticed a maidservant scanning the area, seemingly awaiting someone. "Sister Palon, are you waiting for us?" Xiao Yuzhu called out from a distance. The maid, named Palon, turned upon hearing her voice and, spotting Xiao Yuzhu with a young lady, paused momentarily before realizing and responding. This servant greets the young lady. "And this must be the cousin, correct? Cousin, I hope you are well. Please, both young ladies, hurry inside. The old lady is waiting for you." Sister Palon has sharp eyes indeed. She recognized my cousin at first glance. "However, you are mistaken on one point, dear sister. Grandmother is only waiting for my cousin, not for me. In fact, she likely finds me quite bothersome." Xiao Yuzhu jested, playfully winking. "But I do enjoy being a nuisance to grandmother. I intend to pester her for a lifetime." With that, she took Chu Muting and Appo's hand and led her inside. Palon smiled softly behind them, noting how lively the young ladies were, while her cousin appeared much more serene and composed. "Grandmother, look who I brought for you." Upon entering the room, Xiao Yuzhu called out to the old lady seated at the head of the chamber. The old lady, clad in a rich blue robe, had a kind face adorned with wrinkles that spoke of a life well lived, her hair flecked with strands of silver. She was indeed the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua, Chu Muting's grandmother. At the sound of her voice, the old lady turned to the entrance and saw a young girl in a water-green gown leading another in a lotus-pink dress. The latter wore a gentle smile that momentarily transported the old lady back to the youthful days of Xiao Yuanrou. Her expression softened with nostalgia as she stood, calling out, "Nuan." The elder maid, Mu Xiang, hurriedly stepped forward to support her, cautioning, "Old lady, please be careful. This is our cousin." Regaining her composure, the old lady scrutinized the young girl before her. Although she bore a resemblance to Xiao Yuanrou, there was an added air of coolness and determination in her demeanor that set her apart. Chu Muting understood the old lady and Appo's reaction. She was reminded of her mother. Kneeling down, she bowed her head and said, "Muting greets grandmother. I have been unfilial, not visiting you for many years." Her words echoed with the weight of past grievances, recalling a lifetime of regret and sorrow. This bow represented not just her present self, but also the fragmented life she had lived in her previous existence. Moved by the emotion in Chu Muting's voice, the old lady quickly raised her, enveloping her in an embrace, her own voice trembling. "Rise. Let grandmother have a good look at you. You appear so frail." While she spoke of wanting to observe her granddaughter, her arms continued to hold her tightly, lamenting the loss of her daughter, whom she could not avenge, and the only bloodline she had left. The pain of past years haunted her, leaving her sleepless. Over the years, separated from her granddaughter, she often wondered what she had grown into. Now, seeing her, she realized that she had blossomed even more beautifully than she had imagined. "Grandmother, Muting is well, and I apologize for worrying you these past years," Chu Muting said, noticing the old lady's tears flowing more fiercely. She felt a swell of emotion, but sought to comfort her. Xiao Yuzhu observed the touching scene with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Having lived with her grandmother at the borders, she understood the old lady's deep affection for her cousin, often dreaming of her late aunt and little cousin's names. Their reunion was indeed a blessing, yet she felt the sting of knowing her cousin had been sent away at a young age. Just then, the Duke of Dinghua and Appos, as first wife and Nurse Chui entered. Witnessing the heart-wrenching embrace between the two, a pang of sorrow gripped her as she understood the context. "Mother, do not be too saddened. We and Muting have returned to the capital. We shall see each other often. Now that we are together, let us speak of joyous matters." The old lady, hearing this, wiped her tears and nodded. "You speak wisely. Indeed, this is a happy occasion." She took Chu Muting and Appos' hand and invited her to sit beside her. "Come, sit with grandmother." With a smile, Chu Muting settled beside the old lady, who, having longed to see her, now felt a mix of anxiety and joy, wishing to hold her close forever. Seeing the old lady and Appos' mood calming, the Duke and Appos' wife pointed at Xiao Yuju, teasing, "Mother, look at this girl. She was as mischievous as a monkey, never crying even after falling from trees as a child. Yet today, she's shedding tears." Xiao Yuju quickly protested, "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? I did not." Upon noticing Chu Muting giggling beside the old lady, she feigned anger. "Cousin, are you mocking me?" Chu Muting stifled her laughter, replying earnestly, "How could that be, dear sister?" Yet her eyes sparkled with mirth, betraying her amusement. The first wife joined in laughter, and soon the maidservants in the hall followed suit. Xiao Yuju declared, "Grandmother, I am getting angry. The moment my cousin arrives, everyone starts to tease me. However, considering how lovely my cousin is, I shall let it go." With that, she too succumbed to laughter. For a moment, the hall was filled with cheerful chatter and laughter. After some time, noticing the old lady and Appos' weary demeanor, Chu Muting felt a surge of compassion and said, "Grandmother, I wish for my sister to take me to see my mother's quarters. I have never been to her boudoir." Xiao Yuju responded excitedly, "That sounds wonderful." Nurse Chui, observing the old lady and Appos' fatigue, recognized that since the departure of the young lady, her health had declined. Today's emotional reunion had taken a toll, and she felt reluctant to part with her cousin. Yet, recognizing her granddaughter's wisdom, she supported, "Indeed, old lady, our cousin is yet to see the young lady and Appos' quarters. It would be good for her to visit now." The Duke's wife added, "I will send word to the Duke of Yongding's manor shortly, letting them know that since Muting has come all this way, she shall stay the night in her aunt's quarters." Turning to Chu Muting, she asked, "What do you think, Muting?" Chu Muting readily agreed, wishing to stay in her mother and Appos' quarters. The old lady, understanding her wishes, felt a warm sense of contentment and said, "Very well, you all go ahead." With that agreement, they exited the old lady and Appos' quarters, arm in arm. Chapter 25 Encounter. Stepping out of the courtyard, the gracious lady gently addressed Chu Muting. "Muting, let your cousin take you to your mother's quarters for some rest. I shall send someone to summon you for dinner later. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask your aunt." Chu Muting smiled softly, replying, "Understood, aunt." Her voice was tender, which brought delight to the lady, as she found her charming and endearing, in contrast to her own daughter, who resembled a tomboy. The lady nodded with a smile at Chu Muting and then turned to Xiao Yuju, saying, "Be sure to take your cousin to your aunt and Appos' quarters, understand?" Her tone had shifted, losing its previous warmth. Xiao Yuju pouted slightly and replied, "I understand, mother." With that, she took Chu Muting by the hand and led her away, followed closely by their maid, Duruo. The lady sighed behind them, lamenting that if her daughter possessed even half of Muting and Appos' grace and understanding, she wouldn't and Appos' be so troubled about her marriage prospects. As Chu Muting followed Xiao Yuju toward Xiao Yuanro and Appos' quarters, she noticed that Xiao Yuju walked rather briskly. Having been taught that a proper young lady should not walk too hastily, Chu Muting found it difficult to keep up. Gradually, Xiao Yuju seemed to realize this, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Look at me. I'm so used to walking quickly that I've dragged my cousin along with me." "No worries," Cousin, Chu Muting replied softly. Upon hearing her gentle tone, Xiao Yuzhu felt even more embarrassed, slowing her pace to chat with Chu Muting as they walked. Since arriving in the capital, I've noticed that it is vastly different from the border. The houses, the food, even the women are distinct. The border lacks the many rules present here. Women there are far less constrained, Xiao Yuzhu shared. Chu Muting responded, I learned a bit about the customs of Yin City from my studies. And I heard that women there can ride and fight. The border town of Yin City is situated in the southwest of the Great Zhou, adjacent to foreign tribes. Xiao Yuzhu expressed surprise and joy that Chu Muting knew of her homeland. Yes, exactly. Being close to the southern Chu, we often face military incursions. Thus, while not every woman is a soldier, some can indeed take to the battlefield. However, when not at war, we enjoy horseback riding and archery, exploring the surroundings. What do you usually do, cousin? Chu Muting smiled and replied, During my time in Hezhou, I would learn household management from my aunt, and occasionally pass the time with music, chess, poetry, and painting. Xiao Yuzhu could not help but exclaim, My mother made me study those things as a child, but I had no interest and couldn't grasp them. I preferred playing with my brothers, and eventually, my mother ceased to enforce those lessons. Now she worries about my marriage, but I do not wish to marry into a prestigious family. There are too many rules. If possible, I would prefer a common husband, ideally one skilled in martial arts, who could accompany me on adventures. If he lacks such skills, that is fine. As long as he can ride, I can protect him. Duruo interjected, Miss, you're being too bold. How can you speak so freely? If the lady finds out, she will surely be upset. It's fine. Cousin is not an outsider, Xiao Yuzhu replied, looking at Chu Muting. Do you think I'm dreaming? Chu Muting was struck by Xiao Yuzhu's boldness. Noble young women were typically pampered and sheltered, enjoying the privileges of their families while paying the price of being confined to the domestic sphere, trained in household arts only to marry into esteemed families. Most remained trapped in their small courtyards for life. Xiao Yuzhu and Appo's perspective was refreshing, and Chu Muting felt a kinship with her boldness. She earnestly stated, Cousin, as long as you have no regrets about your choices, that is what matters. Xiao Yuzhu was moved and embraced Chu Muting tightly, exclaiming, Cousin, I truly adore you. Chu Muting chuckled, suddenly recalling Xiao Yuzhu's earlier mention of her elder brothers. Cousin, I haven't seen my elder cousin and second cousin today. Where are they? Xiao Yuzhu replied, Elder brother hasn't returned. He is still at the border. She pouted, adding, As for second brother, he disappears as soon as he returns to the capital. Who knows where he is now? Then, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Chu Muting and said, Cousin, there's a pavilion ahead. Please wait for me there. Second brother previously gifted me a puzzle box, betting that if I solve it, he would give me his sword, which I have long coveted. However, I've been unable to solve it despite days of effort. You're so clever. I'm sure you can do it. Wait for me. I'll go fetch it now. Without waiting for Chu Muting's agreement, she dashed back towards the courtyard. Duruo saw her mistress and Appo's eagerness and quickly said to Chu Muting, Please forgive us, miss. You should wait in the pavilion ahead. Our lady will return shortly. Chu Muting smiled and replied, It's quite all right. You go ahead with your cousin. I will accompany Bai Ji to the pavilion. Duruo bowed and hurried after Xiao Yuzhu. Once they had left, Chu Muting turned to Bai Ji, saying, Let us go wait for cousin in front. With that, she proceeded towards the direction Xiao Yuzhu had indicated. After walking for a while, they spotted a pavilion by the lake in the distance. However, at that moment, two young men were seated inside, one clad in white and the other in black, engaged in a game of chess, the latter facing her. Before she could approach, the young man in black noticed her and turned his gaze toward her. Chu Muting then observed his striking features, his prominent brow and handsome countenance, with a pair of peach blossom eyes gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Prince of the Duke of Jinghua, Chu Muting silently recognized the identity of the young man. What was he doing at the residence of Duke Dinghua? Seeing that his opponent had not made a move for a while, the young man in white scolded, Gu Yanxi, what are you dawdling for? Are you trying to buy time? I suggest you concede while you still can. Gu Yanxi seemed to ignore the taunt, continuing to gaze at Chu Muting. However, his articulated fingers casually placed a black piece on the board. The next moment, the young man in white exclaimed, This is impossible. Did you peek at the moves? Only then did Gu Yinshi divert his attention from Chu Muting, casting a sidelong glance at the young man in white, saying, "This is the strategy you chose. Don't complain about your lack of skill." He then added, "Don't blame me for not warning you. There is someone behind you." Just as the young man in white was about to retort, he paused, glancing over his shoulder. There stood a young woman accompanied by her maid. Chapter 26. Breaking the deadlock. As the man in white spoke, Chu Muting immediately recognized him. He was Xiao Yuanjing, the legitimate second son of the Duke of Dinghua, her second elder brother. Upon seeing her, a look of surprise crossed his face. Chu Muting smiled at him, and he touched his head, suddenly enlightened. "You must be my aunt and Appo's cousin, right?" Just a couple of days prior, their mother had mentioned that a cousin from their aunt's family would be arriving soon. With the family of the Duke of Dinghua just returning to the capital, it was clear that this young lady was indeed that cousin. Noticing his recognition, Chu Muting approached him with a smile and performed a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to my second elder brother. In her previous life, she had shared a close bond with him. Though he lacked ambition, he had always treated her kindly. She couldn't help but wonder how he fared after her demise." Xiao Yuanjing, surprised that she recognized him so easily, asked, "How did you discern my identity?" Chu Muting replied, "Just now. My elder cousin mentioned that my eldest cousin has not yet returned to the capital, so you must be my second elder brother." Xiao Yuanjing nodded in realization. "No wonder. By the way, where is that mischievous girl, Xiao Yuzhu? My elder cousin had to return to the courtyard for a brief moment, leaving me here to wait. I didn't Appo's expect to encounter you and this young gentleman." Xiao Yuanjing gestured towards Gu Yinshi, introducing him to Chu Muting. "Let me introduce you. This is the young lord of the Duke of Zhenggui's house." Then he pointed at Chu Muting, saying to Gu Yinshi, "This is my cousin, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Yongning." Leaning against a pillar of the pavilion, Gu Yinshi raised his eyes to Chu Muting and greeted, "Greetings, Miss Chu." His voice was clean and gentle, laced with a hint of amusement. Chu Muting returned the courtesy, "Greetings, young lord." After that, she fell silent. Xiao Yuanjing, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness in the atmosphere, quickly added, "He sought a chess manual to challenge me. Whoever loses must grant the other request. However, I suspect he has seen it beforehand." As he spoke, he twisted the truth. He couldn't let his cousin know that he had sought out someone to play chess and ended up losing. It would be too embarrassing. Gu Yinshi scoffed lightly, uninterested in exposing him. Chu Muting had overheard their conversation, yet she chose to spare her elder brother's dignity. "Is that so?" Chu Muting stood where she could see the chessboard on the table. A glance revealed the situation was rather fortunate. In her previous life, after marrying Xiang Hong, he rarely visited her courtyard, and she had little to occupy her time, often embroidering or reading. Coincidentally, she had studied this particular chess position extensively from an ancient manual and had indeed solved it. Observing her elder brother's unwilling expression, Chu Muting hesitated for a moment before reaching out to place a white piece in an inconspicuous position on the board. The moment she did, the seemingly doomed white pieces sprang to life, overtaking the black pieces in just 2 or 3 moves. Xiao Yuanjing couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful. This move is truly brilliant." Then, turning to Gu Yinshi, he declared, "Young lord, you are undoubtedly destined to lose now. I must think about what I shall have you do." Having known Gu Yinshi for quite some time, he had never let him suffer a loss. Now that he had this rare opportunity, he intended to make the most of it. Gu Yinshi, who had been casually leaning against the pillar, glanced at the chessboard upon hearing those words. Just one look was enough to reveal the situation. This little girl, quiet and unassuming, possessed some skill. He looked at Xiao Yuanjing, teasingly saying, "Is it your victory you flaunt? A full-grown man outmatched by a mere girl. How shameful." Xiao Yuanjing retorted, "Do you even hear yourself? This is my cousin. Her victory is naturally mine as well." Gu Yinshi dismissed him, turning to Chu Muting, "Since it was you who broke the stalemate, this wager is considered a loss on my part. Please, feel free to make a request." Chu Muting looked up, meeting Gu Yinshi's earnest gaze. "I have no requests at the moment, but a man's word is his bond. Consider this as a debt owed to me." Not one to adhere strictly to the conventions of a refined young lady, she saw no reason to refuse since Gu Yinshi had offered. After all, When she encountered the third prince in the future, she might need the assistance of this young lord. Very well, Libya det then. Whenever I require you to fulfill this promise, I will have Xiao Yuanjing seek you out, he said, his tone languid and teasing as he stretched and turned to leave. Xiao Yuanjing finally realized that the two had struck a deal in front of him. He called out to Gu Yinzi, "Where are you going?" "To Ling Yun Pavilion." Xiao Yuanjing froze momentarily, muttering under his breath, "That scoundrel, speaking so recklessly in front of my cousin." Ling Yun Pavilion was a renowned establishment in the capital. And with Chu Muting still present, Gu Yinzi's words were inappropriate. He felt a surge of frustration, but, glancing at Chu Muting and noting her calm demeanor, he sighed in relief, concluding that she was still too new to the city to grasp the implications of Ling Yun Pavilion. In truth, Chu Muting was well aware. In her previous life, Xiang Heng had frequented Ling Yun Pavilion, initially sending someone to summon her, but later he ceased to do so. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Chu Muting returned to her senses, realizing it was Xiao Yuzhu, who had finished her errand and found them together. Xiao Yuanjing replied, "I happened to encounter my cousin here. I was just about to ask you, why did you leave her alone?" Xiao Yuzhu felt a pang of guilt and replied, "I merely went back to fetch something. I would never abandon my cousin." She dared not let Xiao Yuanjing know that she intended to ask Chu Muting for help with a puzzle box. If he found out, their wager would surely be nullified. As the two siblings began to bicker, Chu Muting quickly interjected, "Elder sister, wherein and oppose? Are we supposed to visit Mother's courtyard? Let us hurry along and not disturb my second elder brother." Xiao Yuzhu, aware that Chu Muting was trying to defuse the situation, eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes. Grandmother wishes for me to take my cousin to our aunt's courtyard. Cousin, let us go quickly." With that, she took Chu Muting's hand and hurried away, leaving no time for farewells to Xiao Yuanjing. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Yuanjing couldn't help but chuckle. Then a thought struck him. Gu Yinzi had run off, and what had begun as his wager had turned into a debt owed to his cousin. What was he then but a mere mediator? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Meanwhile, as Chu Muting and Xiao Yuzhu walked some distance, they arrived at a courtyard, where the barren branches outside mirrored those of the Tangtao courtyard. Chu Muting began to suspect. This courtyard is home to a peach tree. Xiao Yuzhu confirmed her suspicions a few days ago, after returning to the estate. "I explored the entire premises. It was Granny Chui who informed me. She said our aunt adores peach blossoms, and grandmother planted them all around our aunt's courtyard." Chapter 27. The Duke of Dinghua, Chu Muting was momentarily lost in thought as she recalled the peach blossoms blooming in the Tangtao courtyard. "Let us proceed inside," said Xiao Yuzhu, gently pulling her along. Despite years of abandonment, the room remained immaculate, clearly having been meticulously cleaned. The furnishings exuded the essence of youthful innocence, and Chu Muting could almost envision the young Xiao Yuanro, resting her chin on her hands at the table. "Noble ladies, I am Ding Ziang at your service," announced a maid who emerged from the inner chamber, having heard the commotion outside. "I have come at the behest of the old matriarch to tidy the courtyard." Chu Muting nodded in acknowledgement, while Xiao Yuzhu suggested, "You carry on your work outside. My cousin and I shall rest in the inner chamber." Once inside, as they settled down, Xiao Yuzhu carefully produced a mechanical box from her sleeve. "Cousin, this is what I've been unable to open," she said, handing it to Chu Muting. The palm-sized box, a deep crimson hue crafted from small leaf rosewood, felt smooth and delicate to the touch. It featured a sliding lid. Chu Muting attempted to slide the lid open, but it became stuck 2/3 of the way. "How intriguing," she mused. "This is precisely my dilemma," Xiao Yuzhu lamented. "I have tried countless times, yet remains obstinately shut." Without uttering a word, Chu Muting examined the box closely, turning it over and scrutinizing it from various angles. Her gaze landed on a small wooden strip that seemed to be an integral part of the mechanism, easily overlooked in favor of the lid. Sliding the wooden strip horizontally produced a satisfying click, and when she tried to pull the lid again, it came off effortlessly. Xiao Yuzhu gasped in awe. "Cousin, you are remarkable. I never noticed that the mechanism was hidden here all along." In truth, the mechanism and oppose, as principle, was quite simple. It was a test of the user and oppose, as attentiveness and patience. Xiao Wenjing had clearly assessed that Xiao Yuzhu lacked such meticulousness. With a smile, Chu Muting handed the open box to Xiao Yuju, saying, "Here, cousin, take a look." Xiao Yuju accepted it joyfully, exclaiming, "Dear cousin, I knew you could do it. I must go find my second brother to settle our wager. I shall return shortly." With that, she rushed out with barely a moment's pause, prompting Chu Muting to chuckle at her cousin and Appo's spirited nature. "Miss, would you like to rest for a moment?" Bai Ji inquired, noting Xiao Yuju's departure and the fact that they had not paused all day. She worried Chu Muting might be fatigued. Chu Muting nodded and reclined on the elegant couch, preparing for a brief respite. As she drifted into slumber, she thought she glimpsed Xiao Yuanro, though she was uncertain, having never seen her before. The woman in her dream bore a striking resemblance to her, with eyes that mirrored her own, gazing at her with warmth. "We, Muting, must ensure a life of peace and contentment," she said, her figure slowly fading away. Chu Muting reached out, hoping to grasp her, yet could only watch as she dissolved at her fingertips. "Mother." Chu Muting awoke with a start, looking around, but finding nothing. "Miss, did you have a nightmare?" Bai Ji asked, noticing the pallor on Chu Muting's face with concern. Chu Muting tightened her grip on the blanket beneath her and shook her head. "It is nothing." Just as she was about to speak further, Ding Xiang and Appo's voice called from outside the screen. "Miss, the master has sent someone to summon you." "I understand," replied Chu Muting, rising as Bai Ji tidied her slightly disheveled garments and hair. Together, they stepped outside, where a personal attendant of the Duke of Dingwo waited. Upon seeing Chu Muting, he bowed, stating, "Miss, the Duke has requested your presence in his study." "Very well," Chu Muting replied warmly. She had visited the Duke in Appo's study in her past life, where he had always treated her with great affection, allowing her free access throughout the estate, which later enabled Bai Lan to slip in the treasonous letter without hindrance. Upon her arrival, the Duke was polishing his sword amidst an array of weaponry. The attendant ushered her in and discreetly excused himself. "Uncle," Chu Muting greeted softly. In her previous life, her actions had led to her uncle and Appo's tragic fate, a valiant general who met his end under accusations of treason. The Duke paused his task, lifting his gaze to her. "Muting, you have come," he said, making a commendable effort to soften his voice, though the weight of his years on the battlefield lingered in his presence. Chu Muting sensed his earnestness and smiled. "I was delighted to receive your letter, uncle, learning of your return to the capital." The Duke set down his weapon and replied, "I had planned to send for you if the Yongning Marquis and Appo's residents did not welcome you back. It seems that will not be necessary." "Thank you, uncle. But I still have matters to attend to at the Yongning Marquis' estate," she said, her resolve evident. She had yet to avenge herself, and the bloodshed of the Duke and Appo's household and her second uncle and Appo's family could not go unpunished. Those responsible must face the consequences of their actions. Observing the determination in her eyes, the Duke sighed. It seemed his niece had her own agenda. Nonetheless, with the Duke and Appo's support, she would not suffer unduly. "If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out," he assured her. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Chu Muting realized she indeed needed her uncle and Appo's help. "Uncle, I would like to request a maid skilled in martial arts." "Very well. I shall send someone over later," the Duke replied, not questioning why a young lady would desire a martial maid. She had her reasons, and as her uncle, he would support her unconditionally. The Duke then retrieved a wooden box from his bookshelf and handed it to Chu Muting. "Open it and take a look." She accepted it, opening the box to reveal a dagger, her heart swelling with joy. A means of self-defense would prove invaluable, ensuring her safety in precarious situations. Seeing the delight in her eyes, the Duke knew he had chosen the perfect gift and smiled. "I happened upon this. Though small, it is quite handy, ideal for young ladies." "Thank you, uncle," Chu Muting replied with a bright smile. They continued to chat amiably until an aide arrived to report on military matters, prompting Chu Muting to take her leave. On her way back, she felt a surge of happiness. Her uncle had resolved a significant issue for her. With a martial maid by her side, her endeavors in the Marquis and Appo's residence would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Chapter 28. The handmaiden at the break of dawn the following day, Chu Muting, accompanied by Bai Ji, made her way towards the residence of the Dowager of the Duke of Ding. The previous afternoon, after the Dowager had awakened from her slumber, she had spent some time in her company and had arranged to join her for breakfast that morning, mindful that she would soon return to her own household. Remaining at the Duke's residence for an extended period would surely draw her grandmother's ire, leading to an inevitable quarrel and potentially subjecting her maternal grandmother to unwarranted gossip. Upon arriving at the Dowager and Amp, Oppo's courtyard, Palon was already waiting outside. Upon spotting Chu Muting, her eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Cousin, you have finally arrived. The Dowager has been eagerly awaiting your presence since early morning." Chu Muting nodded and entered with Bai Ji. Inside, the Dowager sat watching the maidservants arrange the breakfast. Upon seeing Chu Muting, she beamed and said, "I was just thinking that if you didn't arrive soon, I would have to send someone to fetch you." Kui Mama, standing beside the Dowager, teased, "Our esteemed matriarch has been looking forward to your visit, cousin. This breakfast was prepared under her direct orders, and she was just worried that you might not enjoy it." The Dowager shot her a playful glare, saying, "You do have a tendency to chatter." Yet her tone was affectionate, revealing no hint of reproach. The bond between them, forged over decades, was akin to that of sisters. Chu Muting smiled as she assisted the Dowager to a chair by the dining table, explaining, "I first went to pay my respects to my aunt before coming here, which delayed my arrival." The Dowager gently patted her hand, saying, "You are thoughtful. Your aunt often wishes for a gentle and demure daughter, and with you Zhu's lively disposition, I am sure she must have been delighted to see you." The Dowager continued, "Cousin, your genuine nature is far more admirable than those who conceal their true selves. There are plenty of such people in the capital. It is refreshing to have someone like you." The Dowager smiled, recognizing the wisdom in Chu Muting's understanding, and remarked, "It seems your second aunt has imparted much wisdom upon you over the years. It is perhaps for the best that you are not at the Yongning Marquis and Oppo's residence." While the Dowager did not voice the latter part, Chu Muting understood that within the Yongning Marquis and Oppo's household, no one truly wished her well. Had she been raised there, who knew what kind of person she would have become? Thus, being sent to her uncle's home was indeed a fortunate turn of events. As her uncle and Oppo's family genuinely cared for her, Chu Muting remained silent, simply smiling as she served the Dowager a shrimp dumpling. Observing this, the Dowager recognized her understanding and chose not to elaborate further. The two enjoyed their breakfast with mutual delight. Once the maidservants cleared the table, the Dowager exchanged knowing glances with Cui Mama, who promptly excused herself. Shortly thereafter, she returned with two maidservants. Recognizing them as the handmaidens prepared by the Dowager, Chu Muting recalled a similar incident from her past life. Back then, she had refrained from accepting them, concerned that her grandmother would be displeased if she brought maidservants from the Duke and Oppo's residence back to her own household. The notion of a legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis needing to take handmaidens from her maternal family would have been a source of shame, and she now contemplated that her grandmother must have felt not only sorrow but also disappointment at that time. One of the maidservants had a round face and was smiling at Chu Muting, while the other had a stern expression, exuding an air of vigor that was not typical of a handmaiden. The Dowager, noticing Chu Muting and Oppo's interest, pointed to the round-faced maidservant and said, "This maid is named Ziling. She possesses some medical knowledge and is prepared for you." Upon hearing this, Ziling promptly curtsied and greeted. "This servant pays her respects to the young lady." Chu Muting smiled and nodded, appreciating her grandmother's thoughtfulness. A handmaiden with medical skills was indeed a rare find, especially in a household where nefarious methods, such as poison, were not uncommon. With this maidservant, she could be assured that the matriarch would not dare to tamper with her food. Seeing her acknowledgement, the Dowager continued, pointing to the other maidservant. "This one was sent by your uncle yesterday as a handmaiden for you. Originally, she had intended to prepare another maidservant, but the Duke had unexpectedly sent this one over, stating only that she was meant for Chu Muting, and the Dowager had not inquired further, sensing her son had his own intentions. The other maidservant knelt and clasped her fists, introducing herself. "This servant, Tian Dong, pays her respects to the mistress." Upon hearing this title, Chu Muting realized that this was the maidservant skilled in martial arts that her uncle had arranged for her. By addressing her as mistress, it signified that she was now her sole master. Chu Muting replied coolly, "Rise. Since your uncle has entrusted you to me, you shall refer to me as Miss once you enter the Marquis's residence." Tian Dong showed no sign of dissent. Having become her servant, she understood that her mistress's word was law, and her only duty was to fulfill her commands. After breakfast, Chu Muting prepared to return home. As she was leaving, the dowager presented her with a box, instructing her to open it only after she returned to her residence. Chu Muting agreed. The Duchess of Ding and Xiao Yuzhu personally escorted her to the door. The Duchess held her hand and said, "In a few days, your aunt will send someone to fetch you." Xiao Yuzhu, though they had only spent a short day together, felt a deep attachment and expressed, "Cousin, I will send you an invitation in a few days, or you can invite me instead. Please remember not to forget." Chu Muting felt a twinge of reluctance compared to the Yongning Marquis residence. The Duke and Apos, as household felt much more like home, where she did not have to be on constant guard against others. With a wistful expression, she replied, "Aunt, cousin, I will remember." After their heartfelt farewells, Chu Muting boarded the carriage back to the Yongning Marquis residence. Upon her arrival, she first visited Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the dowager, anticipating that her uncle's recent return to the capital would spark many inquiries from her grandmother. The young maidservant at the entrance greeted her cheerfully as Miss and ushered her inside. Within, the dowager appeared to be engaged in a conversation with Lu Mama, her expression one of scheming. Upon noticing Chu Muting, she paused momentarily before smiling and saying, "Why did you not stay a few more days? Your maternal grandmother has just returned to the capital and would appreciate your company." As Chu Muting approached, she took a fox fur cloak from Bai Ji and, smiling, replied, "I wish to return myself. My aunt suggested I stay longer, but having just returned to the capital, I found myself yearning for my grandmother, and thus I could not delay, only hoping to see her sooner." Her heartfelt words brought a smile to the dowager and Apos' face, for it was indeed a joy to have such a devoted granddaughter. Upon noticing the cloak in Chu Muting and Apos' hands, she admired its beautiful color, pretending to be unaware, and inquired, "What is it that you have there, Muting?" Chapter 29. The Fox Fur Cloak. Chu Muting smiled and said, "This is a fox that my cousin hunted earlier, and the cloak is made from its exquisite fur. Today, my grandmother learned that I was returning home and specifically asked me to bring this back for her, saying that the fox fur is precious and perfectly suited for her." Upon hearing this, the old lady eagerly took the cloak, caressing it gently with her hands. Indeed, it was a fine material, smooth to the touch, and the vibrant fiery red hue was particularly beautiful. She was utterly captivated, especially when she learned from Chu Muting that the old lady of the Duke of Dinghua considered it precious enough to gift it to her. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of nobility, believing only she was worthy of such a splendid fiery fox cloak. Noticing the satisfaction in the old lady and Apos' eyes, Chu Muting continued, "Grandmother, would you like to try it on now?" The old lady thought about it. She wanted to try it, but felt a bit embarrassed. Although she was very fond of it, trying it on immediately would make it seem as though she was overly eager. Lu Mama, the old lady and Apos' trusted confidant, promptly discerned her thoughts and added, "Old madam, our young lady has shown such heartfelt intent. You cherish your granddaughter, so why not indulge her wishes? If outsiders were to hear of this, they would surely marvel at the deep bond between you and your granddaughter. Indeed, grandmother, show a little more love for your granddaughter. Trying it on now would be a fitting gesture of filial piety." Chu Muting playfully chimed in. Seeing the opportunity, the old lady feigned reluctance and said, "You little monkey. Very well, I shall listen to you this once." With that, she allowed Chu Muting to assist her in donning the cloak. Once it was draped over her, she found herself even more enamored. She had always liked vibrant shades of red, and this fiery cloak truly delighted her. Chu Muting exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Grandmother, you look absolutely enchanting in it. I almost thought I was gazing at a celestial being." The old lady shot her a playful glare, feeling quite pleased inside, yet replied, "You child, at my age, what celestial being? Others will surely laugh at me." Chu Muting playfully shook her arm and declared, I don't care. In my heart. Grandmother is a celestial being. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the grandmother and granddaughter, Lu Mama thought to herself how remarkable the young lady was. Previously, she had been confined by the old lady, yet now, with just a present and a few words, she had brought such joy to the old lady. Showing no trace of their earlier tensions, she began to formulate a plan. Smiling, she said, what the young lady says is true. Once the old lady wears it, I believe she looks 10 years younger, truly a sight to behold. Chu Muting noticed Lu Mama supporting her and subtly glanced at her, realizing she was indeed clever, which explained her long-standing position in the old lady and Oppos as favor. The other maidens in the room chimed in, agreeing, yes, the old lady looks truly beautiful. Indeed, the young lady is truly filial, and the old lady undoubtedly cherishes her granddaughter. In no time, the show and amp, Oppos, and hall was filled with laughter and a warm atmosphere. After a while, the old lady finally removed the cloak and sat back down, smiling as she asked Chu Muting, have you settled in well during your stay at the Duke of Dingwa's residence? She had forgotten the main matter and began to inquire about Chu Muting's experiences there. However, her tone had softened compared to the initial inquiry, revealing genuine concern for her granddaughter's well-being. Chu Muting replied softly, both grandmother and my aunt have been very caring. However, these past 2 days, I mostly spent my time with cousin Yuju, who has taken good care of me. She paused before adding, but, after all, the Duke's residence is somewhat better. Upon hearing this last remark, the old lady nodded in satisfaction and asked, did you see the Duke of Dingwa? Chu Muting nodded. I met him briefly yesterday. He asked about some trivial matters, but I haven't seen him since. Just trivial matters? He didn't mention anything else, such as the engagement with the third prince? The old lady refrained from voicing her concerns, knowing that nothing had been confirmed in the palace yet. She merely pondered whether the Duke had received any news from the Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Muting shook her head. The old lady, seeing this, did not press further, realizing that the Duke had just returned and many matters were likely undecided. Chu Muting continued, Grandmother, when I returned, my maternal grandmother sent me 2 maids. I was initially reluctant to accept them since you have already given me Sister Lianxia, and my mother has arranged for many maids for me. However, my maternal grandmother, having never met me before, wanted to send these 2 maids to care for me, and she said you would surely understand her intentions. The old lady felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, did they truly need maids from the Duke and Oppos as residents? However, recalling the fox cloak and considering the Duke's old lady sentiments, she decided it would be ungracious to send them back. Ultimately, it was merely 2 maids, and the Yongning Marquis residents could afford them. After some reflection, she smiled and said, I can understand the Duke's old lady's affection for her granddaughter. Since the maids are already here, let them stay in the courtyard to serve you well. Chu Muting quickly responded, thank you, grandmother. You are the best to your granddaughter. She had anticipated that the old lady would not object, knowing well that the cloak was not given without reason. The fox cloak indeed was a gift from her cousin, but it was not meant for the old lady. It was intended for her, as her maternal grandmother was concerned for her well-being during the winter. Yet, with lingering enmity unaddressed, how could she feel comfortable? If she wished to bring those 2 maids home without hindrance, she knew there would be a price to pay. She shared her intentions with her maternal grandmother, who embraced her after a moment of silence, understanding the difficulties she faced at the Duke's residence. She did not deter her, only promising to gift her something even finer if she came across it in the future. On their way back home, Baiji expressed her concern, asking this, are we really going to give this to the old lady? Your health is not well. Perhaps we should keep it and send something else instead. With unwavering determination, she replied, no, this one. Her grandmother was avaricious and hypocritical. If it were not for its quality, she would not have been so moved. Moreover, having received such a fine item, she knew she would ultimately have to return the favor. It was merely a matter of time. Having achieved her objective, Chu Muting addressed the old lady, grandmother, upon returning home, I have yet to visit my elder brother. Since you have gifted me some excellent tonics, I think it would be most appropriate to present them to him, especially now that he has just recovered. Chapter 30. Chu Qingyun upon hearing Chu Muting and Amp, Oppos, S words, The old lady and amp, Oppo's heart swelled with joy. Her granddaughter was truly commendable. She thought of her elder brother, knowing that he would be the first to receive any good fortune. Recalling the hand-copied Buddhist scriptures she had previously sent to Chu Muting only added to her satisfaction. Well done, my dear. It pleases me to see you with such intentions. Grandmother and amp, Oppo's affection for you has not been in vain. Your elder brother has been eager to see you. Just the other day, he inquired about you during his visit. Why not pay him a visit later? Chu Muting nodded in agreement. The two conversed for a while longer until the old lady retired for her afternoon rest, prompting Chu Muting to take her leave. The Tangtao courtyard appeared unchanged from the last time she had departed. Perhaps the absence of Chu Muting was the reason. The matron on guard at the entrance, humming a tune, was startled upon seeing Chu Muting and quickly called out, "Miss." Chu Muting nodded and entered, allowing the matron to relax, relieved that the kind-hearted young lady bore no grudge against her. After enjoying a modest lunch, Chu Muting leaned by the window to read for a while. When she deemed it the appropriate time, she instructed Lianxia to accompany her to Chu Muting and amp, Oppo's courtyard. Along the way, the maidservants they encountered greeted her with utmost respect. In a short span, news of the delightful conversation between the young lady and the old lady had spread throughout the estate. With the old lady and Oppo's favor now upon her, none dared to disrespect her during this period. Upon arriving at Chu Muting's courtyard, the matron at the entrance looked surprised to see her. "Why is the young lady here today? How peculiar." After a moment, a maidservant emerged, likely the head maid of Chu Muting and Oppo's quarters, leading Chu Muting to the main hall, where a younger maidservant soon brought tea. "I was unaware the young lady would visit today. Our young master is currently studying in his study and has sent for you." "Please, wait a moment," the maidservant said. Chu Muting smiled and replied, "I hope I am not disturbing my elder brother. I received some excellent supplements yesterday, and thought he might need them at this time. If it is inconvenient for him now, I can return another day." Pretending to rise to leave, the maidservant quickly interjected, "Not at all, young lady. The young master has been thinking of you at the welcoming feast. He regretted not speaking with you properly due to unforeseen circumstances and has been longing for an opportunity to see you again." As they conversed, Chu Muting entered. This was the first time Chu Muting scrutinized him closely since her rebirth. He donned a blue brocade robe, appearing somewhat disheveled, perhaps due to having just put it on. Although he was undeniably handsome, his complexion bore the pallor of someone who had indulged excessively in pleasures of the flesh. Upon seeing Chu Muting, his eyes brightened. He had not paid her much attention before, but today he realized that his younger sister was indeed a beauty, though it was a pity they were siblings. Had Chu Muting been privy to her brother and Oppo's thoughts, she would have felt only disgust, as this young master seemed preoccupied solely with physical beauty. "What brings my younger sister here today?" he inquired. Chu Muting gestured for Lianxia to set down the items and replied with a smile. "I realized I had not visited my elder brother since returning home. Today, I found some nourishing supplements from grandmother, and I thought to present them to you. I hope you will not find them lacking." Only then did Chu Muting notice the items and Lianxia holding them. He recognized this maidservant from his grandmother and amp, Oppo's quarters, and recalled finding her quite pleasing to the eye. However, after falling ill, his grandmother had given her to Chu Muting. Now, seeing her again, he found her even more beautiful, stirring his desires once more. Observing his younger sister and amp, Oppo's reluctance to keep the good fortune for herself, instead hastily offering it to him, he speculated that even if he had taken liberties with this maidservant, she would not dare to speak up. As he pondered, a wider smile spread across his face, occasionally glancing at Lianxia, who felt unnerved under his gaze but could not voice her discomfort, lowering her head further. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chu Muting excused herself, taking Lianxia with her. On their way back, Lianxia reflected on the day and amp, Oppo's events. Feeling uneasy about the young master and amp, Oppo's gaze directed at her. Having served in the household for several years, she was aware of certain matters. Many maidservants aspired to ascend to their masters and amp, Oppo's beds, with the more fortunate becoming concubines, while others settled for being secondary wives, a fate still preferable to marrying a lowly servant, as it promised a lifetime of security. However, she harbored no such aspirations. Her family had long arranged a marriage for her with her cousin, merely awaiting the appropriate time for the old lady to grant her permission to wed. Yet, now that she served the young lady, it seemed she would require her approval to marry. Contemplating this, she felt a pang of worry. Perhaps it would be best to avoid the young master for a while and later seek the old lady's counsel. After serving the old lady for so long, she felt confident that with the old lady's support, the young lady would likely acquiesce. Why hasn't that maid, whom I just saw with my brother, been married off? She seems of age, Chu Muting suddenly remarked. Lianxia snapped back to reality and replied earnestly, she is likely being kept as a concubine by the young master. Chu Muting and Appo's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so that is the case. Then, pondering further, she asked casually, and what about you, Lianxia? Has your family arranged a marriage for you? Her tone was light, as if it were merely casual inquiry. Lianxia, unsure of the young lady and Appo's intentions, hesitated for a moment before responding, my family once mentioned an engagement with my cousin on my mother's side. However, since I came to serve in the Ho residence, I have not seen him in quite some time, so I'm unsure of the current situation. Chu Muting smiled and said, then let us arrange a few days off for you soon. You can return home to see how things stand. If your cousin is a good match, I will prepare a dowry for you and seek grandmother's approval to allow you to marry. Lianxia was taken aback and then touched by the young lady's kindness. She resolved that if the old lady inquired about her, she would offer a suitable response. The young lady, though appearing aloof, possessed a genuinely kind heart. She knelt and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, young lady. I only hope to serve you for as long as I can. Chu Muting helped her to her feet, saying, I cannot keep you bound to me forever. You have been diligent in your service, and I appreciate it greatly. I will ensure you receive a generous dowry. Lianxia thanked Chu Muting once more, and the two companions refrained from discussing the matter further as they made their way back to the Tangtao courtyard. Though the topic was closed, Lianxia had already decided that once she confirmed matters at home, she would petition the old lady. With the young lady and Appo's consent, she felt confident that the old lady would not refuse her request. Chapter 31. A midnight visit after finishing dinner and washing up. Chu Muting sat at the table and took out a box given to her by her grandmother. She slowly opened it, revealing several sheets of paper inside, which turned out to be the dowry list of Xiao Yuanro. When Xiao Yuanro married into the family, her dowry was only slightly inferior to that of a princess. This modesty was due to the inability to display extravagance in the royal household. In truth, it was far more substantial. The old Duke of Dinghua had only this one daughter, whom he cherished like a precious gem, and her dowry practically filled half of the Duke's mansion. Some of the valuable items listed were placed in the Tangtao courtyard by Xiao Yuanro, but that was merely a drop in the bucket. Most of it had been appropriated by the old lady and the first lady, along with several shops, such as the well-known tea houses, pharmacies, and clothing stores in the capital, which were part of Xiao Yuanro's dowry. However, it was likely that they had now fallen into the hands of the first lady, possibly with the shopkeepers and staff replaced. She scrutinized the dowry list for a long time before returning it to the box. Now, reclaiming Xiao Yuanro's dowry would require meticulous planning. Nevertheless, she was determined to retrieve her mother's belongings. Those who had taken them would have to return every last item. After putting away the box and preparing to rest, a sudden noise by the window startled Chu Muting. She quickly donned her outer robe and was about to call for help when she caught sight of a figure climbing through the window. The newcomer was dressed in black silk with a handsome face, and the white jade pendant at his waist stood out against the dark attire. Without any hesitation, he seated himself in a chair at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Chu Muting suppressed the urge to call for help. If she were to do so now, she would find it impossible to clear her name, for it was the dead of night, and a solitary man and woman alone together in this courtyard could be misconstrued. Given the current circumstances, it would be unwise to let the news spread, as it would render her homeless within the Duke's household. With a cold expression, she taunted, at this late hour, what brings the young lord here? Have you perhaps mistaken this courtyard in search of my father? His voice, previously laced with mirth, now bore a deeper, colder tone. What need would I have to seek your father? Chu Muting tightened her grip on the dagger she had taken from her bedside when she donned the robe. It was the one her uncle had given her, and now concealed within her sleeve. It provided her with a sense of security should this young lord harbor any ill intentions. If he was looking for her father, she could hardly fathom why he would visit the Duke's residence at such an hour. Since you are not here for my father, I can hardly imagine what business would bring you to the Duke of Yongning's mansion at this hour, she replied coolly. Gu Yanqi picked up another teacup, idly playing with it, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. After seeing Miss Chu yesterday, I found myself unable to forget, hence my uninvited arrival today. If you do not wish to ponder what I might do, it would spare me the endless contemplation. The last phrase was drawn out, his youthful voice now tinged with a hint of flirtation. His words, while seemingly sincere, only raised her suspicions. A young lord raised in luxury, suddenly burdened with a wager to fulfill a promise to a young lady. Such a scenario seemed improbable. However, whether she believed him was of little consequence. At this moment, she found herself in need of assistance from this young lord. Initially, she had considered seeking help from her second cousin, but that was a last resort. This young lord, however, was quite suitable for her needs. Gu Yanqi observed the girl sitting there as a smile suddenly graced her lips. In that instant, he questioned the wisdom of his decision to seek her out tonight. The young lady, with a gentle smile, said, "Since the young lord has expressed himself thus, I shall not prolong the matter. There is indeed something I require your assistance with, and once this matter is resolved, we shall be even. What do you say?" Though Gu Yanqi sensed a foreboding unease, the words had been spoken, and retracting them was not an option. He steeled himself and replied, "Speak." After she finished outlining her request, he scoffed lightly, with a hint of disdain. "You wish for me to undertake such a task, considering my esteemed promise?" She nodded, and he looked puzzled. "What purpose do you have for luring that good-for-nothing from the loyal and brave Duke and Damp? Oppo's residence." Chu Muting smiled. "That is my affair. The young lord need only fulfill his promise." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanqi regarded her thoughtfully before rising to leave. As he approached the window, he turned back with a grin. "The guards of the Duke of Yongning are rather lax. You might wish to advise your father to bolster their ranks. Luckily for you, it is I who visited tonight. Had it been someone else, it could have ended poorly." Without waiting for her response, he climbed out the window, leaving only another teacup filled with water on the table as evidence of his visit. Chu Muting, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation, lay back on the beauty couch, contemplating his words. She did not believe a word he had said. In fact, she suspected that his true purpose for coming to the Duke of Yongning's residence was not to see her at all. Was he searching for someone else? Yet, the only connection between the Duke of Yongning's household and the Duke of Zhenghua was the old lady. Even if he were seeking her, he should have come during the day, openly, rather than sneaking in at night clad in black. His arrival at such an hour suggested he wished to remain undiscovered. What could that imply? If he was not seeking a person, perhaps he sought something else. Something that was most likely hidden within the Tangtao courtyard. Gu Yanqi was searching for something in the Tangtao courtyard. The Tangtao courtyard was prepared by her mother, containing items personally arranged by her. It was improbable that the sought-after object was something her mother had acquired later. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention. Thus, it was highly likely that he was after a piece of her mother's dowry. Gu Yanqi must be looking for a specific item from her mother's dowry. Chu Muting reopened the wooden box and examined the dowry list once more, but nothing seemed amiss. She resolved to revisit the matter later, intending to reclaim her mother's entire dowry and scrutinize it closely for any suspicious items. "Miss, it is quite late. You ought to rest soon," she called out, having noticed the light still shining from the inner chamber, worried that Chu Muting was still reading and straining her eyes. Understood. Chapter 32. Scheming Xiling and Tiandong have now become the chief maidservants of Chu Muting. Xiling is lively and quickly befriends the other maidservants in the Tangtao courtyard, while Tiandong, in stark contrast, remains cold and reticent, scaring off other maidservants who attempt to converse with her with just a glance. Many privately lament the peculiar choice of maidservants that the old lady of the Duke of Dinghua has found for the young lady. In recent days, the elixirs and delicacies sent by the madam have only been observed by Bai Ji, without any further action taken. Dan Yin continues to flaunt her enchanting demeanor, disregarding others, confident in the fact that she was sent by the madam. Meanwhile, she had often caught the master in oppos, si while in the madam and oppos, as courtyard, which further fueled the ire of the madam for sending her here. On the other hand, Chu Muting diligently attends to her duties. If it weren't an amp, oppos, T for the knowledge of her unusual capabilities, one might easily be deceived by her simple demeanor. Chu Muting summoned Tiandong to the inner chamber and quietly instructed, "You are my uncle and oppos, as carefully chosen maid, which suggests your martial prowess is formidable. I have a task for you." Tiandong knelt on one knee, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, "I shall heed your command. Mississippi, keep a watchful eye on Chu Chungyun. If you see him visiting the old lady and oppos, as courtyard, return and inform me discreetly, without drawing attention." Understood. Tiandong acknowledged before departing. The servants in the Tang Tao courtyard noticed that the young lady had ceased her reading and instead began to delve into the art of pastry making. Although she had previously known how to make pastries, she had never done so with such frequency as in recent days. The second madam, believing the kitchen and oppos, as confections were not to Chu Muting and oppos, liking, personally prepared some and sent them to the Tang Tao courtyard. Chu Muting received them with a smile, but continued her own baking endeavors. This stirred the old lady and oppos, as interest, and due to the recent fox fur cloak and the tonic sent to Chu Qingyun, the old lady had developed a genuine fondness for her granddaughter. She even sent someone to inquire about her well-being. Unable to evade the inquiry, Chu Muting explained to the maid who arrived a few days ago, "When I visited grandmother, I noticed her complexion was poor, likely due to the recent cold weather aggravating her ailment. In an ancient text I read, I discovered a method of incorporating medicinal herbs into pastries without compromising their taste, so I thought to experiment with it to provide her some comfort." The maid relayed her words to the old lady, who, upon hearing, arranged for a generous offering of garments and jewelry to be sent to the young lady. When this news reached the madam, she scoffed. She truly knows how to put on a show, thinking that by winning over the old lady of show and oppos and hall, she can rest easy in the manner. "Once I have seen the master and am with child, I shall deal with her." "Indeed," replied Wang Mama. "At present, it's crucial for the madam to conceive a son to elevate the masteress status. Once a legitimate son is born, what place will Bai Shi and her child have?" The madam nodded and asked, "Has Cui Ping sent any news?" Wang Mama whispered. Cui Ping mentioned that she took the opportunity to clean the inner chamber a few days ago and saw the young lady examining a box. Upon noticing her, the young lady reprimanded her. Generally, the young lady is kind to the maidservants, but that day she was quite angered. Cui Ping suspects that the contents of the box are unusual, but she hasn't found another chance to investigate further. The madam inquired, "Do you know where the box came from?" Cui Ping guessed it was likely brought back from the Duke of Dinghua and Oppo's residence. The madam pondered for a moment before instructing, "Have Cui Ping seek another opportunity to investigate further." In the Tang Tao courtyard, Chu Muting was reading when Tiandong suddenly entered and nodded toward her. Understanding the unspoken message, Chu Muting realized Chu Qingyun must be in the old lady and oppos courtyard. "Go summon Lian Xia," she instructed Bai Ji. Bai Ji nodded, though she was uncertain why Tiandong's arrival prompted the call for Lian Xia. However, she trusted her mistress had her reasons. Shortly after, Lian Xia arrived. With a smile, Chu Muting said, "I have just completed the pastries. I initially intended to deliver them to grandmother myself, but the second madam called for me to visit the Tang Tao courtyard. I feared the pastries would cool and lose their medicinal properties. So Lian Xia, could you please take them for me?" Lian Xia agreed, knowing well that the young lady had been devoted to her pastry-making endeavors and that it was reasonable for her to deliver them to the old lady courtyard. She harbored no doubts and set off with the pastries to show into oppos and hall. Chu Muting rose and addressed Tiandong and Bai Ji. "Let us go to the second madam's residence." The second madam was delighted to see Chu Muting and eagerly pulled her to sit beside her, saying, "Why didn't you send a maid in advance to inform me? I would have prepared some of your favorite dishes." As the second madam observed Chu Muting, she realized that in just a month, the young lady appeared to have matured, looking even more graceful and poised than when they last met in Huzhou. Could it be that the capital S environment nurtures individuals so well? Chu Muting chuckled softly. I merely wish to visit you, second madam. The second madam beamed. Well, you're always welcome. It is a pity that Jinan has been summoned by your uncle to study martial arts today. Chu Muting, why has my uncle suddenly decided that Jinan should learn martial arts? The second madam laughed. It is due to his grand declarations of wanting to become a general. Your uncle was moved by his words and sought a martial arts instructor for him. Now he rises with the dawn to practice diligently. Remarkably, he does not complain of fatigue, which is quite different from when he was reluctant to study. Her tone carried a hint of concern, as if she felt Jean and oppose, and was overexerting himself. It seems Jean and oppose, S interest truly lies in martial arts, which is commendable. A man must navigate the world through various paths, not solely through scholarly pursuits. Mastering martial skills could fulfill his aspirations of becoming a great general. If that has not come to pass, at least he can strengthen his body, Chu Muting reassured. Indeed, a man must tread various paths in life, not only through academia, praised Chu Changbai, who entered with a hearty laugh, clearly approving of Chu Muting's sentiments. The second madam quickly rose to assist her husband in removing his cloak, her tone brimming with uncontainable joy. Why have you returned so soon, my lord? Chu Changbai replied with a smile. There was little to attend to today, so I returned early. I did not expect to find Muting here. He turned to Chu Muting and remarked, your recent words were quite sagacious. Your aunt could learn a thing or two from you. She tends to spoil the children excessively. The second madam retorted, I only worry for Jinan. He is still so young. What if he cannot endure the strain? The old master chided, he is not so young. By the time I was his age, I was living independently and rising early to study. Chapter 33. Lian Xia upon hearing her husband's words. The second lady reflected on his past experiences as a concubine's son and felt a pang of sympathy, thus refraining from further argument. Chu Muting, observing the couple's playful banter, could not help but smile. All right, aunt, do not be angry with uncle. Luncheon is approaching, and I hope both esteemed elders will grace me with their presence to dine together. The second lady cast a reproachful glance at her, then instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes that Chu Muting favored. After the meal, Chu Muting returned to the Tangtao courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed Lian Xia standing there in a fluster, casting a pleading look her way. After settling down, she dismissed the other maidservants and inquired, Sister Lian Xia, what troubles you? Has a maid from the Tangtao courtyard been unkind to you? Speak up, for I shall surely advocate for you. You are a person from grandmother's courtyard, and I will not allow you to be wronged here. Recalling the events of the day at the Shoan Hall, Lian Xia knelt down, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, please, miss, save me. Chu Muting helped her up and spoke gently, do not fret. Take your time to explain. With a trembling voice, Lian Xia recounted the day's events. She had been sent to deliver pastries to Shoan Hall when she unexpectedly encountered the eldest master and his servant, Wenan, on the way. Remembering how the eldest master had looked at her during a previous visit, she attempted to evade them. However, Wenan spotted her and informed the eldest master, who then approached her with a smile. Lian Xia had no choice but to stiffly greet him. Miss Lian Xia, no need for such formality. Are you here to see grandmother? He inquired, casually brushing against her arm. Startled, Lian Xia took a step back and stammered. The eldest lady prepared some pastries for the old lady, and I am here to deliver them. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing her reaction seemed to amuse Chu Qingyun further. He gazed at her intently and said, Oh, my dear sister is quite thoughtful. I have heard that you have been making pastries lately. I wonder if I might have the pleasure of tasting them. Lian Xia, mustering her courage, replied, If the eldest master wishes to taste them, I will inform the miss, and she shall send someone to deliver them to your courtyard. With a lewd tone, Chu Qingyun responded, But I would prefer if Miss Lian Xia delivered them personally. I wouldn't want any substitutes. He laughed heartily at Lian Xia and oppose, as pale, frightened expression before departing, went towards the old lady's courtyard. Dreading the thought of encountering the eldest master again, Lian Xia hesitated, but knew she had to fulfill her duty. Upon entering, she found the old lady in conversation with Chu Qingyun, who effortlessly made her laugh, affectionately calling her my darling. When Lien Xia approached, the old lady assumed she had business to discuss. Lien Xia smiled and said, "I have come to deliver some pastries from our miss, as she thought you might feel better with a bite in this cold weather." The old lady beamed and replied, "How thoughtful of her. Lu Mama, bring them to me." Lu Mama nodded and took the food box from Lien Xia, opening it for the old lady to see. The pastries were crafted in the shape of flowers, vibrant in color, and exuded a floral fragrance. The old lady marveled. What exquisite craftsmanship! Chu Qingyun glanced at them and remarked, "They appear remarkably lifelike. My dear sister is indeed thoughtful." Startled by his words, Lien Xia instinctively flinched, but, upon realizing he was merely commenting on the pastries, felt a sense of relief. Yet, when she met his gaze, she sensed an overwhelming determination in his eyes, causing her to quickly lower her head, a wave of sorrow washing over her. "Miss Lien Xia, what are you thinking? The old lady is calling for you." Lu Mama suddenly called out. Regaining her composure, Lien Xia quickly responded, "Forgive me, old lady." The old lady waved her hand. "Enough, you may leave. Tell your mistress I enjoyed the pastries, and that she should come visit me at show and oppos, and hall when she has time. In a good mood." The old lady appreciated the lovely pastries and the visit from Chu Qingyun, making her day much brighter. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Lien Xia replied hurriedly, but she felt an unsettling sensation that Chu Qingyun was still watching her. As she returned to the Tangtao courtyard, her mind was in disarray. Before she could settle in, a matron at the door announced that Wendong sought her. Puzzled about Wendong's arrival, Lien Xia prepared to inquire, but was interrupted by Wendong whispering urgently that she had something important to share. Leading Wendong into her room, where only Bai Ji was busy tidying up, Lien Xia listened intently. "Sister Lien Xia, I just served tea to the old lady and inadvertently overheard the eldest master asking her about you. The old lady didn't oppose. Tea refused outright. She merely mentioned that you belong to the eldest lady now and that she would consider it." Having entered the estate together, Wendong and Lien Xia shared a bond akin to sisters. Knowing Lien Xia had a childhood sweetheart, they were waiting for the right moment to marry. Wendong hurried to inform her of the news. Lien Xia, upon hearing this, felt a wave of panic wash over her, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. She had thought that after serving the old lady for so many years, a plea might sway her. Yet, she had not anticipated the eldest master's involvement. Given the old lady's fondness for him, how could she refuse? It was complicated by the fact that she was ostensibly the eldest lady's maid, making it difficult for the old lady to agree, as it would be improper to consider a granddaughter's maid as a concubine for her grandson. "What should we do, Sister Lien Xia? Should we plead with the old lady?" Wendong asked anxiously. Lien Xia sat on the floor, head bowed, lost in thought for a while. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes red but resolute, as though she had made a decision. "You should return. Do not let anyone see you. I will find a way myself." When Dong hesitated, wanted to say more, but the determination in Lien Xia's eyes silenced her. If all else failed, she would join Lien Xia in pleading with the old lady. They composed themselves, ensuring they appeared untroubled. Lien Xia escorted Wendong to the door, smiling as she said, "Please inform my mother that I will ask the miss for permission to return home in a few days. It's quite peculiar that she sent you specifically to find me." Outside, Shui Ping, who had been tidying up, perked up her ears. So it was Lien Xia's mother who wanted her home. She had thought Wendong was in a state of distress for some other reason. Chapter 34. Departing the manor, Lien Xia knelt, pleading, "Miss, I implore you to save me. I cannot bear to become the concubine of the eldest young master." Chu Muting gently helped her to her feet and softly replied, "You might consider seeking grandmother's assistance once more. This matter is not yet settled. There may still be a glimmer of hope. As a young lady who has only just returned home, I am hardly in a position to help you." Lien Xia clutched Chu Muting in Oppo's sleeve, tears streaming as she exclaimed, "It is futile. The old lady dotes on the eldest young master so dearly. I am but a trivial maid. She would never risk displeasing him for my sake." The more Lien Xia spoke, the more despair filled her heart, ultimately leading her to resign herself to her fate. Indeed, if the young lady struggled to maintain her own standing in the Ho residence, how could she possibly save her? Slowly, Lien Xia released her hold on Chu Muting and Appo's sleeve and collapsed on the ground, unsure whether she had accepted her fate or if her heart had simply turned to ashes. Lien Xia, if I were to save you, how would you repay me? Suddenly, she heard the soft yet resolute voice of the young lady beside her, prompting her to look up in surprise at Chu Muting. The young lady sat in a chair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In that moment, Lien Xia felt a surge of certainty that this girl would indeed save her, inexplicably convinced of it. She hurriedly bowed her head, exclaiming, "Miss, as long as you can save me, I shall serve you like an ox or a horse in gratitude." Chu Muting chuckled lightly, bending down to meet Lien Xia and Appo's gaze, saying, "Then remember the words you have spoken today." In the peony courtyard, the matriarch was discussing plans with Wang Momo regarding a visit to the Qingxin monastery. Just then, a little maid entered to announce, "Madam, the eldest young lady has arrived." The matriarch turned to Wang Momo, frowning. "Did we not already receive her this morning? What more does she want? Has she not been enough of a sycophant before the old woman in Shoan Hall?" Wang Momo, in a soothing tone, replied, "Madam, please do not be angry. She is still the eldest young lady, after all, and calls you mother. It is only right that she should come to see you." The matriarch flicked her sleeve in annoyance and took her seat, while Wang Momo stood beside her, instructing the maid, "Let the eldest young lady in." Moments later, Chu Muting entered with Lien Xia and Tiandong. Chu Muting greeted her mother with a smile, saying, "Mother, I am well. This morning, my cousin Yuju from my uncle and Appo's family sent me an invitation to stroll around the market, so I came to inform you." The matriarch responded kindly, "In that case, take your maid with you. You have been in the capital for some time now. It is high time you ventured outside. The capital is quite different from Huzhou. Do you have enough money? If you encounter any garments or jewelry you fancy, feel free to purchase them." Chu Muting thanked her. "Thank you, mother. I have sufficient funds. Grandmother also sent some money recently." "Very well, then you may go. Just remember to return early. It is unsafe for young ladies to be out late. And I worry for you." "Understood." As soon as Chu Muting departed, the matriarch, in a fit of anger, threw a cup, exclaiming, "Every time I see her face, it infuriates me. Let her leave. Who would stop her? Yet she insists on informing me, merely to provoke my displeasure." Wang Momo massaged her shoulders, urging, "Madam, please calm down. It is not worth harming your health over this." The matriarch slammed her palm on the table, declaring, "I cannot tolerate this little girl's arrogance. I shall certainly teach her a lesson in due time. Madam, since Chui Ping is unable to enter the inner chamber, and she is currently absent from the manor, is this not the perfect opportunity?" Wang Momo suggested softly. The matriarch in Appo's expression shifted as she realized, "Indeed, let her investigate what is in that box. The mere thought of it being from the Duke's estate unsettles me. Once that maid leaves the manor, send someone to summon the big maid in the courtyard. Regardless of who she is, have her come under the pretense that I have prepared some garments and jewelry for the eldest young lady. After she leaves Tangtao courtyard, let Chui Ping sneak in to take a look." "Understood." Meanwhile, after departing from the peony courtyard, Chu Muting, along with Lien Xia and Tiandong, made her way directly to the entrance of the Ho residence, where Xiao Yuju awaited her in a carriage. Upon seeing Chu Muting emerge, Yuju waved from the carriage, calling, "Cousin, over here." With a smile, Chu Muting climbed into the carriage. Yuju remarked, "I intended to invite you out a few days ago, but my mother advised against it, fearing it would upset your grandmother, since you just returned from the Duke's estate. Yet here you are today, seeking me out. How delightful." Chu Muting replied with a grin, "I have heard that the new chef at Zue Xian Lu prepares exquisite Huzhou cuisine. I thought it would be a delight for you to experience it, as you may not have had the chance before." Yuju, resting her head on Chu Muting's shoulder, said, "Cousin, you are truly kind. Unlike those young ladies who visited my home recently, each one more pretentious than the last. Though they feign amiability, I can see their disdain for my straightforwardness. Everyone has their own disposition. If you do not wish to associate with them, there is no need to force it. They are hardly virtuous." Yuju nodded. "Indeed, I have no desire to engage with them. It is utterly dull. By the way, which young ladies are present? Since returning to the capital, I have yet to meet anyone else." Chu Muting inquired curiously. Yuju counted on her fingers, there is the legitimate daughter of the Zhu Guogong, Princess Qingping's daughter, Princess Jiayong, and the legitimate daughter of the Zhongyong Ho. Beyond that, I cannot recall. All of them are noble women. Chu Muting pondered, realizing that those who visited her uncle were either old acquaintances or close friends. However, the Zhongyong Ho had never had dealings with the Duke's estate, and in her past life, after marrying Xiang Hong, she had heard no mention of any ties between the two families, which only added to the suspicion surrounding her uncle's downfall. What could their intentions be in visiting the Duke's estate now? Cousin, what are you thinking about? I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Regaining her focus, Chu Muting replied, "It is nothing. I was merely contemplating whether to purchase some clothing or jewelry today and became lost in thought." Yuju, with a conspiratorial tone, said, regarding that, I sought information upon receiving your letter. There is a shop called Jinxiu Pavilion, second only to Nisha Pavilion in the capital. As for Nisha Pavilion, we cannot acquire their garments at present, but we can certainly shop at Jinxiu Pavilion. I shall let you in on a secret. I recently managed to secure some funds for my second brother, so we can shop without worry. Hearing this, Chu Muting chuckled, saying, I am most grateful to you, cousin, and also to your second brother. Yuju replied with a pout, Why thank him? Just thank me. She then instructed the driver. To Jinxiu Pavilion. The driver responded, Yes, milady. And so, the carriage made its way toward Jinxiu Pavilion. Chapter 35. The Quarrel, miss, we have arrived, the coachman declared, bringing the carriage to a halt. Chu Muting and Xiao Yuju assisted their maid in disembarking, only to behold a multitude of carriages stationed at the entrance of the brocade pavilion, bustling with elegantly attired individuals, presumably the ladies of various noble families from the capital. Xiao Yuju muttered, Why are there so many people today? The young servant at the door, with keen ears, overheard her words, and, noticing the exquisite garments of the two young ladies, quickly approached with eager politeness. Ladies, you may not be aware, but today marks the unveiling of new arrivals at the brocade pavilion, creating quite the stir. The daughters of the Duke of Pillar and the Duke of Town are currently inside. Would you like to join them? Upon hearing of the new arrivals, Xiao Yuju's eyes brightened. Cousin, let's go and take a look. Chu Muting's attention, however, was captured by the mention of the Duke of Town's daughter. Was that not Gu Yanxi's cousin? The current Duke of Town was Gu Yanxi's second uncle. Following the untimely death of Gu Yanxi's father, General Gu Qingzhou, the emperor appointed Gu Qingzhou's younger brother, Gu Qingyuan, to succeed him as duke. Though the title of heir was still granted to Gu Yanxi, the new duke had a legitimate son and daughter. The son, Gu Zijin, was renowned in the capital for his scholarly achievements and handsome demeanor, while Gu Yanxi, despite his superior looks, was known as a notorious idler, indulging in feasts and frivolities. It was said that the title of heir would be better suited for Gu Zijin, lest the duke's household fall into ruin under Gu Yanxi's stewardship. Chu Muting scoffed at those living in comfort, who only pointed fingers at others without a shred of self-reflection. As Chu Muting and Xiao Yuju entered the brocade pavilion, they were greeted by an array of garments on display, with the most exquisite piece positioned centrally. The crowd around it was substantial, yet, thanks to the watchful servants, there was no chaos. Xiao Yuju, sensing excitement, tugged at Chu Muting's sleeve. Cousin, let us go and admire that beautiful dress. Just as Chu Muting was about to respond, a derisive laugh echoed nearby. Country bumpkins, as if they've never seen anything before. Following the sound, Chu Muting spotted two young ladies and their maids, one clad in a pale yellow gown and the other in a rose-red dress. They were whispering among themselves, casting disdainful glances in their direction. The mocking remark had come from the girl in the yellow gown. Xiao Yuju, clearly incensed by the insult, retorted, Who are you referring to? Speak again if you dare. The girls, taken aback by Xiao Yuju and Appo's boldness, the one in yellow responded defiantly, Whoever it may concern, it's clear you come from a backwater, having never seen the grander things in life. Xiao Yuju, furious, moved forward, but the girl in yellow hesitated. The girl in rose-red interjected, It was merely a verbal spat. Does this young lady intend to resort to violence? Realizing the situation, the girl in yellow quickly accused, How dare you, Xiao Yuju, think to strike me in public? Xiao Yuju halted, indignantly declaring, Xiang Yuhua, I merely wished to reason with you. When did I express a desire to strike you? The two were clearly fabricating lies, attempting to tarnish her reputation with mere words. The girl in yellow was none other than Xiang Hung and Amp, Appo's younger sister, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Loyal Courage, and Chu Muting's former sister-in-law in her past life. Recognizing her face, Chu Muting had not anticipated that their first encounter in this life would unfold in such a manner. Xiang Yuhua had always looked down upon her, often creating obstacles. Their first meeting in this life had turned into a confrontation, truly a case of fate crossing paths. Proudly, Xiang Yuhua declared, "The Duke of Town's household certainly instills a sense of propriety, teaching their daughters to engage in public brawls. I shall inform my family of your conduct upon my return." Xiao Yuzhu was unable to contain her frustration, feeling powerless to counter Xiang Yuhua's accusations. Chu Muting gently placed a hand on Xiao Yuzhu and Appo's arm, then turned her gaze to Xiang Yuhua, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes radiated iciness. "From your earlier remarks, it appears you are aware that my cousin hails from the Duke of Town and Appo's family?" Xiang Yuhua, startled by Chu Muting and Appo's penetrating gaze, was momentarily disconcerted. But unwilling to concede, she raised her chin defiantly. "Indeed, but I did not expect a lady of the Duke of Town to possess such a lack of upbringing." Chu Muting continued, "If that is the case, I must inquire. The Duke of Town serves the Emperor by guarding the borders, and my cousin has spent her formative years alongside her family in that very region. Since you recognize her identity, you must also know she has returned from the borders." Xiang Yuhua, sensing the shift in tone, felt uneasy but was unable to grasp Chu Muting and Appo's intentions. Before she could ponder further, Chu Muting pressed on, enunciating each word with clarity. "The current emperor is a benevolent ruler, leading our flourishing dynasty, and the people of the great Zhou prosper. How could the borders, being part of our land, be deemed impoverished as you suggest?" As Chu Muting and Appo's words resonated throughout the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. Xiang Yuhua, now terrified, stammered, "No, that is not what I meant." Chu Muting's expression shifted, her smile replaced with cold seriousness as she continued to scrutinize Xiang Yuhua. "Are you dissatisfied with the emperor? Or is it the Duke of Loyal Courage and Appo's household that you hold grievances against, Miss Xiang?" Hearing this, Xiang Yuhua, overcome with fear, began to weep. "You are speaking nonsense. My family is fiercely loyal. It is you who misinterprets my words. Is that so?" Chu Muting disregarded her, instead directing her attention to the girl in rose red, who had remained a silent observer. "Miss Lin, you witnessed the disrespectful remarks made by Miss Xiang. Why did you not intervene? Do you perhaps share her sentiments?" The girl in rose red was Lin Shulan, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and a relative of the First Lady. In a past life, Chu Muting had encountered her several times, but they had maintained a cordial relationship before the rift with Chu Shuren developed. Now, however, she seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Xiang Yuhua, enjoying the spectacle of the confrontation. Had it not been for her insinuation that Xiao Yuzhu intended to strike Xiang Yuhua, the latter would not have dared to act so brazenly. Lin Shulan's cunning had turned their exchange into a spectacle of conflict. Chapter 36. Apology. Lin Shulan initially observed the unfolding drama, intending to inform Yuhua that the young lady over there was the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. However, upon hearing Xiao Yuzhu refer to Chu Muting as her cousin, she instantly comprehended Chu Muting's true identity, the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis and the biological daughter of her aunt's late husband. She had always been on friendly terms with Chu Shuren, who had previously mentioned this eldest daughter with a tone of grievance, implying that she was rather difficult to deal with. Since it did not require her intervention, she could simply watch as Yuhua, the foolish one, tangled herself in trouble. Little did she anticipate that Yuhua would be so naive as to be led astray by Chu Muting's words. And now, with the emperor being mentioned, what could she possibly say? A single misstep could lead to a grave sin that would bring ruin to her family. Miss Chu and Miss Xiao have misunderstood. Yuhua did not intend that, Lin Shulan softly stated. She had thought that Chu Muting would press her advantage, allowing her to continue feigning weakness. for society often extends sympathy towards the feeble. In such a case, no one would recall the words of the eldest daughter. They would merely view her as a bully. Yet, to her astonishment, Chu Muting did not adhere to the expected script. Just moments ago, she had appeared calm and collected, cornering both her and Yuhua, only to suddenly adopt a tearful countenance that made her seem even more delicate. Miss Muting does not wish to be confrontational. It is simply that I cannot agree with what Miss Xiang has stated today, which compelled me to engage in a brief debate. If my words have caused Miss Xiang any displeasure, I sincerely apologize, but my stance shall remain unchanged. Others in the shop, upon hearing Chu Muting's words, chimed in. Miss Chu, why apologize? You are clearly in the right. One woman exclaimed, indeed, we all witnessed the exchange. It was these two who spoke out of turn. If anyone should apologize, it ought to be them. Xiao Yuzhu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. Her cousin was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Lin Shulan and Xiang Yuhua felt utterly humiliated. Lin Shulan remained composed, but Xiang Yuhua, having been pampered since childhood, was not accustomed to such indignities. The thought of having to apologize was more unbearable than death itself. Thus, a stalemate ensued. However, Chu Muting remained unperturbed. The more the situation stagnated, the more advantageous it was for her. As the matter escalated to the palace, one could only speculate how the emperor might react, considering that the thoughts of young ladies are often shaped by their fathers and brothers. What is all this commotion? A group entered through the shop's entrance, led by a middle-aged woman clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority, accompanied by her maid. Upon recognizing her, the shopkeeper immediately knelt in deference, exclaiming, Your Highness, what brings you here today? The surrounding populace, upon hearing the term princess, regardless of which princess it was, hastily knelt, acknowledging her status as someone beyond their reach. Chu Muting and her companions also hurriedly offered their respects. Judging by the princess and Appo's age, she was likely the daughter of the late emperor. He had two daughters, Princess Yeping, who had married General Gu Qingzhou, and after his death, bore a son before tragically taking her own life, and Princess Qingping, who married the top scholar of her time, with whom she shared a harmonious relationship and 3 children. It appeared that the true patroness behind the jinxage was indeed Princess Qingping. In her previous life, Chu Muting had only glimpsed the princess from afar as she was surrounded by a throng of ladies. The princess's maid inquired, what has transpired here to warrant such a gathering? The shopkeeper then recounted the events that had unfolded, detailing the conflict and ensuing dialogue. Xiang Yuhua trembled in fear as the shopkeeper spoke. This princess was the emperor's younger sister, and she feared that their words would not go unpunished. After listening, Princess Qingping chuckled enigmatically. In this capital, I have not encountered such audacious young ladies in quite some time. The Duke of Loyal and Brave certainly knows how to raise his daughters. Xiang Yuhua quickly interjected, Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. They have misunderstood me. Princess Qingping cast a sidelong glance at her, inquiring, Oh, then what did you mean? Unable to meet the princess's gaze, Xiang Yuhua lowered her head and replied, I merely intended to mock them. I certainly did not mean any disrespect towards His Majesty. Princess Qingping remarked, as a distinguished young lady, instead of cultivating poetry, literature, and etiquette, you occupy yourself with such trivialities. What a splendid upbringing you have. After a brief pause, she continued, Since this matter is your fault, you shall apologize to these 2 young ladies. Though reluctant, Xiang Yuhua had no choice but to comply. Miss Xiao, Miss Chu, this matter is my fault. Xiao Yuzhu, bewildered by the sudden reversal of fortune, chose not to press her advantage. Let us consider this matter resolved. Lin Shulan, relieved that the princess had not noticed her, sighed quietly and exchanged glances with Xiang Yuhua, who felt utterly humiliated, believing all eyes were upon her, laughing at her disgrace. Eager to escape, they both bowed to Princess Qingping and, accompanied by their maid, hurriedly exited. Little did they know, this incident would eventually reach the emperor's ears. When he learned of it, he remained silent, but soon after, both the Duke of Loyal and Brave and the Minister of Revenue faced reprimands. Confused, they They were only enlightened by a small eunuch who discreetly informed them of the events, leading them to chastise Xiang Yuhua and Lin Shulan upon returning home. Of course, that was a tale for another day. At this moment, as they departed, Princess Qingping turned her gaze to Chu Muting, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You are indeed the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis?" Chu Muting respectfully responded. "This humble daughter, Chu Muting, pays her respects to your highness." Seeing her demeanor and conduct, which exuded both respect and grace, Princess Qingping felt content. "I have never encountered you before. Today, I learned that the Yongning Marquis has such a cultured daughter." Chu Muting replied, "In my youth, I was in poor health, and my grandmother and father, concerned for me, sent me to my uncle in Huzhou for recuperation. I returned to the capital only recently with him." Princess Qingping nodded. "I see." Then, recalling something, she turned to the shopkeeper. "The embroidered flower-patterned dress, the Cloud Fei Zhuang, should be gifted to Miss Chu. Have someone deliver it to the Yongning Marquis' residence later." Chu Muting promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, your highness." Princess Qingping smiled and nodded. "In the future, do visit the princess's residence. Jiayang is of a similar age to you, and I believe you two would enjoy each other as company." With a gentle smile, Chu Muting acquiesced, and then Princess Qingping departed with her entourage. Xiao Yuzhu, relieved to see the princess leave, sighed, "Cousin, let us also take our leave and try the cuisine of Huzhou at Zhe Xian Lu very well." The two of them linked arms and made their way to Zhe Xian Lu. Chapter 37. An incident, as the drunken immortal pavilion was not far from the embroidered pavilion. The two chose to walk rather than take a carriage, leisurely strolling through the market along the way. Halfway there, Lien Xia suddenly spoke up. Mississippi. Chu Muting replied, "You may go." Lien Xia nodded and departed alone. Noticing Xiao Yuzhu's puzzled expression, Chu Muting explained, "Her mother has been ill for the past few days. I've observed her anxiety, and a couple of days ago, I promised to let her return home today to visit her mother." Xiao Yuzhu understood. "I see. It is indeed appropriate for her to go home." As they meandered along, they purchased various trinkets. In the shadows, a figure observing Lien Xia's solitary departure hurried to report to a second-floor room in a nearby tavern, while another continued to follow her. "Young master, she is left alone." In the second-floor private room sat Chu Qingyun, who had been captivated by Lien Xia ever since their first meeting. The more she appeared reluctant, the more intrigued he became. Although his grandmother had agreed to gift her to him, he felt it necessary to first consult Chu Muting, but he could not wait. Lien Xia had remained in the Tangtao courtyard, providing him no opportunity to act until he learned from the servants that the young lady had left the residence accompanied by Lien Xia. He seized this chance without hesitation. "This is indeed a rare opportunity," he declared, rising to follow Lien Xia, accompanied by his servant, went in. Those trailing Lien Xia left markers along the way, making it easy for them to keep up. "Cousin, we have arrived. The drunken immortal pavilion is truly grand. I have never seen such a large tavern in the border regions," Xiao Yuzhu exclaimed as they reached their destination, gazing at the three-story establishment in awe. "Zhumwings, my, I have never encountered such a large tavern in Huzhou either. Let us enter swiftly." Xiao Yuzhu was eager. "All right," Chu Muting agreed. Just as they were about to step inside, Chu Muting suddenly noticed something amiss, exclaiming, "Oh, where's my bracelet?" "What is it, cousin? Have you lost something?" "It is my bracelet, which I brought out this morning. It seems to have been left behind at the embroidered pavilion." She turned to Tiandong. "Tiandong, please return and check." "Yes," Mississippi Tiandong replied before heading back toward the embroidered pavilion. Chu Muting continued, "Cousin, let Tiandong search for it. We should enter first." "Very well." Upon entering, the tavern staff welcomed them and led them to a private room upstairs. "What would the two young ladies like to eat?" "Zhumwings, my, I have heard that you recently acquired a chef's guild in authentic Huzhou cuisine." "Indeed, we have just welcomed a chef proficient in Huzhou dishes. Would you like to order some?" The staff replied eagerly. "Yes, then please bring us a selection of authentic dishes." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The staff exited to fulfill their order. Xiao Yuzhu peered out the window. "Cousin, the view is quite splendid here. We can see the bustling street below. Look, cousin, there is a handsome young man riding in the street. But that seems perilous. What if he collides with someone?" Upon hearing this, Chu Muting leaned out to observe. A young man clad in a crimson robe rode gracefully, his sharp eyes slightly upturned, holding the reins with an air of charm. This young lord is indeed a striking figure, she mused. He seemed to notice her gaze, glancing up briefly with a subtle smile before looking ahead and galloping away. Chu Muting noted that, despite his speed, he deftly avoided all pedestrians. "Cousin, did he just look our way?" Xiao Yuzhu inquired, clearly intrigued. Chu Muting withdrew her gaze and replied calmly, "Perhaps he merely glanced this way by chance." Xiao Yuzhu nodded. "That could be." After a while, the staff returned with their dishes. Chu Muting sampled a bite and found it indeed authentic. The two women enjoyed their meal in silence. Coincidentally, just as they finished, Tiandong returned, accompanied by Lian Xia. Xiao Yuzhu quickly asked, "Did you find it?" Tiandong nodded, producing a bracelet from her sleeve and handing it to Chu Muting, inadvertently grasping her hand for a moment. Chu Muting understood and nodded appreciatively. "How is it that you both returned together?" "Lian Xia, how is your mother?" Lian Xia answered, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. My mother is now out of danger. I happened to meet Tiandong on my way back, so I accompanied her." Realizing it was time to leave, the group prepared to return home. Xiao Yuzhu first escorted Chu Muting to the Yongning Marquis residence before reluctantly making her way back to the Duke Ding's residence. Upon entering the Yongning Marquis estate, Chu Muting sensed something was amiss. The usually orderly household was in disarray, with maids hurrying about in a flurry. When she reached the Tangtao courtyard, Baiji was already waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing her, she exclaimed, "Miss, the eldest young master is in trouble." At this news, Chu Muting instructed Lian Xia and Tiandong to return to the courtyard while she took Baiji and Ziling to Chu Qingyun's quarters. Upon arrival, they witnessed a chaotic scene of maids and servants rushing in and out, carrying basins of blood. Chu Muting covered her nose with a handkerchief and entered the inner chamber. The second and third madams stood by the door. The second madam shook her head at her, and the third madam cast her a glance but ignored her. Inside, the stench of blood overwhelmed her senses. The old madam was weeping by the window, while the concubine lay unconscious on the floor. The first madam stood by the window, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, though the authenticity of her sorrow was uncertain. Seeing Chu Muting enter, Chu Sikhan, lurking in the corner, sneered, "Eldest sister has returned quite late, hasn't she?" Chu Shuran beside her tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Fourth sister, refrained from speaking." Eldest sister had no way of knowing that eldest brother would encounter trouble while she was out. Chu Muting ignored their taunts and walked directly toward the old madam. These two would still seize the opportunity to belittle her, but depended on whether she was inclined to entertain them. The old madam glanced at Chu Muting without uttering a word, continuing to weep by the bed. "My dear heart, you were perfectly well this morning. How could you be in such a state now?" While Chu Qingyun's predicament troubled her, the fact that Chu Muting was out enjoying herself only added to her distress. However, recalling the garments sent by the shopkeeper from the embroidered pavilion earlier that day, she considered that perhaps the master of that establishment held a fondness for her granddaughter. Everyone knew that the embroidered pavilion was owned by Princess Qingping, and her granddaughter had received the princess's favor after a mere outing. Reflecting on this, her anger subsided. For after all, she could not have foreseen the incident. Chapter 38. Divergent Thoughts. Chu Muting cast a glance at Chu Qingyun, who lay on the bed with a furrowed brow, blood seeping from his lower body. The pain seemed unbearable, causing him to emit cries of agony intermittently. Each time he cried out, the old lady would lament, "My dear grandson." Seeing this, the second madam gradually approached Chu Muting and quietly explained the situation. It turned out that Chu Qingyun had been brought back by a servant from the Duke of Zhongyong and Appo's residence. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that he had clashed with the Duke and Appo's son, Xiang Heng, earlier that afternoon. According to Xiang Heng and Appo's servant, he had received a letter instructing him to visit number 3, Qingshi Lane on South Street. At this point, the servant hesitated. In the hall, Duke Yongding, Chu Changsong, was arguing with Duke Zhongyong regarding the matter. Noticing the servant's reluctance to speak, he demanded, "Speak the truth at once, or I shall ensure you meet a most unfortunate end." Duke Zhongyong felt a surge of anger as Chu Changsong reprimanded his servant in front of him. disregarding his presence entirely. However, understanding the importance of uncovering the truth, he suppressed his ire and urged the servant. Why the hesitation? The servant, trembling with fear, whispered, "Young master helped the Miss Yanhong redeem herself at Lingyun Pavilion and feared you would scold him. So he stayed at number 3 Qingshi Lane." His voice dwindled to a near whisper. Furious, Duke Zhongyong kicked the servant, exclaiming, "Nonsense!" Chu Chongsong interjected, "Xiang, this is your family matter, and I shall not meddle." But why was my son involved? After uttering these words, he turned to the servant and commanded, "Continue." The servant, trembling, glanced at Duke Zhongyong and continued softly. Young master feared that the lady had been discovered, so he hurried there. Upon arrival, he found 2 groups already engaged in combat. One comprised of the guards young master had left behind, and the other, strangers. Chu Dajun was there too, suggesting they were his men. Upon witnessing this, the young master was enraged, mistakenly believing that Chu Dajun intended to abduct Yanhong. Given their previous conflict, he instinctively confronted Chu Dajun. The servants, unable to watch their master suffer, rushed to assist him, resulting in a brawl between both parties. As the fight escalated, weapons were drawn, and our young master and Oppos, S-guards, skilled as they were, could not contend with the few men Chu Dajuan had brought. After relaying this, the servant glanced at them again before continuing. Then, in the chaos, it was unclear whose blade struck young master, and by the time anyone realized, he was already on the ground. Upon hearing this, Chu Chongsong's fury reached its peak, and he bellowed. "And then what?" The servant replied, in the confusion. Young master was wounded, and he fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged pause, the sound of a cup shattering echoed as Chu Chongsong, consumed by rage, hurled his cup at the servant, who fell to his knees, trembling in fear. "How dare you? In broad daylight, you brazenly take a life. Is there no law left?" Duke Zhongyong interjected, "Brother Chu, let's not speak so harshly. They were merely young men in a scuffle, and it was your son who first brought people to the lady and Oppo's residence." Chu Chongsong glared at him. "So, according to your reasoning, if my son is injured, it is still his fault?" Duke Zhongyong, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "I don't mean it that way, but the truth of the matter remains unclear, and it may be premature to cast blame." Chu Chongsong, agitated, thought to himself that Duke Zhongyong and Oppo's indifference stemmed from the fact that it was not his son who was harmed. Duke Zhongyong continued, "Brother Chu, arguing amongst ourselves is futile. We must summon a physician to tend to your son. If any herbs are lacking, feel free to send someone to my residence. I shall not refuse." Chu Chongsong responded solemnly, "This matter is far from over. Should anything happen to my son, we shall meet before the emperor. Someone, escort our guest out." He turned away without sparing Duke Zhongyong a glance, striding toward the estate's exit. Despite having sent for a physician, he felt uneasy and decided to visit the Imperial Hospital himself to see if he could summon Director Liang. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Muting spoke softly to the old lady. "Grandmother, my maternal grandmother has connections with old Master Lu. I shall send Bai Ji to the Duke of Dinghua and Oppo's residence to ask for her assistance in finding him." Upon hearing this, the old lady ceased her tears and inquired, "Which old Master Lu?" Chu Muting gently replied, "The director of the Imperial Hospital, old Master Lu." The old lady and Oppo's eyes widened in surprise. "It is he. If we could have him come, it would be most beneficial." "I shall trouble you with this, Muting." Old Master Lu, as the director of the Imperial Hospital, possessed unparalleled medical skills. The current director, Liang, was his disciple. However, old Master Lu was eccentric and, after stepping down, only treated the impoverished, refusing to attend to the wealthy and powerful. Chu Muting approached the door and quietly instructed Bai Ji, who then made her way to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Once Bai Ji departed, Chu Muting resumed her place beside the second madam, her gaze lowered. Intermittently, she could hear Chu Qingyun's cries of pain and the old lady's anguish calls. After a while, the voice of the maid calling for master echoed from the entrance. It was Chu Chongsong returning with Director Liang. Upon entering, Director Liang detected the metallic scent of blood in the room and glanced at Chu Qingyun, furrowing his brow. "Open the windows for ventilation." "And, my lord, Please ask the ladies to step outside. A crowd here hinders air circulation, which is detrimental to the patient. Before Chu Changsong could respond, the old lady, hearing this was harmful to the patient, quickly exclaimed, "Everyone, step outside. What purpose does your gathering serve?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Muting and the others left the inner chamber, waiting in the front hall. The first madam led the way, her heart brimming with joy. Not wanting to remain inside and risk betraying her emotions, she thought it was a stroke of fortune that Chu Qingyun had encountered misfortune. She anticipated how the Bai family would behave in her presence, wishing for Chu Qingyun not to recover, but rather to perish, sparing her the sight of him until her own son was born, the only legitimate heir of the Duke. As the group stood outside, their thoughts diverged. The first madam and the third madam secretly wished for Chu Qingyun and Appo's demise, while the second madam, known for her kindness, genuinely worried for him. Chu Shuran appeared anxious, yet inwardly hoped for her brother and aunt, Appo's death, and Chu Sikun and aunt, Appo's mind was consumed with resentment toward Chu Muting, unable to comprehend why their grandmother had not chastised her. As for Chu Muting, no one could discern the thoughts that lingered in her heart. Chapter 39. The truth, madam, what has happened? Came the urgent call from Lu Mama, echoing from the inner chamber. The first lady hastily stepped inside, followed closely by the others, eager to assess the situation. Inside, Chu Changsong trembled as he asked, "Director Liang, is there truly no other way? I implore you to save my son." Director Liang replied solemnly, "My lord, it is not that I do not wish to help, but my abilities are limited. The situation has become dire. Your son has sustained severe injuries and has lost too much blood. I have done all I can." Upon hearing this, Chu Changsong hung his head, his hands shaking as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Now, in his middle age, he had only one son, and he was powerless to prevent his only child from slipping away. Chu Mu glanced at the old lady, who was being supported by Lu Mama, likely having just heard Director Liang's words and realizing that Chu Qingyun might not survive. The weight of the news was too much for her to bear. The atmosphere was thick with tension. No one dared to utter a word, knowing that any comment could invite misfortune. "Miss, I have summoned old Master Lu." Came by Ji and Appo's voice from outside. Chu Changsong and Appo's attention snapped to the sound, startled as he realized he had missed something important. Chu Mu explained, "I asked Bai Ji to fetch my maternal grandfather to call upon old Master Lu from the Imperial Medical Institute." The old lady, who had been leaning on Lu Mama, suddenly seemed to feel a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, "Quickly, let the old master in." Old Master Lu entered, his hair a silvery gray, yet his complexion robust. Though advanced in years, he appeared in good health. Without a word, he made his way directly to Chu Qingyun, frowning upon seeing the state of the young man. The old lady, noticing his furrowed brow, felt a jolt of fear and called out, "Old master, how is my grandson?" He remained silent, continuing to examine Chu Qingyun and Appo's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his bag and began to insert them one by one into Chu Qingyun and Appo's body. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing, yet none dared to speak. The old lady watched the silver needles pierce her grandson and Appo's skin, her heart aching, fully aware that old Master Lu was their last hope. If he could not save Chu Qingyun, no one could. Time passed in agonizing silence until old Master Lu slowly removed the needles. At the moment the last needle was extracted, Chu Qingyun opened his eyes, coughed up blood, and then fainted once more. The old lady, initially relieved to see him awaken, was now taken aback by his sudden collapse and urgently inquired, "Old master, what happened?" Old Master Lu collected the needles and replied, "His life has been preserved, but whether he will awaken depends on fate. Even if he does regain consciousness, he will most likely be paralyzed." The old lady gasped, nearly losing her breath. Hearing that his life was saved, Chu Changsong exhaled deeply and bowed to old Master Lu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, old master." Standing nearby, Director Liang quickly interjected, "Master." Old Master Lu sighed at Director Liang, saying, "Years ago, I urged you to study acupuncture. Do you now understand its significance?" Director Liang earnestly replied, "Upon my return, I shall devote myself to mastering it." Old Master Lu nodded approvingly. Now that is commendable. He then slung his small bag over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Master, allow me to escort you back. Director Liang offered. Old Master Lu waved his hand dismissively. No need. You stay here to care for the patient. I am quite capable of returning alone. With that, he made his way to the door. As he passed by Chu Mu, he paused and remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to your grandmother. Como smiled softly. And with that, Old Master Lu departed. Chu Changsong could not allow him to leave unaccompanied and promptly dispatched someone to follow him. Once Old Master Lu had left, Chu Changsong turned to Chu Mu and said, You have done exceedingly well. Had it not been for you today, my eldest son might have perished. The old lady, now regaining her composure, looked at Chu Mu tenderly. You have been busy all day. Go and rest. Chu Mu performed a respectful bow, responding, Yes, father, grandmother. You should also take rest. My elder brother is a person of destiny. He will surely be fine. With that, she departed with Bai Ji. Upon arriving at Tangtao courtyard, Lin Xia, Tiandong, and Xiling were already waiting in the inner chamber. As soon as they saw her return, Lin Xia knelt and said, Thank you, Mississippi. Her voice quivered, clearly shaken by the day's events. It is nothing. Once the household is peaceful again, I shall arrange your marriage to your cousin. However, until then, you must remain devoted to serving me. Do you have any objections? Lin Xia quickly nodded. No, I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty. Her words were a mix of sincerity and apprehension. The day's events had instilled a deep fear in her regarding this young lady. The intricate schemes unfolding before her were unfathomable, especially from one who appeared so delicate. The residents of the Yongning Marquisate had severely underestimated this young lady. Change was undoubtedly on the horizon for the Marquisate. Chu Mu sipped her tea and inquired, Were there any unforeseen developments today? Tiandong replied calmly. After I left the drunken immortal pavilion, I proceeded to the location where Lin Xia departed, and those following her did not notice my presence. Lin Xia continued. Upon arriving at the courtyard in Qingshi Alley, I discovered there was indeed a hidden door that was not visible from the outside. Following your instructions, when I entered, Miss Tiandong was waiting in a concealed corner and led me away. Lin Xia and Appo's disbelief was evident. She had only just realized Tiandong and Appo's remarkable martial prowess. Indeed, Chu Mu affirmed. She recalled that she had learned about the circumstances in Qingshi Alley after her previous life marriage. Xiang Heng had cherished his beloved Yan Hong and had chosen an exceptional place for her residence. After discovering this in her past life, Chu Mu had sent someone to investigate and found the situation to be as she had expected. Upon entering from the outside, there remained a considerable distance to reach the courtyard and Appo's entrance, and the guard station at the entrance were unable to see anything beyond the main gate. When Lin Xia entered through that entrance, Chu Qingyun and Appo's people were unaware of the situation, mistakenly believing she had entered the courtyard. In reality, Lin Xia had already been taken away by Tiandong, who was waiting. When Chu Qingyun attempted to enter the courtyard to search for her, the guards would not permit him entry, leading to inevitable conflict. It was during the most intense moment of that conflict that Xiang Heng arrived. Speaking of Xiang Heng reminded Chu Mu of Gu Yanxi. That day, she had asked Gu Yanxi to help her draw Xiang Heng to this courtyard at this very hour. It seemed she had made the right choice. Chapter 40 Reunion. Very well, you may leave now. Tiandong, stay, commanded Chu Muting. The remaining few understood that she had further inquiries for Tiandong and refrained from speaking, departing promptly. Observing their exit, Tiandong seemed to grasp what Chu Muting intended to ask and directly stated, Miss, amidst the chaos today, I discreetly sprinkled the powder given by Xiling on the eldest young master. No one noticed. Good, you may leave now. After Tiandong exited, a while later, Bai Ji entered, wishing to assist Chu Muting with her ablutions. Chu Muting inquired, Was there any unusual activity at Tangtao courtyard after I left today? Bai Ji glanced cautiously around before whispering, Miss, after you departed, the madam dispatched someone to summon me and Xiling. Upon my return, I discovered that someone had entered the inner chamber. Chu Muting replied softly, I see. Miss, who do you think it could be? Could there be any trouble from their entrance? Chu Muting smiled at Bai Ji and reassured her, There is nothing to worry about. It was intentional to allow her entry. Why else would she have visited the madam today, if not to ascertain my absence from the estate? I suspect Xue Ping has already reported her observations to the madam. Indeed, as Chu Muting had predicted, upon the madam's return from Chu Qingyun's courtyard, she found Xue Ping waiting outside Mudan courtyard. Recognizing her intent to report, she permitted her to enter. What? You say that the box belonging to that young girl contained charms? Did you discern what kind of charms they were? The madam, taken aback, stood upright. Xue Ping replied respectfully, I cannot read, so I was unable to identify the charms. I intended to discreetly take a piece for you. But Baiji returned too soon, and I had to abandon the idea. Wang Momo interjected, Madam, I find this eldest young lady rather peculiar. Although raised in the second household, she displays no signs of a humble background. Moreover, since her return to the estate, a string of events has unfolded, each culminating in her benefit. Could it be that she is secretly employing some form of sorcery? The madam hastily responded, I shall catch her in the act. Then she paused, pacing the room. No, it is premature to act without knowing the nature of that item. If it is harmless, my rashness would be regrettable. I must devise a careful plan. Turning to Xue Ping, she instructed, You may return now, and do not arouse the young girl's suspicions. Yes, Xue Ping replied, bowing as she exited. Wang Momo remarked, Madam, this presents a splendid opportunity, but we must strategize carefully. The madam glared ahead, resolutely stating, regardless of the charm and oppose, as purpose, I shall ensure it becomes a tool of harm. We shall see what turmoil that girl can conjure. Meanwhile, Baiji continued to inquire of Chu Muting, Miss, how did you know that the eldest young master would accompany Lin Xia today? Having overheard their earlier conversation, she was nearly frightened to death, suspecting that the events were orchestrated by Chu Muting. How did she possess such knowledge? Chu Muting turned her gaze towards the window, revealing that it was indeed her machinations that directed Chu Qingyun. She had instructed Tian Dong to keep a close watch on him for quite some time. Thus, when Tian Dong informed her that Chu Qingyun had gone to Shoan Hall, she sent Lin Xia along, and naturally, they crossed paths. Once Chu Qingyun set his sights on something, he would not relinquish it easily, especially since Lin Xia was initially reluctant. This only fueled his desire to possess her. Consequently, he would undoubtedly ensure someone followed Lin Xia. As she remained in Tang Tao courtyard, with no opportunity within the estate, he would only pursue her outside. On the day she left the estate, Ling, inadvertently passing by Chu Qingyun's courtyard, complained to another maid about being left behind while the eldest young lady went out with Lin Xia. Upon learning of Lin Xia and Oppo's departure, Chu Qingyun could not let this opportunity slip away. After all, within the estate, she was merely a delicate figure to be trifled with, especially outside. This led to the subsequent events where Tian Dong, amidst the commotion, scattered the drug powder concocted by Ling. Chu Muting later discovered that Ling hailed from the southern frontier, saved during a rebellion by the Duke of Dinghua, who raised her in the old lady's courtyard. Ling, presumably gifted in the arts of medicine and poison, had self-studied and mastered much of the southern poison techniques through ancient texts, even surpassing her predecessors. The powder she prepared was specifically designed to take effect upon contact with Chu Qingyun and Oppo's wounds, incapacitating him. Ling assured her that it would go unnoticed by any, even the esteemed Dr. Liu, as he lacked knowledge of southern poison techniques. Thus, Chu Muting felt secure in inviting Dr. Liu. It allowed her to appear compliant before the old lady without causing significant harm. Indeed, while Chu Qingyun survived, he was rendered useless, confined to his bed, and no one would comprehend the reason for his visit. After all, his servants had been slain by Xiang Heng's men, and any who had escaped would find themselves discreetly dealt with by Tian Dong. In a brawl, how many could maintain their composure? Should their opponents falter, they would undoubtedly pursue the advantage. In a few days, the capital would learn that the eldest young master of Yongning Marquis House and the heir of Yongning Marquis House had clashed over a courtesan, with one now bedridden. For someone like Chu Qingyun, a swift demise would have been too lenient, considering the countless women who had perished at his hands in both lives. Such a fate was indeed deserved. As for Lin Xia, her boldness and cleverness rendered her an ideal maid, and through this incident, she was finally of true service to her. validating Chu Muting's extensive scheming. Seeing that Chu Muting remained silent, Baiji stepped out to prepare water for her washing, reasoning that the young lady must have her reasons for withholding information. She merely needed to execute her duties as commanded without overthinking. Once Baiji departed, Chu Muting reclined back on the beauty couch, resuming her reading of the book she had not finished that morning. As she became engrossed, a sudden noise interrupted her focus. Looking up, she found a certain young master seated at her table, sipping her tea, having made a deliberate sound to catch her attention. Such a familiar scene. With a sigh, Chu Muting set down her book and remarked, "What brings you here again, young master, and in such a manner?" No longer was she as anxious as during their first encounter. Indeed, she had grown accustomed to the unconventional entrances of this individual. The young master turned to her, his voice brimming with youthful bravado. "What of it? Is there a problem with a young libertine like myself clandestinely visiting a young lady in Oppos?" As chamber, he spoke flirtatiously, yet his gaze bore no hint of impropriety. Chu Muting replied with exasperation, "Pray, young master, do not jest. If there is something you wish to convey, do so directly." Gu Yanci placed his cup down and regarded her. "Miss Chu, you possess remarkable cunning. I am truly in awe." Chapter 41, Cooperation, the young lord praised. But she was no less deserving of commendation. Although neither spoke of any particular matter, they understood each other perfectly. The communication between intelligent individuals seldom requires excessive words. Sometimes, a mere glance suffices for mutual comprehension. Gu Yanci suppressed the smile playing at the corners of his mouth and, with a serious tone, remarked, "Miss Chu is a perceptive individual. I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to propose a transaction to you. What are your thoughts on this?" Chu Muting laughed lightly. "You jest, young lord. What could a sheltered girl like me possibly trade with you?" Her tone was innocent, as if she were truly an unworldly young lady. However, within, she had already deduced Gu Yanci's purpose for seeking her out. The last time he came alone, he did not reveal his intentions, but this time events had made him realize that she could assist him in obtaining what he desired, prompting this visit to suggest a deal. Yet, in negotiations, the one who speaks first often finds themselves at a disadvantage. Does one not? Since Gu Yanci had need of her assistance, she intended to maintain the upper hand. She would not engage in uncertain matters. Gu Yanci raised the teacup to his lips, sipping slowly. Chu Muting continued to observe him with a smile, and for a moment, neither spoke. Eventually, Gu Yanci set down his teacup and said, "My father once entrusted an item to the old Duke Ding, which later found its way into the dowry of his only daughter, accompanying her to the Yongning Marquisate. I wish for you to help me locate this item." "What is this item you speak of, young lord?" "It is a token engraved with the private seal of the Duke of Jinghua. I wonder if Miss Chu has ever encountered it?" Gu Yanci replied. Chu Muting did not respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head in contemplation. Gu Yanci patiently watched her, a smile lingering on his lips. Since this was a transaction, it was only natural that both parties would benefit. "What does the young lord propose as a means of trade?" Chu Muting asked, her voice soft as a spring breeze, yet imbued with a calmness that set her apart from other noble ladies Gu Yanci had met. Gu Yanci looked into her eyes and inquired, "What is it that Miss Chu desires?" Sitting up straight, Chu Muting replied, "Am I free to wish for anything? Perhaps even your life?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yanci pondered seriously for a moment before responding. "While seeking my life is not an option. Should Miss Chu wish to marry me and become the next Duchess of Jinghua, that is certainly negotiable. What say you? Will you marry me?" His tone was enticing, and combined with his striking features, it rendered any refusal nearly impossible. Chu Muting scoffed, "There are far too many admirers of the young lord in the capital. I, being a mere and inconspicuous girl, shall not join this fray." Gu Yanci chuckled, but remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Chu Muting continued, "If the young lord wishes to engage in a transaction, then he must promise to assist me with certain matters at times." "Oh, such as?" he probed, recalling the last incident where he had helped her divert Xianghong. "Let us not revisit that incident. I merely need you to inform me whether it succeeds or not." She replied. Chu Muting was confined within the inner quarters, and some matters were still rather inconvenient for her. in a world that placed immense restrictions on women. Any misstep could lead to her ruin. However, if she collaborated with Gu Yinzi, many tasks that were unsuitable for her could be delegated to him. Firstly, she lacked sufficient manpower. Secondly, this would keep her from being directly implicated in the affairs. Very well. I too am interested to see what tasks Miss Chu will assign to me. Gu Yinzi agreed without hesitation, then stood to prepare his departure. Do remember your promise. Young lord, she said with a nod. Indeed, should I find the item, I will return it to you, Gu Yinzi affirmed as he left. After his departure, Baiji entered and noticed the 2 cups, puzzled as to why Miss was using 2. Yet she dismissed the thought, assuming perhaps it was a matter of preference. The following morning, Chu Muting, accompanied by Baiji, went to Shoan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch. Despite the events surrounding Chu Qingyun the previous day, one must not neglect their duties of courtesy. Whether the matriarch wished to see them was her concern alone. Upon arriving at Shoan Hall, the elder ladies were already present. The matriarch, though appearing somewhat fatigued, bore a pleasant expression. Upon seeing Chu Muting, she smiled and said, "Muting has arrived. Come sit." Chu Muting responded respectfully, "Yes." The matriarch warmly remarked, "The pastries you sent previously were quite beneficial. After enjoying them, I have been sleeping well and feel much better." Chu Muting smiled. "As long as grandmother finds some comfort, then they have served their purpose. I shall prepare more upon my return." "Excellent. You are thoughtful," the matriarch replied. Chu Sihuan could not bear to see Chu Muting basking in the attention. Since she arrived in the morning, the matriarch had hardly acknowledged her, instead showering inquiries upon Chu Muting. What is so remarkable about merely making pastries? She thought disdainfully. Who knows if she even made them herself, or if they were prepared by the maids from the Tongqiao courtyard. With a dismissive pout, she quickly approached the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, I had someone fetch a talisman for my elder brother early this morning. I am certain he will recover soon, so do not worry." After speaking, she cast a provocative glance at Chu Muting and Chu Shuran, recalling how she had suffered embarrassment in a similar situation before. Thankfully, she had reacted quickly this time. Otherwise, the spotlight would have shone solely on Chu Muting before the matriarch. The matriarch smiled upon hearing her words. "You too are thoughtful. Later, you shall present it to your elder brother and place it beside his bed." "Yes, grandmother," Chu Sihuan replied with a smug smile. Chu Shuran then added, "Grandmother, I have also prepared some items for elder brother. I will accompany fourth sister to deliver them." The matriarch expressed her approval. "Very well, you are all considerate children." Chu Muting sat quietly by, having already engaged old Master Lu, so she need not feign concern today. She would let these 2 handle it. At noon, while Chu Muting was reading in the courtyard, Lian Xia suddenly entered and whispered, "Miss, something has happened with the eldest young master." Chu Muting lifted her gaze. "What happened?" "It seems the 2nd and 4th young ladies have gotten into a scuffle in the eldest young master's courtyard. The matriarch has already gone over. Do you know the reason for their quarrel? It is said that the 4th young lady broke an item that the 2nd young lady had given to the eldest young master, and the 2nd young lady could not contain her anger, leading to their altercation in the eldest young master's courtyard." Chu Muting rose. "Let us go and see." Chapter 42. Watching a play. When Chu Muting arrived at Chu Qingyun's courtyard, the old lady was seated in the main chair with a stern expression. Chu Shuran and Chu Sichuan knelt on the ground, each accompanied by their maidservants. Both of them were disheveled. Chu Sichuan wore an expression of anger and indignation, while Chu Shuran lowered her head, wiping away tears, evoking a sense of pity. To her surprise, there was an unexpected guest in the room. The 3rd prince, Yuanyang, was seated beside the old lady, looking rather awkward, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events. Upon noticing Chu Muting entering slowly, his eyes brightened. Today, she was adorned in a light-colored long dress, appearing particularly fresh and charming, especially in contrast to the 2 kneeling before her. Strangely, he felt that she seemed even more beautiful than when he had last encountered her in the palace. The old lady also noticed the 3rd prince's gaze, feeling a greater sense of satisfaction with her eldest granddaughter, unlike the other 2, who usually presented themselves as quiet and refined young ladies. Today, however, they had made a scene in front of the 3rd prince, bringing disgrace to the Yongning Marquis residence. She gently addressed Chu Muting. "What brings you here? Please, have a seat." Chu Muting performed a respectful greeting. "Grandmother, I hope you are well." She then acknowledged the third prince with a bow. "I have come to see you, Your Highness." Continuing, she explained, "This morning, I overheard my two younger sisters mentioning they had prepared something for elder brother. I felt somewhat guilty as an older sister, so I went to the storeroom to find some supplements, thinking that they would be of use when elder brother wakes. However, upon my arrival, I found you here as well. What has transpired?" The old lady smiled at the third prince, saying, "Thanks to the favor of the noble consort, His Highness has come to visit Chengyan. Unfortunately, these two troublesome girls have disturbed him. I hope Your Highness can forgive them. I believe the Marquis has already returned home and will have matters to discuss with you." Understanding the situation, the third prince quickly grasped that the old lady intended to deal with family matters and was reluctant to remain. "Then I shall take my leave to find my uncle," he said before exiting, casting a glance back at Chu Muting. Once the third prince departed, the old lady's voice turned sharp. "You two, explain what happened today. How could you fight in front of the third prince? Have you no semblance of a refined young lady? Have all my teachings gone to waste? Have you learned your manners only to throw them away?" It was evident that the old lady was truly furious, scolding even the favored Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsun harshly. One could only imagine how she would react if it were Chu Muting in their place. The family rules might well have been invoked. Chu Shuran was filled with resentment. The embarrassment of losing composure before the third prince was already unbearable. Being scolded by the old lady in front of so many, especially Chu Muting, felt like a humiliation she had never endured before. Surely, Chu Muting was reveling in her misfortune. Through tears, she cried, "Grandmother, I came with fourth sister to deliver items, but she deliberately damaged my belongings. I was merely expressing my anger, for it was a gift for elder brother. When she broke it, I truly felt distressed, and then she came at me, leading to the scuffle." Chu Sitsun interjected, "You lie. Grandmother, she is fabricating stories. It was she who clumsily broke it and is now trying to pin the blame on me. I merely defended myself, and Itsue witnessed the whole thing. I never touched second sister's belongings." Itsue chimed in, "Old lady, I assure you, my young lady never laid a finger on second Mrs. Scriptures." Chu Shuran, on the verge of tears, protested, "Itsue is your maid, of course. She will side with you. If it weren't for you, why have accidentally dropped the scriptures into the basin?" From what Chu Muting gathered, it seemed that Chu Shuran had prepared scriptures for Chu Chengyan, which fell into the basin, and in her anger, she blamed Chu Sitsun. Conversely, Chu Sitsun believed Chu Shuran was deliberately framing her. With Chu Sitsun's temperament, she could not tolerate such indignation, and a fight ensued between the two. Though Chu Shuran usually portrayed herself as gentle and magnanimous, the damage to her carefully prepared items incited her to retaliate when faced with Chu Sitsun's aggression, resulting in a scene that the third prince happened upon. If Chu Muting were to speculate, it was unlikely that Chu Shuran initiated the fight, as she typically valued her reputation above all and would not behave like a shrew. Most likely, it was Chu Sitsun who attacked first, with their maidservants intervening, creating the illusion that they were both engaged in the altercation. However, such details were insignificant now, as they had already caught the third prince's attention. Regardless of how they might argue in front of the old lady, there was no way to clarify the situation. At that moment, the two were still hurling accusations at each other. Chu Sitsun declared, "I will not admit to something I did not do. You carelessly let it fall, and now you accuse me. What kind of reasoning is that?" Chu Shuran, still sobbing, lamented, "Grandmother, if fourth sister refuses to acknowledge the truth, there is nothing I can do. However, I cannot accept this unjust accusation without a fight. Is fourth sister trying to drive me to despair?" In a fit of desperation, she rushed towards the door, as if to throw herself against it. The onlookers gasped in shock, but the maidservants quickly restrained her. The old lady, alarmed, stood up. "What are you doing? Is this a matter worth taking your own life over?" Chu Shuran collapsed into the arms of her maid, clutching her chest as she choked out, "Grandmother, if you do not believe me, I would rather die to prove my innocence." Sighing, the old lady observed Chu Shuran's state, her earlier anger dissipating considerably. Compared to Chu Sitsun, she had always trusted Chu Shuran more. After all, she was well aware of her granddaughter's character. Thus, she softened her tone. Help second miss to a seat. Chu Muting, feeling incredulous, shouted in disbelief. Grandmother, she is clearly feigning. The old lady, exasperated, retorted, be quiet. Not only did you damage your sister's belongings, but you also struck her. You refuse to apologize and maintain this attitude. Are you trying to push your sister to her limits? Chu Muting, seated now, quietly sobbed at the old lady's words. Chu Muting was left in disbelief, questioning what her grandmother meant. Did she truly believe it was her fault? Just then, the first madam and the third madam arrived, having overheard the escalating tensions. The third madam immediately protested. What do you mean by that, mother? The situation is still unclear. How can you declare it is Muting's fault? Seeing her mother arrive, Chu Muting rushed into her arms, crying, Mother! Chu Muting, observing the late arrival of the first madam and the third madam, cast a glance at Lianxia, who seemed to have received news rather quickly. It appeared someone had informed her shortly after the incident occurred in the old lady's courtyard. In light of the current situation, it was evident that the old lady was intent on protecting Chu Muting while sacrificing Chu Muting. After all, a public brawl among sisters was hardly a commendable spectacle, and the Marquis' residents had invested much in Chu Muting's upbringing, unwilling to allow such trivial matters to tarnish her reputation. However, this was not the outcome she had hoped for. Chapter 43. Partiality. Upon witnessing Chu Muting seated in tears, the matriarch approached her, offering a gentle touch to her hand. She then turned to the third madam and remarked, Sister-in-law, your words suggest that mother has unjustly accused Si-chan. Our Muting has always been well-behaved and kind to her sisters. Is Si-chan who, I hear, has recently bullied Ning Chu? With a pointed tone, she continued, Those aware of the sisters' quarrel might assume you, sister-in-law, cannot tolerate a concubine's daughter, allowing your legitimate daughter to mistreat her. Furious, the third madam retorted, Do not feign ignorance. What goodness do you possess, Lin Wanru? Who is it that caused the eldest son to suffer an allergy? Unable to bear a son yourself. You have even harmed the only son of the Marquis. The matriarch, infuriated, raised her hand, accusing, What nonsense are you spouting? When have I harmed the eldest son? Humph. Those who act know their deeds. Seated above, the old matriarch observed her two daughters-in-law, both from distinguished families, bickering like common harpies. She recalled that Chu Chungyun still lay in bed, unconscious, and felt a surge of anger rising within her. Quickly, Chu Muting stepped forward, soothingly placing her hand on the old matriarch's back. Grandmother, please do not strain your health. The two sisters are merely embroiled in a sisterly dispute. Thankfully, neither has been harmed. Mother and aunt are merely concerned for them, which prompted their hasty words. I implore you to forgive them and not to be angry. The old matriarch, initially focused on her daughters-in-law, nearly forgot the root of the matter, Chu Muting and Chu Si-chan. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, Fourth Miss broke her elder sister's belongings first, and instead of apologizing, she insulted her. She shall kneel at the ancestral hall for 3 days, be confined for a month, and copy scriptures 100 times. Upon completion, bring them to me. Turning her gaze to the softly sobbing Chu Muting, she added, Second Miss failed to restrain her sister and, instead, argued with her after the incident. She too shall be confined for a month. While the old matriarch's punishment appeared to be levied on both sisters, the severity was transparently unequal. It was clear that Chu Si-chan was at fault, while Chu Muting was merely remiss in her sisterly duties. Upon hearing this, Chu Muting rose and bowed, saying, Grandmother, this time it is indeed my fault for not managing my sister properly. I am willing to copy the scriptures 100 times as well. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Ah, this is how an elder sister should behave. Chu Si-chan, bewildered by the swift judgment, could not comprehend why she was being punished while Chu Muting was seemingly absolved. The third madam, sharing her sentiments, interjected, Mother, before she could voice her discontent. The old matriarch silenced her with a glare. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, you may ponder it in the ancestral hall. What a fine daughter you have raised. Indulging her to the point of disrespect towards her sisters. The third madam, chastened, dared not speak further but glared resentfully at the first madam and Chu Muting, her heart brimming with bitterness. Regardless, the old matriarch had no desire to witness them any longer and waved them away, retreating to check on Chu Qingyun's condition. Once outside the courtyard, Chu Si-chun glared at Chu Shuran with venomous disdain. "Elder sister, you truly have a remarkable talent for shifting blame. You know well how things transpired." Chu Shuran, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I do not comprehend what my sister is saying." Chu Muting, observing their quarrel with amusement, interjected, "Sisters, it is best to cease your bickering and return to tidy yourselves. This scene is indeed unbecoming." Bowing to the first and third madams, she then left with Lien Xia towards the Tang Tao courtyard. Chu Si-chun called after them, "Look at us now. Are you pleased with this spectacle?" Chu Muting turned back with a smile, ignoring her, and continued on her way. "Just a foolish jester," she thought. "Lien Xia, return and inform my third aunt. My fourth sister has suffered a great injustice, and my aunt cannot possibly remain indifferent." As they walked, Chu Muting casually remarked, "Having witnessed such a performance today, it is only fitting that I present them with a token of appreciation." Lien Xia, puzzled, inquired, "Miss?" Given grandmother's stance, it seems she attributes fault solely to fourth sister. However, third aunt is likely to disagree. Therefore, she will probably voice her grievances to others. Would you not agree? Lien Xia nodded eagerly. "I understand, Mississippi. I am acquainted with Xiao from third madam and Oppo's courtyard. I shall visit her for tea later." Chu Muting smiled, appreciating Lien Xia and Oppo's cleverness. There is no need for her to articulate every detail. Lien Xia grasped her intent effortlessly, as it was impractical to explain every matter in depth. As they strolled, they arrived at the lakeside, where the surface shimmered with rippling waves, the sunlight casting a sparkling glow upon the water, creating a picturesque scene. Chu Muting gazed into the lake, lost in thought, unbeknownst to her than the eyes of others. She too appeared as part of a painting, a graceful young woman in a light dress, standing by the lakeshore. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed into the distance. "Why does my elder cousin stand alone here?" Startled by the sudden voice, Chu Muting turned, her smile fading as she replied, "I have met the third prince." Yuan Yang observed the girl as she turned, the light casting a halo around her. Yet, for some reason, upon seeing him, her smile vanished, replaced by an air of distance, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Had he perhaps offended her in the past? He stepped closer. "Have we met before?" Chu Muting took a step back. "I have only just returned to the capital. Aside from our encounter in the Imperial Garden, I have not seen your highness before. Indeed, in this lifetime, we have not crossed paths," she thought. Yuan Yang, speaking softly, replied, "I must have overthought it." He intended to say more, but Chu Muting was disinclined to engage further. Each encounter with him brought forth memories of the tragic fate of the Duke of Jinhua and Oppo's household, filling her with a desire for vengeance. Thus, she curtsied and said, "I have matters to attend to in my courtyard. I shall take my leave now." "Please, your highness." "Excuse me." Without waiting for Yuan Yang's response, she departed. Yuan Yang watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. He had not needed to come today. Although Chu Qingyun was the sole son of the Marquis, he was still a bastard and did not require personal attention. Yet that morning, when his mother expressed the intention to send someone to inquire, he recalled the look in the girl's eyes during their last encounter in the Imperial Garden, prompting him to volunteer. The concubine, surprised by his decision, was met with his mother and Oppo's skeptical gaze, and he had hastily claimed he needed to discuss matters with the Marquis. Now, seeing her again, though the girl's demeanor appeared respectful, he sensed her underlying aversion towards him. Indeed, it was a palpable disdain. Yes, disdain. Typically proud. He found himself intrigued rather than offended. How utterly fascinating. Chapter 44. The Maple Forest. Upon returning to the Tangtao courtyard, Chu Muting's displeasure was palpable. If one were to inquire how the maids discerned her mood, it would be evident that, although the young lady typically concealed her emotions, her aura spoke volumes of her discontent. Once inside her chamber, she dismissed Lien Xia and the others, choosing to seethe in solitude. The mere sight of Yuan Yang had already dampened her spirits, and now he insisted on further vexing her. As her anger simmered, she hurled a book from the table to the ground, inadvertently striking a figure entering through the window. "Has the young lord taken to treating my Tangtao courtyard as his own residence?" she thought, bewildered at the audacity of Gu Yinzi to trespass in broad daylight. If anyone were to witness such an intrusion, her eloquence would avail her nothing. Unbeknownst to her, her interactions with Gu Yinzi had fostered a newfound ease in her demeanor. No longer did she feel compelled to don the guise of a gentle and harmless maiden. Gu Yinzi sensed this shift, and, inexplicably, a warmth blossomed within him, akin to a once cold stone gradually absorbing heat, though he alone was aware of it. He casually took a seat beside her, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What troubles our young lady today? Who has caused this discontent?" Chu Muting lifted her gaze, questioning the depth of their familiarity. She refrained from answering, instead asking, "What brings you here, young lord? If it is regarding the token, I have yet to locate it." Gu Yinzi picked up the discarded book and placed it back on the table. "No rush," he replied nonchalantly. Chu Muting and Amp, Oppos, expression hardened. "Then what is the purpose of your visit? I fail to see why our dealings warrant such an unconventional approach." Perceiving her ire, Gu Yinzi spoke with a hint of feigned grievance. "I merely discovered something intriguing and thought you would be interested, hence my visit." Chu Muting couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at his sudden change of expression, yet her curiosity was piqued by his words. Just as she was about to respond, Baiji entered, having heard the commotion caused by the book. She had brought a bowl of lotus seed soup, hoping to soothe Chu Muting and Amp, Oppos' temper. However, upon entering, she was startled to find her mistress seated with a man, nearly dropping the soup in her shock. Unsure whether to leave or stay. Noticing Baiji and Oppos' discomfort, Chu Muting instructed her, place the bowl down and step outside. Baiji hurriedly complied, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Gu Yinzi and Oppos' face. Recognizing him as the young lord she had seen at the Duke of Ding and Oppos' residence, she was struck with astonishment. Realizing her presence was unwelcome, she hastily exited. Once alone, Chu Muting regarded the bowl of lotus seed soup, torn between eating and abstaining, especially with Gu Yinzi still present. Propping his chin on his hand as he observed her, she decided to press on with her earlier inquiry. "What is it you wish to reveal, young lord?" Gu Yinzi grinned. "Are you truly eager to know?" Chu Muting nodded, and in the next moment, he wrapped an arm around her waist and leapt out the window, carrying her beyond the confines of the Yongning Marquis and Oppos' estate. Startled, Chu Muting nearly cried out, finding herself pressed against the youthful chest of Gu Yinzi, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. This was most unexpected. She turned her face away, fearful of falling, gripping his clothing tightly. Gu Yinzi, sensing her unease, chuckled softly, causing her to feel the reverberation of his laughter in his chest. After what felt like an eternity, he finally set her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she distanced herself from him, her voice icy. "It seems the rumors are true. You are indeed a notorious flirt, young lord. I implore you to seek companionship elsewhere. I'm certain countless noble ladies would vie for your affection if you merely beckoned." Gu Yinzi adjusted his attire, fixing his gaze upon her earnestly. "This is the late Prince Li in Oppos' courtyard. Following his passing, the Empress bestowed this place upon me. The prince's estate boasts a grove of maples and a peach orchard. While the blossoms are no longer visible, the autumn leaves are in their glory." As he spoke, he moved closer. "Please do not be upset. This maple forest is breathtaking, a sight most seldom witnessed." Their eyes locked for a moment, silence enveloping them. In his gaze, Chu Muting saw her own cool demeanor reflected, alongside the fiery red leaves behind her. After a pause, she turned to behold the maple forest, vibrant with crimson, leaves akin to a sea of clouds. A gentle breeze swept through, sending leaves cascading around her. She reached out to catch one, momentarily forgetting her past grievances, her focus solely on the resplendent autumn colors. Gu Yinzi's deep yet spirited voice broke through a reverie. "What do you think? Was the visit worth your while, young lady?" Though she did not respond, a subtle smile graced her lips. Gu Yinzi, standing beside her, noticed this and, with a light chuckle, felt that his efforts had not gone in vain. The first time he visited the Yongning Marquis estate in search of the token, he had intended to do so discreetly. Yet, upon leaving, he was reminded of the composed young woman who had made her requests known. In a spur of the moment, he had decided to leap through the window, only to find her startled yet attempting to maintain her composure. Armed with a dagger, he chose not to confront. Later, when she articulated her demands, he did not refuse, intrigued to uncover her true intentions. He pondered how Chu Qingyun and Xiang Heng had wronged her, prompting her to orchestrate such a scheme, displaying a ruthlessness unbecoming of a young lady. Eventually, they struck a deal, and although he was uncertain why he felt it would benefit him, today he had indeed come bearing news. While he was oblivious to the specifics of Xiang Heng and Appo's offense, he was undeterred from witnessing the unfolding drama. However, seeing her so agitated compelled him to reconsider, and he brought her to this place, believing that a young girl ought to smile more. As Chu Muting took in the beauty of the maple forest, her spirits lifted considerably. She contemplated expressing her gratitude to Gu Yinzi, but hesitated, recalling his whimsical nature. Instead, she simply asked, "Did you not mention having something to tell me? Is now the time to share?" Gu Yinzi feigned annoyance. "Is this truly what you wish to inquire about, given the current setting, young lady?" Noticing her silence, he took a step back, prompting her to walk away. Swiftly, he grasped her sleeve, conceding, all right, I shall tell you." Chapter 45. Rumors. Chu Muting cast a glance at the hand that had grasped her sleeve. Gu Yinzi quickly released it and whispered a few words. Startled, Chu Muting looked up. Had it not been for Gu Yinzi, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Xiang Heng was involved with Lin Mahua. Lin Mahua was the illegitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, making her the cousin of the legitimate daughter, Lin Shulan, whom they had encountered previously at the Jinxiu Pavilion. It was common knowledge, albeit not widely acknowledged, that the Lin family, being the maternal family of the First Lady, was aware of the betrothal between the Yongning Marquisate and the Yongning Marquisate. Although the two families had fallen out due to matters concerning Chu Qingyun and Xiang Heng, thus nullifying the marriage arrangement, Gu Yinzi's comments suggested that Lin Mahua and Xiang Heng had developed a relationship prior to the discord between the families. It was indeed intriguing. One wondered how Chu Changsong and the old matriarch would react upon learning of such a development from the First Lady's family. Gu Yinzi escorted Chu Muting back to her courtyard, and as he was about to leave, he remarked suddenly, "That girl in your courtyard possesses impressive martial skills. Where did you find her? Was she given to you by the Duke of Dinghua? If she were less skilled, she would surely have been discovered by that girl." Chu Muting understood he was referring to Tiandong, yet she chose not to respond, simply stating, "This is of no concern to the young lord." Gu Yinzi chuckled helplessly and replied, "Having such a maidservant is indeed fortunate." With that, he noticed Chu Muting had seated herself upon the beauty couch and took his leave. Bai Ji had been waiting outside, and upon hearing Chu Muting call for her, she entered. Noticing the untouched lotus seed porridge on the table, she refrained from saying much. There was no need to inquire about her mistress's affairs. A few days later, rumors began to circulate in the capital, claiming that the two young ladies of the Yongning Marquisate had quarreled within the estate, and that the third prince had witnessed the altercation. Someone inquired, "Which two young ladies? Is it the recently returned eldest daughter?" Another, seemingly in the know, whispered, "Not at all. It is said to be the second young lady, who accused the fourth young lady of damaging her belongings. The fourth young lady, understandably, would not concede easily and thus fought back." Skeptics voiced their disbelief. "Surely not. I have heard of the second young lady, renowned for her beauty and talent, cultured enough to become a prince's consort." Others chimed in, "How could we comprehend the affairs of such noble families? Perhaps their previous demeanor was merely an act. Otherwise, why would one strike her sister?" In no time, the capital was abuzz with such talk. When the news reached the First Lady, she angrily shattered an entire set of precious porcelain. "Have you found out who is responsible?" asked the First Lady. Granny Cui replied, "I inquired with the gatekeeper, who mentioned that a maid from the third household has been frequently seen going out." The First Lady scowled. "I knew it was them. Who else would dare to leak this incident? I truly admire her audacity, risking her own daughter and Appo's reputation just to drag me into this mess. Which family would not keep such matters tightly sealed? Yet she seems eager for everyone to know." After shattering a cup on the floor, she declared fiercely, "If this incident jeopardizes my Shuran and Appo's prospects of marrying into the royal family, I shall ensure that Chu Muting never finds a husband in this lifetime. On that day, Chu Muting was in the second madam's courtyard, embroidering together with her. Proficient in all arts, she struggled only with embroidery, and thus the second madam took it upon herself to instruct her. The head of this phoenix should look like this. See? Just then, a maid rushed in, clearly having overheard some news. The second madam set down her embroidery frame and inquired, "What has happened?" It seems two matrons from the kitchen had a quarrel that escalated, resulting in the medicine brewed for the eldest young master being spilled. Upon learning this, the old matriarch scolded the third madam harshly, stating that if she cannot manage the kitchen, she should relinquish control. And thus the authority over the kitchen has been returned to the first lady. Understood, you may leave now. After the maid departed, the second madam turned to Chu Muting. Do you know what is going on? Chu Muting softly replied, "It seems grandmother blames the third madam for the rumors, and now has seized the opportunity to reprimand her." The second madam nodded. Indeed, the third sister-in-law has acted foolishly. This incident reflects poorly on Sikhan and Appo's reputation. She grasped Chu Muting's hand, relieved that this affair had not tarnished her standing. Though kind-hearted, the second madam was not naive. She could discern the underlying issues at play. Chu Muting pondered that the first lady had finally taken action against the third household. Initially, she had thought the first lady would have reclaimed control over the kitchen long ago. Yet for some unknown reason, she had refrained from doing so. Now, spurred by the rumors, she could no longer hold back. Furthermore, due to the eldest young master and Appo's injuries, Bai Yang was preoccupied and unable to manage the kitchen, leaving the third madam solely in charge. If not now, when would be an appropriate time to act? The old matriarch likely suspected that the first lady was behind the maneuvering, but the third madam and Appo's actions were an obvious affront to her authority. She had already made a decision, yet the third madam had audaciously intervened, jeopardizing the reputations of both young ladies of the Marquisate, particularly Chu Muting. With concubine Rong yet to make a final decision, Chu Muting still had the potential to become the third prince's consort. However, this incident could severely mar her reputation, inciting the old matriarch and Appo's wrath against the third madam. Thus, she seized the opportunity to strip her of her control over the kitchen. 10 days later, the Princess Qingping's Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet was to be held. The princess hosted this annual event, and although Chu Muting had been absent from the capital in previous years, her return this year necessitated her participation. The second madam remarked, "You have yet to meet the other ladies and young misses from the various households. This occasion will provide an opportunity to do so." The Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, Chu Muting mused. It was also held in my past life around this time. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquisate, I attended, yet compared to the graceful Chu Muting, I appeared rather unremarkable, blissfully unaware as I trailed behind her, inviting derision from others. Though the banquet claimed to celebrate chrysanthemums, it would actually feature competitions in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Winning even one contest would yield prestige, enhancing one's prospects in marriage discussions. Hence, daughters from noble families placed great importance on the event. In her previous life, Chu Muting secured the top honors in both calligraphy and painting, gaining unparalleled acclaim, while Chu Muting's timidity had prevented her from participating. In this life, however, the tides of fortune had turned. It remained uncertain who would claim first place. Days later, the old matriarch indeed sent for Chu Muting. Upon arriving at the Showan Hall, she found the gathering quite full, even including the confined Chu Muting, who appeared haggard, suggesting she had not fared well during her confinement. Upon Chu Muting's arrival, Muting shot her a resentful glare. The old matriarch addressed the assembly. "Now that you are all present, I have an announcement. In 5 days, Princess Qingping will host the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet. You must all prepare accordingly, and we shall attend together." She turned to the First Lady. "You shall take them this time. I am too old for such exertions, and shall refrain from attending. Conveniently, the new garments made for you all have been completed. They will be sent to your respective courtyards shortly." The First Lady responded affirmatively. Understood. Chapter 46. Provocation on the day of the Chrysanthemum Banquet. Chu Muting had prepared herself early. Surprisingly, the matriarch did not create any disturbances. she had sent someone to notify her in advance. Accompanied by Bai Ji and Tian Dong, she set out. Upon reaching the entrance, besides seeing Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsuan, she was taken aback to find two unexpected individuals, Chu Siqing and Chu Ningchu. Both were adorned in new garments but appeared somewhat timid, likely due to their infrequent outings. The old matriarch had always held disdain for daughters born of lesser status, and the first wife looked down upon them as well. So how could the two possibly attend together? Perhaps sensing Chu Muting and Appo's gaze, the two timidly greeted her. Chu Siqing explained, "It was grandmother who asked us to come along." Chu Shuran added, "It is said that Bai Yinyang sought grandmother's permission this morning." Understanding dawned upon Chu Muting. It seemed that with Chu Qingyun still unconscious, and even if he were to awaken, it would be of little consequence. Bai Yinyang sought to secure a favor for Chu Siqing from the old matriarch, as her son was of no use. If her daughter could secure a good marriage, it would still be beneficial. The upcoming chrysanthemum banquet was a prime opportunity. If any matron took a liking to Chu Siqing, her future prospects would be assured. Although the old matriarch disdained daughters of lesser status, Chu Siqing was still the full sister of Chu Qingyun. For his sake, she would likely consent. Furthermore, should Chu Siqing marry into a prominent family, it would reflect favorably on the Ho residents, since they allowed Chu Siqing to attend. The inclusion of Chu Ningchu would be inconsequential. With a smile, Chu Muting found herself indifferent. The number of maidens attending from the Yongning Ho residence made no difference to her. However, for Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsuan, given recent events, they seemed unwilling to maintain even a facade of peace. While Chu Shuran was somewhat more composed, Chu Sitsuan barely acknowledged her presence. As everyone arrived, they boarded the carriages. Chu Muting, Chu Shuran, and the first wife shared one, while Chu Sitsuan, Chu Siqing, and Chu Ningchu occupied another. Originally, Chu Sitsuan was to sit in the front carriage, but she opted to distance herself from Chu Shuran and chose to sit at the back instead. The carriage journey was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to speak. Upon arriving at the residence of Princess Qingping, they noticed a throng of guests had already gathered, with carriages from various households parked at the entrance. Coincidentally, the carriages of the Zhongyong Ho residence and the Yongding Ho residence arrived together. As they disembarked, they exchanged glances, yet no words were spoken. The onlookers were acutely aware of the scandal that had recently enveloped the capital, where the sons of the two families had clashed over a courtesan, resulting in one still bedridden. Indeed, it had brought great shame to their households. Seeing them, the second daughter-in-law of Princess Qingping, Madame Sheng, hastily signaled her sister-in-law, who, understanding the cue, they approached the group. Madame Sheng greeted the first wife warmly, saying, "Madam, welcome. Please come inside. We have prepared a banquet, and I hope you enjoy yourselves today." She then turned to Chu Muting and her companions. "Ah, it is delightful to see you ladies again. You are even more radiant than before." The first wife humbly responded, "You flatter us." After exchanging pleasantries, Madame Sheng excused herself to attend to other guests, instructing her maidservants to escort the first wife and her party to the banquet table. Meanwhile, the ladies from the Zhongyong Ho residence were also led in, albeit positioned far from the Yongning Ho residence, presumably to prevent any potential discord between the two families. The banquet was set in the garden, surrounded by an array of exquisite chrysanthemums, with an open space in the center, likely designated for the upcoming competitions among the young ladies. Upon arrival, the first wife engaged in conversation with familiar matrons, reminding them to enjoy themselves but not to venture too far. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Shuran was whisked away by several other ladies who had been waiting nearby. With her strong social ties in the capital, she was well liked, and even Chu Sitsuan had acquaintances among her peers. This left Chu Muting, Chu Siqing, and Chu Ningchu standing awkwardly together, both of the latter evidently feeling uneasy. "Sister, what should we do now?" Chu Ningchu asked in a hushed tone. Chu Muting made her way to the seating area designated for the Yongning Ho residence and replied, "You should sit as well. We can wait until the banquet starts." Exchanging glances, Chu Siqing and Chu Ningchu settled behind Chu Muting. They sat quietly until Chu Muting sensed someone watching her. Looking up, she saw Chu Shuran and several young ladies gathered, seemingly engaged in a whispered conversation. occasionally casting disdainful glances in her direction. That gaze was all too familiar to Chu Muting. She had endured it in her previous life. Instead of retreating, she met their gaze head-on. The young ladies, momentarily taken aback, approached her. One of the girls in a green dress asked, "Shuran, is this your elder sister?" Chu Shuran nodded, replying softly, "Yes, my elder sister has just returned to the capital after recovering in Huzhou." The girl in green scoffed derisively. Such a charming story. Who would send their legitimate daughter away to recuperate? Surely, Miss Chu must have some other issues. Another girl, clad in a pale blue gown, tugged at her sleeve, urging, "Ling Yu, do not speak so." At that moment, Chu Muting recognized the green-dressed girl as Liao Ling Yu, the second daughter of the Duke of Zhuhua. The girl in pale blue then bowed to Chu Muting, apologizing, "Miss Chu, my sister has been impolite. I hope you will overlook her rudeness." Casting a glance at her, Chu Muting noted that this was Liao Han Yu, the eldest daughter of the Duke, whose talents rivaled those of Chu Shuran. In her previous life, while Chu Shuran had excelled in painting and calligraphy, Liao Han Yu had triumphed in music and chess. Chu Muting chose to remain silent, directing her attention to Liao Ling Yu. "Miss Liao, your storytelling skills are quite remarkable. You could easily rival a storyteller at a tea house." At this, the other young ladies erupted in laughter, leaving Liao Ling Yu feeling as if her face had been scorched by fire. Enraged, she retorted, "Miss Chu, your tongue is quite agile. Yet I wonder if during your time in Huzhou, you merely learned to engage in debate, considering I have heard you were raised by the merchant-born Lady Chu heir. I hope you did not spend your days merely counting coins, devoid of any knowledge of music, chess, poetry, or painting." Her words suggested that she had heard from Chu Shuran that this Chu Muting was adept at ingratiating herself with her elders, a trait she inherently despised. Recalling her mother's remarks about the possibility of the favored concubine Rong securing this Chu Muting as a bride for the third prince, Liao Ling Yu felt a surge of indignation. She had known since childhood that her sister harbored feelings for the prince and had delayed marriage for that reason. Why should someone like Chu Muting, devoid of her sister's grace and talent, be destined for her sister's beloved? Thus, she sought to provoke Chu Muting, hoping to witness her humiliation. Upon hearing Liao Ling Yu's disparaging remarks about Lady Chu heir, Chu Muting's expression turned cold. Chapter 47. The Wager Unbeknownst to Me. How Miss Liao heir came to hear of this? Was it you, my second sister? Chu Muting turned her gaze towards Chu Shuran as she spoke. Startled, Chu Shuran felt a shiver run down her spine, fearing that Chu Muting had uncovered something. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle demeanor and replied, "How could that be, sister?" Turning to Liao Ling Yu, she added, "Sister Liao and elder sister, please do not quarrel. Let's just say I misspoke. Both of you do not be angry." Chu Shuran's words only served to further convince Liao Ling Yu of Chu Muting's lack of substance. Otherwise, why would Chu Shuran wish to silence her? Surely, it was to protect the reputation of the young ladies from the Yongning Marquisate. With this thought in mind, her resolve strengthened, and she boldly exclaimed, "Do you dare to compete with me?" Chu Muting responded, "What do you wish to contest?" Liao Ling Yu gestured towards the open space in the center and said, "In the 4 upcoming matches, whoever can win 3 rounds shall be deemed the victor." With an icy calmness, Chu Muting replied, "Since it is a wager, what shall the stakes be?" Liao Ling Yu, as if she had anticipated the terms, declared, "Whoever loses must publicly admit their inferiority before all present." How does that sound? A smile graced Chu Muting's lips, yet it did not reach her eyes. In a voice laced with chilling resolve, she proposed, "Very well. But let us wager something of greater consequence. Whoever loses must kneel at the other Inapos' doorstep and acknowledge their lack of skill, vowing never to engage in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting again. Do you dare?" As Chu Muting stepped closer to Liao Ling Yu, lowering her gaze to meet hers, Liao Ling Yu felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively took a step back. However, having voiced her challenge, there was no room for regret. To do so would be to lose face. Besides, she did not believe that Chu Muting could outmatch her. Although she may not be the best among the young ladies of the capital, she often placed within the top 3. With her chin held high, she declared, "Let's wager. Whoever loses must not harbor regrets. Otherwise, it would be futile to plead with me." Chu Muting straightened, a slight smirk playing upon her lips, and affirmed, "Then it is settled." She then resumed her seat, allowing the scrutinizing gazes to rest upon her. Liao Hanyu had initially intended to dissuade Liao Lingyu, deeming her actions too impulsive. If they lost, not only would it tarnish their own reputation, but it would also bring shame upon their sisters, and even their father would be ridiculed. She was about to speak up when she saw Chu Muting's composed demeanor, and she unconsciously relented, thinking, what if Lingyu were to win? If Lingyu triumphed, regardless of whether the wager was fulfilled, Chu Muting would be forever diminished. And how could consort Rome allow the third prince to marry such a woman? In that case, she would undoubtedly become the prime candidate. As a crowd gathered around their wager, Chu Sikhun and others arrived. Upon witnessing Chu Muting's audacious gamble, Chu Sikhun scoffed, "Elder sister has quite the audacity. I wonder if she possesses genuine skill. If she loses, do not drag us down. Go and apologize on your own." Chu Muting cast a glance at her, thinking her to be a fool. The Yongning Marquis thrived in unity. If she were to lose, what good would come of it? Yet here she was, hurling insults at her, truly foolish. Chu Muting could hardly be bothered with such nonsense. "I believe elder sister will prevail," came a timid voice from beside her. Chu Muting turned to see Chu Sixing, who, after speaking, cautiously lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching her garment. This younger sister truly surprised her. It was unexpected that Bai Yinyang could raise such a daughter. Chu Muting offered some fruits from her plate to Chu Sixing and smiled. Chu Sixing timidly lifted her gaze and returned the smile. Observing their interaction, Chu Ningchu contemplated whether to ingratiate herself with Chu Muting. Yet she too doubted Chu Muting and Amp, Oppo's, chances of victory. If she were to lose, her current support would only serve to make her a laughingstock later. No, she could not afford to gamble. Stealing a glance at Chu Ningchu, who had lowered her head, Chu Muting couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After a while, the matriarch and others returned, having learned of the wager. While they outwardly expressed confidence in Chu Muting, inwardly they were elated. How could she be so reckless, daring to wager such stakes? If she were to lose today, the matriarch would not take it lightly. Nonetheless, it was a boon for them. After all, it was Chu Muting's own choice to gamble, and they could not be blamed. Once Chu Muting's reputation lay in ruins, Shuran would seize the opportunity to shine at the banquet, becoming renowned throughout the capital. Who would remember the minor dispute with her sister by then? At that moment, the third prince in Oppos, as consort, would surely be her Shuran. Indeed, the matriarch never believed that Chu Muting could triumph over Liao Lingyu. One was a carefully nurtured daughter of a prestigious family, while the other had grown up without parental guidance in the countryside. The outcome was all too predictable. Like the matriarch, other noble women also harbored doubts about Chu Muting's prospects. Initially, upon seeing the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquisate, they noted her poise and beauty, sparking interest among many, as every family had unmarried sons or grandsons. Yet, this young lady proved to be quite impulsive, easily provoked by mere words. With a sigh, they lamented the loss of such a promising family background and appearance. The princess arrives. Their musings were interrupted as Princess Qingping made her entrance, adorned in a vibrant red palace gown, perfectly complementing the autumn scenery. Beside her stood her two daughters-in-law and her legitimate daughter, Princess Jiayong. As the princess entered, everyone bowed in respect. Princess Qingping, while directing the guests to take their seats, focused her gaze on Chu Muting. The young lady stood tall, exuding an air of reverence, neither servile nor arrogant. It brought to mind their first encounter, where she exhibited the same composed and astute demeanor. The events that had transpired earlier had already been reported to her by a maid, and she felt that Chu Muting was not one to act impulsively. Unconsciously, she believed in her victory. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Princess Qingping spoke. "The gathering has progressed significantly, and sitting idly is quite dull. Since all the young ladies present are talented, why not engage in a friendly competition?" She nodded to her attendant, who beckoned for several maids to bring forth items. Princess Qingping continued, "I have prepared prizes for the champions of the 4 disciplines of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This ancient zither shall be awarded to the champion of music, an ancient chess manual to the chess champion. this exquisite inkstone to the calligraphy champion, and a genuine work by Master Yao Shouyuan to the painting champion. Chapter 48. The contest. As for the judges, they remain the same as in previous years. I, Lady Fei, and Mr. Han from the Imperial Academy. Does anyone have any objections? Lady Fei was once the renowned courtesan of Lingyun Pavilion. Her mastery of the guqin unmatched in the capital. Countless noble young men squandered fortunes just for a fleeting glimpse of her. Yet she was always one to sell her art, not her virtue. Each year, at the chrysanthemum banquet hosted by Princess Qingping, she was invited to serve as a judge. For her skill in the art of the guqin was unparalleled. Though Mr. Han is referred to as Sir, she is a woman of noble birth who has remained unmarried throughout her life. The Emperor, recognizing her talent, made an exception and appointed her as a teacher at the Imperial Academy. At this moment, the two of them sat beside Princess Qingping, engaged in quiet conversation. Seeing that there were no objections from the guests, Princess Qingping signaled to a maid and declared, "Let us commence." Soon, a maid approached with a wooden box, and the lady-in-waiting beside the princess explained, "Inside this box are slips of paper with numbers. Each young lady shall draw one in turn, and then perform according to the number drawn, beginning with the guqin." As she finished speaking, the young ladies stepped forward to draw their numbers. When Chu Muting unfolded her slip, she found the number 13, a rather late position. Chu Shuran, with a smile, inquired, "Sister, what number did you draw?" "I have 12. Chu Muting glanced at her, but then turned her gaze forward, coolly replying, 13. Chu Shuran paused for a moment before exclaiming, "What a coincidence. You're just behind me. I wonder if you have brought your guqin. If not, you may use mine." Sharing the same instrument would highlight her skills, and with her brilliance shining first. Who would remember Chu Muting thereafter? Chu Muting replied softly, "Thank you, sister." Her tone was indifferent, as though she were unaware of Chu Shuran's intentions. While they conversed, several young ladies had already begun to perform. The initial performances were merely mediocre, prompting only a token praise from Princess Qingping. Recognizing their own shortcomings, those young ladies bowed their heads and exited the stage after expressing their gratitude. Next, Liao Hanyu took the stage, adorned in a flowing gown of moonlight white. Sitting gracefully before the guqin, she exuded an ethereal aura. As the first note resonated, it was clear she was deserving of the title of last year in Daopos as champion, her skill far surpassing that of her predecessors. The piece Guanshan Yu captivated the audience, leaving them entranced. Upon completion, Princess Qingping exclaimed her admiration, and Lady Fei also displayed satisfaction. While Guanshan Yu was not particularly difficult, executing it with such fluidity was no small feat after Liao Hanyu exited. A few more young ladies performed, yet even those with commendable skills seemed overshadowed by her brilliance. Soon, it was Chu Shuran and Apo's turn. She approached the stage with her pre-prepared guqin, bowed to Princess Qingping, and began to play. Having lost to Liao Linghan the previous year, she had practiced diligently over the past year. As she played Spring River, Flower Moon Night, Lady Fei remarked, "Your rendition resembles the one I played in my youth. You have clearly put in considerable effort, and it is remarkable." Chu Shuran humbly responded, "You flatter me, my lady." She was well aware that Lady Fei had often played this piece in her youth, which was why she had chosen it. Clearly, her hard work had paid off. She believed she had outperformed Liao Hanyu, and the others were not worth mentioning. She felt increasingly confident that victory was within her grasp. Not only she, but other ladies also shared this sentiment. The ladies beside the matron began to congratulate her in advance, proclaiming, "The second young lady truly possesses exceptional guqin skills. It seems the title of this year's champion belongs to her." The matron modestly replied, "You flatter me, Lady Li. The daughter plays beautifully as well." Lady Li, the wife of the Minister of Revenue, often praised the matron since her father was her husband as superior, and thus she frequently flattered her at gatherings. After Chu Shuran stepped down, the matron patted her hand, her eyes filled with pride. Next, from the Yongning Marquis, the eldest young lady. The maid in Apo's voice silenced the room, for everyone knew of the wager between Chu Muting and Liao Lingyu, and this was the first time the eldest young lady had appeared since her return to the capital. Curiosity piqued, all awaited to see her performance. A girl dressed in a light emerald gown rose gracefully, moving towards the center of the stage. The breeze lifted her skirt, making her appear as if she were gliding on lotus petals. As Chu Muting sat before Chu Shuren's guqin, she casually plucked a few strings, leaving the audience puzzled. Observing Mr. Han's bemused expression, Lady Fei explained, "Miss Chu is merely tuning her instrument." Her gaze towards Chu Muting was filled with approval. This simple act revealed that the young lady's talent would undoubtedly rival that of her preceding competitors. Before anyone could fully process her casual strumming, the music began, resonating through the hall. The audience found themselves swept away by the melody. As the music intensified, their hearts seemed to tighten, and as it softened, they gradually relaxed. When the final note fell, a profound silence enveloped the room as the audience remained stunned, unable to speak. It was Lady Fei who first regained her composure, smiling at Chu Muting and saying, "It has been long since I heard Meihua San Nong. I did not expect one so young as yourself to master this piece." Meihua San Nong is among the most challenging pieces in guqin repertoire, and few can perform it well. Even a highly praised Chu Shuren and Liao Hanyu could not execute it flawlessly. Yet this young lady not only played it, but did so with exceptional skill. As the audience emerged from their reverie, a chorus of praise erupted. Indeed, Miss Chu is a master of the guqin. Yes, her performance was extraordinary. We are truly far from her level. Princess Qingping smiled contentedly, stating, "In all the years I have hosted the Chrysanthemum Banquet, your guqin skills rank among the top 3. Please take your seat." "Yes," Chu Muting replied respectfully, then gracefully returned to her place. Unbeknownst to her, her sister played so exquisitely that victory seemed assured, prompting Chu Shuren to preemptively congratulate her sister. Watching Chu Muting return, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging in her palms. She had believed her own performance was sufficient, but now, with Chu Muting's exquisite playing, who would remember her? Even if she managed to surpass Liao Hanyu and secure second place, who would recall the second? All would remember only Miss Chu. The matron cast a glance at Chu Shuren, signaling her to remain composed. It was merely one category. There were still others to contend, and if she triumphed in the remaining 3, this one would pale in significance. Chapter 49. The Contest 2. After Chu Muting finished playing, the subsequent performances were met with indifference from the audience, who were all eagerly anticipating Liao Lingyu's turn. Indeed, at that moment, Liao Lingyu had yet to take the stage, and everyone remembered the wager she had with Chu Muting. Their gazes instinctively drifted toward Liao Lingyu, as they all acknowledged Chu Muting's remarkable skill. It seemed a formidable challenge for the second Miss Liao to triumph over her. Seated in her place, Liao Lingyu felt a surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated Chu Muting's exceptional talent. Based on Chu Shuren's words, she had believed that Chu Muting was not particularly adept at the instrument. Could it be that her sisters had conspired against her? Liao Lingyu understood her own abilities, though she was considered talented among the young ladies of the capital. Chu Muting's recent performance had clearly outshone even her elder sister. How could she possibly hope to surpass her? Beside her, Liao Hanyu shared in the discomfort, feeling disheartened that even in her most proficient skill, playing the qin, she could not measure up to Chu Muting. What chance did she have in other areas? If she couldn't surpass her, how could Consort Rome possibly choose her over Chu Muting? In that moment, the future seemed bleak, and a tide of resentment swelled within her. Why? Why could it not be her? After all, she had been the one to harbor feelings for the third prince first, regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds. The moment for Liao Lingyu had finally arrived. She walked toward the stage with a hurried step, clearly anxious. However, upon beginning her performance, the audience was taken aback to discover that she had chosen to play Hujia 18 beats. This piece was notoriously difficult, even more so than the Plum Blossom 3 variations performed by Chu Muting, and it demanded an exceptional level of skill. Yet, it was evident that Liao Lingyu was not up to the task. Her playing was chaotic, and as she progressed, her anxiety only intensified, leading to further disarray. "Enough, stop!" Princess Qingping interrupted coldly, her expression stern. Liao Lingyu turned pale and fell to her knees. Without sparing her a glance, Princess Qingping waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." Liao Lingyu longed to protest, But the look on the princess's face quelled her spirit, and she reluctantly exited the stage. She had not intended to perform this piece today. The one she had prepared was evidently not capable of surpassing Chu Muting, and so she had hastily chosen this one. Though she had practiced Hujia 18 beats at home, she had never succeeded even once. She had taken a gamble, hoping against hope that perhaps this time will be different. Dazed, she returned to her seat, feeling the scornful gazes of the crowd upon her. When she glanced at Chu Muting, she caught a glimpse of her smiling faintly, which only deepened her sense of humiliation. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, but it was Liao Hanyu's gentle tug that restrained her. I have conferred with Lady Fei and Mr. Han. The title of the foremost musician shall be awarded to the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis, with the second place going to the second daughter, and the third to the eldest daughter of the Zhu Duke's household. I trust no one has any objections to this outcome. Princess Qingping spoke with unwavering authority, prompting a chorus of agreement from the assembly. Miss Chu is indeed deserving. We hold her in high regard. The praises echoed, and Chu Muting sat gracefully, a serene smile gracing her lips, embodying humility and composure, which endeared her to many noble women present. Seeing her demeanor, Princess Qingping felt a swell of satisfaction. Thus concludes the musical competition. Next, we shall engage in a chess match. I have prepared 10 ancient chess problems, which will be laid out by the maidservants. Each young lady will take her turn. Those who can solve 3 of the puzzles will receive a gift from me, and the one who solves the most will be declared the winner. As she finished speaking, maidservants entered in succession, each carrying a chessboard. Once the boards were set, the young ladies approached in order to solve the puzzles. After each attempt, Mr. Han would verify the answers, and the maidservants would reset the boards for the next participant. The ladies drew lots to determine their sequence, and Chu Muting, by chance, was assigned the last turn. Chu Shuran sighed in relief upon seeing her number. She no longer wished to be compared with Chu Muting. Though she had confidence in her chess skills, she feared the possibility of defeat, which would be too great a blow to her pride. As the other young ladies took their turns, the one who solved the most puzzles managed only 5, while Liao Hanyu, for reasons unknown, only solved 7, despite having been the previous year's chess champion. This revelation surprised the crowd, and Liao Hanyu clenched her fists in frustration. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Muting, and by the time she regained her focus, time had slipped away. Liao Lingyu, who followed Liao Hanyu in line, surprisingly managed to solve 9 puzzles, though she stumbled on the most difficult one. Nonetheless, 9 was a commendable number, and unless Chu Muting performed remarkably, victory would likely be hers. She smirked at Chu Muting, feeling a sense of vindication. Chu Shuran, not particularly skilled in chess, also solved 7 puzzles, much like Liao Hanyu. Discontented, she considered her own strengths in literature and painting, which eased her anxiety. The crowd awaited Chu Muting's performance, especially after her unexpected prowess in music. Yet, it was Liao Lingyu who emerged as the dark horse in this chess round. The 5th daughter of the Yongning Marquis, Chu Ningqiu, astonishingly solved 8 puzzles. Although still fewer than Liao Lingyu, it surpassed both Liao Hanyu and Chu Shuran, and she was a name previously unheard of among the assembly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Chu Ningqiu and Appo's heart raced with excitement. She had always concealed her talents within the Marquis and Appo's household, knowing she was no less capable than Chu Shuran, yet had to feign ignorance. This was her chance to shine, if she did not seize the moment. How would the other noble women recognize her as the 5th daughter of the Yongning Marquis? However, she understood that this round could easily be a fluke. Once all the young ladies had completed their attempts, it was finally Chu Muting's turn, the last to participate. If she could solve 9 or more puzzles, the victory would be hers. Otherwise, Liao Lingyu would claim the prize. Liao Lingyu, now considerably less anxious than in her first round, was certain that Chu Muting could not surpass her score. The final problem, which she had scrutinized, seemed insurmountable. Chu Muting approached the chessboard with her usual calm demeanor. Upon glancing at the layout, she swiftly began to move her pieces. The audience could scarcely keep up as her fingers danced across the board, reaching the final puzzle with unparalleled speed. When she encountered the last chess problem, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, It was a familiar setup, one she had recently encountered and even won a bet over with someone. Chapter 50. The Crown 3. It is indeed intriguing. This final chess match mirrors the endgame that Gu Yinzi and Xiao Yuanjing previously encountered beneath the lakeside pavilion at the Duke of Dinghu's residence. In that instance, she managed to break the stalemate and triumph over Gu Yinzi. The recurrence of this endgame here is rather fascinating. With her delicate hands, she gently grasped the pieces and, in an instant, unraveled the position. Mr. Han barely had time to comprehend the situation before Chu Muting placed the final piece. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I wonder from which esteemed school Miss Chu has emerged. This method of breaking the deadlock is indeed extraordinary. Chu Muting inclined her head slightly, smiling as she replied, "You flatter me, sir. I merely encountered this endgame during my leisure time, found it exquisite, and thus studied it a little." Mr. Han was even more astonished. He had not anticipated that such a brilliant method of resolution could originate from such a young maiden who had yet to reach maturity. This technique is truly remarkable. I humbly request Miss Chu's permission to impart it to the students at the academy, and I shall ensure they are informed that this method was devised by Miss Chu. Chu Muting responded, "I am greatly honored." Upon witnessing this, Princess Qingping and the other ladies stepped forward, eager to discern the nature of this remarkable resolution that had garnered Mr. Han's praise. Once they approached and beheld the chessboard, they too gasped in admiration. It is worth noting that they were all from families that had meticulously cultivated their talents in the arts, and thus, they could appreciate the intricacy of the position. The air was soon filled with compliments for Chu Muting. Liao Lingyu also took notice. She had recently studied this endgame, yet found herself at a loss for a solution. Now, witnessing Chu Muting standing amidst the ladies, basking in their admiration, she could not help but clench her fists and voice her discontent. Is it not unfair for Miss Chu to resolve this endgame once more, having done so before? The assembly turned their gazes toward her, and Princess Qingping's expression hardened as she sternly replied, "If one is not already adept in this art, no amount of attempts would yield a solution. Ladies present, can any of you decipher this position?" The other ladies shook their heads, admitting, "We possess only a superficial understanding of the game. It is beyond our capabilities to solve." The fact that Miss Chu can accomplish it speaks volumes of her exceptional skill. While her words may have been overly modest, it is true that though not every noblewoman is an expert, they all have studied these arts from a young age and are certainly not ignorant. Their praise for Chu Muting, however, was genuine. Observing Liao Lingyu's pale countenance, Chu Muting said, "If Miss Liao has objections to this endgame." She turned to Princess Qingping and, with a respectful bow, continued, "I kindly request the princess's permission for me to engage Miss Liao in a match. The victor will be clearly established." Princess Qingping had initially intended to declare Chu Muting as the champion of chess, but since Liao Lingyu had raised an objection and Chu Muting was willing to play, it would be prudent to agree, thus avoiding any future disputes regarding her legitimacy. She returned to her seat and announced, "Then let Miss Chu and Miss Liao compete." Chu Muting and Liao Lingyu took their places on opposite sides of the board, their expressions calm, though only they knew the turmoil within. Chu Muting smiled lightly as she pushed a black stone toward Liao Lingyu and said, "Miss Liao, please proceed." And go, the black stones moved first, granting an initial advantage. Liao Lingyu glanced at Chu Muting, hesitated for a moment, then placed a black stone on the board. She was determined to win this match, should she lose. Her wager with Chu Muting would likely result in her own humiliation and disgrace the Duke of Zhugu's residence. With a leisurely demeanor, Chu Muting placed a white stone in response, her posture relaxed. As the match progressed, onlookers observed that the black stones were aggressive from the outset, while the white stones were comparatively reserved. Yet, gradually, the initially fierce black stones began to falter, while the white stones formed a surrounding position, consuming the black ones entirely. Liao Lingyu, sweating profusely, desperately sought a way to recover from her deteriorating stance, only to find her own pieces increasingly cornered. Chu Muting cast a glance at her, smiled, and delicately placed a stone down. With that move, the fate of the match was sealed. Liao Lingyu slumped to the ground, and Chu Muting gently brushed off her sleeves as she rose, addressing Liao Lingyu. Miss Liao, I concede to your prowess. Princess Qingping regarded Chu Muting with admiration, ignoring Liao Lingyu entirely as she proclaimed to the assembly. The champion of chess is Miss Chu of the Yongning Marquisate. Please take a brief respite. Refreshments have been prepared, and you may stroll outside to enjoy the autumn scenery. After a short interval, we shall proceed with the literary and artistic competitions. With that, she departed, accompanied by her maidservants, presumably to rest in her quarters. Her legitimate daughter, Princess Jiayong, did not follow but approached Chu Muting instead, her eyes alight with wonder as she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. If only I could be like you. My mother would not scold me for my lack of skill in the arts." Her eyes reflected genuine distress, a stark contrast to the feigned innocence of Chu Ningqiu, revealing that Princess Jiayong had been raised in an environment of indulgence. Chu Muting replied gently, "The princess only wishes the best for you." Princess Jiayong sighed then, as if struck by a thought. Her eyes brightened as she inquired, "May I visit you in the future? I do not wish to be taught by the officials my mother has appointed. I would prefer you as my tutor." Unspoken was her sentiment that the palace officials were excessively stern, and should she falter in her studies, she would face punishment. She yearned to learn from this Miss Chu, who had already claimed 2 championships. Surely, she was quite formidable, and moreover, she was extraordinarily beautiful. The surrounding noblewomen, overhearing Princess Jiayong's words, could not help but think how ungrateful she was, as the palace officials were not easily accessible for teaching. Many would covet the opportunity to learn from them. Yet here was Princess Jiayong, seemingly uninterested. Meanwhile, Chu Shuran observed the exchange between Princess Jiayong and Chu Muting without casting them a glance, her demeanor unable to muster a smile. She had previously sought to curry favor with the princess, but had never received a kind word in return, inwardly cursing her for lacking appreciation. Unbeknownst to her, Princess Jiayong, though innocent, was not foolish. She could see through Chu Shuran's intentions, and the more innocent a person is, the more perceptive they become of other sincerity. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Shuran, she recognized the calculating glint in her gaze, and naturally, she did not wish to engage with her. Chapter 51. Begonia, she gazed into the sparkling eyes of the county princess of Jiayong. Chu Muting felt her heart soften. "If the county princess wishes to seek me out, I would be most delighted," she replied. The county princess beamed with joy at her acceptance, exclaiming, "Then it is settled. I have some other matters to attend to at the moment, but I shall come to visit you in a few days." Having yet to complete the tasks assigned by her lady-in-waiting, she realized that after watching the first half of the competition, she needed to hurry back to finish her work. Otherwise, her mother would be upset if she found out. Without waiting for Chu Muting's response, she swiftly departed with her maid. Chu Muting watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. The county princess's spirited nature would likely resonate well with Xiao Yuzhu. Unfortunately, her cousin was at their uncle's residence in Lin County with her aunt and could not attend today. The surrounding ladies, seeing the county princess leave, flocked towards Chu Muting to engage her in conversation, while the first lady, Chu Shuran, and Chu Sikhun found themselves edged out. In the first 2 rounds of competition, Chu Sikhun had only managed to secure a mediocre rank. However, as long as Chu Shuran did not claim the top spot, she was indifferent, although she disliked Chu Muting. Her current disdain was chiefly directed at Chu Shuran. With a dismissive pout, she lost interest in the proceedings and decided to take a leisurely stroll with a few acquaintances nearby. The First Lady and Chu Shuran stood at the periphery, observing Chu Muting navigating among the other ladies. While the First Lady wore a smile, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. It seemed that once they returned home, she would need to address a certain matter. Otherwise, this girl might soon rise above her. As for Chu Ningqiu, the First Lady cast a silent glance in her direction. She had been quite adept at concealing herself, almost forgotten, but it appeared she and her aunt were living too comfortably. The First Lady quietly inquired of Chu Shuran, "Do you feel confident about the upcoming rounds of calligraphy and painting?" Chu Shuran glanced at Chu Muting, lowered her gaze to pick up a piece of cake without eating it, and replied, "Do not worry, mother. Calligraphy and painting are my forte. I shall surely not be outdone by her." They both understood who were referred to. The First Lady smiled gently. That is reassuring, Shuran. I trust you can surmise that, given that noble consort Rong is still deliberating. If you cannot triumph over Chu Muting today, it is predictable whom she will favor. Startled, Chu Shuran inadvertently dropped the cake onto the table, prompting her maid to clean it up. Rest assured, mother, I am well aware. Meanwhile, Chu Muting finally extricated herself from the throng of ladies, departing the scene with Bai Ji and Tian Dong as they meandered through the garden. The favored princess Qingping indeed enjoyed a luxurious residence, each step revealing a new vista of opulence. Hey miss, I heard you claim the top spots in 2 competitions. Congratulations. A familiar voice drew her attention, and upon looking up, she saw Gu Yinzi leaning against a rockery, holding a begonia flower, seemingly plucked from somewhere nearby. His expression was one of playful amusement. Chu Muting scanned the area and, upon noticing the absence of others, exhaled in relief. You two wait for me over there. Yes. With Bai Ji and Tian Dong stepping aside, Gu Yinzi raised an eyebrow lazily and remarked, Miss, what brings you here? Chu Muting shot him a glare and coldly retorted, I have yet to inquire as to why the young lord called out to me. If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave. I merely wish to extend my congratulations, he replied nonchalantly, carrying the carefree tone typical of youth. Ignoring him, Chu Muting turned to leave, only to feel a rush of air as he brushed past her, his hair gently tousled. Glancing back, she saw Gu Yinzi standing some distance away, smiling as he said, Until next time, Mississippi. He vanished from sight, leading her to ponder whether the setup of the game by Princess Qingping had originated from Gu Yinzi. Gu Yinzi's mother, Princess Lu Ping, and Princess Qingping were indeed sisters. With Princess Lu Ping no longer present, Princess Qingping naturally extended her care to this nephew. As Chu Muting reached the exit, she addressed Bai Ji and Tian Dong. Let us return. Bai Ji observed Chu Muting closely and inquired, Miss, did you pluck that flower from your hair yourself? Strangely, she had not noticed it until now. At her words, Chu Muting paused, reaching up to touch her hair and finding the begonia. After plucking it out, she said, Let us go. She tucked the begonia into her sleeve. Not long after Chu Muting returned, Princess Qingping arrived, signaling the commencement of the second round of calligraphy and painting competitions. Dressed in regal palace attire, she radiated elegance. As per the customary practice, the calligraphy competition began first, with a time limit set by a burning incense stick. Each lady was to compose poetry simultaneously, and when time was called, maids would collect their works. To ensure fairness, the princess had invited 10 scholars from the academy to serve as judges. The one with the most votes would be declared the winner. In the event of a tie, Mr. Han would select the superior entry. Upon hearing this, everyone noticed a screen positioned nearby, behind which sat the group of scholars invited by the princess. Once the princess concluded her announcement, the maids brought forth small tables equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, designated spaces for the ladies to write and paint. The young ladies of the Yongho residence sat together. Chu Shuran glanced at Chu Muting, who quietly stood there grinding ink, her demeanor serene as if the world around her held no significance. Steadying her nerves, she reassured herself that she had nothing to fear. Calligraphy and painting were indeed her specialties. Seated opposite were the ladies of the Zhu State Duke's household. Liao Lingyu looked up at Chu Muting, biting her lip in frustration. Having lost 2 rounds already, she could not afford another defeat. She could not bear to lose face. As the maid lit the incense, the calligraphy competition officially commenced. Chu Muting contemplated briefly before swiftly putting pen to paper. Observing her rapid pace, Chu Shuran felt a twinge of surprise, but it also eased her own anxiety. Surely, such hastiness could not yield a quality poem, indicating a lack of proficiency. Liao Lingyu, witnessing this, felt reassured. She recalled how, during the previous intermission, she had beseeched Liao Hanyu for assistance, who had preemptively composed a poem for her. Since losing to Chu Shuran in calligraphy and painting last year, Liao Hanyu had diligently practiced every day and had now reached a level comparable to Chu Shuran's. Though Liao Lingyu's own skill was mediocre, she had faith in Liao Hanyu, doubting that Chu Muting could truly excel in every domain. Before long, the incense stick burned out, and the maids collected the poems from the young ladies, taking them behind the screen. The The sounds of spirited debate soon followed, as the scholars expressed differing opinions on the merits of each submission. Chapter 52. The contest for supremacy. After a considerable pause, the murmurs behind the screen finally ceased. A maid approached Princess Qingping, presenting her with a note bearing the final results. Upon opening it, the princess's eyes widened in astonishment. She handed the note to Mr. Han, who, after a moment of silence, leaned in to whisper something to her. Nodding in response, Princess Qingping issued a brief command to the maid who had just delivered the note. Soon, the audience watched as the maid returned behind the screen, retrieving a stack of papers and placing them before Mr. Han and Princess Qingping. It became evident that two young ladies had received identical votes. Mr. Han leafed through the papers, occasionally frowning or smiling in satisfaction. As time passed, an air of tension enveloped the onlookers below. Eventually, Mr. Han paused on a particular paper, studying it intently for a long while before nodding, clearly pleased with the verses he had encountered. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Han finally finished reviewing all the poems. He selected one and handed it to Princess Qingping. Upon receiving it, she initially displayed a satisfied smile, but then her expression shifted to one of realization, as if she had discerned something significant. Setting the paper down, she announced loudly, "The winner of this literary contest is Miss Chu." Upon hearing this declaration, the lady of the house tightened her grip on her cup. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lady Li, who promptly spoke up, "Your Highness, given Miss Chu's remarkable talent, we ladies would be honored to see the poem she has composed. Might we be granted this privilege?" The other ladies nodded in agreement. Miss Chu had already claimed first place in both the zither and chess competitions. Now, with her literary triumph, curiosity about her work intensified, especially given the evident approval from Mr. Han and the princess. Princess Qingping glanced at Lady Li, as if anticipating her request. "Of course, the winning poem shall be shared with all of you. Sui Qiao, please unveil the poem for the ladies." Sui Qiao nodded and stood in the center, presenting Miss Chu Muting's poem for the ladies to examine. As they looked over the paper, some ladies who understood poetry could not help but exclaim in admiration, while others, less versed in the art, found it exquisite yet not quite deserving of first place. Observing their puzzled expressions, a knowledgeable lady quietly elucidated, "Ladies, take a closer look. This poem reads beautifully both forwards and backwards." Upon hearing this, another lady scrutinized the poem several times, her astonishment growing. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Miss Chu is undeniably gifted." Light boats glide through the evening glow. The pure silver moon releases its chill. Pillars lean against the shade of trees. The pavilion enveloped in mist loses its frostiness. The clear zither brews tea, cleansing the heart. The rhythm of bamboo strikes poetry into dreams. Startled magpies flit among branches. Their calls drift through the cold osmanthus dew. The poem, depicting the autumn moon's beauty, was equally enchanting when read in reverse. "A truly extraordinary feat," Princess Qingping remarked. Several other young ladies also presented outstanding poems, particularly the two misses from the Duke of Zhu's residence and Miss Chu from the Yongning Marquis household. Miss Chu, however, was deemed slightly more innovative, despite sharing the same vote count with Miss Liao. Yet, when compared to Miss Chu, her work lacked some originality. Princess Qingping's words were clear. The contention arose over second place, not first. Everyone agreed that Miss Chu was undoubtedly the victor. Glancing at her sister, Chu Shuran felt her previous confidence dissolve into a mere jest. From this day forth, whenever the Yongning Marquis household was mentioned, it would be Miss Chu who shone brightly at the chrysanthemum banquet, leaving little room for anyone to remember her. No, she would not concede defeat. Everything rightfully belonged to her, be it the external accolades or the identity of the third prince's consort. One day, she would stand above Chu Muting, avenging today's humiliation. Noticing her sister's gaze, Chu Muting turned to her with a gentle smile, calling out, "Sister." She recognized the resentment in Chu Shuran's eyes, yet it mattered little. There was still plenty of time ahead. This was merely the beginning, was it not? Meanwhile, Liao Lingyu's complexion had drained of color. Since Princess Qingping had spoken, she felt a cold sweat break out. She had lost. Casting a glance at her elder sister, Liao Hanyu, she found her usually poised sibling equally pale, leaving her perplexed. How had it come to this? She could not fathom, but one thing was certain. After the banquet, she would have to publicly apologize to Chu Muting at the gates of the Yongning Marquis residence. The thought made her expression even grimmer. She glanced at Chu Muting again, initially expecting mockery, only to find her simply smiling ahead, not even acknowledging her presence, as if she were unworthy of being noticed. Shaking her head, she heard Princess Qingping's voice again. Ladies, you shall return to your previous positions to engage in painting, judged once more by the students from the academy. The young ladies complied, resuming their places to begin their artwork. Time slipped away, and soon they observed Chu Muting putting down her brush, smiling softly as if the world around her was of no concern. Noticing her cessation, the other contestants hastened their efforts, resulting in all of them completing their paintings in a fraction of the allotted time. When the maids retrieved the artworks, a sense of urgency gripped the ladies, praying that the academy students would hasten their evaluations. Should Miss Chu secure victory in this fourth contest, she would truly stand unparalleled among the young women of the capital. Behind the screen, the students remained oblivious to the anxiety of the onlookers, their voices rising in enthusiastic praise. Marvelous! Truly marvelous! In all my years of study, I have never encountered such artistry. One student exclaimed. Another added, if Master Liang were to see this, he would surely take the artist as a confidant. Master Liang was known as the Academy's esteemed painting instructor, renowned for his appreciation of unique art. The audience's curiosity intensified. They longed to witness the extraordinary painting being discussed. After an indeterminate period, the voices behind the screen gradually subsided. The maids re-emerged, presenting the results of the students' evaluations to Princess Qingping. Chapter 53. Feigning unconsciousness upon finishing reading, Princess Qingping displayed an expression of realization and gestured for her maid to unveil the first painting for everyone to see. She then spoke. The first prize for this painting competition goes to Miss Chu from the Yongning Marquisate. As her words echoed, two maids unfurled Chu Muting's artwork. The audience beheld a depiction of mountains and rivers, an idyllic landscape painting. Although it was not an extraordinary piece, merely a common landscape, it was surprising that such a work could claim the top spot. The voice that questioned this came from Miss Xiang Yuhua of the Yongning Marquisate, eliciting astonishment among the crowd. They recalled the previous incident involving the heir of the Yongning Marquisate and the eldest son of the Yongning Marquisate, and suddenly understood that Miss Xiang must be seeking trouble for the Chu family on behalf of her brother. Yet, her observation held some merit. While the painting was indeed skillfully executed, it was fundamentally just a regular landscape. The work that Miss Chu heir had won with last year bore a striking resemblance to this one, leaving many curious as to why this painting had surpassed it to win first place. In light of this, the crowd turned their gazes toward the Yongning Marquisate section, where Miss Chu remained seated with a serene smile, as if the discussion surrounding her work were of no concern to her. Beside her, Miss Chu heir's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to maintain composure, evidently perplexed about her loss, yet too timid to voice her confusion. At that moment, the audience felt a flicker of sympathy for her. Noticing the expressions of those present, Princess Qingping smirked lightly and signaled to her maid. The maid understood and flipped the painting over, prompting the audience to gasp in unison. The landscape had transformed from a daytime scene into a night view. The sun was replaced by a luminous moon in the water, creating an entirely different vista of the thousand-mile landscape. Truly remarkable. One lady could not help but inquire how Miss Chu had accomplished such a feat. Chu Muting humbly replied, "Madam, you flatter me." Just as the lady was about to speak again, the maid turned the painting around once more, revealing that the ink had seeped through the paper, forming yet another painting on the reverse side, a scene of a solitary smoke rising above the vast desert. The audience gasped again. The front had already been extraordinary, but the back presented a wholly independent artwork. Seeing this, Chu Muting strolled to the center and bowed, stating, "I offer this painting in hopes for peace and tranquility for our great Zhou." A student hidden behind the screen exclaimed, "Bravo! Miss Chu's patriotism is admirable. As women, we are ashamed to be compared." The other ladies, upon hearing this, began to commend her in their hearts, eager to inquire upon returning home if Miss Chu was betrothed. If not, they would certainly send matchmakers to propose. Princess Qingping stepped forward, personally helping Chu Muting to her feet, saying, "Your noble spirit is truly commendable. When I next see my royal brother, I shall present him with this painting. I am sure he will appreciate such a masterpiece. Chu Muing zet pet fun ziplit is my honor." Meanwhile, Chu Shuren's hands clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. All of this should have been hers, and it was not meant to unfold this way. The First Lady felt her anger boiling within, yet maintained a smile as she listened to the other ladies praise her for having such an exceptional daughter, wishing she could leave immediately. Nearby, Liao Lingyu and Liao Hanyu stood beside the Duchess of Zhuwa, and the Duchess signaled to Liao Lingyu. Although Liao Lingyu felt reluctant, she recognized the situation left her no choice. "Miss!" A maid's startled cry drew everyone's attention as they turned to see Liao Lingyu collapsed in the maid's arms, while the Duchess of Zhuwa and Liao Hanyu anxiously called her name. As the hostess, Princess Qingping hurried over to inquire, "What has happened to Miss Liao? Someone quickly assist her to the nearby chamber and fetch a physician." The Duchess of Zhuwa replied, "Thank you, Your Highness. My daughter is simply unwell. She may have fainted due to exhaustion from today's events. Please do not worry." Soon, other maids helped Liao Lingyu to a private room, and Liao Hanyu followed after acknowledging the crowd. In truth, everyone understood that her fainting was merely an excuse, with Chu Muting winning the wager against Liao Lingyu so decisively. According to their agreement, Liao Lingyu was to apologize at the entrance of the Yongning Marquisate. As a legitimate daughter of a duke's family, if she were to do so, her standing in the capital would be irreparably tarnished, likely forcing her to marry far away, bringing disgrace to the Duchess of Zhuwa as well. Her timely fainting prevented any further discussion of the matter. Among the intricate relationships in the capital, it was essential to maintain some semblance of face. The crowd turned their attention to Chu Muting, curious to see how she would respond, yet she remained composed, revealing no signs of emotion. The Duchess of Zhuwa swiftly approached Chu Muting, grasping her hand, saying, "Good child, I took a liking to you at first sight. In the coming days, I shall certainly visit the Yongning Marquisate." She then turned to the First Lady. "I hope you will not think ill of my presence." The First Lady quickly replied, "Not at all. Your visit will be most welcomed. I am sure our matriarch will be delighted as well." Chu Muting observed the flattery exchange between the First Lady and the Duchess of Zhuwa, a cold smile forming in her heart. Both women likely wished to see her humiliated. The Duchess had refrained from intervening when Liao Lingyu sought trouble and wagered against her, clearly believing Liao Lingyu would surely win. Now that Liao Lingyu had lost so embarrassingly, the Duchess was eager to play the role of a benefactor. Yet, even had Liao Lingyu not staged this scene, Chu Muting would not have pushed her to the brink. Such misfortune was entirely Liao Lingyu's own doing. With the embarrassment now so profound, it would be counterproductive for her to press further. Moreover, should the Duchess of Zhuwa retaliate, she would find herself at a disadvantage, for the Yongning Marquisate was not inclined to confront the Duchess on her behalf. Reflecting on this, Chu Muting softly remarked, "I feel a kinship upon meeting you, madam." The Duchess, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, exuding a sense of regret for not having met Chu Muting sooner. They appeared to be in harmonious camaraderie. Observing this, the other ladies chimed in with their own compliments, deliberately avoiding any mention of the wager between Chu Muting and Liao Lingyu. As the involved parties remained silent, there was no need for the others to bring it up, thus avoiding unnecessary entanglement and potential offense toward the Duchess of Zhuwa. Chapter 54. Poisoning upon returning to the estate from the Princess Qingping's residence. The matriarch led them to the Showan Hall, where the old matriarch awaited them. She must have already heard about the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet, for her countenance brightened upon seeing Chu Muting. "Do not remain standing. Take a seat. It has been quite some time since Muting returned home, and I only just learned of your remarkable talents in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Chu Muting smiled gracefully and replied, "Grandmother bestows too much praise. I merely possess a superficial understanding." The old matriarch, pleased by her modesty, received news today that the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis had secured the top honors at the banquet. Initially incredulous, she repeatedly questioned whether she had misheard, asking if it was the second daughter rather than the eldest. The messenger insisted it was indeed Miss Chu, and now the news of her triumph had spread throughout the capital. Furthermore, the poem she composed had garnered acclaim among scholars across the city. There was even mention of Princess Qingping's intention to present a remarkable painting to the emperor, a tremendous honor indeed. The old matriarch, after her initial astonishment, was overwhelmed with joy. Last year, Chu Muting had achieved only 2 honors and still managed to garner great fame in the capital. Now, with Chu Muting claiming 4 honors single-handedly, one could only imagine the future accolades awaiting her. Chu Muting observed the old matriarch's exclusive attention on Chu Muting since their return, feeling a mix of disappointment and resentment, though she could not express it openly. Chu Muting, having been disillusioned by the previous incident, felt a quiet dissatisfaction but did not react as she once might have. While she was displeased by Muting's success, she also felt a perverse pleasure in seeing Chu Muting overshadowed by her sister, leaving her emotions conflicted. Enough of this. You must all be weary after a long day. Go and rest, the old matriarch declared, her knowledge of the day's events sufficient for her to dismiss them. After bowing, the group departed to their quarters. As they left, the matriarch cast a dark glance at Chu Muting, who merely responded with a soft smile before returning with Bai Ji and the others. Once back in the Tangtao courtyard, Lian Xiao whispered, "Miss, today, Xu Weiping sneaked into the inner chamber. I remembered your instructions and did not stop her." Chu Muting approached the table, seated herself, and picked up a cup of tea, gazing into it thoughtfully. It seems the matriarch could no longer contain herself. She mused, reflecting on how Xu Weiping had been retained for quite some time, and now her purpose had finally emerged. A few days later, while Chu Muting played the zither in the courtyard, Lian Xiao approached her quietly. "Miss, the old matriarch has fainted, and someone from Shoan Hall has come to summon you." Stopping her playing, Chu Muting asked softly, "Do you know the reason for her fainting?" "It is said that the eldest master has awakened," and the old matriarch was so overwhelmed with emotion that she fainted. Chu Muting's eyes widened. Chu Qingyun had awakened. After such a long time, she had believed he would never regain consciousness. It seemed the nourishing tonics the old matriarch had insisted on preparing were finally taking effect. Sensing the confusion in Chu Muting's expression, Lian Xia added, "Though the eldest master has awakened, he cannot move or speak. He merely opens his eyes." It appeared that the effects of Xilinx medicine had rendered Chu Qingyun unable to communicate, even if he was conscious. Upon arriving at Shoan Hall, the scene inside was chaotic. The old matriarch lay in bed, appearing just roused from her faint. The physician stood by her side administering herbal medicine, while the second and third madams stood nearby. In a corner, Chu Muting and Chu Muting wept, leaving one to wonder how much of their sorrow was genuine. As Chu Muting approached, the old matriarch, upon seeing her, weakly nodded, taking the old matriarch into Appo's hand. Chu Muting reassured her, "Grandmother, do not worry. Eldest brother is no longer in danger. After this period, he will surely recover." The old matriarch smiled at her, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. She had only heard that Chu Qingyun had awakened and then fainted from excitement, losing track of everything thereafter. Despite the early visitors who could only weep and add to her distress, her eldest granddaughter's clarity brought her comfort. Seeing the old matriarch smile, Chu Muting could not help but reflect on the selfishness of human nature. Even in illness, the old matriarch's first thoughts had been of Chu Qingyun. As the group departed the inner chamber upon seeing the old matriarch sleep, outside the Baichao Hall, Dr. Li was reporting on her condition to Chu Changsong. Bowing respectfully, Dr. Li informed, "Lord Marquis, the old matriarch has been poisoned." Before Chu Changsong could respond, the matriarch exclaimed, "What do you mean? How could mother be poisoned? Who would dare harm her?" Frowning at her, Chu Changsong sought to clarify the situation. "Dr. Li, do you know what poison my mother has been afflicted with? How can it be remedied?" Dr. Li replied, "The old matriarch has been poisoned with a toxin from the Tsang'erzi plant. Consuming a large quantity of mung bean soup will serve as an antidote. I have already instructed someone to prepare it for her." Chu Changsong rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Then I thank you, Dr. Li. Dr. Li quickly responded, "There is no need for such formality, my lord. It is my duty as a physician." The matriarch interjected, "How could mother be poisoned? Surely, someone intends to harm her," redirecting the conversation towards deliberate malice. Chu Changsong's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, a maid announced, "My lord and lady, a maid from the eldest young lady's courtyard requests an audience." I initially refused her entry, but she insisted it was urgent and must speak with you both. Chu Changsong snapped, "Send her away. We need no more chaos here." He then frowned at Chu Muting, reproaching, "How have you trained your maidservants to behave so shamelessly?" In a soft voice, Chu Muting replied, "It is my fault. However, this maid was a gift from mother, and I have not disciplined her as I ought." I had not anticipated such a scene unfolding. Once we return to the courtyard, I will ensure she is strictly corrected. Chu Changsong nodded, intending to continue his inquiry into the poisoning. Suddenly, the matriarch urged, "My lord, this girl Xueping was sent to the Tangtao courtyard by me for her steadiness and capability. If she has caused such a commotion, it must be due to an urgent matter. You might consider hearing her out. If she causes any disturbance, we can simply dismiss her." After a discreet glance at both the matriarch and Chu Muting, Chu Changsong, feeling impatient, consented, then let her enter. With Dr. Li, the second and third madams present, he wished to avoid embarrassing the matriarch. The maid delivering the message retreated and soon returned with Xueping, who entered hurriedly, her voice tinged with panic. "Master, madam, I know who harmed the old matriarch." Chapter 55 Identification. Chu Changsong sat in silence, and the matriarch glanced at him before addressing Xueping as a mere maid. "How could you possibly know about the old lady's poisoning when you were not present in Shoan Hall?" Xueping cast a fleeting glance at Chu Muting, shivering slightly as if gripped by fear. The third madam, reveling in the situation, interjected, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why look at Muting?" Due to the recent chrysanthemum banquet, the entire capital was abuzz with whispers of the extraordinary young lady from the Yongning Marquisate. Although Chu Shuren had been slightly affected by the previous rumors, her foundation remained strong. However, her maid, Si Chun, had performed rather unimpressively at the banquet, and being from the third household, her prospects of marrying into a prominent family were bleak. Thus, she regarded Chu Muting with palpable disdain. The second madam turned to the third, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you wish to speak, then do so without dragging Muting into it. Who knows if this maid is even trustworthy?" The third madam, taken aback, had anticipated that the usually timid second sister-in-law would stand up for Chu Muting. Although the second madam typically preferred to avoid conflict, she treated Chu Muting like her own daughter and could not bear to see her name sullied by others. The look in the maid's eyes was unmistakable to anyone who observed. The matriarch watched the exchange between her two sisters-in-law with a cold smile. She had prepared thoroughly, and there was no escaping for Chu Muting today. With this thought, she barked at Xueping, "Speak freely. Why do you keep glancing at the young lady? Is there a connection between this matter and her?" Xueping, now trembling even more, repeatedly bowed her head, her voice quaking as she pleaded, "I beg you, madam, save me. It was the young lady who poisoned the old lady." "You speak nonsense. How can my sister possibly poison anyone?" Chu Jin and oppose, and exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation. Had it not been for the second madam holding her back, she would have rushed to confront Xueping. At this moment, Chu Sikhun was secretly delighted. She had not expected Chu Muting to falter in such a manner. How bold she was to dare harm their grandmother. She chimed in, "This maid is clearly in service to the eldest sister. If she were not truly guilty, her maid would not dare to slander her. Moreover, considering how frightened this maid looks, it seems she has not had an easy time in Tangtao courtyard." After saying this, she noticed the gaze fixed upon her and turned to find Chu Muting watching her with a bemused smile, as if every detail lay within her grasp. How calm she pretends to be. In the meantime, Chu Changsong slammed his cup down in front of Xueping and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Someone, drag her out and beat her to death." Chu Muting looked at her father, realizing that he did not truly believe her, but was merely reluctant to see his daughter fall victim to this situation. After all, a well-regarded legitimate daughter held significant value for the Marquisate. However, if Xueping were to be killed right now, How would the matriarch proceed with her plans? She coldly interjected, "Father, I am innocent. Since my return to the capital, grandmother has treated me with utmost kindness. How could I possibly harm her?" This maid speaks recklessly, attempting to tarnish my reputation with mere words. I refuse to accept this and am willing to confront her to clear my name. The matriarch, initially startled by Chu Chongsong's threat to have Xu Eping killed, had not anticipated that he would stand up for Chu Muting. As she contemplated how to prompt the maid to continue, Chu Muting spoke up herself, a move that played right into her hands. Quickly seizing the opportunity, she continued, "Lord, Muting is correct. Now that the maid has spoken, if we were to simply execute her, it would be detrimental to Muting's reputation. Better to let her speak freely, so we can restore Muting's honor." Chu Chongsong, without looking at the matriarch, shifted his gaze to Chu Muting, observing her quiet demeanor, then withdrew his gaze and remained silent. Seeing this, the matriarch felt a surge of joy, realizing that Chu Chongsong had tacitly agreed. She turned to Xu Eping, "Speak your mind. There is no need for pretense. Just tell the truth." Xu Eping, who had been paralyzed with fear at the thought of being killed, now knelt again, eager to seize the moment. A few days ago, the young lady was always in the small kitchen experimenting with pastries, the same ones sent to the old lady. I thought it would be inconvenient for someone of her stature to be in the kitchen, so I intended to help. That is, when I overheard Baiji asking the young lady if she could add something to the pastries without it being detected. She glanced at Chu Muting, who was smiling at her, her eyes seemingly holding all the answers. A wave of fear washed over her, but she recalled the matriarch's promise. If she completed this task, she would be freed from the household. With a renewed sense of determination, she continued. Then the young lady said she would only add a little bit each time, and the old lady would not notice. When the young lady realized I was eavesdropping, she fell silent. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but upon hearing that the old lady had been poisoned, I recalled this incident and surmised that the young lady must have done something to her. "You are speaking nonsense." Mother clearly felt better after consuming the pastries sent by Muting. This was stated by her own lips, and everyone witnessed it. "How could it be as you claim?" The second madam countered immediately. The third madam scoffed. "That is not certain. Who knows what she might have added?" Chu Muting grasped the second madam's hand, then turned to Xu Eping. "Grandmother simply fainted earlier. How would a mere maid from Tangtao courtyard know that grandmother was poisoned?" Xu Eping hesitated, stammering, I guessed it myself." Realizing her slip, she quickly added, "Madam, if we simply check whether the pastries sent by the young lady today were tampered with, we will know if what I said is true." Chu Muting chuckled coldly. "Is that so? You seem quite astute in your guesses." She then looked at the matriarch. "Mother, since Xu Eping claims that I poisoned the pastries, let us investigate these pastries and see if there's indeed any poison." The matriarch, meeting Chu Muting's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt but quickly remembered that she had prepared everything thoroughly. Once the plan succeeded, any attempts at denial would be futile. "Are the pastries from today still here?" she inquired. The maid from Schoenhall replied, "Madam, the old lady only ate a few pieces. The remaining ones are still here." The matriarch nodded, "Then bring them over." She then turned to the physician. "Dr. Li, could you please examine these pastries for any issues?" Dr. Li, feeling anxious after witnessing the drama unfold at the Yongning Marquisate, promptly responded, "Yes." Chapter 56. The reversal. The maid presented a pastry to Dr. Li, who pinched a piece between his fingers, meticulously crumbling it with his thumb and forefinger before bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff. After savoring a small morsel, he expelled the pastry onto his handkerchief. Bowing respectfully to Lord Chu and the madam, he stated, "My lord, madam, this pastry indeed contains the seeds of the xanthium plant. Prolonged consumption will undoubtedly lead to an accumulation of toxins, intensifying the effects of the poison." Upon hearing this, Lord Chu cast a contemplative glance towards Chu Muting, his expression inscrutable. Xu Eping, witnessing Dr. Li and oppose, as confirmation of the poison, hastily knelt and exclaimed, "Madam, see, I have not lied. The elder miss truly has poisoned the old matriarch." The madam's face reflected disbelief, as if she could not fathom that Chu Muting would stoop to such treachery. With a tone laced with disappointment, she remarked, "Muting, though I am not your birth mother, I have cared for you as my own since your return to the capital. Your mother has showered you with affection. I cannot comprehend what dissatisfaction could drive you to commit such an act. The second madam quickly interjected, elder sister, Muting has grown under my watch. She would never resort to such actions. There must be some misunderstanding at play. I know her well. How could such a virtuous child ever harm her elders? Seated, the madam slowly replied, sister-in-law, it is not that I refuse to believe Muting. She calls me an oppose, mother and oppose, and I am most reluctant to accept this possibility. However, with witnesses and evidence presented, I am compelled to question my trust. Feeling helpless, the second madam grasped Chu Muting and oppose, as hand anxiously, urging, Muting, please explain this matter. Your aunt believes you would never commit such an act. Chu Jinan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Elder sister, I believe in you. Touched by their faith, Chu Muting offered them a reassuring smile before addressing the kneeling Xu Eping. You claim you overheard my conversation with Baiji outside the small kitchen? Xu Eping, now emboldened by her perceived victory, affirmed, yes, miss, I stood outside the door and heard everything clearly. Lianxia, standing beside Chu Muting, seethed at Xu Eping's baseless accusations against her mistress, wishing she could silence her. She immediately retorted, you lie. Since the moment the miss began preparing pastries, I have been in the small kitchen by her side. I have never seen anyone else present. How could you have heard a conversation between the miss and Baiji? Flustered, Xu Eping realized she had not actually overheard anything. However, as a mere maid, she could not admit ignorance about such a secretive matter. Since Baiji usually accompanied the miss, she concocted this excuse without thinking that Chu Muting often brought Lianxia along to the kitchen. Now that she had spoken, there was no turning back. With a forced bravado, she retorted, Sister Lianxia does not follow the miss every moment. How could she be certain the miss did not take Baiji away alone? Lianxia chose not to engage with her, instead kneeling before Lord Chu and the madam, declaring, my lords, the old matriarch entrusted me to the miss. She always takes me along when preparing pastries for her. Fearing they may not suit the old matriarch's palate, the miss ensures I am by her side to assist. Please, my lords and madam, recognize the miss's devotion to the old matriarch. Lord Chu ignored their exchange and turned to Chu Muting, saying, speak for yourself. His tone revealed no hint of emotion. Chu Muting leaned slightly forward, ignoring the prostrated Xu Eping, and approached Dr. Li, asking, Dr. Li, are you truly certain that this pastry contains xanthium seeds? Dr. Li, meeting Chu Muting's penetrating gaze, felt a jolt of trepidation. Yet, recalling the substantial bribe he had received and the insistence of the old matriarch's servant that all had been arranged, he steeled himself and declared, I have practiced medicine for many years and can discern the effects of xanthium poison. This pastry indeed contains it. Chu Muting smiled at him, causing Dr. Li to instinctively lower his gaze. However, she did not respond to his assertion. Instead, she moved to the table and picked up a piece of the pastry for inspection. With a puzzled expression, she remarked, how strange. Although this pastry is indeed exquisite, it is not of my making. Mother, do you know how this came to be? The madam's heart raced as she lifted her gaze to Chu Muting, who held the poisoned pastry, her expression a mixture of amusement and inquiry. The madam sensed something amiss. This pastry had evidently been sent from the Tangtao courtyard today. So how could it not be made by Chu Muting? How could you know? When just moments ago the maid claimed it was from Tangtao courtyard, yet you assert it is not your creation. The third madam interjected, Muting, are you claiming this is not your handiwork, merely to exonerate yourself? Turning her attention to the third madam, Chu Muting replied, it seems, dear aunt, that you do not visit grandmother often. While I indeed send pastries to her daily, my creations are always in the shape of flowers, intended to delight her. She displayed the pastry in her palm for all to see. As the madam recognized the form of the pastry, her intuition suggested trouble lay ahead, and she contemplated her next move. Meanwhile, Chu Muting continued, Auntie, this pastry is square-shaped. It is certainly not my work. The third madam was momentarily silenced by Chu Muting and oppose. This assertion, realizing that the young lady was subtly chastising her for her lack of concern for the old matriarch, which made her unaware of the pastries Chu Muting delivered. Yet she also recognized that her sister-in-law was not much better informed. In this unfolding drama, It became clear that someone had maliciously used the pastries sent by Chu Muting against her. The only person in the household who would dare was her sister-in-law. However, it appeared that the tables had turned, and her sister-in-law was the one ensnared in a clever trap set by Chu Muting, who had exhibited remarkable cunning. Initially, the third madam had intended to sow discord and undermine Chu Muting, yet the situation had shifted, leaving her uncertain of who would ultimately be the loser. She resolved to observe the unfolding events, finding delight in the misfortunes that might befall the first house, hoping that their downfall would elevate her own standing. Chu Muting, kneeling on the ground, had become utterly bewildered. This was undeniably the pastry delivered from Tangtao courtyard. She had witnessed the little maid delivering it. How could it be otherwise? The little maid. She looked up in terror, meeting Chu Muting and Oppo's gaze, and in that moment, a chilling realization gripped her heart, flooded with an overwhelming fear. How could it be the little maid? Chapter 57. Confession. At this moment, she finally discerned the anomaly. The pastries prepared by Chu Muting were typically delivered by Lianxia herself. Why, then, was it a different maidservant today? Just then, Lianxia suddenly knelt and implored, "My lord and lady, please forgive me. It is my fault regarding the pastries." The matriarch attempted to intervene, fearing that if this girl continued, she would unveil more damaging truths. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Muting leisurely inquired, "Oh, what is the matter? Please elaborate, for if you do not, I shall send you back, even at the cost of displeasing grandmother." Lianxia hurriedly explained, "This morning, the young lady prepared the pastries and instructed me to deliver them to the matriarch. However, I was occupied with other matters and requested a young maid from Tangtao courtyard to take them instead." She hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. "When I finally finished my tasks, I discovered that the maid had delivered the wrong pastries. Fearing retribution from the young lady, I took the pastries back myself and, coincidentally, ran into Wending, to whom I handed the pastries. Wending, who was present in the room, had been promoted to a senior maidservant after Lianxia departed. Upon hearing Lianxia's words, she quickly knelt and affirmed, "What Sister Lianxia says is the truth." When Sister Lianxia delivered the pastries, I had not yet taken them upstairs when I heard that the young master had awakened, causing the matriarch to faint in her excitement. The pastries are still behind. Chu Chansong cast a glance at the servant beside him, who promptly went to the back. Moments later, he returned with a food box, revealing a platter of flower-shaped pastries. Chu Muting smiled and addressed Dr. Li. "Would you care to ascertain whether these pastries are poisoned?" Dr. Li hesitated. "Is a possibility." The current situation was unexpected, and the old woman had not mentioned this development. Now, he was uncertain whether to declare them toxic or not, and whose authority he was truly under. He picked one up, sniffed it, and concluded that the pastries were indeed safe. However, the old woman had instructed him to declare that they were poisoned, regardless of the truth. Contemplating this, he resolutely stated, "My lord, these pastries do contain some cocklebur." At this, a moment of silence enveloped the room before a voice broke through. "My lord, I assure you that I speak no falsehood. The young lady truly poisoned them, and these pastries were indeed made by her, containing poison." Chu Muting had believed she would meet her end today, but to her astonishment, the pastries sent by the young lady were not of her making, with a maid from the matriarch's courtyard as a witness. Yet, the tide turned as the young lady herself admitted that the pastries she provided were also poisoned. Chu Muting let out a derisive laugh and straightened her posture. Addressing Chu Chansong, "Father, they aim to tarnish my reputation, but I refuse to concede. At present, the claims of Dr. Li alone are insufficiently credible. I implore you to summon another physician to thoroughly investigate the pastries for poison." The matriarch immediately interjected, "What do you mean by this, Muting? Dr. Li has long been esteemed at the Baichao Hall. Do you not trust his expertise?" Dr. Li, too, felt insulted. "I have practiced medicine for many years, and the young lady's words are a grave affront to my character." Chu Muting retorted, "Dr. Li asserts that my pastries are poisoned, yet I assure you, what I prepared is harmless. There is a discrepancy that warrants the presence of another physician. Do you not believe me, mother?" The matriarch forced a laugh. "Of course, I believe you. Feng Quan, please fetch another physician," Chu Chansong commanded, effectively silencing the matriarch. The situation was spiraling beyond her control, and she grew anxious in her seat. Casting a glance at Wang Mama, who merely shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. After a while, Feng Quan returned with a physician, none other than Dr. Wang, who had treated Chu Chongyun for an allergy. He greeted Chu Chongsong, who waved him over, pointing to the platter of flower-shaped pastries. Examine these pastries. Are they poisoned? Doctor. Wang complied, first smelling and then tasting before declaring, these pastries contain no poison. The third lady urgently pressed, are you certain? There are no cockleburrs in them? Doctor. Wang frowned. How could there be cockleburrs? Not only are there none, but there are also nourishing herbs within that would greatly benefit one's health with regular consumption. Chu Muting, perplexed, queried, then why did Dr. Li claim there were cockleburrs? Only then did Dr. Wang turn to Dr. Li. Junior, did you say this? Can you truly not distinguish cockleburrs anymore? His tone grew increasingly irate. Dr. Wang and Dr. Li were fellow disciples, though the latter was notably avaricious. Their master had overlooked his faults due to his medical skills, but now it was evident that he could not even identify the presence of cockleburrs. Dr. Li trembled at the arrival of Dr. Wang, fearing his disapproval, having grown up alongside him. Chu Muting then asked Dr. Wang, could you further ascertain whether the pastries are indeed poisoned? Referring to the very platter initially deemed toxic. Dr. Wang examined it once more and stated, this platter indeed contains an excess of cockleburrs. Upon hearing this, Chu Muting turned to the matriarch. This revelation is somewhat unexpected. I wonder if Mother is aware of the origins of these pastries. Yesterday, I visited my elder brother and saw them there, made by Yin Yang, who, noticing my fondness, allowed me to take some home. Observing the matriarch's grim expression, she continued, Xu Eping insists that I poisoned grandmother's pastries, yet the ones I made were harmless, while those I retrieved from my brother were indeed toxic. What say you, Mother? Without waiting for a response, she directed her gaze at the kneeling Xu Eping. I trust Xu Eping knows the reason behind this, does she not? Xu Eping, feeling desolate, glanced up at the matriarch, who shot her a threatening look. Understanding the implications, she knew that revealing anything untoward could jeopardize her family. As a born servant, her family's fate rested in the matriarch's hands. She had to consider her parents' welfare above all. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes and knelt, confessing, my lord, it was my folly. Feeling slighted in Tangtao courtyard, I allowed resentment to fester and, in a moment of madness, poisoned the pastries, hoping to frame the young lady. The matriarch, exhaling in relief, loosened her tightly clenched hands. Just then, Chu Muting pressed on. How remarkable, Xu Eping, that a mere maidservant could enlist Dr. Li to provide false testimony on your behalf. You certainly have opened my eyes. Chapter 58. Aunt Zhao, upon hearing the words, Xu Eping trembled and stuttered, amp, oppose, because, amp, opposes. Before she could finish, she witnessed Chu Chongsong angrily sweep a cup to the ground, which landed right in front of Dr. Li, causing him to collapse in fear. Chu Chongsong exclaimed fiercely, speak. If you fail to clarify, I shall immediately sever your head from your shoulders. Dr. Li, now utterly terrified, quivered and replied, my lord, I will speak. A few days ago, after I returned from the clinic, an old woman approached me with a sum of money, stating that in a couple of days, someone would ask me to attend to an elderly lady. I was instructed to declare that the lady had been poisoned, and if asked to examine any pastries for poison, I was to assert that they were indeed toxic. He bowed his head twice more, his tone laced with despair. My lord, I truly know nothing else. The second madam, now comprehending that someone had deliberately plotted against Chu Muting, retorted angrily, so you simply complied with the old woman's demands? Were you not afraid of the consequences should your deceit be uncovered? Dr. Li, with a pained expression, replied, Madam, I was initially unwilling, but the old woman threatened me, claiming that if I did not heed her, her master could take my life at any moment. I am but an ordinary citizen. How could I dare refuse? In truth, the considerable sum of money he had seen had already tempted him, and coupled with the old woman's threat, he had half-heartedly acquiesced. Do you still recognize the old woman who approached you? The second madam inquired urgently. Chu Muting caught a glimpse of the first madam tightly gripping the armrest of her chair, while Wang Mama beside her nodded in a reassuring manner. Understanding the implication. Chu Muting knew well that the old woman was not present in the room. It was unlikely for all the women of a Yongning Marquis residence to be summoned for Dr. Li's identification. I do recognize her. If I see her again, I will certainly remember, Dr. Li quickly affirmed, his only desire being to preserve his own life. The first madam remarked, "It is easy for you to say, but where shall we find this old woman to identify her? Are we to summon every woman in the household? How can we discern the truth of your claims? Especially when that old woman may not even belong to the Yongning Marquis residence." The old woman sent to find Dr. Li was one of her personal maids, who had later married into the Zhao family within the estate. She typically engaged in mundane purchasing tasks and rarely visited her courtyard. Had it not been for the elders of the household, few would have known of this matter. Chu Muting replied softly, "What mother says is true, yet there are still alternative methods." Upon hearing this, the first madam cast a skeptical glance at Chu Muting, contemplating what scheme this cunning girl might be plotting. She then casually inquired, "Dr. Li, think carefully. Does the old woman possess any distinctive features? Perhaps a birthmark on her face, or," she hesitated, "did she adorn herself with any particular jewelry?" Dr. Li looked up, observing the young lady absent-mindedly toying with a bracelet, a faint smile gracing her lips. A jolt of realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "I remember now. The old woman wore a red agate bracelet. When the old woman had visited him that day, she had inadvertently exposed the bracelet on her wrist. He had later marveled at it, considering it a mark of wealth, for even a servant could afford such luxury." "ISN and AMP, Oppos, T this Aunt Zhao?" inquired Zhou Mama, who was seated beside the third madam. Just a few days ago, she was flaunting her red agate bracelet. Everyone in the room turned their attention to her, and the third madam asked, "Which Zhou Mama?" "The one responsible for purchases, Aunt Zhao. Just days ago. She somehow acquired a red agate bracelet and has been showing it off to us incessantly. Everyone knows of it." The third madam's household had always been at odds with the first madam's, and their servants frequently clashed. Aunt Zhao, having received a fine bracelet, had been parading it in front of them, nearly provoking a fight. Who could tell how she had come by it? It could very well have been stolen. Upon hearing Dr. Li mention the red agate bracelet, the first madam felt a surge of frustration when Zhou Mama brought up Aunt Zhao. She wished she could strike Aunt Zhao down at that moment. To ensure Aunt Zhao's cooperation in her schemes, she had casually gifted her a red agate bracelet, only to discover that this servant had the audacity to flaunt it before the third madam, even boldly wearing it to confront Dr. Li, restless and agitated. Chu Chang's song commanded, "Send someone to fetch Aunt Zhao." As a servant exited to locate her, the thoughts of everyone in the hall diverged. Chu Chang's song remained inscrutable. The first madam was anxious, while Chu Shu ran, standing beside the first madam, appeared pale, as if sensing impending trouble. Chu Muting, beside the second madam, wore a faint smile, while the third madam and Chu Si Chun watched with expressions of intrigue. As for Xue Ping, kneeling on the ground, her face drained of color. She felt as though her spirit had been extinguished. Dr. Li trembled on the floor, while Dr. Wang stood beside him, sporting an expression of frustration at his incompetence. Shortly thereafter, a servant escorted an old woman into the room. Upon seeing the crowd, the woman immediately knelt and greeted, "I pay my respects to the Marquis and the esteemed ladies." Dr. Li, upon recognizing Aunt Zhao, exclaimed loudly, "It is her. She was the one who came to see me that day." Chu Chang's song signaled to Feng Quan, who promptly approached and lifted Aunt Zhao and Oppos as right hand, rolling up her sleeve. A red agate bracelet was conspicuously affixed to Aunt Zhao's wrist, snugly fitting due to her plumpness. Wang Mama stepped forward, addressing Aunt Zhao. "Aunt Zhao, the Marquis and Oppos, as household has treated you well. The first madam, in particular, has shown you kindness, even allowing your daughter to work closely with her. How could you conspire with Xue Ping to harm the elderly lady? Explain yourself." Aunt Zhao looked up in disbelief, the threat in the first madam and Amp. Oppos, S words unmistakable. She had thought herself a trusted confidant, but now it dawned on her that the first madam might have intended for her to bear the blame all along. Yet, with her daughter still employed in the first madam and Amp, Oppos, S service, she feared for her child and Amp. Oppo's safety should she refuse to confess. After a fierce internal struggle, Aunt Zhao kowtowed and confessed, "It is I who have been foolish. I beg for the Marquis and the ladies to spare my life." The first madam, relieved by Aunt Zhao and Oppo's admission, exhaled deeply. Wang Mama and Oppo's ability to handle matters was most reassuring. Seizing the moment before Aunt Zhao could utter anything further, she sought to intimidate her into confessing. Clearly, she had been outmaneuvered by the cunning Chu Muting, who had likely never truly placed her trust in Shui Ping and had instead been waiting to turn the tables on her. Chapter 59. A lesson to others. Madame San mockingly remarked, "You possess quite the audacity, old woman, to concoct such a scheme against our mother, and even manage to bribe Dr. Li and conspire with Shui Ping. Truly, an extraordinary feat." Her words served to reveal to all that Zhao Pozi could not have executed these machinations alone. There must surely be someone behind her actions. And as to who that might be, everyone was already aware. Madame De turned to Madame San and inquired, "What do you mean by that, third sister-in-law?" Madame San scoffed lightly. "My meaning is obvious to you, dear sister. Once mother regains consciousness, I shall inform her of this matter. She will understand as well." Suddenly, Zhao Pozi on the ground cried out, "I did this alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Without waiting for a reaction, she charged toward the pillar. With a loud thud, Zhao Pozi and Oppo's corpulent figure slipped and fell to the ground, blood oozing from her forehead, startling the ladies present. Chu Changsong frowned and commanded, "Remove her." A servant swiftly approached and dragged Zhao Pozi's lifeless body away. As they passed Madame De, her eyes remained wide open. Madame De turned her face aside, relieved that Zhao Pozi was dead, leaving no evidence against her. Seeing Zhao Pozi and Oppo's corpse, Shui Ping fainted. Realizing that her fate mirrored that of Zhao Pozi, death was her only escape. Chu Muting observed the unfolding drama and understood that while there was no evidence directly implicating Madame De, it was evident that Zhao Pozi and Shui Ping could not have accomplished these deeds without a master, that being Madame De. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Changsong, eager to see his response. He remained composed, lightly drumming his fingers on the table, clearly deep in thought. At that moment, Chu Shuran suddenly called out, "Father." Her pallid face was streaked with tears as she looked at Chu Changsong. Chu Muting, witnessing this, also called out "Father," though unlike Chu Shuran's pitiful demeanor. Her gaze was calm and steady. Chu Changsong ceased his drumming, focusing on his two daughters before him, one raised under his watchful eye, the other, although not present during her upbringing, had returned home well-mannered and now held a notable reputation. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and addressed Madame De. "Madame, your household management has been lax. Your servants conspired against their mistress unbeknownst to you, nearly resulting in disaster. From this day forth, you shall remain in the small Buddhist hall to cultivate your character until our mother awakens, at which point she shall assume control of the household." Then, he turned sternly to the assembly, stating, "From today's events, ensure that your servants conduct themselves properly. Should any of you let slip a single word, I shall not show mercy." Madame De, upon hearing this, slumped in her chair, her lips trembling as she stammered, "What does the Duke mean by this?" Chu Changsong ignored her, instead addressing Chu Muting, "You have suffered today. We have recently acquired some fine silks. I shall have them sent to the Tangtao courtyard later." Chu Muting bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, Father. However, I have another matter to request of you." Chu Changsong gazed deeply at her and said, "Speak." Chu Muting pointed to the unconscious Shui Ping and the kneeling Lien Xia, who had been punished for delivering the wrong pastries, and said, "These two maids belong to my Tangtao courtyard. I admit my own negligence in their supervision. I beseech you to entrust them to me so that I may handle their punishment." Chu Changsong furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Do not be soft-hearted. Do not let them off easily." "Understood," she replied. Chu Changsong then glanced at Dr. Li, who was still kneeling, and instructed Feng Quan, "Take him to the authorities and inform them he prescribed the wrong medication for the old lady." Turning threateningly to Dr. Li, he warned, "Should you utter another word, I shall take the lives of your entire family." Then he looked at Dr. Wang, who immediately assured, "Rest assured, Duke, I shall not speak a word. Chu Chansong nodded and departed. Chu Muting regarded the slumped Madame De with disdain and curtsied, stating, "Mother, I shall return to the Tangtao courtyard now." With that, she curtsied to both Madame Air and Madame San before taking her leave with Lin Xia, while a servant dragged Shui Ping along to the Tangtao courtyard. Behind them, Madame De and Apos. Eyes burned with resentment as she followed Chu Muting with her gaze. Madame Air ignored her completely and departed with her maidservants, while Madame San brushed off her sleeves and cheerfully remarked, "Sister-in-law, I too shall take my leave." Upon returning to the Tangtao courtyard, Chu Muting sat in a chair and instructed Lin Xia, "You should rest in your room. You have been kneeling for so long that your legs must be bruised. Later, have Xiling bring you some medicine." Lin Xia responded, "Yes," and limped back to her room. Chu Muting then turned to Bai Ji and said, "Gather all the maids from the Tangtao courtyard." Once Bai Ji had departed, Chu Muting nodded at Tian Dong, who understood and stepped forward to kick Shui Ping awake. As Shui Ping regained consciousness, she found herself alone with Chu Muting, momentarily dazed. Upon realizing she was in the Tangtao courtyard, she understood and began to kowtow frantically. "Miss, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, grant me a chance to live." Behind her, Bai Ji had already returned with numerous maids. Chu Muting commanded the gatekeeper, "Bring a long bench." When the bench arrived, she instructed Xia Zhu to drag Shui Ping onto it. Xia Zhu, the sturdy maid selected earlier, held Shui Ping down, rendering her completely immobile. "Since you betrayed your master, I have stated from the moment you entered the Tangtao courtyard that I do not keep traitorous servants. If I discover such treachery, there will be no mercy. 20 strikes. Her survival depends solely on her fate." Chu Muting turned to the frightened Dan Yen beside her and said, "Dan Yen, you shall strike." Dan Yen was taken aback and immediately knelt. "Miss, I cannot do that." Bai Ji swiftly slapped her across the face, commanding, "If the miss instructs you to strike, then you shall strike." Chu Muting picked up a teacup, blowing gently on it, and remarked, "If you do not act, you shall bear her punishment." Hearing this, Dan Yen trembled as she rose, taking a thick wooden stick from the maid's hand, approaching Shui Ping. 20 strikes, Shui Ping, a frail woman, may not survive even the first few. The thought caused her to faint again. Dan Yen stepped closer and began to strike, perhaps due to her fear. Her hands trembled, and the blows landed softly, barely making a sound. Chu Muting set the teacup down, causing a clatter. Startled, Dan Yen began to apply more force. And soon Shui Ping awoke, crying out for help. Chu Muting lifted the teacup once more, a faint smile gracing her lips. Without uttering a single word, she instilled a sense of dread in the maids standing by. Shui Ping's pleas grew fainter, and by the time the tea had cooled, silence enveloped the room. Shui Ping was dead. The stick slipped from Dan Yan's grip, blood dripping onto the floor, and she collapsed in shock. Chu Muting surveyed the frightened maids and declared, "Let me reiterate, the Tangtao courtyard does not harbor traitorous servants. Do you all understand?" In unison, the maids responded, "We shall remain ever loyal." Chu Muting set down the teacup and smiled. "After such a tumultuous day, I imagine you are all weary. Bai Ji, reward each of them with a silver coin, and let them return to rest." Chapter 60. The Fox Lantern. The maidservants exchanged glances, their excitement palpable as they expressed their gratitude to the young lady. Their resolve to serve her diligently strengthened, vowing not to be like Shui Ping. Once the maidservants had departed, Chu Muting turned to Bai Ji and instructed, "Have a servant find a place outside the capital to bury her. Once life has extinguished, all past grievances cease to matter." News of Shui Ping's demise swiftly reached all the masters within the household. After all, the corpse being dragged from the Tangtao courtyard could hardly remain a secret. When Chu Chansong heard the news, he was in the Showan Hall, keeping company with the elderly matriarch, who had awakened after a brief slumber post-antidote. He remained silent for a moment before remarking, "Such a decisive resolution. This kind of temperament will surely lead to great achievements in the future. It is a pity, however, that it was not the woman he cherished who bore this fate." The matriarch, discerning his thoughts, sighed and said, "Today and Apos, events clearly indicate that your wife intended to scheme against the eldest girl, only to be outmaneuvered herself. She even dared to involve this old woman. She must have long wished for my demise, now seeking to kill two birds with one stone. Mother, please calm your anger. I've already punished her. However, I must trouble you in the future to oversee matters within the household. Chu Changsong hastily replied. I'm not inconvenienced. But do remember that today and Appo's incident must not be publicized. Otherwise, not only will Xu Ran and Appo's marriage be affected, but also Mu Qing and Si Chun and Appo's. The third prince and Appo's marriage is yet to be finalized. We cannot allow this incident to jeopardize his union with the Yongning Marquisate. The matriarch cast a glance at Chu Changsong and continued, In a few days, I shall send you several more concubines. It is imperative that we secure a son. Speaking of which fills me with resentment. Have we truly suffered such losses in vain? Chu Changsong harbored similar resentment. At his middle age, he had but one son. Now, left in this predicament, the old fox, Marquis Zhongyong, insisted it was merely a dispute between the two children and his own Xiang Hung had been injured. Moreover, it was Cheng Yun who had instigated the confrontation at Xiang Heng's residence. In the end, the emperor only issued a mild reprimand. The matriarch declared, Let our engagement with the Zhongyong Marquisate be dissolved. Let no one mention it again. Yes, mother. As he spoke, he recalled something else, mother. Since we are to consider taking concubines for our son, Wovignong. Before he could finish, the matriarch interjected forcefully, Do not even entertain that thought. Her father is a criminal. She is the daughter of a traitor. It is acceptable to keep her hidden outside the household. But do not even think of bringing her back here. Chu Changsong wished to argue further, but, seeing the matriarch's expression, fell silent. In the Tang Tao courtyard, Chu Muting had finished her ablutions and was seated on the beauty couch, engrossed in a book. Noticing Shui Ping and Appo's repeated attempts to sneak into the inner chamber over the past few days, she realized that the First Lady intended to take action against her. The First Lady had endured long enough. It seemed that during the chrysanthemum feast, Chu Shuren's prominence had overshadowed her, prompting the First Lady to act swiftly upon returning home. One must commend Tian Dong for keeping watch over the peony courtyard for several days, discovering that the First Lady had clandestinely met with a purchasing matron. Following the matron upon her exit from the residence, it was revealed that she sought out Dr. Li. She had deliberately visited Chu Chengyun, merely mentioning how delicious the pastries on the table were. Having lost Chu Chengyun, the First Lady now viewed by Yin Yang as a thorn in her side. She was eager to grasp any opportunity available, promptly preparing a box of pastries for her to take back. Unfamiliar with the pastries prepared for the matriarch, Shui Ping naturally assumed they were the same as those given to her by Lin Xia, who had deliberately offered her the chance to poison them. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. As for Chu Changsong's attitude, it remained consistently disappointing, though she was indifferent to it. On the surface, it appeared as though she had merely punished the First Lady, confining her to the small Buddhist hall for reflection. However, after some time, she would inevitably be released. After all, she had an exceptional daughter, Chu Shuren, whose marriage would ultimately be overseen by the First Lady. When Chu Shuren had called out to him today, it had prompted Chu Changsong to ponder this very situation. If the First Lady were to successfully pin the blame on her, it was likely that within days, she would be sent off to become a nun. My lady, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? I have been gazing at your book for quite a while. Yet you have not turned a single page. Chu Muting lifted her gaze to see Gu Yinzi languidly perched on the windowsill, his hand idly tapping his bent leg, while the other dangled carelessly. His youthful exuberance was evident as he regarded her with a playful smile. Having grown accustomed to his presence, Chu Muting casually flipped through her book and remarked, The tea today is rather lacking. I presume the young lord does not fancy it. Gu Yinzi chuckled softly and slid off the windowsill, sauntering to a chair at the table. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it before commenting. I find it quite acceptable. Noticing that Chu Muting ignored him and continued reading, he approached her, tugging at her sleeve. Allow me to take you somewhere. Chu Muting withdrew her sleeve and looked up at Gu Yinzi. Young lord, if I may remind you, it is impossible to see the maple forest at night. Gu Yinzi paused, chuckling softly in his fist, and did not respond. He produced Chu Muting's veil from somewhere, holding it in one hand while wrapping his other arm around her waist, leading her out of the Yongning Marquisate. This marked the second time the young lord had taken her in such a manner. In the darkness of the night, Chu Muting could see nothing. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the young man's breath on her hair. The sound of the wind whispered past her ears, and after what felt like an eternity, Gu Yanxi finally came to a halt. Opening her eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. They had arrived at a relatively secluded street, perhaps due to the late hour. Only a few passers-by wandered by. Gu Yanxi handed the veil to Chu Muting, who shot him a glare before accepting it and donning it herself. Gu Yanxi glanced at her and then strolled toward the small vendor in the distance. It was only then that Chu Muting noticed a stall selling sky lanterns tucked away in a corner. The vendors, an elderly couple, had no customers at the moment and were busily crafting lanterns, one applying paste while the other affixed paper, chatting and laughing with ease. Upon noticing Gu Yanxi and Chu Muting's arrival, the elderly woman smiled warmly. "Young master and young lady, feel free to browse." At that moment, Gu Yanxi seemed to shed his frivolous demeanor from earlier, responding with a gentle laugh. "Please, continue with your work. We shall peruse at our leisure." The elderly woman nodded with a smile and returned to converse with her husband. Observing Chu Muting standing awkwardly to the side, Gu Yanxi selected a lantern adorned with a fox design from the collection and handed it to her, whispering, "Look at this one. It suits you perfectly." Chapter 61. Wishes. Chu Muting cast a glance at the fox lantern, which was exquisitely crafted and remarkably lifelike. However, upon raising her gaze, she found Gu Yanxi looking at her with a bright, confident smile, as if certain that she would not refuse him. Thus, her outstretched hand unexpectedly diverted mid-air. Reaching for a plain white lantern devoid of any design, she approached the elderly woman and inquired, "Madam, how much for this?" Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Yanxi still maintaining his previous stance, his expression somewhat astonished, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile. The elderly woman glanced at the lantern in Chu Muting's hand, accepted it with a smile, and lit the wick before handing her a brush. "Young lady, it is 10 coins. Write your wish on the lantern." Chu Muting nodded, reaching into her sleeve pocket, but after a moment, her smile faltered. "Including these two." "You needn't give change, madam." Turning around, she found Gu Yanxi had somehow appeared beside her, holding 2 lanterns, one adorned with a fox motif and the other plain white. He handed the elderly woman a piece of broken silver. The elderly woman hastily waved her hands, saying, "Young master, this is too much." Gu Yanxi placed the silver in her palm, stating, "This lantern is exquisitely made. I am quite fond of it. At present, I possess no other currency, so when I return in a few days, please do not accept my payment." Only then did the elderly woman accept it, confirming, "You must indeed return in a few days. My husband and I set up our stall here daily." Gu Yanxi responded with a smile. Chu Muting glanced at him, then smiled at the elderly woman, setting the brush down without writing anything. She simply carried the white lantern towards the distant stream. Gu Yanxi quickly followed her. Chu Muting released the lantern, allowing it to float leisurely into the sky. "Miss, what wish did you make?" "May the seas be calm and the world be peaceful." "This is not a chrysanthemum festival, so I cannot believe that." "May wealth flow in and treasures abound." Gu Yanxi sighed, turning to Chu Muting and asking, "What do you suppose I wished for?" "To be surrounded by beautiful concubines." Gu Yanxi raised an eyebrow, somewhat regretting, "How did I forget to wish for that?" Chu Muting pointed at the fox lantern in his hand. "Is there not another lantern? You can simply make a new wish." Gu Yanxi raised an eyebrow. "That will not do. This lantern serves a different purpose." Chu Muting fell silent, about to suggest that since the lantern was already released, he should take her back. However, she heard Gu Yanxi ask, "Do you know who that elderly couple is?" Turning back to look, she could still faintly see the couple, who were still chatting and laughing. Without waiting for her response, Gu Yanxi continued, "Their only son once served as a centurion under my father. He perished alongside my father in battle, yet they remain unaware. Each day, they set up their stall to sell lanterns, hoping their son will return." As he spoke, his tone grew heavy, indicating the path beside them. After returning from the border, one must pass this way into the city. Though he did not finish, Chu Muting understood. The couple set up their stall at this intersection each day, hoping that one day their son would see them first upon his return. Chu Muting wished to say more. It was the first time she had heard Gu Yanxi mention his father, General Gu Qingzhou. If he treated the parents of a centurion under his father with such respect, what had compelled him to embark on the path of rebellion in his past life? Let us go. I shall escort you back. Gu Yanxi did not give her a chance to speak, leading her back to the Yongning Marquis residence. Upon reaching Tangtao courtyard, Gu Yanxi did not enter but stood by the window, lowering his head as he handed her the fox lantern. Once you release the lantern, do not be unhappy. Here, take it. Chu Muting's eyes widened in surprise. She thought she had concealed her discontent well, yet Gu Yanxi had perceived it all along. Was this why he had taken her to release the lanterns? Gu Yanxi raised his hand, contemplating what to do, but after a moment, he lowered it, pushing the fox lantern forward. What are you dawdling for? Take it. I am leaving. Until next time, Mississippi. By the time Chu Muting regained her senses, Gu Yanxi and Oppo's figure had vanished from view, leaving only the fox lantern in her hand as a reminder of the recent events. Mississippi. Baiji rushed in upon seeing Chu Muting standing by the window. Miss, you should lie down in bed. It is cold at night, and standing by the window may cause you to catch a chill. She had initially entered the room, concerned that Chu Muting might be reading late into the night, only to find her absence and almost went to find the second mistress. However, remembering that Chu Muting had gone out with the young master of the Jinghua Duke's residence, she decided to wait a little longer. If Chu Muting did not return soon, she would find a second mistress. Otherwise, she would risk interrupting an urgent matter. Noticing the fox lantern in Chu Muting's hand, she quietly inquired, Miss, what about this lantern? Chu Muting handed it to her, saying, find a place to hang it, and do not extinguish it. Let it shine brightly. Baiji accepted it, replying understood. That night, as Chu Muting lay in bed, she meticulously reflected on the events of her past life, striving to uncover the reasons behind Gu Yanxi's rebellion. In her previous life, the old matriarch of the Jinghua Duke's residence had suddenly passed away, leading to a tumultuous dispute over titles within the Duke's household. Although Gu Yanxi was a young master personally bestowed by the emperor, the passing of the matriarch left him without his only support. At that time, the Duke, Gu Qingyuan, was Gu Yanxi's second uncle, who had a son of considerable renown himself. He would certainly not willingly allow Gu Yanxi to inherit the title. Yet, something inexplicable occurred later, resulting in Gu Qingyuan's sudden death, and Gu Yanxi naturally inherited the title. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that Gu Qingyuan's demise was tied to Gu Yanxi. But he was not the sort to harm his kin. What had his second uncle done to provoke such disregard for family ties from Gu Yanxi? And why had the old matriarch of the Jinghua Duke's residence passed away so suddenly? She had appeared quite robust on her wedding day. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she could not help but think of Gu Yanxi. She had concealed her unhappiness today so well that even Baiji had failed to notice, yet Gu Yanxi had seen through it. The fox lantern hung next to the screen, casting a soft glow. In truth, she had not made any wish that could not be spoken. It was merely that when Gu Yanxi had asked her, she had momentarily wished to tease him. May peace prevail throughout the years. Chapter 62. The County Princess's invitation. After several days of relentless snowfall, the flurries finally ceased today, revealing a vast expanse of white in every direction. Clad in a fox fur coat, Chu Muting stood beneath the eaves, observing a few young servants shoveling snow in the courtyard. Miss, why are you standing here watching the snow? Be careful not to catch a chill, came the voice of Baiji from behind. She handed a hot water bottle to Chu Muting, and in an instant, the chill that had gripped her hands dissipated, replaced by warmth. It had been a month since the first madam was punished and confined to the small Buddhist hall, and she had returned to the residence for several months now. When she first arrived in the capital, it was early autumn. Now, winter had firmly set in. Is the first madam still in the Buddhist hall? Baiji replied yes. The Marquis has yet to say anything about her returning. The second Miss often goes to visit her. Has the first madam shown any other signs of life? Is she simply engaged in her prayers? Baiji pondered for a moment and replied, actually, there is something. I've heard that the first madam has not been well lately and has been taking medicine. A few days ago, I took something to her, and I happened to see Mama Wang preparing the medicine. Noticing that Baiji had nothing more to add, she fell silent, both of them standing together in quietude. In the distance, a figure gradually approached, conversing with the gatekeeper as it reached the entrance of the courtyard. Baiji whispered, "Miss, it is Wendong. Perhaps the old madam has summoned you. Let her in." "Yes," Baiji replied and hurried to the entrance, exchanging a few words with Wendong before they both made their way over. As they drew near, Chu Muting smiled and said, "Ah, it is Miss Wendong. On such a cold day, what brings you here? Please come in and take a seat." Wendong responded, "The old madam has sent me to inform you, miss, that the county princess of Jiayong has sent an invitation for you to go to the outskirts of the capital in a few days to enjoy the plum blossoms. The old madam is currently waiting for you in Shoan Hall." After taking a sip of tea, she felt warmth spread throughout her body. "The eldest miss is truly kind. Even on such a cold day, she offers me hot tea. In the past, even the gentlest second miss would not have done so." Chu Muting was somewhat surprised. Although the county princess had mentioned visiting her after the chrysanthemum banquet, she had not expected to hear from the princess after so many days. "Thank you, Miss Wendong. Let us go. It has been several days since I last saw my grandmother." Due to the recent snowfall, the old madam had exempted them from their customary greetings. Upon entering show and amp, Oppos, and Hall, Chu Muting immediately handed the hot water bottle to Baiji and removed her fox fur coat for Lianxia to hold. The room was warmed by a charcoal fire, a stark contrast to the cold outside. "What is grandmother laughing about? May I join in the joy?" The old madam was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Mama Lu, both of them laughing heartily. Hearing Chu Muting's voice, the old madam beckoned her over, saying, "My dear girl, come sit by your grandmother." She was wearing the fox cloak that Chu Muting had brought back from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, and in this biting cold, she had worn it nearly every day, clearly relishing it. Since the last incident when the first madam had schemed against her, the old madam had grown distant from Chu Shuran, instead favoring her sensible granddaughter, whose reputation had blossomed in just a few months since returning to the capital. Holding the old madam's hand, Chu Muting listened as she chuckled. Just now, someone from the princess of Qingping's residence delivered an invitation, saying the county princess of Jiayong has invited you to enjoy the plum blossoms in a few days. Although the young ladies of the Yongning Marquis residence could certainly attend on their own, receiving a personal invitation from the county princess carried significant weight. Due to Chu Chongsong's stagnant career, the Yongning Marquis residence had been declining in recent years, relying heavily on the favor of consort Rong in the palace. Thus, the old madam was eager to facilitate a marriage between the Yongning Marquis family and the third prince, hoping to secure their status should the third prince ascend the throne. As the sister of the emperor, the princess of Qingping had enjoyed favor for many years, and the invitation from the county princess was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for the Yongning Marquis and Amp, Oppos, S family. "Pray tell your grandmother how you became acquainted with the county princess in such a short time since your return." "I met the county princess at the chrysanthemum banquet. She has a delightful disposition, and we chatted for a while." The old madam nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her granddaughter's capabilities. It is impressive that a few conversations could lead to such a personal invitation from the county princess. She held Chu Muting's hand affectionately, saying, "You may not yet be aware of the plum blossom viewing. Lu Mama, please enlighten the young lady." "Certainly," Lu Mama chuckled. "Allow me to explain, Mississippi. There is a plum grove in the outskirts of the capital that was purchased by His Highness, the Prince Chi. He is an elegant man and has refurbished the grove, inviting young ladies and gentlemen from various households to partake in the festivities each winter." Chu Muting linked her arm with the old madam and Oppos, exclaiming, "I see. It seems I am fortunate to partake in both the chrysanthemum banquet and now the plum blossom viewing upon my return to the capital." The old madam playfully tapped her nose, laughing, "You are quite the charmer." After a moment in Oppos' thought, she added, "You should take your sisters along this time." Chu Muting inquired, "Will third sister and fifth sister be joining us as well?" "Yes, both third sister and fifth sister will accompany you." During the previous banquet, Chuning Chu had showcased her talent in chess, reminding Chu Muting that these half-sisters could indeed be of use. While they may not marry into prestigious families, securing matches with capable scholars or minor officials would still benefit the Yongning Marquis residence. She no longer intended to restrict them, should they attract the attention of any nobleman. Even as a concubine, it would elevate their status. Noticing Chu Muting and Appo's hesitation, the old madam asked, "What troubles you?" Chu Muting explained, "Grandmother, does the county princess's invitation extend to my sisters as well?" The old madam's expression faltered slightly, and Chu Muting quickly comprehended. "Grandmother, while the county princess has invited me, she has not extended the same courtesy to my sisters. If we were to bring them along without permission, the county princess might take offense." Seeing the old madam still unsure, she continued, "Perhaps it would be better for my sisters to meet us outside the plum grove, and then we can enter together. The county princess will likely not mind." The old madam finally smiled in agreement. Internally, Chu Muting scoffed. If the county princess wished to save face for Chu Shuran, it would depend entirely on her willingness. As for what transpired in the plum grove, that would be beyond the old madam's control. Chapter 63. Plum Blossom Appreciation in the Suburbs 1. On the following day, Chu Muting prepared early, adorned with a celestial bun styled by Baiji, draped in a scarlet cloak that accentuated her fair complexion. "Baiji, please," remarked Miss, "you look truly exquisite today." With a playful smile, Chu Muting jested, "In your eyes, when have I ever looked less than splendid?" Baiji shyly chuckled, for to her, her young lady was the epitome of beauty. Upon exiting the residence, they were greeted by the sight of an opulent carriage emblazoned with the insignia of the Princess Qingping. The Jiaoyang County Princess, bored, lifted the curtain and looked around. Upon spotting Chu Muting, her eyes brightened, and she called out, "Miss Chu, over here." As soon as Chu Muting entered the carriage, the Jiaoyang County Princess began to complain. "I intended to visit you some days ago. Your skill on the guqin is remarkable, and I long to learn. However, my mother discovered that I had not completed my studies that day and has confined me to the house for a month as punishment." Zhongwing Smaigen Li. The county princess could simply send me a message, and I would gladly come to visit. Realizing her oversight, the Jiaoyang County Princess exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten that option? You truly are clever." Amused, Chu Muting thought that the county princess was rather naive. "By the way, when I come to visit next time, you must secretly let me try that ancient guqin. I have been longing to play it, but my mother insists it would be a waste of such a fine instrument and has forbidden me from doing so." The Jiaoyang County Princess leaned in, whispering as if to conceal her words from her maidservant. Chu Muting glanced at the county princess and Appo's maid, who appeared resigned, indicating she had likely overheard the conversation. Their hushed exchange continued until the voice of the coachman broke through. "Your Highness, we have encountered a carriage from the Duke of Dinghua, which has suffered a wheel malfunction. The young lady inside is inquiring if she may accompany us to the suburbs." Chu Muting quickly interjected, "Your Highness, that is my cousin. I hope you will allow her to join us." The Jiaoyang County Princess waved her hand dismissively. "It's no trouble. My carriage is spacious enough for a few more passengers, especially since she is your cousin. I visited the Duke of Dinghua's residence with my mother when she returned to the capital, but I found their second young master rather disagreeable. I had not even met Miss Xiao before I was driven away in frustration." Chu Muting paused, surprised. She recalled her cousin mentioning the county princess's visit to their residence and had wondered why they seemed unfamiliar with one another. It turned out they had never crossed paths. She also pondered what her second brother had done to provoke such a reaction from the county princess. Before she could dwell further on it, Xiao Yuzhu arrived with her maid. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Muting, then exclaimed with delight, "Cousin," noticing the Jiaoyang County Princess's gaze upon her. She quickly realized her breach of etiquette and bowed, saying, "I greet your Highness, and I thank you for your assistance." The Jiaoyang County Princess waved her hand. "No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat." After settling in, Xiao Yuzhu inquired, "Cousin, how is it that you are in the county princess's carriage?" "I must say, at the last chrysanthemum banquet, Muting's guqin performance was truly splendid, and her other talents were equally admirable. I was quite impressed. Hence I invited her to accompany me to appreciate the plum blossoms." At this mention, the Jiaoyang County Princess had much to say, though she withheld another reason, Chu Muting's beauty. While her court musicians were skilled, none compared to Chu Muting's allure, making her preference clear. Xiao Yuzhu promptly remarked, "I was away from the capital during the chrysanthemum banquet, but I returned to hear that cousin captured the top spots in 4 categories. You are truly remarkable, adept in mechanisms, as well as in the arts of music, chess, Calligraphy and painting. What mechanisms? The Jiaoyang County princess's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xiao Yuzhu explained, "It is a rather complex puzzle box, but my cousin solved it in no time. I will bring it for you to see next time." "Wonderful," the Jiaoyang County princess added mysteriously. "I overheard my mother mention that the emperor is quite fond of Muting's painting, which now hangs in the imperial study. Moreover, the emperor has expressed a desire to reward her. Is that so?" Chu Muting sat quietly, observing as Xiao Yuzhu and the Jiaoyang County princess animatedly exchanged words, finding herself unable to interject. However, the mention of an imperial reward was indeed fortuitous, though she wondered when it would occur and what it might entail. Lost in thought, the carriage came to a halt. The coachman called out, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the plum grove. Let us disembark." This plum grove belonging to Uncle Chi Wang is truly splendid, and the pastries prepared by the cooks here are delectable. The Jiaoyang County princess stepped down first, followed closely by Chu Muting and Xiao Yuzhu. Upon alighting, they noticed a multitude of carriages already parked nearby, indicating that many young ladies had gathered for the occasion. "County princess, sister." Hearing the voice, Chu Muting turned to see Chu Shuran approaching with Chu Xian, followed by Chu Sixing and Chu Ningqiu. To her surprise, Xiao Yuzhu was also present. Yesterday, her grandmother had mentioned her visit, leading her to believe that her sister had come alone with the county princess. Chu Shuran raised her voice slightly, prompting several young ladies nearby to turn and cast curious glances at Chu Muting. Xiang Yuhua, from the loyal and courageous Marquis' residence, mockingly remarked, "So it turns out Miss Chu is this kind of sycophant, abandoning her own sister to accompany others with the county princess. Your Highness, do not let her deceive you." Chu Muting responded with a light smile towards Chu Shuran. "It seems my sister has misunderstood my intentions. The Duke of Dinghua's carriage broke down en route, and the county princess happened to pass by, so my cousin sought assistance. It is not as you have presumed." Her implication was clear: do not judge others so harshly. Chu Shuran's expression shifted, and just as she opened her mouth to clarify her meaning, the Jiaoyang County princess interjected, "Indeed, as Muting said, Miss Chu, you are overthinking." Upon hearing the county princess address her, the onlookers understood the implication and began to praise her. "Your Highness is truly compassionate. Indeed, it is fortunate that Miss Xiao encountered the county princess." Listening to the surrounding voices, Chu Shuran clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves. Turning to Xiang Yuhua, Chu Muting continued, "From what Miss Xiang has said, it seems you share a deep bond with your sister. However, I am curious to know which Miss Xiang is this second sister of yours, as I have yet to make her acquaintance since returning to the capital." Xiang Yuhua, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The other young ladies began to snicker quietly. The loyal and courageous Marquis' wife was notoriously jealous, and her concubines and their children lived in constant difficulty under her rule. Previously, she had even arranged for the second daughter of the Xiang family, born of a concubine, to be wed to a merchant of similar age to the Marquis as a second wife. Chapter 64. Plum Blossom Viewing in the Suburbs 2. Due to this incident, Miss Xiang has been the subject of much gossip among the other ladies, who, while not particularly fond of illegitimate children, would never stoop to such degradation. Chu Muting expressed her astonishment, questioning why Miss Xiang was so incensed. She merely inquired about Miss Xiang Air, having not seen her, and wondered if this was in accordance with the customs of the loyal and valiant Marquisate. At that moment, Chu Muting felt no fear of offending the Marquisate, as the relationship between the Xiang and Chu families had become exceedingly strained due to the matters involving Xiang Heng and Chu Qingyan. The Everning Marquisate had suffered losses, and it was likely her father harbored a desire for her to trample upon Xiang Yuhua. Miss Chu was perhaps unaware that Miss Xiang Air had already married and could not be present. Nearby, someone explained with a tone of mockery that it was the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, Tianxia, inheriting her father's upright nature, found such behavior intolerable and feared no repercussions from the Marquisate. How could that be? Is Miss Xiang not still in her boudoir? Xiao Yuzhu exclaimed, her tone laced with incredulity yet tinged with derision. It was customary, even among common folk, for the elder sister to marry before the younger. Thus, the actions of the loyal and valiant Marquisate were indeed contemptible. Xiang Yuhua, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Muting, stammering, You all. Just then, a luxurious carriage arrived, from which descended several ladies. The foremost, adorned in a violet palace gown, exuded elegance and wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Her graceful movements accompanied by a fragrant aura. The crowd promptly bowed, greeting, We meet the esteemed Princess Zhao Lu. Rise, she commanded. Chu Muting cast a glance at Princess Zhao Lu, the third princess born of the noble consort, and sister to the fourth prince. Due to her mother's illustrious family, she often regarded the Yongning princess with disdain. The princess inquired, What is the matter here? A girl accompanying Princess Zhao Lu spoke with an air of arrogance, reminiscent of one who relies on the influence of others. Noticing this, Jiang County Lord shot her a disapproving look, leaving Chu Muting puzzled. Seemingly aware of Chu Muting's gaze, Jiang County Lord leaned in and whispered, That is Ming Rue, the legitimate daughter of General Ningyuan, who often chases after my cousin. Quite bothersome. The daughter of General Ningyuan. Indeed, she belonged to the maternal lineage of the noble consort, thus accompanying Princess Zhao Lu. Cousin? Jiang County Lord's cousin could only be Gu Yanxi. Princess. It seems there's been a dispute between Miss Chu of the Yongning Marquisate and Miss Xiang of the loyal and valiant Marquisate. Someone clarified to Princess Zhao Lu. Miss Chu? The princess expressed surprise. I have only heard of Miss Chu I have not been informed of Miss Chu. At the mere mention of her name, Chu Muting sensed hostility from the princess. Having only just arrived in the capital a few months prior, she pondered what offense she could have committed. Save for the incident in the Imperial Garden. With a smile, she addressed Princess Zhao Lu. I was recuperating in Hezhou and have only recently returned to the capital. It is only natural that the princess is unfamiliar with me. Jiang County Lord shot another glare at Princess Zhao Lu, scoffing, truly ignorant. How could one not know of the first prize at the chrysanthemum viewing banquet? Princess Zhao Lu's expression faltered as she looked at Jiang County Lord and remarked, It has been some time since I last saw Jiang. Has your aunt finally allowed you to leave the estate today? She was indeed aware of Miss Chu's recent accolade at the banquet and had heard of the incident that had led to her mother losing a maidservant. A maid's life was trivial, yet the public execution of such a punishment was a blatant affront to their dignity, leaving her mother furious. Additionally, she had heard her mother mention that concubine Rong desired to marry this Miss Chu to the third prince, which only intensified her disdain for her. Jiang County Lord, incensed, retorted, What concern is it of yours? Ignoring her, Princess Zhao Lu turned her attention back to Chu Muting, saying, It seems you are unaware of the matter at hand. I observe that Miss Xiang is on the verge of tears. It would be wise for Miss Chu to show leniency. Chu Muting was nearly driven to laughter by the princess's blatant display of animosity. Without seeking the truth, the princess had already placed the blame upon her. And should these words circulate, she would surely be seen as the villain. With a blink, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she softly sobbed, Your Highness has misunderstood. I have only just returned to the capital and was unaware of the circumstances involving the loyal and valiant Marquisate. Upon witnessing the sisterly affection displayed by Miss Xiang, I innocently inquired about Miss Xiang, not knowing it would displease her. Eventually, it was Miss Tian who clarified the situation, and it seemed the princess understood Miss Xiang's actions. Indeed, I was merely naive. During my time in Hezhou, I had never heard of such behavior. Princess Zhao Lu and Appo's demeanor shifted from pale to flushed, for in truth, she saw no fault in Miss Xiang and Appo's actions. After all, she was merely a neglected concubine and Appo's daughter, and it was her prerogative to manage her as she pleased. She had entirely forgotten that she too was a concubine's daughter, her royal status having obscured that reality. Furthermore, even an illegitimate daughter deserved a fair fate, provided she possessed a kind heart. Nearby, a group of students from the academy, unable to bear the scene unfolding before them, had come to admire the plum blossoms, only to stumble upon the spectacle. Witnessing Miss Chu's tears, they felt a surge of indignation. Among them, who did not know of Miss Chu? Mr. Han had sung her praises in poetry, and they had seen her remarkable talent in written form. Although they had not seen her artwork, they were already awestruck by the accounts they had heard. Having grasped the situation, they held a shared contempt for Miss Yong's mother's actions, and while they were not privy to the inner workings of such affairs, they recognized that Princess Zhao Lu was the sister of the fourth prince. As scholars, they aspired to serve a worthy lord, and the princess's character offered a glimpse into the nature of the fourth prince, leading them to formulate their own conclusions. Is the princess's behavior not a bit too oblivious to right and wrong? I do not believe Miss Chu has committed any transgression today, one student spoke up. Jiang County Lord murmured, that is the second son of the Duke of Town. Chu Muting raised her gaze to see the second son of the Duke of Town, standing tall and dignified, exuding the grace of a scholar, though perhaps not as flamboyant as Gu Yinzi, yet possessing an undeniable literary charm. Chapter 65. Plum Blossom Appreciation in the Suburbs. 3. This is the legitimate son of the current Duke of State, Gu Zijing, the cousin of Gu Yinzi, renowned as a young talent in the capital. After hearing this, Princess Zhao Lu indignantly remarked, I have said nothing. You are distorting my meaning. Gu Zijing stood his ground, responding earnestly, yet your intent is clear to all present. I kindly ask the princess to apologize to Miss Chu. For a moment, Princess Zhao Lu could hardly believe her ears. How could a princess be compelled to apologize to the daughter of a subject? Did he not realize her stature? Your Highness, my sister meant no offense. I implore you not to take it to heart. Chu Shuran interjected suddenly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Princess Zhao Lu, filled with disdain, held little regard for concubine Rong and the third prince, nor for the rest of the Rong family, including the Chu sisters. However, upon observing the two sisters from the Yongning Marquisate, her thoughts shifted. Suddenly, she smiled at Chu Shuran, saying, You are quite charming, unlike the others. Come to my residence for a visit in a few days. Turning to Chu Muting with irritation, she added, You shall await my return. With a flick of her sleeve, she strode toward her carriage, while Ming Rue shot Chu Muting a glare before hastening after Princess Zhao Lu. Princess Jiang pursed her lips, muttering, What is she so arrogant about? If it weren't for my mother's warning against conflict with Zhao Lu, I would have scolded her just now. Assuming she had gained Princess Zhao Li's favor, Chu Shuran approached Chu Muting and whispered, Sister, you were rather reckless today. As a royal princess, how could you offend her? What if it brings trouble to the Yongning Marquisate? Chu Muting, feigning tears with a handkerchief, paused at her words, momentarily at a loss for a response. How had she allowed herself to be so easily manipulated by Chu Shuran in her past life? It was clear now that she had been blind and foolish. The Yongning Marquisate was firmly aligned with the third prince, and as Princess Zhao Lu was the fourth prince's sister, they need not overly curry favor. As long as they maintained peace, all would be well. Yet now, with Princess Zhao Lu bullying her, if she remained submissive, it would only invite scorn upon the Yongning Marquisate. However, as a subject, she could not confront a royal directly. That would be a grave disrespect. Thus, she chose to retreat strategically, allowing Zhao Lu to embarrass herself. She had already noticed the students from the Taishui Academy nearby, their attire distinctly different from others. With Princess Zhao Lu in oppose, as humiliation before them, it would also reflect poorly on the fourth prince, who sought to claim the throne and required the support of scholars. It remained to be seen how he would rectify this situation. Whether the bond between them as siblings would endure after this incident was uncertain. Chu Muting correctly anticipated that Princess Zhao Lu, increasingly agitated, would rush to the residence of concubine Shu to voice her grievances. Bursting into the chamber, she exclaimed, Mother, you must help me. I have never endured such humiliation. Just then, the fourth prince was paying his respects in concubine Shu's palace. He chuckled, What has happened? Who has offended our Zhao Lu? Is it not that Chu Muting? She dared to insinuate against me. It is infuriating. Growing more agitated, Zhao Lu continued, and that Gu Zijing from the Duke of State's residence even supported Chu Muting, demanding I apologize to her. What gives her the right to expect an apology from me? What do you mean? Explain clearly why Gu Zijing demanded an apology from you. As the fourth prince, Ming listened. His expression darkened with each passing moment until his face turned ashen. Seeing his anger, Zhao Lu felt a twinge of fear. Although she had never feared anyone, not even Yongning, she was apprehensive of her royal brother. She quietly recounted the events, expressing her grievance, convinced she had done nothing wrong. Ming's face had turned a deep shade of anger. Unable to contain himself, he slapped Zhao Lu, causing her to fall to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. She gazed at him in disbelief. Brother? Concubine Shu, who had been listening, felt torn. While she acknowledged that Zhao Lu had acted impulsively, she did not believe her daughter was in the wrong. After all, she was merely his subject's daughter. What was the harm in a little humiliation? Moreover, even if Zhao Lu were to become the third prince's consort, what of it? The world would eventually belong to her and her son. Helping Zhao Lu to her feet, she reproached Ming. What have you done? She is your own sister. Ming, filled with disappointment, replied, Chu Muting is one thing. But you should never have behaved like this before the students of the Taishu Academy, thereby causing me to lose face. Furthermore, Gu Zijing was present. Although the Duke of State lacks military power, his reputation in the army remains. With his current ambiguous stance, how could you offend his only son? And what if I did offend him? Gu Yinzi is the heir, not Gu Zijing. Princess Zhao Lu retorted defiantly. What then is Gu Yinzi? He is nothing more than a wastrel. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's protection, how could he sit in such a position, with his current demeanor? How could the Duke of State allow him to inherit his title? The Duke of State's residence will eventually belong to Gu Zijing, she continued. Having no retort for his sister, Zhao Lu, frustrated, covered her face and fled in tears. Ming, his face still taut with anger, left as well. Knowing that Zhao Lu had created a significant mess, he needed to return to his residence and consult with his advisors on how to salvage his reputation among the scholars. Concubine Shu sat silently, her expression dark, complaining to her close attendant. Are these two children here to collect debts? The attendant, cautious not to speak out of turn, could only suggest, Your Highness, do not be upset. Our prince has always cherished the princess. They will surely reconcile soon. Concubine Shu sighed. One can only hope. Meanwhile, Chu Muting was unaware of the happenings in Concubine Shu's palace. Hearing Chu Shuren's words, she smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, dear sister, but perhaps you should focus more on your own affairs. She then approached Gu Zijing, curtsying gracefully, Thank you, young Master Gu, for your timely assistance. The young girl and Appo's charming voice momentarily captivated Gu Zijing, who quickly regained his composure and bowed in return. Miss Chu need not be so formal. It is my duty as a student of the Taishu Academy. As scholars, we are appointed by the sovereign and supported by the state. Thus, it is only right that we act in loyalty to our ruler. To remain aloof in the face of such matters would not befit the garments we wear. Chu Muting smiled, then turned to join Princess Jiayong and the others, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they headed toward the plum grove. Gu Zijing stood still, watching the silhouette of Chu Muting as she walked away. The young lady, slender in form, had uttered a phrase that left a profound impact on him. When the seas are calm and the rivers flow clear, the world shall know peace. Chapter 66. Eavesdropping the expanse of the plum grove is vast, and at this moment, Chu Muting and her companions find themselves amidst a sea of red plums. The snow has yet to melt, and the delicate petals of the red plums fall sporadically, melding beautifully with the white snow. Cousin, look, this is simply breathtaking. I have never encountered such a sight at the border, exclaimed Xiao Yuzhu, her hand tightly grasping Chu Muting's in excitement. Princess Jiayong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Are there no red plums at the border? With a gentle smile, Chu Muting explained, the border is beset by perpetual winds and sand, and snow rarely graces the land. Hence such exquisite beauty is unseen. Princess Jiayong nodded in understanding. She held Xiao Yuzhu with one hand and Chu Muting with the other, intending to lead them both, when she suddenly noticed Chu Muting's hand was icy cold. Muting, your hand is freezing. Bai Ji, concerned, suggested, Miss, allow me to fetch you a hot water bottle from the carriage. After a moment's hesitation, she added, I'm uneasy leaving you alone here. Go ahead. I'll be fine with Yuzhu, assured Princess Jiayong. Bai Ji glanced at Chu Muting, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to dash off. Come, there are white plums ahead. I shall take you to see them, announced Princess Jiayong. Really? Let us hurry, Xiao Yuzhu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. The two chatted and laughed. running about to admire the blossoms, but in a moment of distraction, they vanished from sight. Chu Muting, amused, waited a while before moving forward. Initially, a few young ladies accompanied her, but as she entered the white plum grove, she found herself alone, with neither Xiao Yuzhu nor Princess Jiang in sight. With no hope of finding them, she decided to stand still and appreciate the beauty of the surrounding white plums. The ground was blanketed in snow, and overhead, the endless white plums blossomed, while she stood beneath the trees clad in a striking crimson cloak. "Miss Chu," a light, playful voice called from behind. She turned to find Gu Yinzi, his enchanting visage leaning against a plum tree, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lord Gu," she replied, the delicate features of her face framed by the cloak, which contrasted her porcelain-like complexion. "How fortuitous to see you here, Miss Chu," he said softly, his tone laced with mirth. "Indeed, I did not expect to see you here admiring the plums as well," she replied, her voice composed. "May I inquire what brings you here today?" he asked. Princess Jiang extended an invitation, and it would have been impolite to decline, especially given the grove's beauty. She explained. Gu Yinzi nodded knowingly. "Ah, it must be Princess Jiayang. She can be quite insistent. Should she extend another invitation that you wish to refuse, feel free to do so." Chu Muting sighed inwardly. As a subject, it would be inappropriate for her to decline such an invitation. "I apologize for my presumptions," he said, sensing her discomfort. "It is nothing, Lord Gu. You are merely being courteous." After a brief pause, she recognized that he was merely seeking conversation. She turned her gaze elsewhere. But suddenly, she spotted a figure in the distance, partially obscured by a pure white cloak, hurrying along with her head down, piquing her curiosity. "Gu Yinzi, look over there," she whispered, pointing discreetly. He followed her gaze, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Chu Muting surmised he recognized the woman. "Hold me tightly, do not let go," he instructed, wrapping an arm around her waist, swiftly guiding them to a position neither too near nor too far from the woman. To her surprise, a courtyard lay hidden within the plum grove. The woman reached the entrance, and, glancing nervously behind her, Gu Yinzi swiftly pulled Chu Muting behind a tree. When the woman saw no one, she cautiously opened the door and entered. Gu Yinzi lifted Chu Muting onto the rooftop, where a thin layer of snow had turned to ice, making it treacherously slippery. She clutched his sleeve tightly to avoid slipping. He chuckled softly at her grasp. "Stop laughing." She shot him a glare. "I was wrong. I will refrain from laughter," he replied softly, carefully lifting a tile to peer inside, his movements gentle, as if to avoid disturbing those within. The scene inside unfolded before Chu Muting, leaving her momentarily astonished. Alongside the woman was the third prince. The woman, visibly upset, demanded, "When will you marry me?" The third prince, attempting to soothe her, replied, "The time is not yet right. If I marry you now, it will raise my father's suspicions. Please, just wait a little longer." She angrily shook off his hand, raising her voice. "Are you even considering marrying me? I heard from my mother that concubine Roan intends to ask His Majesty for a marriage between you and the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis. What will happen to me? I've already given you everything." Caught off guard, Chu Muting struggled to process this revelation, only to be struck by the second. Concubine Roan was indeed seeking a marriage for her with the third prince. It seemed that upon her return to the estate, her value had not gone unnoticed, not only by the Yongning Marquis, but also by concubine Roan. It was not merely her lineage that drew attention, but also her connection to the Duke of Dinghua. The third prince, needing military support, would gain backing from the Duke of Dinghua's house by marrying her. In her previous life, she had allowed Chu Shuran to manipulate her. Thus the third prince had chosen her, believing her unworthy of his attention. Now, free from Chu Shuran's influence, marrying her would yield greater benefits than marrying Chu Shuran. What a cunning scheme. The thought made Chu Muting's stomach churn. The idea of being wed to Yuan Yang was repugnant to her. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Beside her, Gu Yinzi had initially found amusement in the quarrel below, but upon hearing that last statement, his expression darkened, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. Chapter 67. Princess Ming. The two individuals continued their conversation. The third prince noticed the woman and Apos, distress and swiftly embraced her, assuring her, "Those are merely my mother and Appo's thoughts. I have no desire to marry her. The only one I wish to wed is you." However, his expression lacked any profound affection. Yet the woman remained oblivious to this and gradually ceased her struggles. "Then you must promise you will not marry her, and that you will come to marry me in due time." "I assure you, I will not marry her. My heart is set solely on you. Now, you can rest easy." At last, the woman felt comforted in the third prince and Appo's arms, a blissful smile gracing her features. Unbeknownst to her, the third prince wore a look of impatience. Were it not for her father and Appo's backing, he would hardly have entertained her. This madwoman was hardly worthy of being the third prince and Appo's consort. He found himself reflecting on another young lady, gentle, intelligent, and poised. Such a woman deserved the title of a prince's wife. His mother had remarked that after the new year, she would seek the emperor's permission to arrange their marriage. Yet for now, he needed to placate this woman. He softly spoke, "You were rather loud just now. If you attract unwanted attention, what shall we do? A man like me is indifferent, but if your reputation suffers, I would be distressed. I wish for you to marry me in grandeur." The woman, feeling a twinge of guilt, quickly explained, "I simply panicked upon hearing you would wed another. I apologize, I shall not do so again." Yongning caressed her face, his voice tender. "It is well that you acknowledge your fault. Such behavior must not recur." "Yes, yes," she nodded eagerly. Yongning gazed at her affectionately before kissing her lips, leaving her breathless. He then chuckled and carried her toward another bed. Chu Muting felt a bit awkward, but she did not witness what transpired next. Yongning carried her away once more. They eventually returned to the spot where they had previously encountered one another and halted. It seemed she had wandered alone into some secluded area, and thankfully, there were no other people around. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Chu Muting felt a wave of physiological disgust. She wondered who that woman was, entangled with Yongning in such a manner, and it appeared they had been together for some time. That is Princess Ming of the Qi Wangfu. That courtyard was built specifically for her by the Qi Wang and his wife. Only those who appreciate plum blossoms may enter. Yongning explained, clarifying why he had followed her earlier, having recognized the woman as Princess Ming. It was not surprising for her to appear in the plum garden, yet her solitary presence, devoid of even a maid and displaying signs of anxiety, raised suspicions. However, she never anticipated the third prince in Appo's connection to her. She questioned, "Since Princess Ming is the daughter of the Qi Wang, her status should suffice to be the third prince in Appo's consort. Yet, judging by the third prince in Appo's demeanor earlier, he clearly does not wish to marry her. Only a woman like Princess Ming, lost in love, would fail to perceive this." Yongning scoffed lightly, explaining, "The Qi Wang is a prince of a different surname. In this generation, he holds no real power. If the third prince wishes to claim the throne, marrying Ming would be futile." He leaned closer and whispered, "However, marrying you is an entirely different matter. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yongning and a niece of the Duke of Dinghua, your union would be far more advantageous. So what say you? Would you like to be the third prince's consort? If he ascends the throne, you would become the mother of a nation." Chu Muting lifted her gaze to meet his, and upon hearing his words, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, which Yongning observed clearly. In an instant, his simmering anger dissipated. The third prince aspired to marry Chu Muting. How audacious of him! He chuckled derisively. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. With such character, he dares to aspire to be an emperor? Yongning nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is unworthy. Chu Muting raised her eyes, realizing that he remained unchanged from the previous life, rebellious at heart. How fitting, for she too was rebellious. Yet, this was not the time for such concerns. She had been separated from Xiao Yuzhu and the others for an extended period, likely causing them to worry. "I must seek out my cousin and the others. Do you know the way out?" Yongning chuckled, realizing that this young lady was lost. He smiled and led her in a certain direction, and Chu Muting, gritting her teeth, followed closely behind until they could hear sounds from outside the plum grove. Yongning said, "Exiting from here leads to the entrance of the plum grove. I cannot accompany you further. You must proceed on your own. Thank you. Chu Muting expressed her gratitude and walked toward the direction he indicated. This route was different from the one they had taken to enter the plum grove. No wonder there was no one else around. She wondered how Gu Yinji had known about it. Upon exiting the grove, she indeed spotted Xiao Yuzhu and the others waiting by the carriage. Seeing her emerge, Baiji hurriedly rushed to her side, thrusting a soup pot into her hands and calling out "Miss," with her eyes slightly reddened. She had just returned with the pot, only to find that their mistress was nowhere to be seen, not even her cousin or Princess Jiang. She had searched everywhere, ultimately finding her cousin and the princess, both of whom were also looking for their mistress. She was nearly in tears, feeling that her cousin and the princess had been utterly unreliable in losing their mistress. Xiao Yuzhu, upon seeing Chu Muting, quickly grasped her hand and said, "Cousin, it is my fault. I became too engrossed in viewing the plum blossoms with Jiang, running about without noticing you had fallen behind. Where did you go? We lost sight of you and were frantic." Chu Muting reassured her. "It is my fault for causing concern to the princess and my cousin. I merely wandered and lost my way, which is why it took me some time to return." Princess Jiang also sighed in relief, as Chu Muting was under her care. Losing her would have been difficult to explain to the Duke of Yongning. Moreover, given Chu Muting's delicate nature, should she encounter someone as vexing as Zhao Lu, who would protect her? Remembering something, she added, "Just now we saw your group of sisters. They have already returned in the carriage." She felt a sense of disdain. Previously, Chu Shuran had implied that Chu Muting would not wait for them. Yet now that they had returned home, they did not bother to wait for Chu Muting. Chu Muting understood and replied, "Perhaps my sisters had urgent matters to attend to and needed to return. No worries, we should head back as well." It was likely that Chu Shuran had sensed she had an upper hand today and wished to return early to inform the old matriarch. As the group settled into the carriage, Chu Muting remained unusually quiet, and surprisingly, Xiao Yuzhu also refrained from speaking, lost in her thoughts. Only Princess Jiang continued to complain, anticipating that upon returning home, Princess Qingping would undoubtedly pressure her to study. Chu Muting cast several glances at Xiao Yuzhu, who remained oblivious, her head bowed in contemplation. Even Princess Jiang noticed something amiss and inquired, "Yuzhu, what troubles you?" Chapter 68. Confrontation. Xiao Yuzhu averted her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "It's nothing." It was evident that something had transpired during their separation in the plum grove, yet she was reluctant to divulge it, leaving them hesitant to inquire further. Princess Jiang remarked, "Very well then," though her eyes remained fixated on Xiao Yuzhu, clearly brimming with curiosity, yet too shy to press on. After a brief moment, the coachman announced from outside, "Princess, we have arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Yongning." Chu Muting rose, saying, "Princess, cousin, I shall take my leave now." Princess Jiang, seemingly reluctant, responded, "All right. I shall visit you at the Marquis Mansion next time. Do you remember what I said?" She referred to the matter of secretly playing the guqin for her. Chu Muting smiled. "Very well. I shall await your visit, princess." Upon disembarking, the steward greeted her, "Miss," to which Chu Muting responded with a cheerful nod. Upon entering the estate, Baiji quietly complained, "Today truly terrified me. How could the princesses let Miss lose her way?" Chu Muting halted, looking at Baiji with a serious tone. "I understand your concern, and I shall not punish you for today. However, you must remember that Jiayong is a princess, and you must not speak ill of her behind her back. If others were to hear, I would be unable to protect you. Furthermore, I do not believe Jiayong and my cousin were at fault today. They're not obligated to watch over me. Their care is a kindness, not a duty. Do you understand?" "Understood, miss," Baiji replied, her face paling as she pondered the consequences of her actions should she ever implicate her mistress. Chu Muting chose not to elaborate further and continued toward the Shoan Hall, knowing Baiji needed to come to her own realizations. She could not always be there to guide her. Presently, it was likely that Chu Shuran and the others were already speaking ill of her in front of the matriarch. Upon reaching Shoan Hall, the maid at the entrance smiled, "Greetings, miss. What a coincidence. The second and fourth young ladies just arrived not long ago. Please go inside. The matriarch will surely be delighted to see you." Chu Muting smiled and nodded before lifting the curtain to enter. Inside, the matriarch sat with a stern expression, while Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsun occupied the seats below. Upon seeing Chu Muting enter, the matriarch immediately inquired, "I heard you had a quarrel with Princess Zhaola today?" Chu Muting replied with a smile, "Grandmother, who told you this? I did indeed have a disagreement, but it was not with Princess Zhaola. Her status is far too exalted for me to quarrel with her. It was Miss Xiang from the Marquis of Zhongyong and Apos, as residence. Upon seeing me, my second sister remarked that I did not wait for my sisters, and I merely offered an explanation. Miss Xiang then provoked me, and as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yongning, representing my grandmother and father, I could not allow myself to be ridiculed by her, resulting in a brief exchange of words. With a playful wink, she continued, "Truth be told, I harbored some selfish motives. Her brother Xiang Heng had caused my elder brother to be injured. I simply wished to see the Marquis of Zhongyong's family embarrassed as well." Upon hearing this, the matriarch cast a meaningful glance at Chu Shuran, causing her to shudder internally. She yearned to explain herself, but the matriarch had already shifted her gaze. "Take a seat," the matriarch instructed. Wang Mama, seated beside her, silently affirmed that this eldest young lady was indeed a formidable character, deftly navigating the matriarch and Apos as thoughts. Earlier, the second young lady had returned and voiced her grievances, inciting the matriarch and Apos as fury, who had been awaiting the eldest young lady and Apos as return to unleash her wrath. Yet, with just a few words, the eldest young lady had allayed the matriarch's anger while subtly reprimanding the second young lady, who had conveniently omitted her own instigation of the conflict. Furthermore, the eldest young lady had claimed to be avenging the eldest son, leaving the matriarch with little to contest. She likely felt that the eldest young lady had acted commendably. "Yes, thank you, grandmother." After sitting down, Chu Muting continued later, "Princess Zhao Lu arrived and immediately sought to trouble me, despite the fact that I have never wronged her. I had not even laid eyes upon her before. Why would she wish to harass me? I surmised it might be due to the previous incident in the palace, where a conflict arose between the palace maid of consort Shu and myself. Although that maid was later executed by the third prince, we were present during the incident, and it seems Princess Zhao Lu bore a grudge against us." The matriarch furrowed her brows, recalling the previous incident. Indeed, as Chu Muting had mentioned, she had recently returned to the capital and had never encountered Princess Zhao Lu, let alone offended her. Thus, she found herself in agreement with Chu Muting's assessment that it was indeed related to the prior affair, especially considering how Consort Rong's faction had thoroughly humiliated Consort Shu during that confrontation. She inquired, "And then what happened? How was the matter resolved?" Chu Muting zet ponde. I refrained from directly confronting the princess. Coincidentally, some students from the Taishua were present and appeared to disapprove of Princess Zhao Li's behavior, offering a few words of support on my behalf. Suddenly, she recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh." The leader among them was none other than young Master Gu, who had a conflict with Princess Zhao Lu over this matter. Upon hearing this, the matriarch sat up straighter, pressing further, "Which young Master Gu? Is it the one from the Duke of Zhan's household?" Chu Muting smiled. "Indeed, it is that young Master Gu." The matriarch's expression grew inscrutable, and she chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she addressed Chu Muting and the others. "After spending a day out, you must be fatigued. Please return to your respective quarters." Turning to Chu Shuran and Chu Sithan, she advised, "Your elder sister has performed admirably today. You should strive to learn from her. You are all refined young ladies of the Marquis and Apos S household. Do not engage in such petty behavior, understood?" Chu Shuran and Apos S face turned pale, realizing the matriarch's words were a direct rebuke of her conduct, revealing her pettiness. Trembling, she replied, "I understand." Yet, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Beside her, Chu Sitsuan felt equally disgruntled. She had merely followed along to witness the spectacle, yet now found herself caught in the reprimand alongside her sister. However, witnessing Chu Shuran's humiliation brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After all, the matriarch had previously favored her, and now Chu Shuran was experiencing a taste of that same bitterness. Once the three had exited, Chu Sitsuan shot them both an irritated glance before leading her maid away. Chu Muting observed Chu Shuran and Apos S pale visage, her jealousy barely concealed in her eyes. She couldn't and oppose. T help but scoff. This was merely the beginning, and many such events awaited them in the future. Within Showen Hall, the matriarch instructed a maid, "Go summon the Marquis. Inform him that I wish for him to join me for dinner." The maid complied, understood. Chapter 69. The fragrant pouch. The elderly matron recounted the events of the day to Chu Song, who upon hearing her words, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful turn of events! Who would have thought that this matter could bring Gu Zijin and Princess Zhao Lu together? Since Zhao Lu and the fourth prince share the same mother, if this situation can lead to an alliance between the Duke of the State and the fourth prince, it would be immensely beneficial for us." Indeed, what began as mere squabbles among young ladies has serendipitously involved Gu's second son and a scholar from the Imperial Academy, proving to be quite advantageous. Chu Song then remarked earnestly, "Though this matter may have implications for the fourth prince, it is ultimately not of great consequence. I shall consult with His Highness in a few days to see if we can leverage this situation to win over the Duke of the State." The matron nodded thoughtfully and suddenly added, "A few days ago, the Empress sent some items home, many of which were intended for the eldest maid. I suspect her moment is drawing near." "Then I must trouble you, mother, to guide her during this time," she replied. The matron sighed. This eldest maid is indeed clever and capable. Had she not been burdened with such a mother, there would have been no need to send her away all those years ago. At the mention of Xiao Wenru, both fell silent. Despite the passage of years, the matron still held disdain for her, while Chu Song felt a simmering resentment. If not for Xiao Wenru and Appo's insistence on marrying him, his beloved Yungyang would not have had to remain outside as her consort, and her name would still not be recorded in the Chu family genealogy. In the Tangtao courtyard, Chu Muting had been researching incense. Noticing that the second madam had been sleeping poorly lately, she contemplated creating a calming incense to present to her. At that moment, Lianxia entered, lifting the curtain. Without raising her head, Chu Muting inquired, "Have you been out again?" "Yes," Lianxia replied softly. "I heard that today she went to the fragrance shop with the princess. Recently, Princess Zhao Lu had been sending invitations for Chu Shuran to join her on outings, seemingly treating her with newfound favor since their last excursion to appreciate the plum blossoms in the suburbs. When the princess and Appo's envoy first arrived, the ladies were paying respects to the matron in the show and Appo's hall. Upon hearing that someone from the princess and Appo's estate had come, the matron was momentarily puzzled, wondering if it was yet another invitation from Princess Jiayong for Chu Muting. Instead, a young maid entered, her demeanor exuding confidence as she greeted, "Good day, matron. I have been sent by my princess to deliver an invitation to Miss Chu Shuran, requesting her presence at the princess and Appo's estate to compose poetry in a few days." Upon hearing her name, Chu Shuran paused in surprise, then broke into a subtle smile, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Muting. The matron inquired, "May I ask which princess you serve?" The maid replied proudly, "I serve Princess Zhao Lu." Realizing it was indeed an invitation from Princess Zhao Lu, the matron instructed the maid to convey their intention to visit. The maid departed haughtily without further comment. The matron, regaining her composure, asked Shuran, "How had you come to be acquainted with Princess Zhao Lu?" Chu Shuran murmured, "I am not entirely sure." After pondering for a moment, the matron concluded, "Since she has delivered the invitation, we cannot refuse her. You shall go in a few days, but be mindful not to engage in excessive contact. Do you understand?" Zhao Lu was the daughter of the noble concubine. Should the imperial concubine learn of their daughter and Appo's close ties with Princess Zhao Lu, it could lead to discontent. Chu Shuran felt a twinge of injustice. Previously, she had no familiarity with Princess Zhao Lu, but now that the princess had invited her, it was evident that she valued her, and she would not squander this opportunity. Ever since Chu Muting returned to the capital, she had felt overshadowed. Nowadays, when the daughters of the Yongning Marquis were mentioned, everyone praised Miss Chu for her remarkable talents and beauty, words that once belonged to her. Moreover, Chu Muting had also aligned herself with Princess Jiayong. Now, with Princess Zhao Li's favor, she felt she had gained a higher standing. This realization filled her with pride, as she had endured enough of her previous frustrations. Chu Muting watched Chu Shuran with a hint of jealousy, lamenting her fortune. Just as she had begun to suffer from Chu Muting's superiority, she had now managed to capture Princess Zhao Li's attention. How fortunate was she to befriend a princess, which would surely afford her the opportunity to frequently encounter the princes. Chu Muting, however, remained contemplative. She wondered why Princess Zhao Li had suddenly chosen to invite Chu Shuran, and why only her. She found it hard to believe that Princess Zhao Li truly valued Chu Shuran. What could her intentions be? Not long after, Princess Zhao Li would send another invitation to Chu Shuran, first to a jewelry shop, then to a clothing shop, and now to the fragrance shop. A princess of her stature had access to anything within the palace. Why would she need to venture out to procure goods herself? Has Tiandong been following her? Yongning Marquis. Lin Xiao responded respectfully. Tiandong has been with her all day, but has not noticed anything unusual. Very well, Chu Muting replied, instructing her to continue observing. If anything arises, inform me at once. Later that evening, Tiandong returned. Chu Muting asked, did you notice anything out of the ordinary today? Tiandong reported, I followed the second miss all day and found nothing amiss. However, I did see the fifth miss. She also left the residence today. Chu. Since her third-place finish in the chess competition, the matron had taken notice of her. While the first madam had intended to create difficulties for her, but had yet to act, it seemed that their lives had improved considerably compared to before. Do not concern yourself with her for now. When Chu Shuran next leaves the estate, continue to follow her, Chu Muting instructed, eager to witness what schemes Princess Zhao Li and Chu Shuran were concocting. Miss, the second miss has sent someone with a gift, Bai Ji announced from outside. Chu Muting stepped out to find Lu Xiao, Chu Shuran's senior maid. Lu Xiao greeted her respectfully. I have come to see you, Mississippi. With a smile, Chu Muting asked, what brings you here today, Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao presented a tray to Bai Ji and explained, our second miss has gone to the fragrance shop today and bought something for each of you. This is for you, Mississippi. Chu Muting examined the tray, discovering a delicate pink pouch embroidered with peach blossoms. She lifted it, inhaling its delightful scent, and smiled. This fragrance is exquisite. I shall thank my second sister. Lu Xiao replied respectfully, I'm glad you like it. I shall take my leave now. Bai Ji, please see Lu Xiao out, Chu Muting instructed. Bai Ji smiled as she escorted Lu Xiao away. Returning to her inner chamber, Chu Muting leaned against the beauty couch, gazing at the fragrant pouch for a while before saying to Lin Xia, put it away. Chapter 70. The blessing sachet as the snow melts and the sky is clear. The weather has been exceptionally pleasant these past few days. Chu Muting accompanies the second lady in the courtyard to make garments. The second lady smiles and remarks, in just over 10 days, it will be the new year. This is your first celebration in the capital, so you must dress beautifully. Furthermore, as spring approaches, there will be numerous banquets for the young ladies, necessitating even more attire. Chu Muting chuckles gently. Annie, you have already made me so many outfits. You must be careful with your eyes. The second lady, now residing in the Yongning Marquis residence, no longer manages the inner household and has ample leisure time, which she dedicates to sewing. Among the garments, the majority are for Chu Muting, followed by those for the elder master and Chu Jin and Amp. Oppos. The second lady feigns annoyance. Child, what young lady ever complains of having too many garments? Stand up. Let me see if any adjustments are necessary. Chu Muting has no choice but to rise, allowing the second lady to hold the garments up against her. Miss Lianxiu from the old lady and Oppos, as courtyard has arrived, announces the maid at the door. Chu Muting turns to see Lianxiu standing at the entrance of the Wutong courtyard. The second lady instructs the maid, quickly let Miss Lianxiu in. After a moment, Lianxiu approaches and greets. This servant has come to see the second lady and the eldest young lady. The old lady has prepared New Year blessing sachets for several young ladies and sent me to invite the eldest young lady to join her. She had first visited the Tangtao courtyard, but learned from a maid that Chu Muting was here, prompting her to come to the second lady. Chu Muting nods, understood. She then turns to the second lady. Auntie, I shall go to grandmother and Amp. Oppos. As now. The second lady smiles and replies, very well, you may go. She then addresses Lianxiu. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Lianxiu. It is my duty, madam. Lianxiu responds modestly. When Chu Muting follows Lianxiu to the show and amp, oppos, and hall, she finds Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsuan already there, with even Chu Sixing and Chu Ningqiu standing quietly to the side. Seeing Chu Muting arrive, Chu Shuran smiles and asks, "Sister, why aren't and oppos? You wearing the sachet that your sister gifted you? Do you not like it?" Chu Muting replies with a gentle smile, "How could that be? I truly cherish the sachet gifted by my sister. It is merely that the color of today and oppos' outfit does not complement it, so I chose not to wear it." "You're overthinking it, sister." Chu Shuran glances at Chu Muting's pale pink gown, a smile flickering across her face, before she shifts her gaze and says nothing further. Chu Sitsuan scoffs from the side. The eldest sister simply does not wish to wear it. It an amp, oppos, that's just a mere sachet. Does she really think it is something special? Noticing Chu Sitsuan's empty waist, it is clear she too has not donned the sachet gifted by Chu Sivan. Chu Shuran touches the sachet at her waist and then looks at Chu Sitsuan, smiling lightly. This sachet was purchased together with Princess Xiao, and even the princess praised it. Fourth sister, it would be wise to tread carefully. If the princess were to hear such words, she might be displeased. Chu Sitsuan glares. You, but dares not say more, fearing she might offend the princess. Meanwhile, Chu Sixing and Chu Ningqiu are keen to diminish their presence, anxious that the ire might be directed at them. They both wear sachets at their waists, evidently gifted by Chu Shuran, and they do not dare to imitate Chu Muting or Chu Sitsuan, worried about provoking Chu Shuran. At that moment, the old lady emerges from behind, supported by Wang Mama. She glances at the young ladies, evidently aware of the recent altercation, but refrains from probing further. The young ladies exchange greetings before taking their seats. The old lady instructs the maid beside her, "Distribute the sachets to each young lady." Understood. The maid presents the tray before Chu Muting, allowing her to select first. In accordance with their customary seating arrangement based on age, it is only natural for the maid to offer the first choice to Chu Muting. The sachets on the tray are arranged from left to right. Aside from differing colors, they appear identical. Ordinarily, Chu Muting would take the leftmost one first, followed by Chu Shuran and the others in succession. However, after gazing at the sachets for a moment without making a move, Chu Shuran, noticing her hesitation, inquires, "Eldest sister, why do you not choose?" Chu Muting glances at her, then places her hand over the rightmost sachet, hesitating briefly before withdrawing her hand and opting for the leftmost one instead. The maid, seeing Chu Muting has chosen, advances the tray to Chu Shuran, who selects the second one from the left, smiling at Chu Muting as she does so. Chu Muting examines the sachet in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Clearly, Chu Shuran had been anxious about her indecision, as she tentatively placed her hand on the rightmost sachet, noting the change in Chu Shuran's expression. It was evident that Chu Shuran did not want her to choose the rightmost one. In other words, she preferred that she select the leftmost one. Looking at the ordinary sachet in her hand, which seemed unremarkable, Chu Muting concluded that since Chu Shuran wished for her to take this one, she would indeed take it. She was curious to see what trickery might unfold. Soon, all the young ladies had made their selections. The old lady observed their chosen sachets and declared, "Now that you have received them, you must wear them every day. Only after the 15th day of the first month may you remove them. Do you understand?" In unison, they replied, "Yes, grandmother." The old lady nodded, her gaze resting on Chu Muting. "You have not celebrated the new year in this residence before, so you may not know that these sachets have been blessed by the master of Linghua Temple, ensuring safety and peace. Every year, I have the master bless one for each of you." Chu Muting stood and bowed, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother." In truth, she had experienced the sachet ritual in her past life, but at that time, she had quarreled with Chu Sitsuan and was confined to the Wutong courtyard. One day, a maid had brought her a sachet, but without further explanation. She had not known then that the old lady required the sachet to be worn daily until the 15th day of the first month. When she was finally released from confinement, she received a scolding for not wearing the sachet. Chu Muting did not believe that the old lady was solely concerned for her safety. She even suspected that the sachets were intended to ensure they married into noble families. A couple of days later, when they paid their respects, the old lady appeared quite pleased and announced, "The fabric sent by the noble consort arrived a few days ago, and I had the seamstresses make garments from it. Each of you shall take one home." The maid presented several similar garments. Chu Muting smiled and said, "Grandmother seems particularly happy today. Surely there is some joyful news to share with us, so we may share in your delight." Chu Shuran echoed, "Indeed, grandmother." The old lady playfully admonished, "You little rascals, it is the 60th birthday of the old lady of the Duke of Zhenghua in a few days." Chapter 71. The residence of the Duke of Zhenghua. The old matriarch of the Duke of Zhenghua is the biological elder sister of the matriarch, both hailing from the esteemed Wang family of Huzhou. The Wang family of Huzhou is a scholarly lineage revered by intellectuals, and in this generation, only the two legitimate daughters, the matriarch and the old matriarch, have married into prominent families in the capital. In her previous life, Chu Muting encountered the old matriarch of the Duke of Zhenghua, and indeed noticed the dignified aura typical of a firstborn daughter from a scholarly family. Although her own matriarch was also a legitimate daughter, the distinction was stark. However, at this moment, she could only express, "That is indeed a joyous occasion." The matriarch smiled and said, "In a couple of days, I shall take you along." In her past life, Chu Muting did not attend, as she was under house arrest, and the matriarch likely did not wish for her to go. "Yes, grandmother," several voices replied. In the Tangtao courtyard, Baiji remarked, "Miss, we may go out now." Chu Muting was adorned in a water-blue long gown, draped in a sky-blue cloak. She instructed Baiji, "Today, let Tiandong and Xiling accompany me. You and Lianxia shall remain in the courtyard." Baiji nodded in agreement, aware that Tiandong, being a capable maid, would provide better protection for the young lady. Accompanied by Tiandong and Xiling, Chu Muting proceeded towards Shouan Hall, arriving neither too early nor too late. The second madam and Chu Jinan were already present. Upon seeing her, Chu Jinan's eyes lit up, and he called out, "Sister." Chu Muting returned a courteous bow to the second madam, addressing her as aunt. The second madam drew her closer, noticing Chu Muting's slightly cold hands, and handed her a warmed pot. As Chu Muting grasped the pot, warmth seeped into her heart. Only the second madam would consistently concern herself with whether she felt cold. Nearby, Chu Shuran glanced at the fragrance pouch hanging from Chu Muting's waist, offering a cryptic smile before greeting, "Good day, elder sister." Chu Muting reciprocated with a smile, "Good day, second sister." The two then fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Observing the fragrance pouch, Chu Muting mused, "The second sister is indeed early. It makes me appear late." The third madam had yet to arrive, but her voice could be heard from a distance. Dressed in indigo, adorned with glistening jewelry, she momentarily dazzled those around her. Beside her, Chu Sikan wore a peach-red long dress, complemented by a rose-red cloak exuding youthful charm. With the first madam confined to a small Buddhist hall, the third madam, having always looked down upon the second madam, believed that the authority of the household would inevitably fall into her hands. After all, the matriarch was aging and could not hold on to such power indefinitely. The second branch was composed of illegitimate offspring, and she was the only one deemed suitable for this important responsibility. The second madam responded, "Good day, third sister-in-law," and then fell silent, as they usually maintained only superficial cordiality, needing no further words. The third madam's expression darkened at this, thinking, just a merchant's daughter, married to a second son, and yet she dares to put on airs. Before long, the matriarch emerged, supported by Nurse Wang, dressed in a royal blue long coat and adorned with emeralds. She exuded an air of authority. She surveyed the gathering and announced, "Since everyone is here, let us proceed." With that, she, assisted by Nurse Wang, made her way toward the gate of the Marquis's residence, with the others following in succession. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Chu Chongsong, the second master Chu Chongbai, and the third master Chu Chonghuai awaiting them. The three men greeted the matriarch, who waved her hand dismissively before entering the first carriage, followed by the second and third madams. Chu Muting, along with Chu Shuran and Chu Sikhan, boarded the second carriage. Once inside, Chu Muting closed her eyes, feigning slumber, uninterested in engaging in pretentious conversation with Chu Shuran and the others. On such an important occasion, the matriarch had not summoned the first madam, indicating her significant displeasure. She likely had devised an excuse for the first madam's absence, such as a sudden illness. Furthermore, the illegitimate daughters, Chu Siqing and Chu Ningqiu, were also not invited, presumably to avoid any potential embarrassment for the Yongning Marquis and Appo's residence. The carriage rocked gently towards the Duke of Zhenghua and Appo's residence, traversing bustling streets until they arrived, where the sounds of welcome could be heard from afar. After disembarking, the trio followed the matriarch. The welcoming party consisted of Duke Gu Qingyuan and his wife, Madame Miao Jingyun. Madame Miao was the legitimate daughter of the now-fallen Yongning Marquis family. When she married Gu Qingyuan, he was merely the second son of the Duke and Appo's household, overshadowed by his elder brother, a famed general. Who would have thought that just a few years into their marriage, the general would perish unexpectedly, allowing Gu Qingyuan to inherit the title? Madame Miao transitioned from a daughter of a declining noble family to the esteemed Duchess of Zhenghua, inciting envy among many. Furthermore, throughout these years, the Duke had only one concubine and no illegitimate children, while his legitimate son, Gu Zijin, was renowned as a talented young man in the capital, and his daughter enjoyed a stellar reputation. Thus, it could be said that Madame Miao and Appo's life was more blissful than that of most wives in the capital. At this moment, upon seeing the matriarch and Appo's arrival, the Duke quickly approached with respect, exclaiming, "Aunt is here. Mother has been awaiting you in the main hall." He then gestured to Madame Miao. "Jingyan, please escort in inside." The matriarch responded with a smile. "Very well." Madame Miao promptly said, "Aunt, please follow me." As she spoke, she casually glanced at Chu Muting and her companions. The Duke turned to the Yongning Marquis and his companions, stating, "Once I have greeted the other guests, I shall seek out my cousins for conversation." The Yongning Marquis clapped his shoulder, saying, "I shall first pay my respects to Aunt and wish her longevity before mingling with the other guests." "Thank you, cousin," replied Chu Chongsong, as they followed the matriarch toward the old matriarch's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, they could hear laughter emanating from within. The waiting maid at the door greeted them, saying, "Greetings, matriarch. Our old lady has been eagerly awaiting you inside." "Indeed, it has been some time since I last saw my sister," the matriarch replied with a smile. Those inside must have heard the commotion, as someone called out, "Yue Xiao, is it the old lady of the Yongning Marquis' residence who has arrived?" The maid outside responded, "Indeed, it is the old lady of the Yongning Marquis' residence. Quickly let them in." Following the matriarch, Chu Muting entered to find an elderly lady with gray hair seated at the head of the table, her countenance kind and gentle. Chapter 72. Birthday celebration. This person must be the wife of the Duke of the State. Upon seeing the old lady enter, she playfully scolded, "You certainly have a grand entrance. I, the old woman, have waited endlessly for your arrival." The old lady responded with a smile, "Sister, you are mistaken. Look, I have brought all the little ones with me, solely to celebrate your birthday." The Duke's old lady then said, "In that case, I shall not hold it against you today. Sit down quickly. Do I need to invite you to take a seat?" The elders in the room laughed heartily, revealing the deep bond between the two sisters, as only close sisters would dare to jest so freely. Once the old lady was seated, Chu Chongsong and his two brothers knelt to pay their respects, saying, "Aunt, we wish you a harmonious life and longevity that rivals the sun and moon." The Duke's old lady smiled warmly. "Well done, you are thoughtful. I have nothing special to offer you, so why not head to the outer courtyard and look for Qingyuan?" Although the Duke's old lady directed her attention to the three brothers, Chu Muting noticed that she had subtly cast a glance at the second master. In that fleeting moment, besides the affection a senior might have for a junior, there was an unmistakable hint of guilt which puzzled her. She was certain she had not misread the situation. Yet why would the Duke's old lady feel guilty towards the second uncle? Her thoughts drifted back to her recent return to the capital when she encountered Gu Yinzi at the city gates. That young lord had always been rather audacious, yet he had respectfully dismounted to greet the second uncle. Moreover, among the three brothers, only the second master was a bastard son, with no blood ties to the Duke's old lady. What secrets might lie between them? Could they be connected to the token that Gu Yinzi was searching for? The respectful voice of Chu Chongsong brought her back to the present. Yes, Aunt, we shall take our leave now. The Duke's old lady nodded with a smile, and the three brothers exited, leaving behind only children and women in the room, making it inappropriate for them to linger. After the departure of Chu Chongsong and his brothers, the second and third wives performed their greetings. Aunt, may you be well, and may your blessings be as boundless as the East Sea, with a longevity surpassing that of the South Mountain. Very good, the Duke's old lady replied, nodding enthusiastically, clearly pleased. Where's the wife of the Marquis of Yongning? Why has she not attended today's birthday banquet? At the sound of this inquiry, everyone turned to see an elderly lady seated nearby. Her hair was also gray, and she appeared to be of similar age to the Duke's old lady. However, this lady had a more austere countenance, giving off an air that was somewhat akin to the old lady's demeanor. Unfazed by the question, the old lady replied calmly, I appreciate the concern of the Duke's old lady, but my eldest daughter-in-law has not been well lately and is unable to attend. After saying this, she exchanged a glance with Lu Mama, who promptly presented a wooden box that a young maid had been holding to the Duke's old lady's attendant. The old lady continued, although she cannot be here in person, she has entrusted me with a birthday gift for you, dear sister. The Duke's old lady gestured for her attendant to take the gift, then remarked, she is indeed thoughtful. But what has caused her sudden illness? Has she consulted a physician? The old lady explained, it seems she caught a chill from the snow a few days ago and has since seen a doctor. The physician advised that she simply needs to rest for a while. The Duke's old lady sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Chu Muting mused that, for the sake of the Marquis of Yongning's reputation, the old lady, despite her disdain for the first wife, still chose to preserve her dignity in front of outsiders. Yet, she wondered how long that would last. The elderly lady who had inquired was indeed the Duke of the State's old lady, and her tone had been rather unfriendly, clearly seeking to provoke. It was unclear whether her intentions were aimed at the first wife or the Marquis of Yongning's estate. After the second and third wives had completed their congratulations, it was time for Chu Jinan and the legitimate son of the third branch, Chu Wanhan, to pay their respects. Although the eldest son of the main branch, Chu Qingyun, had awakened, he was confined to his bed, unable to speak or move, resembling a paralytic. Chu Jinan and Chu Wanhan performed their customary bow to the Duke's old lady, who greeted them with a few words before allowing them to leave. As Chu Jinan passed by Chu Muting, he winked at her. Before Chu Muting and the others could perform their greetings, they heard the voice of a maid named Yue Xiao announce, Old Madam, the old lady of the Duke of Ding has arrived. Joy surged through Chu Muting. She had not seen her maternal grandmother for nearly a month since her first visit to the Duke of Ding's residence and subsequent trips thereafter. The old lady had been more lenient with her, asking questions each time, which she had skillfully deflected. Originally planning to visit her grandmother after the new year, she was delighted to see her today. Her grandmother, who was advanced in years and reluctant to attend various banquets, had not been expected to come today, as she thought her aunt would represent the women of the Duke of Ding's household. However, her grandmother had indeed graced the occasion with her presence. Upon entering, the old lady of the Duke of Ding remarked with a smile, How lively it is in here. I hope I'm not too late. She was accompanied by the Duke of the State's wife and Xiao Yuzhu. Xiao Yuzhu's eyes brightened upon seeing her, and she kept signaling to her. Chu Muting nodded in acknowledgement. The Duke's old lady, seated at the head, said just in time, I feel honored by your presence. It has been several years since we last met. I never expected to see you again before my passing. There was a hint of melancholy in her voice, as these old friends had not crossed paths for many years since the Duke of Ding's old lady had moved to the frontier with her family. Concerned about her mother-in-law and Oppos, emotions the Duke and Oppos, wife, Miao, called out mother. Once seated, the Duke of Ding and Oppos, old lady cheerfully stated, Today is a joyous occasion for your birthday. There is no need for morbid talk of death. We will have many more opportunities to meet in the future. Miao quickly concurred, Exactly, mother. These are my daughters-in-law and granddaughter. You should greet the Duke and Oppos, old lady. Especially you, Yuzhu. You should bow and wish her well, as it is your first meeting, and it would be improper not to present your respects. The Duke of Ding and Oppos, old lady laughed. Look at this child. She comes to Beijing and drags her granddaughter along to burden me with gifts. Now that she has bowed, I cannot refuse her. The room erupted with laughter as the Duke and Amp oppose. As old lady retrieved a wooden box from the tray, held by a maid, and handed it to Xiao Yuju, saying, "Good child, take this and come visit me often." Chapter 73. Celebrating longevity, Tu Yuju graciously expressed her gratitude to the matriarch, stepping back to stand behind the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua. Once the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua had completed her ceremonial greetings, an elderly lady seated next to the Duke of Zhuguo suddenly addressed the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua. "Seeing your granddaughter reminds me that your granddaughter is also present." The attention of the gathered guests shifted back to the young ladies of the Yongning Marquisate. Chu Muting and her companions knelt before the matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo, respectfully bowing their heads. "Greetings, great aunt. We wish you days filled with brightness and enduring vitality." The matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo likewise retrieved 3 wooden boxes from a nearby tray and presented them to the trio, saying, "Well done. You are all splendid children." After accepting the wooden boxes, Chu Muting approached the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua and greeted, "Grandmother, good day. Aunt, good day." The matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua smiled and patted her hand, while the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua's wife offered her a warm smile as well. The elderly lady who had spoken earlier continued to the matriarch of the Yongning Marquisate, "Your granddaughters are truly remarkable. They bring me immense joy." The matriarch of the Yongning Marquisate replied, "These little rascals of mine are hardly deserving of such praise. If they hear your compliments, they will surely become insufferably proud. Your young lord is the true gem among men." Upon hearing the mention of the young lord, Chu Muting cast a glance at the elderly lady. Among the 4 prominent houses in the capital, the Duke of Dinghua, the Duke of Zhuguo, the Duke of Zhuguo, and the Duke of Huguo, it was evident that this lady belonged to the Duke of Huguo. The circumstances of the Duke of Huguo were unlike those of the other noble houses. Following the death of the old duke, his only son also met with an untimely demise. However, the young lady of the heir had been pregnant at the time of the tragic news and subsequently gave birth to a son, the current young lord of the Duke of Huguo, before following her husband to the grave, due to the premature birth. This young lord had a frail constitution from a young age, yet he was exceptionally bright, composing poetry at 3 and excelling in examinations at 9, becoming the youngest laureate in the Great Zhou. Everyone pondered whether he would become the youngest top scholar in the Great Zhou, but thereafter his health deteriorated, preventing him from continuing his studies. Now, he merely subsisted on medicine within his residence. It was a lamentable circumstance. Nevertheless, the young lord's intelligence was renowned throughout the capital. Strangely, although he had come of age last year, the emperor had yet to confer upon him his title, leading everyone to awkwardly continue addressing him as young lord, as the title had not been revoked. One lady remarked, "The young ladies of the Yongning Marquisate are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I often encourage my unruly daughters to learn from them." Another unfamiliar lady chimed in, "Indeed, if I recall correctly, Miss Chu has secured top honors in 4 subjects this year." Upon her declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the hall as the lady realized the weight of her words. She suddenly noticed the darkened expressions of the matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo and the matriarch's wife standing behind her, a shiver running down her spine. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten?" The second miss of the Duke of Zhuguo had wagered against Miss Chu of the Yongning Marquisate, and in the end, Miss Chu emerged victorious. Although the 2 families eventually reconciled and did not fulfill the wager, the second miss of the Duke of Zhuguo lost face in the process. Due to this incident, the Duke of Zhuguo arranged a marriage for the second miss in Liangzhou, waiting for the eldest miss to be engaged and married off first. Although everyone was aware of this, they had collectively chosen to refrain from mentioning it. Yet this lady, whether out of carelessness or some other reason, had openly praised Miss Chu before both families. How could the Duke of Zhuguo's family possibly feel at ease with such a provocation? The matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo forced a smile, saying, "Miss Chu truly is exceptionally talented. She ought to be a model for the young ladies of the capital." Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Yongning Marquisate and the matriarch of the Duke of Dinghua's expression shifted, for suggesting that all young ladies should learn from Chu Muting implied that they were all inferior to her. It was a calculated move to offend every young lady in the capital. Chu Shuran and Chu Sikhun couldn't help but revel in the misfortune, thinking that Chu Muting, who relished the spotlight, had now made enemies. Just as the matriarch of the Duke of Dingwa was about to speak, Chu Muting gently interjected, "You flatter me, matriarch. I truly do not deserve such praise. What I know, the other young ladies also know. We simply learn from one another." However, the second miss of the Duke of Zhuguo possesses both courage and wisdom, which is not something everyone possesses. Thus, is she who should be emulated. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with clarity, casting a spell of silence over the hall once more. First, she distanced herself by stating that she learned alongside the other young ladies, and then she praised the second miss of the Duke of Zhuguo for her courage. What courage, one might ask? It was, of course, her brazen provocation of Chu Muting during the chrysanthemum banquet. As for wisdom, it was nowhere to be seen. One could only conclude that she was bold without being shrewd. The matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo's expression darkened as she coldly remarked, "Miss Chu is truly eloquent." The matriarch of the Duke of Dingwa quickly replied, "We are not like the matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo, who engages in conversation with a mere junior." Having spent many years on the borders, while her health may have waned, the aura of authority surrounding her was unmatched by the matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo. Moreover, she spoke with an edge of indignation. Chu Muting felt a surge of emotion. She could have chosen to remain silent. But having previously shown mercy to Liao Lingyu and granted the Duke of Zhuguo some face, she found it intolerable that they continued to bully her. Thus, she was unbothered by further offending them. However, she would need to carefully devise a strategy to deal with the Duke of Zhuguo upon her return. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard the matriarch of the Yongning Marquis say, "My granddaughters have yet to settle their marriages." Unlike the second miss of the Duke of Zhuguo, for whom a good match has already been arranged, Chu Muting was taken aback. The matriarch had openly mocked the Duke of Zhuguo, perhaps emboldened by the knowledge of her impending engagement to the third prince. However, she would soon disappoint them, for she had no intention of marrying the third prince. Even the thought of being betrothed to him repulsed her. The matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo, wishing to say more, was interrupted by the matriarch of the Duke of Zhuguo, who addressed the young ladies. "You girls must find it dull here. The other young ladies from the various households are playing in the pavilion over there. Ruolin, please escort the young ladies over." A maidservant stepped forward and said, "Yes, matriarch," before turning to Chu Muting and her companions. "Ladies, please follow me." Chu Muting and her companions bowed to the matriarchs before following Ruolin out. They traversed the garden of the Duke of Zhuguo and soon arrived at the designated location mentioned by the matriarch. Chapter 74. Humiliation in a Pavilion near a Lake. Several young ladies stood in small groups, surrounded by a cluster of plum blossoms. Though not as grand as the plum forest in the outskirts of the capital, this collection of flowers was nonetheless breathtaking in the winter. The other ladies gathered beneath the plum trees to admire the blossoms, forming amicable circles of camaraderie. Ruolin led Chu Muting and her companions to this spot before taking her leave. The once lively pavilion fell into an abrupt silence with the arrival of Chu Muting and her friends. How unfortunate it was to encounter certain individuals everywhere. Chu Muting glanced over and recognized Xiang Yuhua from the Duke of Zhongyong's household, engaged in idle conversation with another young lady. Xiang Yuhua shot Chu Muting a disdainful look before muttering under her breath. Chu Muting merely shifted her gaze away and turned towards Tian Xie, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, greeting her warmly. "Miss Tian, greetings." It was Tian Xie who had previously defended her against Xiang Yuhua during their outing in the plum forest. Tian Xie smiled in return, saying, "Miss Chu, it's nice to see you here. It's a bit warmer in this area." Beside her, a small brazier had been placed, evidently arranged by the Duke of the State to provide warmth for the young ladies. As Chu Muting approached the brazier, another voice interjected. "Since when did the capital gain a Miss Chu? I was unaware of her presence." It was the Princess Ming from the Qi Wangfu, the very lady Chu Muting had encountered in the plum grove. Given the previous circumstances, it was inconceivable that she was unaware of Chu Muting. Her inquiry seemed to be a deliberate attempt to provoke. Indeed, upon hearing the explanation from the other lady, Princess Mingyue surveyed Chu Muting with a look of disdain, remarking, "With such a bewitching appearance, Miss Chu must surely be the illegitimate daughter of concubine. When did a lowly daughter of a secondary wife gain the right to stand amongst us?" As her words hung in the air, Xiang Yuhua burst into laughter, and a few other young ladies stifled giggles behind their handkerchiefs. "Princess Mingyue, you mustn't go too far." The princess of Jiayong, having just arrived, heard Mingyue's remark. While others might regard Mingyue's status with trepidation, she was unafraid. Seeing the princess of Jiayong, Mingyue replied with feigned indifference, "Oh? When did Jiayong develop such close ties with a lowly daughter?" Is the princess unconcerned? Just as the princess of Jiayong was about to retort, Chu Muting interjected with a gentle smile, "I believe the princess is mistaken. Though my status may not match yours, I am indeed a legitimate daughter, distinct from those who have risen from the ranks of secondary wives. After all, while status may shift, one and oppose, as true heritage cannot change. Woon and oppose. Do you agree, princess?" Upon hearing her words, several ladies gasped in shock. Although they refrained from speaking, they were all aware that the current Qi Wangfei had once been a secondary wife elevated to the status of primary wife. Thus, Princess Mingyue had originally been a lowly daughter before her elevation. Though a legitimate daughter from a secondary wife also held the title of an amp, oppose, legitimate daughter, and amp, oppose, she would always be regarded as inferior to one born of the primary wife. This was the reason why, despite being a legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquisate, Chu Shuren's status would forever be subordinate to that of Chu Muting, stemming from the differences in their maternal lineage, let alone a daughter who transitioned from illegitimacy to legitimacy. True aristocracy would forever view her as a secondary daughter. However, because Mingyue hailed from the Qi Wangfu and bore the title of princess, people chose to overlook this fact, as her royal status afforded her a significant advantage over them. After returning from the Plum Grove, Chu Muting sought an opportunity to inquire about the Qi Wangfu from the second madam. Having spent much of her time away from the capital, the second madam was only vaguely familiar with the affairs of the Qi Wangfu, yet she had heard some details. Chu Muting's inquiry regarding Princess Mingyue was a thinly veiled mockery of her transition from illegitimate to legitimate status. Upon hearing this, Princess Mingyue's countenance soured, and she raised her hand to strike Chu Muting. Accustomed to being pampered at home, she had never before faced such humiliation, and a surge of indignation coursed through her veins. Moreover, the prospect of Chu Muting marrying the third prince incensed her further. How dare Chu Muting, whom she deemed insignificant, aspire to compete with her for his affection? Although the third prince had promised to marry her alone, the mere thought of him possibly considering Chu Muting was intolerable. However, before her hand could land on Chu Muting's face, it was seized by another's firm grip. Startled, she looked up to see a young lady she had never encountered before, who seemed of little consequence. When had such inconsequential individuals gained the audacity to obstruct her? Fuming with anger, she was about to retaliate with her other hand when Chu Muting spoke again. "Princess Mingyue, I trust you have considered your actions carefully. Though my status may not rival yours, I am not one to be easily humiliated. My father is a marquis of the first rank, while my grandmother and mother are both esteemed ladies recognized by the emperor. My aunt is a noble consort. Should you dare to strike me without provocation today, while I may refrain from retaliating, the Yongning Marquisate will undoubtedly seek justice from the emperor. Do you dare, princess?" Her eyes devoid of emotion, her voice cold as winter and oppose. As frost, she watched Mingyue intently. Just then, a gust of chilly wind swept through, causing Princess Mingyue to shudder involuntarily. Fury ignited within her once more. How dare this lowly girl threaten her? As a princess from a royal household, she had no reason to fear a mere daughter of a marquis. Just as she was about to retort, a sharp pain surged through her wrist, causing her to gasp in shock. In the next moment, the grip on her wrist slackened. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "You dare harm this princess?" The young lady who had seized her wrist was Xiao Yuzhu. Incensed by Princess Mingyue's humiliation of Chu Muting, she could not tolerate the prospect of Mingyue striking her cousin. Though not as astute as her cousin, she understood the gravity of the situation and knew she could not accept blame for injuring a princess. "Princess, You may have misunderstood. How could I ever harm you? I merely intervened to prevent you from injuring yourself in the heat of the moment. Yes, you. I have never encountered such a situation before and lost my sense of propriety. I hope you can forgive me, Princess. Fuming, Princess Mingwe pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yuzhu, turning her gaze back to Chu Muting. Her expression flickered between shades of green and white as she stammered, "You." At this point, a crowd had gathered, with the young ladies who had been admiring the plum blossoms now encircling the pavilion to witness the unfolding conflict. Those of higher status huddled together to enjoy the spectacle, while daughters of lesser officials feared the repercussions of being caught in the crossfire. For both parties involved were figures they could not afford to offend. Chapter 75. The Fall into Water. What is happening here? Why is everyone gathered? As the crowd turned to look, a few women approached in the distance, with the center figure clad in a resplendent purple palace gown, Princess Zhao Lu. Accompanying her were two others, Ming Rue, the legitimate daughter of General Ning Yuan, whom they had encountered not long ago, and another woman, Chu Muting, whom they had never seen in this life, but had met a few times in a past life, Gu Lingyun, the only daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua and his wife, Miao. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for Princess Zhao Lu and her companions. Upon closer inspection, the princess furrowed her brow at the sight of Mingyue County Princess. What on earth is this? Look at how agitated Mingyue is. Who dares to provoke you? Before Mingyue could respond, Xiang Yuhua, who had been observing the scene, interjected, "Your Highness, it was Miss Chu and Miss Xiao who had a dispute with Mingyue County Princess." Princess Zhao Lu glanced at Chu Muting, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Ah, it is Miss Chu. What a coincidence. It seems that every time I encounter you, you are embroiled in some conflict." She then turned her attention to Chu Shuran beside her. "Miss Chu, you ought to inform your mother that it is better to keep such troublemakers at home, having remained an unnoticed presence for so long." Chu Shuran and Oppo's eyes lit up upon the appearance of Princess Zhao Lu. She had come to feel a certain camaraderie with the princess. Seizing the opportunity to speak, she said, "Your Highness must have misunderstood my sister. She is simply being true to herself, as she is at home. She does not intentionally target Mingyue County Princess, so I hope you can forgive her." Meng Rue, standing beside Princess Zhao Lu, exclaimed in surprise, "So Miss Chu behaves this way at home as well? I suppose Miss Chu and Miss San have a hard then." As the niece of noble consort Shu, who was at odds with consort Rome, Meng Rue took the chance to belittle Chu Muting, especially since it was a lady from the Yongning Marquis who made the comment. Seeing Meng Rue's audacity, Jiayang County Princess shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think everyone is like you? Unashamedly pursuing my cousin every day." With that remark, Meng Rue was left speechless. Everyone was aware of her affection for young Master Gu, yet it was an unspoken matter that must be maintained for the sake of appearances. Only Jiayang, the foolish one, dared to openly confront her. Fuming, she retorted, "Jiayang, what are you talking about? We're discussing Miss Chu. You have no reason to drag me into this. Could it be that I've hit a nerve?" Chu Muting, observing the situation, added, "It seems Miss Ming is quite well informed about the affairs of the Yongning Marquisate. How curious. Even my aunt is not privy to such details. Why does Miss Ming know so much?" "Indeed, you are right," Xiao Yuzhu chimed in. "I will inform my grandmother and mother upon returning." Jiayang County Princess added, "Oh dear, I must quickly tell my mother to be cautious. I wonder what Miss Ming's intent is in knowing the affairs of others. Or could it be that General Ning Yuan is interested?" By the end of her statement, Meng Rue and Oppo's complexion had turned pale. The implication of prying into the affairs of a powerful family was clear to all. If she acknowledged this today, her father would surely punish her severely upon her return. She cast a resentful glance at Chu Muting, blaming her for this predicament. If it weren't and Oppo's for her remarks, no one would have assumed such things. Noticing Meng Rue and Oppo's gaze, Chu Muting smiled and asked, "Did I say something wrong, Miss Meng?" Meng Rue, filled with indignation, spat out, "Miss Chu has misunderstood my meaning. I, of course, have no knowledge of the Yongning Marquisate's affairs. I was merely speculating." "Ah, it seems I have misinterpreted you, Miss Ming," Chu Muting responded with a smile, then suddenly turned to Chu Shuran, saying, "Speaking of being true to oneself, I find myself lacking compared to my second sister. Don't you agree, fourth sister?" The last remark was directed at Chu Muting. Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled the recent rumors circulating in the capital that Miss Chu Air had struck Miss Chu Si. It appeared that Miss Chu Air was indeed a person of genuine temperament. Her words about Miss Chu could not be trusted, especially since she was capable of striking her own sister, casting doubt on her sincerity. The onlookers had witnessed the unfolding events clearly. It was evident that Ming County Princess had initiated the humiliation towards Miss Chu, and Miss Chu Air was fully aware of this. Instead of defending Miss Chu to the princess, she chose to speak ambiguously. In an instant, the way the crowd regarded Chu Shuran changed. She felt the weight of their gazes, her face burning with embarrassment, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards Chu Muting for subjecting her to such public humiliation. At that moment, Chu Muting added, "Elder sister is right. Second sister is indeed true to herself." Her tone bore a hint of grievance, eliciting further sympathy from the crowd. Inside, Chu Muting reveled in her triumph, having finally found an opportunity to undermine Chu Shuran, alleviating her pent-up frustration. She couldn't help but feel grateful to Chu Muting for the moment. However, this feeling was fleeting, as Chu Muting found the entire family distasteful. "Enough. I have no time to concern myself with the affairs of the Yongning Marquisate. Let us return to the matter of Miss Chu and Ming County Princess." Princess Zhao Lu said, her impatience mounting. Meng Rue, such a fool, had humiliated Chu Muting only to be caught in her own trap. Were it not for her being the daughter of her uncle, she would be utterly disregarded. And as for Chu Shuran, having been publicly shamed by Chu Muting with just a few words, what a useless girl. Should she fail to manage today as incident properly, there would be consequences to face. "Your Highness, the county princess has fallen into the water," a maid beside Ming County Princess cried out. Everyone turned to look, only to find that where Ming had been standing, there was now nothing but water, with her figure struggling in the depths. They rushed to the edge of the pavilion and indeed saw Ming County Princess flailing in the water, her head tilted back, mouth agape, hands thrashing desperately. "Are they all dead? Hurry, someone save her!" Princess Zhao Lu shouted. Gu Lingyun from the Duke of Zhengguo's family urgently instructed her maid, "Quickly summon help. Hurry!" She felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. Just moments ago, Ming had been so arrogant in their household, and now, in such a vast pavilion, she had fallen into the water. Chapter 76. Interrogation. In this cold winter day, the water was icy, and Princess Ming, unable to swim, faced imminent peril. If she were not rescued soon, it was uncertain whether she would drown, and even if saved, her health would likely be compromised. Unfortunately, all present were ladies, none of whom possessed the ability to swim. With a splash, everyone turned to see Ming's loyal maid plunging into the lake, though she too could not swim. Thus, both she and Princess Ming found themselves struggling in the water. Princess Zhaola exclaimed, "What is this maid doing? Why is she adding to the chaos? Where are the rescuers? Why haven't they arrived?" Her concern for Princess Ming was not genuine. Rather, her carefully laid plans for the day had yet to unfold. Should Princess Ming perish in the water, the banquet would surely be jeopardized. This could not be allowed. She had schemed for so long, even feigning politeness to a noblewoman, and could not bear to see Chu Muting suffer misfortune today. Chu Muting, observing the maid's brave leap, recognized her cleverness. As the personal attendant of Princess Ming, it was remarkable that she allowed her mistress to fall into the water right before her eyes. Regardless of the outcome, whether Princess Ming survived or not, the maid could not escape her fate. By risking her life to jump in, she could demonstrate her loyalty, perhaps even securing a sliver of hope for herself. Moments later, several young attendants hurried over, some wielding long poles, others holding ropes. Princess Zhaola urged, "Quickly, dive in and rescue the princess." Gu Lingyun echoed, "Be swift. If we delay, I fear Princess Ming may not endure much longer. If she were to die here at the Duke of Zheng's residence, the prince and his wife would surely raise a ruckus." The attendants jumped into the water, one tasked with saving Princess Ming while another focused on her maid. In the water, sensing help had arrived, Princess Ming clung to her rescuer desperately, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. The young attendant, embarrassed, dare not push her away. The young ladies in the pavilion witnessed the scene, many turning away in awkwardness, while others could not help but steal furtive glances. Gu Lingyun cursed inwardly. Recognizing there was no alternative but to act, she could not allow Princess Ming to perish here. Yet, how could a princess allow herself to be in such a predicament, clinging tightly to a young man, particularly a servant? After today, her reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished, and the gossip that would ensue would be dreadful. Before long, the attendant managed to bring Princess Ming ashore, placing her safely on the bank, while simultaneously rescuing the maid. However, upon reaching dry land, whether from fear or the prolonged exposure to cold water, Princess Ming appeared dazed and continued to cling tightly to the attendant's clothing. The young man, feeling awkward, attempted to pry her grip from the hem of her garment, but she held on tenaciously. He dared not use too much force, fearing harm to the princess, and could only kneel in place, immobilized. Fortunately, Gu Lingyun acted swiftly. While others were merely spectators, she rushed to Princess Ming's side, removing her cloak to cover her. The princess's garments were soaked, clinging to her form despite being winter attire, and though not as flimsy as spring clothing, the water rendered them tight against her figure. Being slightly older than the others, Princess Ming had developed a shapely figure, and her curves became visible beneath the damp fabric. After draping the cloak over her, Gu Lingyun exerted some force, finally freeing the maid from Princess Ming's grip. The attendant, relieved, quickly distanced himself, kneeling further away. At that moment, Princess Ming suddenly expelled a mouthful of water, appearing to regain her senses. She wrapped the cloak around herself and began to weep. "Your Highness, all is well now. Let me take you to a private room to change. We must prevent you from catching a chill," Gu Lingyun gently coaxed. Yet, Princess Ming seemed to ignore her, continuing to cry inconsolably. "What has transpired here?" The crowd turned to see several men approaching. The foremost clad in a resplendent royal blue robe, none other than the third prince, who had questioned the commotion. One young lady responded, "Your Highness, Princess Ming has fallen into the water." Before the third prince could speak, a man behind him strode forward, anxiously calling Ming. Upon recognizing his face, which bore a resemblance to Princess Ming, the assembly understood he was the heir of the Chi Wang family, her brother. As the crowd parted, he rushed to his sister. Upon seeing him, wept even more loudly. The Chi Wang heir, observing his sister's ruined appearance, her carefully arranged hair now dripping wet, and the cloak of an unknown individual wrapped tightly around her, could not contain his fury. How did she fall into the water in the first place? The Duke of Zhen's residence must provide me with an explanation. His earlier inquiry was directed at the young ladies present, but his latter statement was aimed squarely at the Duke's household, for she had arrived in good health, only to be reduced to this state. The Duke's residence could not evade responsibility. "Your Highness, when we arrived, the princess was in a dispute with Miss Chu." Gu Lingyun unintentionally cast a glance at Chu Muting, which did not go unnoticed by the Chi Wang heir. When the princess inquired about the matter, before we could ascertain what had transpired, she suddenly fell into the water. We were caught off guard. Her voice quivered with a hint of grievance. Beside her, Chu Muting exchanged glances with Miss Gu, realizing that although the heir was directing his ire at the Duke's residence, this young lady sought to absolve them of blame, instead pointing fingers at her, implying that the princess had fallen into the water after their argument. Thus, she became the prime suspect, as it appeared to be an act of revenge for being pushed into the water, did it not? While one might interpret Gu Lingyun's actions as an attempt to deflect responsibility, Chu Muting sensed an underlying animosity from this young lady. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the Chi Wang heir's fiery gaze turned to Chu Muting, demanding, "Miss Chu, can you provide an explanation?" Nearby, Xiao Yuzhu interjected, "What do you mean? My cousin was standing far away from the princess. How could her falling into the water be related to her?" Chapter 77. Retaliation. The county princess of Jiayang interjected, "Indeed." At that moment, Mu Qing stood alongside us, far removed from Mingwei. How could she possibly have pushed her? After saying this, she muttered under her breath. Perhaps she simply lost her footing. Although her voice was barely audible, those around her caught every word. The Princess Ming, who had ceased her tears, burst into sobs once more upon hearing this remark. Chu Muting observed the scene and stated, "My cousin has already clarified that my position was quite distant from the princess. If she believed someone pushed her, it could not have been me." She then glanced at Princess Zhao Lu and Miss Ming Rue, continuing, "If we are to consider who is closest to the princess, it would undoubtedly be Princess Zhao Lu and Miss Ming." Princess Zhao Lu frowned and exclaimed, "Chu Muting, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly push Ming Yue into the water?" Beside her, Ming Rue also expressed her disdain. "Don't be so quick to accuse without reason." Chu Muting softly questioned, "I merely stated the circumstances at that time. It is true that Princess and Miss Ming were closer to Princess Ming Yue. Yet I did not assert that it was you two who pushed her. Why the urgency to deny this?" Princess Zhao Lu, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do not presume I did not catch your implication. It is utterly ridiculous. What motive would I have to push Ming Yue? Zhao Lu, I understand your concern for Ming Yue, but the situation remains unclear. Trust that the heir and the Duke of Zhengguo will resolve this matter. You need not fret excessively," the fourth prince chimed in, casting a subtle warning glance at Princess Zhao Lu. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, as this matter did not concern him. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, knowing his elder brother relished resolving such conflicts. Yet, he was taken aback by his sister's foolishness, having previously suffered humiliation at the hands of Miss Chu from the Yongning Marquisate. He had expended considerable effort to restore his reputation among the scholars of the Taishui. Now, it seemed this same Miss Chu had nearly ensnared his sister once more with just a few words. He glanced at the captivating Miss Chu, wondering what kind of woman the concubine Rong had chosen for his elder brother. The girl possessed a slender figure that could not conceal her innate elegance. She stood there like a solitary plum tree in winter, both aloof and alluring. He felt a twinge of regret that such a woman would be wed to his brother, for they were destined to be rivals. Upon the fourth prince's remark, the focus shifted back to the matter at hand, prompting the heir of the Qi Wang to inquire, "Ming Yue and Miss Chu, what exactly caused the discord between you?" Chu Muting responded with a hint of grievance, "I do not know. The moment Princess Ming Yue saw me, she called me a mere daughter of a concubine, belittling my mother's reputation. I tried to explain, but soon after, she attempted to strike me, as all here can attest. Indeed, that is the case. Miss Tianxia, the Chancellor's legitimate daughter, remarked coolly. She had been present throughout the encounter and did not perceive any fault in Chu Muting. Princess Ming Yue had initiated the insult, and in her frustration, had resorted to violence. It was unreasonable to blame Miss Chu for the ensuing events, especially since she was not present when the incident occurred. The heir of the Qi Wang paused, recognizing that Princess Ming Yue was indeed at fault. He had always been aware of her temper, spoiled by their mother. Such behavior was typical of her. Princess Ming Yue, observing her brother's expression, realized he too believed her actions were misguided, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. It was supposed to be her marrying the third prince. Yet this Chu Muting dared to covet her betrothed. Should she not teach her a lesson? After all, she was a princess. What was wrong with reproaching Chu Muting? This vile girl had the audacity to insult her status blatantly, and that wretched attendant had even dared to pinch her painfully. When someone truly did push her, she fell into the water. Although she did not know the identity of her assailant, she was certain someone had pushed her. Otherwise, she would not have fallen. In that pavilion, only Chu Muting bore animosity towards her. Who else could it be? Now, after being submerged for so long and suffering such disgrace, she was appalled that a lowly servant had dared to touch her. She glanced at the third prince, fearing he might misunderstand her, only to find he was not looking at her, but rather at Chu Muting. Her anger flared. Indeed, he still had thoughts of that wretched girl. The third prince gazed at Chu Muting, finding her even more enchanting. He had witnessed her composure during the ordeal, and at that moment, he felt no one could be more suited to be his wife. Reflecting on the events, he turned his gaze toward Princess Ming Yue, contemplating the repercussions if she jeopardized his alliance with the Yongning Marquisate. He would not let her escape unscathed. Princess Ming Yue sensed the third prince's scrutiny and believed he genuinely cared for her. Surely, He was merely concerned about their relationship being revealed, prompting her to cast him a tearful glance. She thought to evoke his sympathy, unaware that her disheveled appearance, with twigs in her hair and smeared makeup, rendered her quite unappealing. Just as she was about to proclaim that someone had pushed her, a voice broke through the commotion, languorous and laced with humor. What beauty graces this scene, drawing everyone here. The speaker was Guyan Ci, dressed in a lake blue brocade robe, a smile gracing his lips. Even Princess Ming, who was otherwise enamored, found herself momentarily captivated by his appearance, not to mention the other young ladies present. It is Princess Ming who has fallen into the water, Meng Rue quickly exclaimed, her heart racing as she sought to answer before the crowd. However, Guyan Ci did not even glance at her, instead casually observing Chu Muting, whose expression of grievance had yet to dissipate. While he suspected her display was feigned, he could not ignore her distress. With urgency, he approached her and inquired, "Has someone been unkind to you?" Upon seeing her second brother arrive, Xiao Yuzhu felt a surge of reassurance and promptly reported, "Princess Mingyue fell into the water herself. Yet they insist it was my cousin who pushed her." Chapter 78. Conclusion. Gu Lingyun explained, everyone merely seeks to understand why the princess fell into the water. They wish to inquire with Miss Chu regarding the circumstances, without implying that she pushed her. The young master certainly did not mean that. Xiao Yuanjing seized upon the crux of the matter and questioned, why would they ask my cousin about the princess's fall? What connection does she have to it? After his inquiry, Xiao Yuzhu detailed the initial conflict between them, recounting how Princess Mingyue had insulted Chu Muting for being a bastard and attempted to strike her. After finishing her account, Xiao Yuzhu huffed in indignation, "If I hadn't intervened, that slap would have landed squarely on my cousin's face. She is so fragile. How could she endure it? Such malicious intent. Who possesses such malice? Do you dare to have your mouth torn apart?" Princess Mingyue, overhearing Xiao Yuzhu, could no longer contain herself. Her expression, coupled with her words, appeared particularly grotesque. The heir of the Qi Wang felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing her words. Although he doted upon his sister, he was acutely aware that Miss Chu and Amp, Oppo's cousin was present and would not permit any disrespect towards her. Xiao Yuanjing was visibly incensed. The usual nonchalance on his countenance had vanished, replaced by a grim seriousness. He looked at the heir of Qi Wang and remarked cryptically, "The Qi Wang manor truly displays considerable arrogance. Today, the princess has humiliated my two sisters. I, of the Dingwood Duke's estate, shall take note of it." The heir of Qi Wang felt a mixture of embarrassment and guilt. Despite being a royal residence, the Qi Wang manor held far less power than the Dingwood Duke and Oppo's estate. Observing Xiao Yuanjing's demeanor, he realized that this matter could not be easily resolved. This girl, Mingyue, has taken to bullying the daughters of lesser officials. But does she not realize the distinction between the daughters of the Dingwood Duke's estate and the Yongning Marquis estate? Truly lacking in self-awareness. Finding himself at a loss, he could only manage a smile and say, "Second young master, Xiao has misunderstood. This is merely a squabble among a few young ladies and bears no relation to either the Qi Wang manor or the Dingwood Duke and Oppo's estate." Xiao Yuanjing remained silent, offering only a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with derision. The heir of Qi Wang, recognizing his disdain, inwardly cursed the Dingwood Duke's people for their lack of appreciation. "Oh, I had intended to invite a troupe of performers today, but now it seems unnecessary. I might as well just invite the princess next time." Standing nearby, Gu Yinci observed the heir of Qi Wang with a bemused expression, arms crossed. The heir of Qi Wang, taken aback by his gaze, felt a flicker of confusion. Although their connections were not deep, they had never had any conflicts. Moreover, he had previously mingled with this young lord in the pleasure quarters. However, Gu Yinci's recent remarks were a clear affront to the Qi Wang manor. Enraged, he darkened his expression. Princess Mingyue, incensed, felt wronged. She believed she had never offended this young lord, yet he dared to mock her, likening her to a performer. Desperate, she turned to the third prince, hoping for his support, only to find disappointment reflected in his gaze. Anxiety filled her heart. No, surely the third prince must have misunderstood her due to the words of others. She was the true victim today, afflicted by those lowly girls. She must find a way to clarify this, so the third prince would not misconstrue her. The heir of Qi Wang, disinterested in remaining any longer, sternly told Princess Mingwei, "Mingwei, we shall return to the manor." Upon hearing this, Princess Mingwei felt a surge of panic. She had yet to explain herself to the third prince. "Brother, the banquet has not yet begun, and our father and mother are still here. How can we leave now? It is of no concern. I will inform our parents. And besides, you need to change clothes." The princess's current state was indeed unsuitable for lingering further. However, he could not comprehend why, given Princess Mingwei's temperament. She would wish to remain after such an embarrassment. Princess Mingwei, increasingly anxious, insisted, "It's fine, brother. Let us stay a while longer." At that moment, Gu Lingyun interjected, "Young master, princess, I have already instructed the maidservants to prepare a private room and fresh garments." Hearing this, Princess Mingwei pleaded with the heir of Qi Wang. Clutching his sleeve, reluctantly, he lifted her into his arms and addressed Gu Lingyun, "Please lead the way." Gu Lingyun smiled and nodded. The group bid farewell to the third and fourth princes before proceeding towards the private quarters. As for Princess Mingwei and Appo's maid, upon regaining consciousness and finding herself unattended, she followed them quietly. After their departure, Princess Zhaola cast a cold glance at Chu Muting, but, mindful of the presence of the third and fourth princes, ultimately refrained from speaking. She signaled to Chu Shuran as they departed. Although Chu Shuran wished to linger for more interaction with the third prince, she ultimately recalled the princess's instructions, gritting her teeth and finding an excuse to leave with Lin Shulan. As the other young ladies saw that Princess Zhaola and Princess Mingwei had left, they began to disperse in small groups, having found the day and Appo's events quite entertaining. Princess Mingwei, known for her domineering nature, had unexpectedly suffered a significant setback at the hands of Miss Chu. Once the others had departed, the fourth prince turned to the third prince, saying, "Brother, let us seek out the Duke of Zhan." He had observed his brother casting several glances at Miss Chu, suggesting he was quite taken with her. Although he could not thwart this marriage, he could still annoy his brother slightly. He intended to converse with Miss Chu while ensuring the third prince could not. The third prince instinctively glanced at Chu Muting before frowning. The proximity of Chu Muting to Gu Yinci was rather striking, both clad in blue garments, their appearances strikingly matched. However, it might merely be an illusion, as Chu Muting stood alongside the Shao siblings. And Gu Yinci seemed to share a camaraderie with the second son of the Shao family, which rendered their closeness understandable. He wished to speak with Chu Muting, but the fourth prince was urging him to meet the Duke of Zhan, leaving him with no choice but to cast one last heavy glance at her before departing with the fourth prince. Chu Muting sensed the third prince's gaze upon her, but refrained from looking up, fearing she might betray her murderous intent. Beside her, Gu Yinci noted the shift in atmosphere and let out a low scoff. Chapter 79. The Banquet. Xiao Yuanjing heard the commotion and inquired, "Why are you so furious when it is my cousin who has been wronged?" He had sensed the tension the moment Gu Yinci mockingly addressed the Qi Wangfu. Despite Gu Yinci's usual carefree demeanor, it was evident he had become quite agitated on behalf of a woman. Gu Yinci cast a glance at him and replied, "Given our friendship, any ill treatment towards your sister is akin to an affront to me. Thus, I cannot stand idly by." Xiao Yuanjing felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He patted Gu Yinci's shoulder and exclaimed, "Good brother, tomorrow I shall treat you to a drink. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." Xiao Yuzhu leaned closer to Chu Muting and whispered, "Cousin, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Princess Jiang leaned in, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, I have the same impression. My cousin does not seem like one to exhibit such enthusiasm." Chu Muting raised her gaze towards the camaraderie shared between Xiao Yuanjing and Gu Yinci, sighing inwardly. Her elder brother was admirable in many respects, yet his intellect left much to be desired. Observing the trio huddled together, Xiao Yuanjing wondered what they were discussing, suspecting it was unlikely to be praise for him. If there was a matter at hand, they would call for him. If not, they would band together to scold him. Alas! Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he pointed at Princess Jiang and exclaimed, "Ah, little one, it's you." At that moment, Chu Muting finally understood how Xiao Yuanjing had offended Princess Jiayang. Though of a similar age, Princess Jiayang was notably shorter than Chu Muting, who herself was already on the petite side. She despised being called short and would react with indignation whenever it was mentioned. The last time they visited the Duke of Ding's residence, Xiao Yuanjing had exclaimed, "Little one, how old are you?" This had infuriated her to the point of returning home. Today, she had been standing beside Chu Muting and Xiao Yuzhu, and due to her height, was obscured from Xiao Yuanjing's view until now. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanjing refer to her as little one again, Princess Jiayang was livid. She kicked him sharply on the leg before storming off with her maid. Dazed by the unexpected kick, Xiao Yuanjing stammered. Xiao Yuzhu, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Elder brother, Princess Jiayang is truly a good person. You ought not to speak of her that way." Chu Muting nodded in agreement. "Cousin, you should apologize to Princess Jiayang." Seeing both of his younger sisters take such a stand, Xiao Yuanjing began to reconsider whether he should have addressed her in that manner. However, he bore no ill intent. Having encountered many tall women at the borders, he had merely been astonished by such a diminutive girl. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yanci, who took a step back and said, "I usually refrain from addressing her as such. You see, I am not ineffectual. What is wrong with a simple apology?" Xiao Yuanjing, taken aback, declared, "Very well, I shall go apologize at once." With that, he hurried in the direction where Princess Jiayang had just departed. Xiao Yuzhu, feeling anxious, worried her unreliable elder brother might only provoke Princess Jiayang further. "Cousin, I will go check on him. We shall meet later." Chu Muting nodded, and Xiao Yuzhu hastily followed after him. Now, only Gu Yanci and Chu Muting remained. Gu Yanci admired the blue cloak draped over Chu Muting, feeling a wave of satisfaction. "Shall I assist you in avenging this slight?" he asked, his expression imploring her to agree. Chu Muting lifted her gaze to meet his and smiled softly before declining. "No, I shall handle this myself." Gu Yanci chuckled softly, knowing full well that this spirited young lady would not acquiesce. Yet he had felt an inexplicable urge to inquire. "Very well, I shall await the spectacle of you avenging yourself. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." What he refrained from voicing was that while he would allow Chu Muting to handle matters with Zhao Lu and Ming, he had no intention of letting the fourth prince and Qi Wangfu escape unscathed. The heir of Qi Wang, a mere wastrel, would not be spared for his behavior at today's banquet celebrating the matriarch's birthday, but tomorrow would be a different story. A flicker of dark intent briefly clouded his gaze before vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Chu Muting chose not to decline him this time. Given the unfolding events at the Duke of Zhen's residence, she could indeed use the assistance of this young marquis. Noticing the curious glances directed their way, Chu Muting stepped back and declared loudly, "Young marquis, you worry too much. Today's incident was not of my choosing. Should the princess cease her harassment, I shall remain silent henceforth." Gu Yanci straightened his posture, deliberately raising his voice. "It is good to hear that Miss Chu thinks this way. I shall take my leave." With that, he made his way toward the section reserved for the male guests. The onlooking ladies gradually realized that the young marquis and Miss Chu had merely been engaged in a conversation aimed at diffusing tension. They began to sympathize with Chu Muting, who had unwittingly found herself embroiled in such unpleasantness. As time passed, a maid arrived to announce that the luncheon was ready, inviting all the young ladies to the banquet hall. Upon their arrival, they found that the matrons were already seated, with the matriarch accompanied by the second and third wives at the Yongning Marquis table. Chu Muting first bowed respectfully to them before taking her seat. The matriarch appeared as though she wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. The third wife, however, wasted no time, exclaiming, "Our esteemed Miss truly possesses remarkable talent. Not only did she shine at the chrysanthemum banquet, but she continues to radiate here at the Duke of Zhen's residence." The events of earlier had not gone unnoticed, and various pairs of eyes have been discreetly observing Chu Muting since her entrance into the banquet hall, their gazes rife with scrutiny. Hearing the third wife's words, Chu Muting smiled and replied, "Aunt San, you flatter me. I owe much to fourth sister today. Look, here comes fourth sister now." The third wife paused, fully aware of the incident involving Chu Siren and the clever maneuvering of Chu Muting and Chu Sitsuan that had led to Siren's humiliation. She found herself at a loss for how to react. Following Chu Muting's gaze, she indeed spotted Chu Sitsuan approaching, bidding farewell to her companions before making her way to her family's designated seats. Chu Sitsuan greeted the elders before settling beside Chu Muting, leaving an empty space for Chu Siren. Chapter 80. The note. After a considerable interval, Chu Shuran arrived rather late. As she settled into her seat, the elderly matriarch cast her a disapproving glance and inquired, "Where have you been? Why have you only just arrived?" Chu Shuran's expression stiffened slightly. She cast an inadvertent glance at Chu Muting before explaining, "I was chatting with my cousin and lost track of time. It is my fault." The matriarch said nothing further and resumed her conversation with a lady at the adjacent table, allowing Chu Shuran to exhale in relief. Turning to the side, she addressed Chu Muting, "Sister, you arrived quite early." Her eyes caught the fragrant pouch hanging at her waist, and she felt a sense of relief. Previously, when Princess Zhao Lu had given her the pouch, she had instructed her to present it to Chu Muting. However, given their superficial relationship, Chu Muting would likely discard it upon receipt. After much contemplation, she recalled that their grandmother prepared auspicious pouches for them every year. Fortunately, although her mother was confined to the small Buddhist hall, her loyal subordinates remained in the estate. She discreetly arranged for the contents of the pouch given by Princess Zhao Lu to be swapped with that of the auspicious pouch. Of course, she had also sent the original pouch to Chu Muting, ensuring that it would capture her attention. Chu Muting would assume that she had tampered with that pouch and would not pay particular heed to the subsequent one from their grandmother. Now, seeing Chu Muting wear it daily, her heart finally felt at ease. Naturally, Chu Muting noticed her gaze, her eyes flickering with curiosity as she smiled and asked, "Sister, what are you looking at? Is there something amiss with my attire?" Chu Shuran promptly denied, "Of course not. Sister is merely overthinking." Chu Muting chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. Soon after, the banquet commenced. The Duke and Duchess of Zhengua cheerfully wished the matriarch a happy birthday, followed by Gu Yinci, Gu Zijin, and Gu Lingyun, who presented gifts prepared by the grandchildren. The matriarch appeared exceedingly pleased, accepting them with a smile. During the festivities, the third and fourth princes also presented their own lavish gifts, and even the Empress Dowager had sent congratulatory offerings. In that moment, the guests began to calculate the favor bestowed upon the Duke's household. The third and fourth princes exchanged glances, each harboring ambitions regarding the Duke's estate. After delivering his gifts, Gu Zijin spotted Chu Muting and nodded in her direction, to which she responded with a smile and a nod. Gu Yinci, standing nearby, observed their interaction closely, having noted their camaraderie since Chu Muting's arrival. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he lifted his cup and sipped slowly. "Sister, want you try this?" Chu Shuran suggested, pointing to a delicacy prepared specifically by the Duke's kitchen, which was said to be unavailable elsewhere. Seeing Chu Muting remain silent, she took a bite herself and continued, "It is truly delightful." Just then, Chu Sitsuan, seated nearby, noticed her and placed a piece on her plate, saying, "Fourth sister, do give it a try." However, Chu Sitsuan immediately pushed it aside, expressing disdain, "I do not care for it." Chu Shuran chose not to respond, instead continuing to observe Chu Muting. Noticing her sister finally sampling the delicacy, she felt a wave of relief. Princess Zhao Lu had urged her to ensure that Chu Muting consumed the treat, and seeing her initially hesitant, Chu Shuran had felt anxious, prompting her reminder. Though Chu Muting might harbor some suspicions, at least she had eaten it. Princess Zhao Lu had assured her that the confection contained no harmful substances, allowing her to relax her vigilance, especially as the matter would remain undetected. Meanwhile, the third prince occasionally cast glances toward Chu Muting. She, aware of his attention, met his gaze with a soft smile, her eyes imbued with warmth and a hint of affection. The third prince's heart soared at this unexpected gesture. Chu Muting had always seemed reserved around him, and this was the first time she had looked upon him so kindly. Unconsciously, he found himself struggling to steady his cup. Regrettably, he realized he had yet to exchange even a single word with Miss Chu today. Chu Shuran, too, noted the third prince's focused gaze on Chu Muting, feeling a twinge of jealousy and resentment. However, she assured herself that soon, Chu Muting would find herself in dire straits, unable to rise again. While she remained the esteemed legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yongning, destined to be the one to wed the third prince. As the midday feast concluded, the Duke's household had arranged for a performance by the most renowned theater troupe in the capital, a delight for the ladies who had little else to entertain them. Moreover, it was known that Gu Xiaogongi had personally invited this troupe, making the occasion even more special. The ladies seized the opportunity, insisting on watching the performance before returning home, while the gentlemen had no choice but to gather and discuss state affairs. The matriarch and the second and third wives were seated at the front, watching the performance when Chu Muting remarked, "Grandmother, I had made plans with Princess Jiayong to enjoy the flowers together." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. These young ladies seldom appreciate the theater. I shan't keep you as long as you don't cause trouble for the Marquis's household. She then turned to Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsuan. You two should seek out familiar companions, but do remember to avoid any unnecessary complications. The three sisters acknowledged her words and departed to find their respective acquaintances. The second miss is following behind, Tiandong whispered. Chu Muting nodded. Chu Shuran and Princess Zhao Lu had prepared for this performance for quite some time, and she knew they would keep a watchful eye to ensure the play proceeded smoothly. As she contemplated, a maid approached cautiously, slipping a note into her hand before bowing. Greetings, Miss Chu. Chu Muting smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as the maid departed. Unfolding the note, she found a message inscribed, "At 1:15 Qingyuan Pavilion, a matter to discuss." The note was signed simply with the number 3. Chapter 81. Fainting, Chu Muting understood that the third prince was inviting her to Qingyuan Pavilion. Xiling whispered beside her, "Miss, it is said that the Duke of State has arranged rooms for several princes, fearing they might indulge in excessive drinking during the banquet." Xiling was lively and clever, and within just one morning, she had already befriended several maidservants from the Duke of State and Appo's residence, which she had gleaned from her inquiries. She couldn't and Appo's. T helped but scoff, realizing that it was indeed someone capable of engaging in premarital indiscretions with Princess Ming. Here she was, an unmarried young lady, and the third prince had actually sent a maid to convey a message to her, clandestinely arranging a meeting. This was quite convenient, sparing her the trouble, and it seemed that her earlier glance at the banquet had indeed made an impression. It was truly laughable that the third prince had somehow developed affections for her. However, their fates were destined to be intertwined in a relentless struggle. She placed a hand to her forehead, feigning dizziness, and collapsed directly onto Tiandong. Xiling played along. "Miss, what is wrong?" Her voice was urgent, as though Chu Muting were gravely ill, drawing a rare glance from the usually stoic Tiandong. Behind them, Chu Shuran observed and recognized that the effects of the preparations made by Princess Zhaola were taking hold. She hurriedly stepped forward, worry etched on her face. "Sister, what has happened?" Xiling, in a state of agitation, replied, "Second miss, our miss has unexpectedly fainted. I shall summon help immediately. You two support her for a moment." She instructed. "Thank you, second Mississippi. When our miss awakens, she will surely express her gratitude," Xiling said, overwhelmed with appreciation. Chu Shuran thought to herself that once Chu Muting regained consciousness, she would likely have little time for gratitude, as she would be preoccupied with explaining herself to everyone. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she replied, "It is but my duty." With that, she led her maidservants away, soon returning with another maid dressed in the attire of the Duke of State's household. The two maidservants, upon seeing the fainted Chu Muting, informed, "Madam has arranged changing rooms for the ladies ahead. Please escort this young lady with us, and we will notify Madam to summon a doctor shortly." Xiling gratefully responded, "Thank you, sister." Turning to Chu Shuran, she said, "You may take care of your sister. I will seek grandmother to inform her of this significant matter." There were many people at the theater, and such a momentous occurrence warranted a larger audience. Xiling nodded in agreement, assisting Tiandong in supporting Chu Muting as they followed the maid to the changing room. Once they left, Chu Shuran's maid picked up a piece of paper from the ground and handed it to her. "Say, miss, take a look at this. It just fell from the eldest Mississippi." Chu Shuran examined it closely and was incensed to find it was a note from the third prince inviting Chu Muting to meet him. She muttered angrily, "This wretched girl must have seduced the third prince, and now she dares to sneak away to meet his highness. What does she intend to do?" The maidservant by her side lowered her head, refraining from speaking. The second miss was typically concerned with her image and never resorted to such derogatory language. Yet it was clear she was genuinely furious. In truth, Chu Shuran had scolded Chu Muting in her mind countless times, but she was reluctant to voice her thoughts due to her concern about how others perceived her. Today, however, the note had struck a nerve, for she realized it signified the third prince and amp, Oppo's interest in Chu Muting, which simply could not be tolerated. The position of the third prince and amp, Oppo's consort was meant for her alone. Chu Shuran was determined to marry the best, trampling upon all others, particularly those contemptible girls from her own family. Stowing the note away, she instructed her maid, "Let's go." She intended to inform the matriarch of this development, and thereafter, the situation would depend on Princess Xiaola's actions. She could hardly wait to witness Chu Muting being scorned by everyone. Meanwhile, Chu Muting was led by the maidservant into an empty changing room. "Two sisters will attend to this young lady here. I shall fetch our madam to summon a doctor." "Thank you, sister," Xiling replied, assisting Chu Muting onto the bed. As they conversed, Xiling and Tiandong both lay down on the floor. The maidservant glanced at them, coughed discreetly, and then two more maidservants entered. The three exchanged knowing looks and ceased their conversation. The newcomers each took one of them and dragged Xiling and Tiandong out, while the maid who had led them extinguished the incense burner and took it with her. Casting one last glance at Chu Muting before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Inside, Chu Muting suddenly opened her eyes and surveyed the room, which appeared rather ordinary, save for the incense burner that had just been removed, presumably laced with a sleeping drug. The maid had been quite prudent. As she examined her surroundings, the door swung open, and a figure entered, startled to find Chu Muting standing there. Before he could utter a word, he was struck from behind and rendered unconscious. Xiling and Tiandong had positioned themselves behind him, with Tiandong being the one to deliver the blow. "Wow, Sister Tiandong, you are as striking as ever," Xiling exclaimed. Tiandong ignored her and addressed Chu Muting. "Miss, the situation has been resolved." Xiling scoffed. "How dare they attempt to use a sleeping drug on me? There is no such poison I cannot counteract." Upon entering the room, she had caught the scent immediately. Fortunately, before leaving the estate, the miss had instructed her to prepare some antidotes, which she had taken in advance. For a drug of this caliber, the effects could be neutralized on the spot. They had merely pretended to faint to observe the actions of these intruders. Chu Muting glanced at the unconscious man on the ground. His attire suggested he was from a respectable family, which surprised her, for she had expected Princess Xiaola to send a beggar or a servant for this purpose. In truth, Princess Xiaola had initially considered such an idea, but an encounter with a beggar would inevitably lead to complications, as it would be illogical for a young lady of Chu Muting's status to seek a beggar as a lover. Ultimately, she opted for the son of a minor official, a subordinate of the fourth prince. Once the scheme was discovered, Chu Muting would have no choice but to marry him, and how she would fare in that household would be entirely at her discretion. Chu Muting instructed Tiandong to move the man onto the bed before they exited, as they could not linger in this place. Soon, others would come to catch them in the act. Just as they stepped out of the changing room, a figure suddenly seized Chu Muting around the waist, startling Tiandong, who quickly followed. Recognizing the scent of sandalwood emanating from the person, Chu Muting deduced who it was. This young lord did not seem unaware, as he bore a distinct aroma, likely from his habitual use of incense. Though Chu Muting was uncertain of Gu Yinzi and Oppo's immediate intentions, she knew she could not allow herself to be taken away, silently, while Tiandong trailed behind. Chapter 82. Don't look. Put me down. My maid is still behind. I must inform them first. Who could have anticipated that this young lord would whimsically take her away right before the maid? Gu Yinzi seemed oblivious to Chu Muting's words, continuing to lead her away with resolute determination. Gu Yinzi. Chu Muting's voice was tinged with irritation, there were still numerous matters to attend to, and the performance could not commence without her presence. Being whisked away like this was utterly perplexing. Sensing her displeasure, Gu Yinsi glanced down at her before gently setting her down, leaving both of them halted in place. Chu Muting straightened herself and adjusted her attire. Before long, Tiandong had caught up, positioning herself protectively behind Chu Muting, casting a wary glance at Gu Yinsi. Mississippi, Chu Muting raised her eyes to Gu Yinsi, pondering why this young lord was in such a foul mood. He had been perfectly amiable earlier in the day. His temperament was as changeable as the weather. With a sigh, she instructed Tiandong, proceed with Xiling as planned, and find a spot near the stage. I shall seek you out shortly, but until then, do not let yourselves be seen. Miss, Tiandong expressed her concern. Go. Chu Muting affirmed with a nod. Yes. Tiandong turned and departed. As soon as Tiandong was gone, Gu Yinsi once again wrapped his arms around Chu Muting and soared forward. After a while, they arrived at their destination, where he finally set her down. He paid her no mind as he took a seat on the stone bench by the stone table in the courtyard. Chu Muting observed her surroundings, noting the impeccable restoration of the courtyard, indicative of thoughtful design from its inception. A swing hung from a large tree nearby, surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants. However, in the chill of winter, the blossoms were absent. Come spring, it would undoubtedly burst forth in vibrant beauty. Gu Yinsi, noticing her gaze linger on the swing, spoke. That was made by my father for my mother. Chu Muting mused to herself that General Wei Yuan shared a profound bond with Princess Lu Ping, which explained why, after his sacrifice, she chose to abandon her newborn son to follow her husband. Such deep affection, however, was unjust to the child, who was left orphaned at such a tender age. She took a couple of steps forward, seating herself opposite him at the stone table. Young lord, what do you intend to allow me to return? If you delay, my grandmother will surely grow anxious. Gu Yinsi lifted his gaze to her, the corners of his eyes slightly lifting as he replied earnestly, What schemes do you harbor against Yuanyang? Allow me to assist you. Do not cast your eyes upon him again. He is unworthy. Chu Muting understood, realizing he must have witnessed her glance at the third prince during lunch. With a smirk, she retorted, Why does the young lord not consider that I might wish to marry him, subtly conveying my intentions? Gu Yinsi scoffed lightly, then derided, What is he? Does he deserve such regard? He had never believed that Chu Muting would aspire to become the third prince's consort, from the previous probing to this fleeting glance. He had discerned her intentions to entrap Yuanyang, though he simply disapproved of the way she looked at him. Do not regard him so next time. It displeases me. Though he did not voice the latter part, Chu Muting comprehended, and Gu Yinsi was aware of her understanding. A silence enveloped them, akin to a silent negotiation. Eventually, Gu Yinsi stood, declaring, I shall escort you back. Is there not a performance scheduled? How can you witness it if you do not return? He conceded defeat. Chu Muting gazed at him steadily. In her past life, her feelings for men were void. She had no affection for Xiang Heng, nor he for her. This time around, her heart was solely set on revenge, devoid of romantic desires. She resisted such thoughts, unwilling to entertain them. Her fingers clenched tightly, nearly piercing her skin. Yet, Gu Yinsi was different. He understood her nature and offered unconditional support, always striving to bring her joy. Only Gu Yinsi possessed such qualities. But in the present, with vengeance still unfulfilled, she was loath to contemplate other matters. She released her grip and allowed a smile to surface. Young lord, it is not merely one performance, but two. Gu Yinsi chuckled softly, pulling her close once more, this time directing their path toward the performance stage. I am eager to see whether Miss Chu's production surpasses the troupe I have engaged. Naturally, under my direction, no performance has ever been a failure. A light laughter echoed above them. Very well, I shall await the spectacle. When Gu Yinsi brought Chu Muting close to the stage, he halted. Tiandong and Xiling, upon seeing them, exchanged knowing glances and nodded toward Chu Muting, indicating that everything was in order. Chu Muting turned to Gu Yinsi, who smiled and stepped back. I shall take my leave now, looking forward to the performance by the esteemed Mississippi. With that, he departed. At the stage, Chu Shuren hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Grandmother, it's terrible. Elder sister has suddenly fainted." This news drew the attention of not only the old matriarch, but also the other ladies present. The matriarch frowned. "What is all this commotion? Speak clearly. What has happened to Muting?" Chu Shuren, usually composed, was in a fluster today. Why could she not convey such news more discreetly? It seemed she had no choice but to make it known to all. Seeing the collective gaze upon her, she felt a pang of embarrassment but pressed on. Just now, on the way here, elder sister suddenly fainted. Fortunately, a maid from the Duke's residence passed by and has since arranged for her to rest in a side chamber. "Grandmother, we must hurry to check on her." Before the matriarch could respond, the second madam had already leapt to her feet, eager to rush toward the side chamber. The matriarch scolded lightly. "Your youth is no excuse for such recklessness." The second madam, fraught with worry, could hardly heed her words. "Mother, I am genuinely anxious. We must go see her." Meanwhile, the Duchess of Zhangguimiao had also caught wind of the news. Approaching with her maid, she expressed concern. "Ladies, do not fret. I have already dispatched a maid to fetch a doctor. Let's go check on her together." The matriarch smiled. "Thank you, dear lady." The Duchess replied with a gentle smile. "It is but my duty. It is our oversight that Miss Chu fainted in my residence. And I hope the matriarch will not take offense. How could this be blamed on the Duke's residence? It seems we have disrupted your festivities. I will personally apologize to my sister later." The matriarch and the Duchess remained unaware that their peers were engaged in light-hearted conversations about the performances outside. Chapter 83. Caught in adultery, the elderly matriarch urged, "It would be prudent to check on the situation swiftly. If we delay, we may jeopardize Miss Chu and Oppose as treatment." Princess Zhao Lu interjected, her words laced with disdain. Although the Duke of Ding's matriarch was not present, his wife, who happened to be Chu Muting's maternal aunt, was there. Upon hearing the princess's words, she promptly retorted, "I implore the princess to exercise caution in her speech." Princess Zhao Lu let out a derisive laugh. Wishing to say no more, her only desire was to witness Chu Muting and Oppose's disgrace, on her knees begging for mercy. The Duchess of Zhengguo suggested, "Let's go and take a look, matriarch." The matriarch acquiesced, and the other ladies, drawn by curiosity, followed suit, eager for the spectacle. After all, the drama unfolding in the private quarters was far more captivating than any performance on the stage. Once Chu Muting was certain they were out of sight, she made her way toward the chamber. Upon reaching the door, the group discovered it firmly shut. The Duchess of Zhengguo signaled to a maid nearby, who understood and approached to knock, but no response came after a long pause. Princess Zhao Lu, mingling among the crowd, chuckled. Could it be that Miss Chu has fainted? Or perhaps her maid has also succumbed? Or is it that Miss Chu is engaged in some clandestine affair that compels her to remain silent? The matriarch's expression darkened at these insinuations. "I beseech the princess to refrain from such remarks. The daughters of the Yongning Marquisate would never engage in scandalous behavior." Feeling emboldened, Princess Zhao Lu declared, "If there's nothing amiss, let the maid simply open the door and clarify the matter. The truth shall be evident." The matriarch, now filled with unease, despite her faith in Chu Muting and Oppose's virtue, recognized the situation and Oppose's ambiguity. With so many witnesses present in another and Oppose's home, she could not obstruct their curiosity. Glancing at Chu Shuren, she thought, if not for her loud commotion, they would not be in this predicament. Chu Shuren, caught in the matriarch's gaze, fell silent. Yet she felt no remorse for her actions, eagerly anticipating Chu Muting and Oppose's imminent downfall. With all eyes upon her, the matriarch addressed the maid, "Please do push the door open." Perhaps Muting and Oppose's maid has stepped out for assistance. The Duchess of Zhengguo nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." The maid, no longer hesitating, pushed the door open and entered. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from within. Princess Zhao Lu, upon hearing the commotion, felt a surge of triumph. Her plan had succeeded. "I must see what has transpired," she exclaimed, lifting her skirts and rushing into the inner chamber. Moments later, she cried out in disbelief, "How could this be? The figure upon the bed is not Chu Muting. Everything was meticulously arranged. Where did it go awry? Why is Meng Rue here instead?" The other ladies outside, intrigued by the outcry, sought to uncover the mystery within. The matriarch, gripped by fear, thought, could it be that Chu Muting truly engaged in something scandalous? The mere thought nearly caused her to faint, but Lu Mama steadied her. Matriarch, we must enter and ascertain the truth. The matriarch nodded, realizing they needed to investigate. As she stepped inside, the other ladies followed, their curiosity piqued. Indeed, this drama far surpassed anything on stage. Upon entering, the matriarch was met with the sight of two figures entwined upon the bed. One man, disrobed, and a woman, though clothed, lay beside him, rendering attire irrelevant in such a compromising position. She nearly gasped in shock. Matriarch, it is not our young lady, Lu Mama reminded her, clinging to this glimmer of hope. The matriarch scrutinized the woman and Oppos, as face and, to her relief, confirmed it was not Chu Muting. As long as it was not a daughter of the Yongning Marquisate, it mattered not who it was. Ah, Rue and Oppos, how did you end up here? Cried a lady who had come along, rushing toward the bed. Nearby, another woman exclaimed, ISN and Oppos. That Miss Ming? A closer inspection revealed, indeed, it is Miss Ming. But who is that man? How could he be in such a situation with her? A woman recognized him. ISN and Oppos. That the son of Lord Li? The one serving under General Ning Yuan? Which Lord Li? Oh, the one under General Ning Yuan. The Duchess of Ningyan turned sharply, glaring at the woman who spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter has surely been wronged. The woman retorted defiantly. Why are you shouting at me? If your daughter has disgraced herself, I would advise you to marry her off to a good family. What insolence! I will tear your tongue out. In a fit of rage, the Duchess lunged at her, but was restrained by other ladies nearby, narrowly avoiding disaster. Meanwhile, Princess Zhao Lu remained incredulous, wondering why the individuals in the room had transformed into Meng Rue. It was supposed to be Chu Muting. A sudden thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Chu Shuran. Could these two sisters have conspired against her? Chu Shuran met her gaze, shaking her head in confusion. She too was bewildered by the turn of events, having witnessed Chu Muting being led into the very chamber by a maid sent by Princess Zhao Lu. Now, how had it come to pass that Meng Rue was in her place? Unwilling to concede defeat, Princess Zhao Lu spoke up. Did not the second Miss Chu proclaim that Miss Chu had fainted and was placed in this room? Where could she have gone, leaving only Meng Rue behind? With a frown, she added, it appears to be the case. The Duchess of Ningyuan, seizing the opportunity, echoed, yes, where's Miss Chu? Why has she vanished? Leaving my Rue here? Is she responsible for this predicament? The matriarch quickly interjected, Madam, that assertion lacks merit. My granddaughter may have awakened and left. Who could have anticipated that Miss Ming would enter into such a disgraceful situation with another man? Chapter 84. Awakening upon hearing this, General Ning Yuan's wife became agitated, eager to continue her confrontation with the old lady. The wife of the Duke of Zhengguo quickly stepped forward to restrain her, saying, Madam Ming, let us focus on Miss Ming for now. We can discuss other matters once she awakens. Inside, Madame Miao, the Duke's wife, felt disdain. Her daughter lay unconscious, exposed to the scrutiny of so many. Yet Madame Ming seemed oblivious, choosing instead to bicker with others rather than rouse her daughter and attend to her. Regardless of how events unfolded today, Miss Ming and Oppos' reputation was irreparably tarnished. She faced but two fates, either marrying this young Master Li or taking vows as a nun. There were no other paths available to her. Suddenly, General Ning Yuan's wife seemed to realize something. She rushed to the bedside, calling out for Meng Rue to awaken. However, instead of rousing Meng Rue, she inadvertently awakened another occupant of the bed, young Master Li, startled by the multitude surrounding him and embarrassed by his lack of attire. Hastily pulled the blanket over his upper body. Seeing him awake, General Ning Yuan's wife lunged at him, yanking the blanket away once more, while sobbing, You wretched beast! My husband has treated you well, and this is how you repay us. The other ladies, though sympathetic to Madame Ming's current distress, could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. Fortunately, those young ladies standing further back could not clearly see the scene unfolding on the bed. Otherwise, it would have been quite scandalous. One individual, however, was the exception, Princess Zhao Lu, who had rushed in ahead of the crowd and witnessed everything unfold. With this in mind, the gathered ladies cast subtle glances at Princess Zhao Lu, noting her unrestrained demeanor as a royal. Despite feeling the weight of their scrutiny, she reluctantly stepped back into the shadows. Young Master Li, in a daze, could only recall that a few days prior, Princess Zhao Lu had sent someone to summon him, instructing him to engage with the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis on the day of the Duke of Zhengua and Appo's birthday celebration. Initially, he had been reluctant, fearing the wrath of the Yongning Marquis. However, Princess Zhao Lu assured him that everything was arranged and that he would emerge unscathed, eventually becoming a son-in-law of the Yongning Marquis. Recalling the enchanting beauty of a young lady he had met from a Yongning Marquis household, he felt a stirring of interest, especially considering his family's allegiance to the fourth prince. Thus, he found it difficult to refuse Princess Zhao Li's proposal. But as fate would have it, upon entering this room according to their arrangements, he was promptly knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, he was met with the sight of Madame Ming charging at him. Why was Madame Ming here? Had something gone awry? A glance to the side revealed a most unexpected figure that startled him into a shiver. How could Miss Ming be present? No wonder Madame Ming was in such a state. But should it not have been Miss Chu? How had it turned into Miss Ming? Amidst their tumultuous exchange, Miss Ming suddenly stirred awake, her surprise evident upon seeing her mother. Mother? What are you doing here? Her gaze then fell upon her own disheveled appearance in the presence of young Master Li, and she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. With a piercing scream, she clutched her garments and fled to bed. Seeing her daughter awake, Madame Ming rushed to embrace her, exclaiming through tears, my unfortunate Rare, who has conspired against you? Uncertain of the events that had transpired, Ming Rue recalled only that she had been strolling in the courtyard, hoping to encounter young Master Gu, when she was suddenly struck unconscious. A realization struck her as she scanned the crowd, finally locating Princess Zhao Lu standing with other young ladies. She was aware that Princess Zhao Lu had intentions against Chu Muting and had even participated in the scheme. After all, she had harbored resentment towards Chu Muting for quite some time. Who was this upstart to repeatedly insult her? Yet, how had their plot against Chu Muting resulted in her own predicament? With so many witnesses, what would become of her future? How could she ever marry young Master Gu now? Overwhelmed by despair, she succumbed to tears. Witnessing her daughter's sorrow, Madame Ming also surrendered to grief, and the two stood together in the room, embracing and weeping. On the bed, young Master Li felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, unsure of how to proceed. Madame Miao, observing the lamentation of Madame Ming and her daughter, frowned. Such a splendid gathering had devolved into chaos. And since the incident occurred within the Duke of Zhengua's residence, they bore responsibility. It felt as though they had swallowed something foul. With the crowd gathered, it was not a suitable situation, and she turned to Madame Ming, saying, Madame Ming, let us have the maidservants assist Miss Ming in freshening up. We shall move to the front hall and discuss this matter once she is ready. Additionally, let the maidservants inform General Ning Yuan and Lord Li of how we shall resolve this. Indeed, this was the only course of action. Madame Ming, unable to voice further objections, quelled her sobs and accompanied the maidservant and Ming Rue to freshen up. Once they departed, Madame Miao addressed young Master Li. Young Master Li, you should also tidy yourself. We shall discuss matters further when Lord Li arrives. With his mother having passed away, the decisions regarding young Master Li fell to Lord Li. Having said this, she led the other ladies, alongside the young women who wished to shrink away in embarrassment, to the front hall. Young Master Li felt an unsettling fear grip him at the mention of Lord Li. General Ning Yuan was his father as superior, and now that he had found himself entangled with the general's daughter, he feared his father's wrath would be severe, and that General Ning Yuan would not hesitate to punish him. In the front hall, the ladies gathered in small clusters. Under normal circumstances, they would have taken their leave by now. However, given the extraordinary events, they could not simply depart without witnessing the outcome. Thus, they all lingered, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Madame Miao, feeling helpless, instructed the maidservants to prepare tea, though no one had the heart to leisurely savor it. After a while, the maidservant returned with young Master Li, who had changed into fresh attire, appearing quite refined if one disregarded the earlier incident. Standing to the side, he kept his head lowered, too timid to speak, as the scrutinizing gazes of the ladies enveloped him, rendering his face flushed with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, Madame Ming and Meng Rue re-entered. Meng Rue had ceased her crying, but her pale face, streaked with tears, presented a pitiful sight. Upon spotting young Master Li, who stood with his head bowed, Madame Ming was once again consumed by anger, ready to charge at him, yet was restrained by a nearby maidservant. Now, they awaited only the arrival of General Ning Yuan and Lord Li. Chapter 85 in the outer courtyard. General Ning Yuan and Lord Li were engaged in light-hearted conversation over wine with several other gentlemen when a maid approached them, whispering urgent news. Instantly, their expressions shifted. Apologetically, they set down their cups and addressed the other gentlemen, stating, "I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters to attend to, and I hope you will excuse my abrupt departure." Though the other gentlemen were unaware of the situation's gravity, they recognized the urgency in their demeanor and refrained from prolonging the gathering, promising to reconvene at a later date. Upon their arrival, they found young Master Li with his head bowed in silence, while Madame Ming glared at him furiously. Miss Meng Rue wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and the other ladies huddled together, chattering and occasionally glancing at the trio being discussed. As soon as Lord Li entered, young Master Li exclaimed, "Father!" However, Lord Li responded by delivering a forceful kick that sent his son sprawling a meter away, leaving him momentarily incapacitated on the ground. The others in the hall were taken aback by the sudden display of violence, rendered speechless. General Ning Yuan observed the scene without uttering a word, emanating an imposing aura befitting a military figure. Madame Ming rushed forward, pleading, "General, you must advocate for Rei-er." He pulled her away, casting a glance at Meng Rue before addressing the Duchess of the State. "It is regrettable that such an incident has occurred in our household, tarnishing your family's joyous occasion. We shall, once this matter is resolved, pay a visit in due time to offer our apologies to the esteemed matriarch." The Duchess of the State quickly replied, "General, please do not say such things. This incident also stems from our household's oversight, and we bear some responsibility as well." She glanced at the still prostrate young Master Li and continued, "Now that both you and Lord Li are present, it is prudent that we discuss a resolution to this matter. Given that so many witnesses are aware of the events, it is imperative that we handle this situation with decorum." After a moment of contemplation, General Ning Yuan stated, "We had previously arranged a betrothal between these two children, but due to the matriarch's ill health, we have not made it public. In due time, they shall be wed." Lord Li chimed in, "Indeed, this morning, the matriarch entrusted Kuan-er with a bracelet to deliver to Miss Ming. Regrettably, he consumed too much wine and frightened her in the process." The Duchess of the State laughed lightly. "Ah, I see. This indeed is a cause for celebration. Since the children are already betrothed, they ought to grow closer." However, Madame Ming, upon hearing this, could hardly believe her ears. "General, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Rue-er is to be betrothed to him? Our Rue and Oppos is of noble birth. How can she marry him?" Though Lord Li attempted to maintain his composure, his countenance darkened. General Ning Yuan retorted sharply, "Silence. You ignorant woman. I had already made plans for Meng Rue's engagement, and now this debacle has tarnished her prospects. Who will dare to marry her in the capital after this?" Having served Lord Li faithfully for many years, he understood the stakes involved. If this matter were not handled properly, it could lead to discontent within the Li family, resulting in dire consequences. Meng Rue, who had been quietly sobbing, suddenly cried out, "Father, I refuse to marry him. I want to wed the young prince." The other ladies in the hall exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of her declaration. Given the current circumstances, such a bold statement was audacious, especially considering the young prince had never shown any inclination to marry her. Lord Meng and Oppos, his forehead visibly reddened with anger as he hissed, "Be quiet." Yet Meng Rue was beyond reason, shouting, "It was clearly Chu Muting who set me up. Why is everyone blaming me? Where is she? She must be the one behind this, hiding away." As she spoke, her demeanor grew increasingly frantic, her mind racing with the injustice of being separated from the young prince, convinced that all of this was meant for Chu Muting to bear. Meanwhile, Madame Ming wept, General Rue and oppose. Her claimed she was merely admiring the flowers in the courtyard when someone struck her from behind. Seeing their distress, some of the ladies in the hall began to waver in their opinions. After all, Miss Ming had no reason to engage in such antics within the Duchess and Oppo's estate, and everyone knew she had been pursuing the young prince. Could it be that someone truly wished her harm? Coincidentally, Miss Chu had reported that Miss Chu had fainted and was resting in her chamber, but upon investigation, they discovered it was Miss Ming instead, and Miss Chu had yet to make an appearance. As the crowd pondered these revelations, an authoritative yet aged voice broke through the murmurs. What has transpired here? Why is everyone gathered? Turning to the source, they saw the Dowager Duchess of the State and the Dowager Duchess of the Duke of Stability arriving. Accompanying the Dowager Duchess of the State was young Lord Gu, while the Dowager Duchess of the Duke of Stability was supported by Xiao Yuzhu and Chu Muting, who flanked her on either side. The Dowager Duchess of the State had been the one to speak. The Duchess of the State quickly approached, calling out, "Mother!" General Ning Yuan and Lord Li also stepped forward to pay their respects. The Dowager Duchess of the State smiled. What a surprise to find both esteemed gentlemen here. Have you been poorly attended to in the outer chambers? General Ning Yuan bowed his head in apology. It was my daughter's fault. I have caused the esteemed matriarch undue trouble. The matriarch responded kindly. It is of no consequence. You gentlemen are too courteous. Before she could elaborate further, Meng Rue caught sight of Chu Muting and charged toward her. Fortunately, Xiao Yuzhu reacted swiftly, pulling her back. Young Lord Gu feigned disinterest, retracting his foot and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Only the Dowager Duchess of the State turned her gaze toward him. Young Lord Gu smiled back at her, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Meng Rue seethed. You tell me, did you orchestrate this against me? Her eyes blazed with resentment, particularly upon seeing both Chu Muting and young Lord Gu together. Chu Muting feigned innocence. I am not privy to what Miss Ming is implying. I have only just arrived and am unaware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. As for any claims of wrongdoing, I cannot fathom why Miss Ming would accuse me. Meng Rue retorted bitterly. Do not feign ignorance. I know it was you. No one else would dare to harm me. Chu Muting maintained her innocent facade. I hold no enmity toward Miss Ming. Why would I wish her harm? I implore you to tread carefully with your words. Princess Zhao interjected. Today, you were the only one to quarrel with Meng Rue. Who else could have harmed her? Chu Muting directed her gaze toward Princess Zhao, her tone impassive. Are you suggesting that a quarrel justifies harm? Should I then presume that anyone who has clashed with you in the past has also deserved your wrath? Chapter 86. Confrontation in an instant. All eyes were drawn to Princess Zhao. Indeed, judging by her words, if disputes were to result in harm, then quarrels would frequently arise among the young ladies of the capital, and even among sisters. Such reasoning is undoubtedly flawed. Furthermore, if anyone were to have the most disputes, it would certainly be Princess Zhao Lu herself, whose arrogant demeanor has led to countless young ladies being bullied by her. Shuden and Oppose, they all be seeking retribution against her. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Princess Zhao Lu retorted angrily. This discussion concerns you. Why bring me into it? Chu Muting responded with composure. Upon my arrival, both you and Miss Ming accused me of causing her distress. Although I'm still unaware of the circumstances, it is clear that it cannot be anything good. I must defend myself against these unfounded accusations. I cannot allow baseless charges to be laid upon me. Princess Zhao Lu was about to speak again when Meng Rue interjected. Very well, if you assert that you have not harmed me, then why did Miss Chu clearly state that you fainted? How can you be standing here now? Chu Muting replied, It is true that I fainted due to feeling unwell, and I did awaken in a private room. At that time, only my maid and I were present. Once I regained my composure, I left with my maid and later encountered my cousin. We were enjoying the flowers when we subsequently met my grandmother and the elder lady of the Duke of the State. After she spoke, she cast a glance at Gu Yanji, who was winking at her. Praise me, I specifically brought her here to support you. Xiao Yuzhu affirmed, Indeed, my cousin and I were enjoying the flowers up front. Who knows what transpired here? It's absurd to claim my cousin harmed you. How can you even suggest that? By the end of her statement, Xiao Yuzhu and Oppose, S' expression had turned somewhat disdainful. These individuals were truly malicious, directly accusing her cousin of intending her harm. Had she not been with her cousin the entire time, her cousin would have been wrongfully accused. Meng Rue retorted, "You are her cousin, of course. You would defend her. What if you two conspired against me?" Xiao Yuzhu scoffed, "What a grand notion. Why would we conspire against you?" Before Meng Rue could respond, Chu Muting inquired, "I still do not comprehend what has transpired. What exactly has happened to Miss Ming?" After her question, a lady recounted the recent events. Both Chu Muting and Xiao Yuzhu, upon hearing the account, covered their faces with handkerchiefs, their expressions filled with disbelief. Xiao Yuzhu whispered to Chu Muting, "This is simply too." After pondering for a long while, considering the numerous people present, she finally uttered, "What a chaotic affair." She believed her voice was low, but the hall was silent, and everyone heard her. Meng Rue's complexion grew even paler. To be humiliated in front of her adversaries was already grievous enough, especially with that person still present. She glanced up at Gu Yanji, who stood beside the elder lady of the Duke of the State, only to find him gazing in the direction of a somewhat astonished Chu Muting. In that moment, her nails dug deeply into her palms. Her heart filled with hatred not only for Chu Muting, but also for Princess Zhao Lu. This scheme was clearly of Princess Zhao Li's design. Why must she bear the brunt of it? Had it not been for this ill-conceived idea, she might still have had the chance to marry the young lord. Listening intently, Chu Muting appeared surprised yet maintained her calm demeanor, saying, "If that is the case, then Miss Ming must have misunderstood me. According to what you say, someone has rendered you unconscious, but I could not have done such a thing, especially since I should have still been fainted in the private room. My second sister can attest to that, can she not?" All eyes turned toward Chu Shuran, who wished more than anyone to cast the blame upon Chu Muting. However, she realized she must comply with Chu Muting's narrative. She had previously approached the ladies to inform them that Chu Muting had fainted and was resting in the private room. If she denied Chu Muting's words now, it would be akin to slapping her own face. Looking at Chu Muting, she saw the latter's gaze upon her, deep and resolute, as if certain she would support her narrative. In that moment, a bold thought arose in her mind. Could it be that Chu Muting had been aware of their scheme from the beginning, even stepping into their trap at the moment they believed their plan was foolproof? No, that couldn't be. She couldn't possibly foresee all this. Their plan was too well structured. Something must have gone awry for Chu Muting to fortuitously escape. Nevertheless, she could only say, "Indeed, as my sister mentioned, I witnessed her fainting with my own eyes. I was genuinely worried and hurried to seek our grandmother." The other ladies, upon hearing this, contemplated the plausibility of her words. Chu Shuran had been exceedingly anxious, and she had even been reprimanded by the elder lady of Yongning for her haste. It now appeared that she was merely overly concerned for her sister, leading her to momentarily lose her composure. Thus, the perception of Chu Shuran among them began to improve somewhat. Chu Muting, listening to Chu Shuran and Appo's words, recognized her attempt to embellish her image and recover her lost reputation. However, it mattered little. As long as she concurred with her narrative, Princess Zhao Lu would not let her off the hook. On the other hand, Princess Zhao Lu, upon hearing Chu Shuran and Appo's defense of Chu Muting, was infuriated. These two wretches were undoubtedly conspiring against her. She had thought her plan was foolproof. How could it fail? It turned out these two had intentionally plotted against her. Chu Muting would not escape unscathed, and she would ensure that Chu Shuran faced repercussions as well. Chu Muting continued, "I have only recently returned to the capital, and my acquaintance with the young ladies is still quite limited, let alone this Master Li. As a daughter of an official family, it is implausible for me to engage in such actions against another young lady of noble birth." At this point, it became evident to those present that Meng Rue had likely brought this disgrace upon herself in an attempt to frame Miss Chu, as was clear from Chu Muting's assertions. How could a young girl orchestrate such a scheme against another young lady of a prominent family within the Duke's residence? Meng Rue, realizing no one believed her, shook her head in disbelief. "There truly is someone who wishes me harm. Please believe me, someone is plotting against me." She turned to Madame Ming, "Mother, there truly is someone who desires to harm me." Madame Ming, weeping, embraced her daughter, feeling utterly helpless. Even she, upon hearing Chu Muting's words. Found it hard to believe that such a young girl could perpetrate such a scheme against her beloved Rayur. Miss Ming, I believe there are those who wish to harm you. Meng Rui lifted her head, incredulous, only to find the speaker was none other than Chu Muting. Chapter 87. Choices. Upon hearing her words, others turned their gaze toward her. Princess Zhao Lu mocked. Miss Chu truly enjoys the limelight. Just moments ago, she claimed she had no hand in harming Meng Rui, yet now asserts her belief that someone intends to do so. Zhumwing zet ponde. I have faith in Miss Meng's words. No reputable young lady would disregard her own reputation, and naturally, Miss Ming is no exception. However, the one who seeks to harm her is not I. Hearing Chu Muting's statement, Madame Ming rushed forward, grasping Chu Muting's arm, her voice tinged with urgency. Miss Chu, do you know something? I implore you, if you possess any information, please reveal it. At this moment, Chu Muting's words were her last glimmer of hope. Her husband had abandoned her, yet how could her pampered daughter marry into such a destitute family, especially burdened with such a scandal? Even Meng Rui felt a surge of emotion. She had nearly succumbed to despair, but Chu Muting's words reignited a flicker of hope within her. Sensing the curiosity of others and Madame Meng's desperation, Chu Muting smiled slightly. I merely think that since Miss Ming has claimed someone rendered her unconscious, why not seek out this individual? That person could hardly be a servant of the Duke of Zhenghua. While it is possible they have fled, there remains a chance they have not. If so, why not search for them? She then turned to the Duchess of Zhenghua, asking, might you be willing to dispatch someone to look for this person within the Duke's estate? Madame Meng's gaze immediately shifted to the Duchess of Zhenghua. Regardless of her inner thoughts, the Duchess maintained her composure. Since this incident occurred in our residence, I have an obligation to act. Hong Yu, take some people and investigate. Hong Yu, her personal maid, promptly replied, yes, my lady. No need. I've already sent someone to find them. Li Mama, bring the person in. The old matriarch of the Duke of Zhenghua interjected. Before long, Li Mama entered, escorted by two young servants carrying a stretcher. Upon setting it down, they revealed a maid lying atop it. The Duchess of Zhenghua inquired, Mother, what is this? Upon hearing of the incident, I dispatched people to search the estate and found her by the pond, where she had drowned. Fortunately, there were no guests present at the time to witness the body floating to the surface. Ah, I see. Your foresight is commendable, Mother, the Duchess of Zhenghua remarked. The old matriarch glanced at her daughter and then turned to Chu Muting with a smile. Come here. As Chu Muting approached, the old matriarch took her hand, saying, you have been wronged today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Duke's residence. Chu Muting nodded with a smile. The old matriarch then addressed the old matriarch of Yongning Marquis. Sister, your granddaughter is truly astute. I find her quite delightful. Though the old matriarch of Yongning Marquis had been furious over Madame Ming and Meng Rui's baseless accusations against Chu Muting, witnessing Chu Muting remain composed and swiftly clear her name filled her with satisfaction. Her granddaughter was indeed exceedingly clever. Not only did she think this way, but the other ladies present also regarded Chu Muting with admiration. Her intelligence and composure, coupled with her willingness to believe in Miss Ming and offer her assistance, truly reflected a compassionate heart. Feeling the admiring gazes upon her, Chu Muting could not help but smirk inwardly. Meng Rui and Princess Zhao Lu had conspired against her, but she would not show them kindness. Regardless of the outcome today, with events unfolding as they did, Meng Rui's marriage into the Li family was now a certainty. Having looked down upon others, Meng Rui would now experience the very scrutiny she had disdained. Her proposal to uncover the identity of the one who had knocked Meng Rui unconscious was merely a ploy, for without her involvement, how could Princess Zhao Lu be implicated? Casting a glance at Zhao Lu, she observed the maid lying on the ground, her face paling. This was the very maid she had arranged to bring Chu Muting into the chamber. How could she be here, and dead at that? What was happening? This maid, gifted to her by the noble consort, was known for her steadiness and astuteness, which was precisely why she had entrusted her with such a task, ensuring everything was foolproof. Now, with her demise here, would it lead to an investigation pointing towards her? The thought made her uneasy, But even if the inquiry fell upon her, she was a princess. What could they truly do to her? Li Mama approached the deceased maid and began to search her, soon retrieving an object, which she presented to the old matriarch of the Duke of Jinghua. Upon recognition, the matriarch nodded slightly. Li Mama, understanding the implication, then showed the object to the taciturn General Ning Yuan. The onlookers remained puzzled, uncertain of what the item was, but they noticed General Ning Yuan's expression shift upon seeing it. With a composed visage, he stated, "I apologize for troubling the old matriarch today. I request that you hand over this maid to me. We shall handle the subsequent matters in our estate." Others were bewildered, having seemingly identified the culprit. Why would General Ning Yuan insist on returning to his estate rather than clarifying matters before everyone, thus restoring Miss Meng's reputation? Meng Rue and Madame Meng gazed at General Ning Yuan in disbelief, yet he disregarded them, his focus solely on the old matriarch of the Duke of Jinghua. With a sigh, the matriarch replied, "Then take her with you." "Thank you, old matriarch. We shall take our leave now," he said, leading Madame Meng and Meng Rue away. Seeing this, Lord Li and young Master Li followed suit. The other ladies, curious about the unfolding events, felt it inappropriate to inquire further now that the protagonists had departed. Standing beside the old matriarch of the Duke of Jinghua, Chu Muting had indeed caught sight of that object earlier, a jade token, specifically one belonging to palace maidens. The old matriarch recognized it as well, deducing that it implicated Princess Zhao Lu, which is why she entrusted the decision to General Ning Yuan. Clearly, General Ning Yuan had also realized this, understanding the matriarch's intentions. However, in the balance between Meng Rue and Princess Zhao Lu, he chose to protect the latter. Ultimately, regardless of the truth, Meng Rue's reputation was irreparably tarnished. In the eyes of General Ning Yuan's estate, she was now a discarded piece on the chessboard, prompting him to safeguard the more valuable Princess Zhao Lu. Yet, Chu Muting believed that neither General Ning Yuan nor the fourth prince would spare Princess Zhao Lu. She intended for Zhao Lu to experience the betrayal of those closest to her. Yes, betrayal. In the aftermath of this incident, every action taken against Princess Zhao Lu would be perceived as treachery in her heart, and such betrayal was something she could scarcely endure. As for why she had spared Zhao Lu today, it was undoubtedly because of Chu Shuran. How could she let Chu Shuran escape unscathed? Certainly, at this moment, Zhao Lu must harbor intense hatred towards Chu Shuran. Thus, it was only fitting to witness them turn against one another like dogs in a fight. Her dear sister would not imagine that today's events would simply pass without consequence. She had orchestrated yet another play for her. Chapter 88. A fight. Princess Zhao Lu seemed to have noticed Chu Muting's gaze and turned to look at her. There was Chu Muting smiling at her, and although the girl's smile was undeniably beautiful, Zhao Lu felt an unsettling shiver run through her. No, she was a princess. Such thoughts were beneath her. With this in mind, she cast a fierce glare at Chu Muting, acknowledging her own carelessness today, having been outwitted by those two wretches from the Yongning Marquisate. Next time, they would not be so fortunate, especially that Chu Shuran, who dared to deceive her. She shot a menacing look at Chu Shuran, vowing to make them pay next time. Since she had not managed to scheme against Chu Muting, she was reluctant to linger any longer. She casually bid farewell to the old lady of the Duke of Jinghua and departed with her maid. Once Princess Zhao Lu left, the Duchess of Jinghua turned to the other ladies. "The performance is still ongoing. I wonder if you ladies would like to return to watch?" Having just witnessed the grand spectacle, the ladies found little interest in the troupe's performance. However, feeling it inappropriate to leave the Duke's residence while the festivities continued, they hesitated. Thus, one by one, they expressed their desire to see more. "The play today was splendid. I would indeed like to watch again." "Yes, indeed. We must enjoy it fully. Please do not think ill of us." The Duchess of Jinghua smiled graciously. "I am delighted you all enjoyed it." Turning to the old lady of Jinghua, she added, "Mother, I shall lead the ladies back to the stage now." The old lady of Jinghua waved her hand. "Go on." The ladies curtsied and followed the Duchess toward the stage. The troupe had just completed the first half of their performance, receiving enthusiastic applause. It was indeed remarkable, and the next act promised to be equally thrilling. The second and third madam followed to watch the play, while the old lady of Yongning remained to converse with the old lady of Jinghua. Given the day's events, she had little heart left for entertainment. The old lady of Jinghua advised Chu Muting and her companions, "You should not linger here. Go out and enjoy yourselves." Chu Muting and her friends complied, and upon exiting, they strolled through the courtyard. Gu Yanxi, feeling it inappropriate to remain with the ladies, excused himself and departed alone. Noticing Chu Shuren's agitation beside her, Chu Muting inquired, "Sister, what troubles you? Is there something else on your mind?" Chu Shuren had intended to follow Chu Muting closely, ensuring she had no chance to meet the third prince. However, as the agreed time approached, she observed Chu Muting leisurely admiring the flowers with Xiao Yuzhu. Though this meant Chu Muting would not meet the third prince, Chu Shuren felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Today's events had not toppled Chu Muting, and she might have even angered Princess Zhao Le. Moreover, judging by the third prince's demeanor, he might soon seek to propose marriage, rendering any of her efforts futile. No, she could not allow such a situation to unfold. Today was fortuitous for her. "Sister, I just remembered that I had arranged to go admire the plum blossoms with cousin," Chu Shuren said. "Ah, I see. Then do hurry, lest Miss Lin grows anxious," Chu Muting replied. Chu Shuren nodded and hurried off with her maid in another direction. "Sister," Chu Muting suddenly called out, causing Chu Shuren to stiffen and turn, fearing she had been discovered. Yet, Chu Muting merely smiled and said, "Sister, please extend my regards to Miss Lin." Relieved, Chu Shuren smiled back. "I shall convey your message." With that, she departed, her pace noticeably hurried. Xiao Yuzhu frowned. Why does she appear as if she is about to engage in something clandestine? Chu Muting gently touched a nearby plum blossom, her tone enigmatic. "Who can say?" Xiao Yuzhu, puzzled, responded, "When we first returned to the capital, I often heard others say your younger sister is the epitome of grace and decorum. Yet, she hardly seems to embody that reputation now." Naturally, it was because Chu Shuren was feeling anxious. In her previous life, Chu Shuren had enjoyed a smooth path. Thus, she had the luxury of pretending to be knowledgeable and refined. Before Chu Muting's return, she had been the favored daughter of the Marquis, adored and renowned for her beauty and talent, surpassing all other young ladies in the capital. However, circumstances had shifted. In terms of status, she was now beneath Chu Muting, the primary daughter, and her once proud talents had been systematically dismantled by Chu Muting. In the present day, no one would reference a talented woman without mentioning Miss Chu. As for beauty, there was no one in the capital more stunning than the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Moreover, Chu Shuren now understood that compared to her, Chu Muting had a greater likelihood of becoming the third prince's consort, which fueled her desperation. Feeling as though everything she cherished was being snatched away by Chu Muting, a reality she would not tolerate. Having lost her standing, she felt an urgent need for a means to change her circumstances. Yet, these sentiments were not something Chu Muting would share with Xiao Yuzhu. There was no need for such revelations. Rumors in the capital were a tangled web of truth and falsehood. Who could discern their veracity? Xiao Yuzhu nodded, not dwelling further on the matter. Indeed, the two resumed their leisurely conversation and flower-gazing. After an indeterminate period, a maid rushed by, her expression fraught with anxiety. Xiao Yuzhu queried, "I wonder what troubles her. She seems to be in quite a stir. Why is it that today is fraught with incidents? Cousin, look where she is headed. It seems she is going toward the stage. Shall we follow her and see?" Saying this, she grasped Chu Muting's hand, leading her toward the stage. The two trailed behind the maid, who, absorbed in her own worries, was oblivious to the presence of the two young ladies. Upon reaching the stage, she found the Duchess of Jinghua and whispered urgently, "Madam, there has been an incident. Princess Ming and Miss Chu are embroiled in a fight at Qingyuan Pavilion." The Duchess of Jinghua looked up, disbelief etched on her features. The maid grimly nodded, confirming the altercation between the two young ladies. Suddenly, the Duchess sprang to her feet, startling another lady beside her, who promptly inquired, "Madam, what is the matter? Has something occurred?" The Duchess composed herself, forcing a smile. "It is merely a minor issue at the back. The maidservants were unable to resolve it, and hurriedly sought my assistance. I hope it has not caused you too much concern." Though the lady sensed the urgency of the situation, she understood the Duchess preferred to keep the details private. Thus, she could only respond with a smile. Such occurrences are common in my household as well. If that is the case, you should attend to it promptly. The performance is indeed captivating. We shall remain here to enjoy the show. You need not worry. Chapter 89. A disruption. The lady of the Duke of Zhangguo smiled and said, "Thank you, my lady. I shall return shortly." With that, she hurried away with her maid, her steps betraying a sense of urgency. She whispered, "Keep this matter under wraps, and send someone to find the Princess Qi and the old lady of Yongning Marquis." The maid replied softly, "My lady, it may be difficult to conceal this." When the princess and Miss Chu were fighting, several young ladies happened to pass by. Our young lady was among them, and they were all startled, which drew the attention of others. It is likely that many have witnessed the incident. The lady of the Duke of Zhangguo pressed a handkerchief to her chest, while her maid quickly supported her, exclaiming, "What a calamity!" Just after the incident involving Meng Rue, these two have now come to blows. Though our household enjoys the emperor's favor, these two families are not ordinary. Mishandling the situation could lead to serious trouble. It is truly unfortunate. Why must such events occur in my residence? As the lady of the Duke of Zhangguo hastened towards the Qingyuan pavilion, she noticed the door wide open, with a crowd of young ladies gathered at the entrance. A chill ran down her spine. This courtyard was meant for the princes to sober up. In her earlier anger, she had not questioned why the two young ladies were fighting in the Qingyuan pavilion, wondering if this incident was somehow connected to the prince. She quickly inquired, "Is the prince inside?" The maid answered, "Yes, the third prince is here." The lady of the Duke of Zhangguo staggered back, supported by her maid, and sighed. "Why did you not mention such an important matter earlier?" The maid lowered her head, too flustered in the moment to relay the presence of the prince. The lady of the Duke of Zhangguo shot her a glare, realizing this was not the time to reprimand the maid, and rushed inside. "Mother." Gu Lingyun was the first to spot the lady of the Duke of Zhangguo and hurried over. She had been strolling with a few ladies when they heard the commotion and, worried something was amiss, came to investigate. Upon arriving, they found the door ajar and witnessed Princess Ming and Miss Chu in a fierce altercation, with the third prince standing nearby. Most troubling was the disheveled appearance of both the third prince and Princess Ming. Although they were not yet married, it was clear what had transpired. Gu Lingyun cast a look of distress towards the lady of the Duke of Zhangguo, who patted her hand before entering the room. The other young ladies parted to give way for the lady of the Duke of Zhangguo, who immediately saw Princess Ming being restrained by her maid. Her attire in disarray, but her expression still fierce. In contrast, Miss Chu was huddled in a corner, with several scratches on her face, some even bleeding. Her meticulously arranged hairstyle and gown now in tatters, presenting a dismal sight. Her maid stood protectively in front of her, equally disheveled. The lady of the Duke of Zhangguo was taken aback. This was no mere scuffle, but rather a one-sided assault by Princess Ming upon Miss Chu. Just as she was about to speak, a male voice called out to her, "My lady, I apologize for the trouble." Turning to the source of the voice, she saw the third prince standing in a corner of the room, his attire immaculate, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. At this moment, the third prince, who usually concealed his emotions well, displayed a hint of embarrassment and anger. Earlier that day, a glance from Chu Muting had filled him with delight, leading him to believe she held affections for him as well. Consequently, he had indulged in a few more drinks than usual, ending up in this room to recuperate. He had intended to speak with Miss Chu upon waking, hoping to inform her that his mother planned to petition the emperor for their betrothal after the new year. Fearing she might depart the duke's residence prematurely, he had sent a maid with a letter to ensure she would remain. However, shortly after regaining consciousness, Princess Ming had arrived in a frenzy. Upon spotting the third prince, she joyfully exclaimed, "Yuan Yang, I have missed you so much these past few days. Did you think of me?" The third prince, feeling a surge of revulsion, refrained from expressing his irritation. Knowing it was not the time to sever ties with the Qi Wangfu, he restrained his temper, pulling Princess Ming off him and asking, "What brings you here?" Sensing his displeasure, Princess Ming attributed it to the earlier incident, believing her disheveled state had offended him. She was relieved she had not returned home directly, allowing her the chance to explain herself. "I know you were upset about what happened earlier, but I did not intend to be in such a predicament. It was all that wretched Chu Muting's doing. She must have pushed me, causing me to fall." Hearing Princess Mingwei refer to Chu Muting in such derogatory terms ignited a savage urge within the third prince. He longed to eliminate this foolish woman at once. Yet, he knew he could not act so rashly, as the Qi Wangfu still held value for him. Therefore, he suppressed his fury and asked, "Is it true that someone pushed you?" Believing the third prince to be convinced, Princess Mingwei eagerly replied, "I would never deceive you. Someone truly did push me. I was terrified, the water was freezing, and I thought I might drown. I feared I would never see you again." As she continued to lament her misfortune, her grievances intensified, leading her to embrace the third prince and bury her face in his chest, oblivious to the impatience and disdain in his gaze. The third prince, recognizing the necessity of pacifying Princess Mingwei, gently embraced her and whispered sweet reassurances. As their conversation progressed, the two found themselves drawn together in a kiss. Uncertain who initiated the kiss, they soon became aware of their disrobing, their bodies pressed closely together. Just as they were about to take things further, the door was suddenly pushed open. The third prince jolted awake, concerned it might be Chu Muting arriving. At that moment, Princess Mingwei exclaimed, "Chu Shuran, what are you doing here?" Having suffered at the hands of Chu Muting, she now harbored resentment towards all the young ladies of the Yongning Marquis household. Moreover, as she was in an intimate moment with the third prince, the unexpected entrance of Chu Shuran was infuriating. What was her purpose for intruding? Surely, she did not intend to seduce the prince. Chu Shuran stood frozen at the sight before her, disoriented. She had initially planned to confront the third prince about Chu Muting's involvement with another suitor, hoping to sway his feelings against her. Yet, upon entering, she was met with the shocking sight of the third prince locked in a passionate embrace with another lady. Fear gripped her. Could it be that Chu Muting had come before her? Chapter 90. Previous events. The outcome was likely due to the movement of my entry, startling the two individuals within. As the woman turned, Chu Shuran was taken aback and immediately cried out, "Princess Mingwei? How could it be Princess Mingwei? How could she be here with the third prince? And in such an intimate manner? Just moments ago, she had witnessed them embracing affectionately." Upon realizing it was not Chu Muting, the third prince sighed in relief, only to furrow his brow again. Although it was not Chu Muting, his affair with Mingwei had been witnessed, and by none other than Chu Shuran. As he pondered how to resolve this predicament, contemplating silencing Chu Shuran permanently, he was interrupted by Princess Mingwei's exclamation, "Chu Shuran, what are you doing here?" He admonished, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others won't know we're here?" This frantic woman seemed intent on summoning everyone. Princess Mingwei turned back to the third prince, her displeasure mounting. Having been interrupted was already infuriating, and now her beloved was chastising her, igniting her anger. "You dare scold me? You are reprimanding me for her?" The third prince, exasperated, replied, "No, I simply think you're being too loud, nothing more." However, Princess Mingwei, already emotionally unstable, interpreted his words as dismissive. "Well, my volume. Why should I not raise my voice? Are you afraid of others witnessing this? And if they do, what then?" she questioned. "Or is it that you never intended to marry me at all?" The third prince felt overwhelmed, regretting his decision to come here. As he now faced this madwoman and her tumultuous emotions, he glanced at Chu Shuran, who remained silent, equally astonished by the unexpected turn of events and sensing imminent trouble. Seeing the third prince's gaze linger on Chu Shuran only fueled Princess Mingwei's fury, old grievances resurfacing in her mind. Suddenly, she charged at Chu Shuran. With a flurry of slaps, she struck Chu Shuran several times, leaving her dazed. Chu Shuran's cheeks quickly reddened and swelled, yet she stubbornly grasped Princess Mingwei's hair, pulling it down. The pain surged through Chu Shuran's face as her hair was yanked, forcing her head upward, while Princess Mingwei prepared to strike again. Chu Shuran's maid, caught off guard by the princess's assault on her mistress, struggled to comprehend the situation and quickly intervened, attempting to pry Princess Mingwei's hands from Chu Shuran's hair. The tugging only heightened Chu Shuran's discomfort, prompting her to cry out in pain. Princess Mingwei, incensed by the maid's audacity, felt trapped as she had come alone, without her own maid, now hindered by Chu Shuran's servant. Meanwhile, the third prince, adjusting his attire, cast a disapproving glance at the scene unfolding before him, utterly disgusted. He had never encountered such a spectacle of young ladies fighting in his presence and wished fervently to escape. "What are you doing? Release her at once," he commanded. Princess Ming turned to him. "What? Are you concerned for this shameless woman? I shall teach her a lesson for enticing men." The third prince in Oppos, S. brow furrowed deeply enough. "This is the residence of the Duke of Jun, not your royal estate." He contemplated intervening, but hesitated, feeling utterly humiliated by the chaos. "You wish to silence me?" Princess Mingwell laughed mockingly. "I will cause a scene today. As a princess, am I not entitled to discipline her?" With that, she lunged at Chu Shuran once more, along with her maid, attempted to defend herself. Suddenly, a woman's gasp echoed from the doorway, halting Princess Mingyue in her tracks as she turned to the source of the sound. Gu Lingyun and several young ladies, wandering through the courtyard, had heard the commotion and approached, concerned that something was amiss. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyuan Pavilion, they were met with the shocking sight of 3 women grappling with one another. Being of noble birth, they had never witnessed such a spectacle, and their shock prompted an immediate outcry, inadvertently drawing the attention of the combatants. Upon seeing Princess Mingyue's furious visage, they were taken aback, questioning how she came to be in such a state and who the woman being subdued was. Fearing the escalation of the situation, Gu Lingyun rushed toward the room, instructing her maid, "Quickly, separate them." The maid complied, moving to pull Princess Mingyue away as Gu Lingyun and her companions entered the room, only to realize that the other woman was none other than the second daughter of the Duke of Yongning, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Gu Lingyun hurried to assist Chu Shuran, whose hair was in disarray, strands hanging limply before her cheeks swollen and marred by scratches, some still oozing blood. Meanwhile, Princess Mingyue's hair was also somewhat tousled, yet she bore no visible injuries, oddly clad only in her undergarments. Though Chu Shuran appeared battered, her clothing remained intact. "Third prince," one of the accompanying young ladies called out. Gu Lingyun, upon hearing this, glanced around the room and was startled to find the third prince, who had previously gone unnoticed amidst the chaos. His attire was also disheveled, raising alarm bells in her mind, and she exchanged knowing glances with the other young ladies, all apprehensive of the implications. The third prince, recognizing the gravity of the situation as they entered, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, standing awkwardly by, without words to clarify the unfolding drama. Ultimately, Gu Lingyun managed to restrain Princess Mingyue and directed one of her maids to summon the Duchess of Jun, realizing that only her mother could remedy this dire predicament. Chapter 91. The princess consort at present, the lady of the Duke of Jinghua, surveyed the unfolding scene, steadied her thoughts, and then addressed the young ladies beside her. "The esteemed ladies are gathered ahead to enjoy the performance. Would you ladies care to join them?" Having inadvertently stumbled upon such an embarrassing situation, the young ladies wished not to linger any longer. Gratefully, they responded, "Then we shall seek out our mother." With that, they departed arm in arm. Once they had left, only the third prince, Princess Mingyue, and Chu Shuran remained. Princess Mingyue, clearly still seething, did not temper her gaze upon Chu Shuran even in the presence of a lady of the Duke, her expression fierce. Were it not for her maid and Oppos, as restraint, she might have lunged at her. Meanwhile, Chu Shuran, supported by Gu Lingyun, sat sobbing quietly on a bench, with Gu Lingyun whispering words of comfort. "Your Highness, please take a seat. Given the current circumstances, I have dispatched someone to inform Princess Qi and the old lady of Yongning. They should arrive shortly," remarked the lady of the Duke, noticing the third prince's awkward stance nearby, unsure of what to say. The third prince replied awkwardly, "I am most grateful, madam." He then found a nearby seat and sat down. After a brief while, a commotion at the entrance announced the arrival of Princess Qi, who, having heard of the altercation involving Princess Mingyue, rushed in with her maid. How dare anyone lay a hand on her Mingyue? They must be courting death. Upon entering, seeing Princess Mingyue's distressed state ignited her concern. "Mingyue, who has wronged you? Speak to your mother, and I shall make them pay." Overcome with emotion, Princess Mingyue threw herself into her mother and Oppos' arms, exclaiming, "Mother!" Tears streamed down her cheeks, completely contrasting her earlier fiery demeanor. The heartfelt call tugged at Princess Chi's heartstrings as she gently caressed her daughter's face. "Tell your mother who has harmed you," she urged. Then, glancing around, she spotted Chu Shuran seated at a distance and pointed. "Was it her who mistreated you? What kind of person dares to bully my daughter?" Upon hearing Princess Chi and Appo's accusation, Chu Shuran's complexion shifted, her swollen face betraying her distress. The lady of the Duke interjected awkwardly. "Your Highness, this is Miss Chu, the second daughter. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between Princess Ming and her, which led to this conflict." This statement was a gracious concession to Princess Ming, as it was evident to all that it was she who had unilaterally assaulted Chu Shuran. Yet only Princess Chi perceived her daughter as the victim. "Is this the second daughter of the Yongning Marquis?" Princess Chi inquired, her brow furrowed, not recognizing Chu Shuran initially, although she had encountered the renowned talent at various gatherings. Chu Shuran's current state rendered her nearly unrecognizable. "Indeed, it is Miss Chu," confirmed the lady of the Duke. Princess Chi and Appo's expression darkened. "What is it with the Yongning Marquis household? Do they intend to provoke us at the Chi royal residence?" She had already heard about the morning's events, which had incensed her greatly. Her daughter had not only been mocked, but had also fallen into a lake during the winter. Initially, she had intended to confront the Yongning Marquis' household, but the third prince had persuaded her to refrain, advising her that it was the old lady of the Duke's birthday and that it would be unwise to cause a scene on such an occasion. Thus, she had reluctantly agreed, thinking there would be ample opportunities to settle scores later. Yet, merely hours later, this Miss Chu had again clashed with her Mingwei. Did the Yongning Marquis' household truly think they could trifle with the Chi royal residence? The lady of the Duke, sensing the tension, prepared to clarify that the Yongning Marquis' intentions were misunderstood, but just then, the old lady of the Yongning Marquis' household arrived, accompanied by Miss Chu Muting. Upon entering, the old lady overheard Princess Chi's words, pausing momentarily, her displeasure toward the Chi royal residence growing. The Chi royal residence held a title, but the Yongning Marquis' household was far from a dilapidated estate. Moreover, the Chi royal residence wielded no real power and yet dared to mock their household. With a stern countenance, the old lady entered and acknowledged Princess Chi with a cold greeting. Princess Chi huffed dismissively, clearly disregarding the old lady. The lady of the Duke quickly interjected, "Old lady, your arrival is timely. Please have a look at Miss Chu." Only then did the old lady turn her gaze toward Chu Shuran. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, she nearly gasped in horror, hastening toward her without waiting for her maid's support. "Grandmother," Chu Shuran cried out, tears streaming. The old lady gently brushed aside Chu Shuran's tangled hair to reveal her face. Her heart aching at the sight, she embraced Chu Shuran, soothing her back, before turning to face Princess Chi and Princess Mingwei. "Would you kindly explain to me why my granddaughter has been so maltreated?" Princess Chi retorted. Mingwei was hurt as well. If she lacks the skill to defend herself, who can she blame? The old lady scowled at Princess Mingwei, observing that she appeared unscathed. "I fail to see how my granddaughter is the one in distress. Look at Chu Shuran. What has been done to her?" Chu Shuran's cries intensified, while Princess Mingwei muttered under her breath, "What a performance. It wasn't that severe." Princess Chi shot a warning glare at her daughter. Though she felt pity for Mingwei, the presence of the old lady compelled her to restrain her earlier bravado. Mingwei may not bear visible wounds, but who knows if harm has been inflicted elsewhere? Since her arrival, Miss Chu Muting had remained silent, but now she found herself astonished by Princess Chi's words. How could a princess consort utter such remarks? The lady of the Duke sought to smooth over the situation. "Old lady, please take a seat so we may discuss this matter calmly." She worried that the old lady might become too agitated, and the behavior of Princess Chi was unbecoming of a royal, akin to that of a common ruffian. The old lady, granting the lady of the Duke some consideration, seated herself in front of Chu Shuran. "Why is my sister here? Did she not say she was meeting Miss Lin to admire the blossoms? Where's Miss Lin now?" Standing beside the old lady, Miss Chu Muting suddenly spoke, redirecting everyone's curiosity toward why Chu Shuran was present. recognizing her as the young lady who had mocked her for transitioning from a side consort to a primary consort. Miss Chu Muting, however, was unfazed by Princess Chi's frosty demeanor. The old lady, finally realizing the implications of her granddaughter's presence, inquired, "Shuran, how did you come to be here?" Chu Sudan hestita. Unable to reveal her reasons, but with everyone's eyes upon her, she murmured, "I was admiring the plum blossoms with my cousin when we parted ways. I happened to pass by here and thought to rest for a moment, but little did I know." But little did you know what? Chapter 92, Dispute. Chu Shuran cast a sidelong glance at Princess Ming, a woman who had made a spectacle of herself in the presence of the third prince, utterly disregarding her dignity. In this moment, she felt no trepidation about offending her. "Grandmother, I witnessed the princess. She was embracing the third prince," she began, but the rest of her words trailed off, for the old matriarch had already grasped the implication. Even with her extensive experience in the tumult of life, this revelation left her astounded. The third prince and the princess were within the residence of a duke. This was a revelation far more shocking than anything that had transpired with Meng Rue moments before. Moreover, Consort Rong had explicitly stated that the engagement between the third prince and Chu Muting would be settled after the new year. How then could the third prince be entangled with Princess Mingyue at this juncture? Seated on a stool, the old lady fell silent, her thoughts consumed by the impending chaos. If this matter escalated, what would become of the union between the third prince and the Yongning Marquisate? Chu Muting stood nearby, acutely aware of the old lady's changing countenance, while others assumed her shock stemmed from the news. She understood that her grandmother was primarily concerned about the engagement with the Yongning Marquisate. In the old lady's eyes, familial bonds paled in comparison to the wealth and status of the Yongning Marquisate. The young ladies of the Yongning Marquisate were cherished only as long as they held value. Should that value diminish, what fate awaited them? Chu Muting had experienced this harsh reality in her past life. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chu Shuran's words, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze to Princess Mingyue. It was no wonder she was clad only in her undergarments. The situation was thus revealed. The princess felt her face flush with embarrassment and fury as the onlookers scrutinized her. The Princess of Qi, incensed by Chu Shuran's comments, erupted in a furious tirade. "You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart." With that, she lunged towards Chu Shuran. The Princess of Qi and her daughter were cut from the same cloth, foolish and arrogant. Quickly restrain the princess, the Duchess of Zhengwa shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation. A maid rushed forward to hold back the furious Princess of Qi, who continued to shout, "Let go of me. Beware. I shall deal with all of you." The maid hesitated for a moment, momentarily intimidated, causing her grip to loosen. The Princess of Qi huffed disdainfully, tossing her head in defiance, contemplating another assault on Chu Shuran. The Duchess of Zhengwa's expression hardened. The Princess of Qi's behavior was a blatant disrespect toward their household. "Didn't you hear me instruct you to restrain the princess? If she is harmed, I will see to it that you are sold off." The maid, taken aback and filled with dread, tightened her hold on the princess. The old lady, now regaining her composure, was incensed by the audacity of the Princess of Qi. "Princess of Qi, do not go too far. Your daughter has acted shamefully, and yet you dare to threaten the young ladies of the Yongning Marquisate?" Just as the Princess of Qi prepared to retort, Chu Muting stepped forward, gently supporting the old lady and softly inquiring, "Grandmother, my younger sister mentioned seeing the third prince. Where is he?" Although her voice was soft, it commanded attention, and even the Princess of Qi paused. "Ahem, grandmother, Princess of Qi." The third prince coughed lightly as he emerged from the side room. The layout of the chamber allowed the table to face the entrance, with the bed situated to the left and a screen separating the main hall from the side chamber. However, the screen was not large enough to obscure all views, allowing those in the main hall to catch glimpses of the bed area. At that moment, Chu Muting and the others were seated at the table in the main hall, while the third prince had stepped out from behind the screen, his attire still somewhat disheveled from the preceding chaos. He had instinctively moved to the concealed area to adjust his garments, and amidst the clamor of the argument, no one had noticed his presence until now. As Chu Muting recalled his existence, The others followed suit, remembering the third prince. Indeed, if Chu Shuren had seen him with Princess Mingwe, then where was he now? The third prince had remained silent in the side chamber, grappling with how to navigate this predicament. A misstep could offend not only the Qi royal house, but also the Yongning Marquisate. Now that attention had shifted to him, he felt compelled to emerge, but his gaze inadvertently gravitated towards Chu Muting. She cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes betraying a mix of disappointment and sadness before she averted her gaze. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and he nearly offered an explanation. Wishing to clarify that the situation was not as she perceived, it was merely a fade with Princess Mingwe. Yet, with so many present, he could only restrain himself. Once Chu Muting turned her gaze away, her expression transformed into one of indifference. The third prince, who had emerged triumphant in his previous life, had been anticipated to possess a profound intellect, yet he appeared rather shallow. Previously, in the Imperial Garden, his handling of a maid from Consort Shu had led her to believe he was far more astute than he had demonstrated. For a mere maid, Consort Roan could have dealt with the matter, yet the third prince opted to execute her himself, a decision that seemed ill-considered and fraught with peril. Such actions, if publicized, would mar his reputation, as a prince taking the life of a maid from a high-ranking consort was far from commendable. It seemed he had been embroiled in a prolonged struggle against Consort Shu, and in a moment of frustration, he sought to vent his grievances. As for the lack of repercussions following this incident, it was likely due to Consort Roan's intervention. Hence, she had orchestrated this situation for the third prince, whose reaction was disappointingly lackluster. Despite the uproar outside, he remained hidden behind the screen, missing an opportunity to assert control over the situation. Had he chosen to confront the matter earlier, he might have gained the upper hand, even if the engagement with Princess Mingwe remained inevitable. Princess Mingwe's presence here was no mere coincidence. Xiling, lively and engaging, had mingled effortlessly with the maids of the Zhengguo Duke's residence. When passing by the door of Princess Mingwe's resting quarters, they inadvertently mentioned that the third prince was currently recuperating in Qingyuan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Princess Mingwe could hardly contain herself. In truth, Princess Mingwe had not lied. She had indeed been pushed, causing her to fall into the water. However, the push had been delivered by Tiandong, who, employing his martial prowess, had struck a small stone against her back. In her perception, she had been shoved by someone. Tiandong, being exceptionally skilled, had effortlessly caused her to plunge into the depths. Chapter 93. Dispute 2. Previously, when Merlin and Gu Yinzi uncovered the affair between Princess Mingwe and the third prince, and learned that concubine Rong intended to arrange a marriage between them after the new year, she had been contemplating how to leverage this situation. It was impossible for her to marry the third prince. However, the relationship between Princess Mingwe and him presented a splendid opportunity, a chance to sever the ties of betrothal between herself and the third prince. She aimed to expose this matter to the public. Even if she could not reveal it to everyone, it must reach the ears of powerful figures, leaving the third prince without the means to conceal his actions. The Qi Wangfu, though lacking in real power, was still a royal residence, and Princess Mingwe remained a noble. Should this scandal break out, the third prince would be compelled to marry Princess Mingwe, and she would be his legitimate consort. Given the third prince's preoccupation with power, once he wed such a formal consort, where would his ambitions lead him? He would surely shift his focus towards the daughters of other influential families. After all, while the position of primary consort might be filled, the role of secondary consort remained vacant. Once he took a secondary consort of lesser status than Mingwe, yet from a family of real authority, his harem would become quite lively. With a formidable secondary consort and Princess Mingwe's not-so-demure disposition, one could only anticipate the ensuing drama. Today, while it appeared that Mingwe had humiliated her, she had intentionally walked into the pavilion. Had she avoided Princess Mingwe, the ensuing spectacle would never have materialized. After Mingwe fell into the water, even if she had wished to return home at once, she had her means of ensuring Mingwe stayed. Fortunately, the third prince arrived, and Mingwe was persuaded to remain by his insistence, saving her the effort. She instructed Xiling to inform Mingwe that the third prince was in Qingyuan Pavilion. deliberately leaving behind a note from the third prince for Chu Shuran. When Chu Shuran encountered the third prince and Princess Ming in Qingyuan Pavilion, everything fell perfectly into place. Each element essential to the unfolding drama. She had declared that she had orchestrated 2 splendid plays for the day. This was the second act. Now that all the main characters had made their entrance, the scene was indeed bustling. Upon seeing the third prince, the Qi Wangfei sneered, remarking on the stability of the third prince within, while their Mingyue faced public reproach outside. The third prince was indeed present, validating Chu Shuran's claims. The thought of her daughter, clad only in undergarments, arguing with another woman while the prince remained comfortably seated incited her ire. The Duchess of Zhenghua also expressed her grievances towards the third prince. Had he emerged earlier to clarify the situation or restrain Princess Mingyue during her altercation, such turmoil could have been avoided. Let's not be hasty in anger. We should summon the prince to resolve this matter, the Qi Wangfei stated, rising in agitation. Resolve what? Mingyue, we are returning home. Princess Mingyue, now anxious, understood that since her affair with the third prince had been uncovered, this was the opportune moment to solidify their betrothal, ensuring those lowly women would lose hope. With this thought, she shot a glare at Chu Muting and Chu Shuran. Mother, she implored, her eyes pleading with the Qi Wangfei. The Qi Wangfei, somewhat exasperated, glared back before taking her seat again and addressing the third prince. How do you intend to resolve this matter? The third prince comprehended the Qi Wangfei's implication. She was urging him to agree to marry Mingyue. He glanced at Chu Muting, who was bowing her head to the elder lady, the latter clearly awaiting his response. He had no desire to wed Princess Mingyue, with the elder lady present. The house of Yongning held more significance than the Qi Wangfu. Thus, he replied, today, I was inebriated, and upon Princess Mingyue's entrance, I mistook her for a serving maid, which led to my offense. I ask for forgiveness from both the Wangfei and the princess, and I shall certainly visit to apologize in due course. He deflected blame onto Princess Mingyue, asserting that he had merely been waking up from intoxication in that room, and it was she who had entered. Thus, the subsequent events could not be attributed to him. Princess Mingyue stared at the third prince in disbelief, while the Qi Wangfei erupted in fury. Mingyue, come. She seized Princess Mingyue and began to pull her away, neglecting that Mingyue had not donned her outer robe. It was the Duchess of Zhenghua who reacted swiftly, sending a maid to fetch the robe. Upon hearing the third prince's words, the elder lady realized his intention was still to marry a girl from the house of Yongning, which eased her heart. However, Chu Muting had witnessed today's events and was uncertain of her thoughts. Once they returned home, she would need to counsel her. It was natural for men to be flirtatious, as long as the position of prince consort belonged to her. Having resolved these thoughts, she redirected her focus to Chu Shuran, her granddaughter, who, despite recent disappointments, was still a product of the house's careful nurturing. Seeing her granddaughter in such a state pained her deeply. Although the Qi Wangfei and her daughter left hastily, what would it matter? She would not let this matter rest easily. The house of Yongning had been on a decline for years, but they would not be bullied by a powerless royal residence without a fight. Grandmother, today's events have involved my second cousin. I will send a physician to tend to her shortly. Whatever precious medicinal herbs she requires, I will ensure her face returns to its former beauty. The third prince approached, bowing to the elder lady. Seeing him in this manner, the elder lady refrained from saying more, merely responding, "Then I thank you, your highness." He nodded and turned to Chu Muting, calling, "Elder cousin." He had much more to say, but it was evidently not the right moment. Chu Muting smiled gently in response, "Your highness," in stark contrast to Chu Shuran. Her demeanor exuded grace. The third prince exchanged a few words with the Duchess of Zhenghua before departing hastily, likely eager to return and confer with concubine Rong about a solution. Chu Muting's lips held a faint smile, regardless of how they deliberated. He was destined to marry Princess Mingyue. Concubine Rong might not be pleased with Mingyue as a daughter-in-law, but the ultimate decision rested with another. With the third prince gone, the elder lady turned to the Duchess of Zhenghua and remarked, "I apologize for the disturbance, but given Shuran's injuries, we must return home." The Duchess of Zhenghua expressed her remorse. "Aunt, this is my fault for not paying attention sooner. leading to Shuran's current state. Today's events could not be blamed on the Duchess of Jinghua, and the elder lady would not take her frustrations out on her. Grasping her hand, she assured, "You are not to blame. Your arrangements were sufficient. It is merely that the Qi Wangfei has been excessively domineering." The Duchess of Jinghua agreed, and they exchanged pleasantries before the elder lady led Chu Muting and Chu Shuran towards the exit, for Shuran needed prompt medical attention for her injuries. Chapter 94. Punishment by kneeling. Not long after the old lady and her companions had departed, the second lady and her entourage emerged. The maid informed them that the old lady had taken Chu Muting and others back to the residence. Although the second lady and her companions were puzzled by the sudden return, they felt it inappropriate to linger without the old lady. Since lunch, Chu Sikhun had been playing with her friends. Upon returning to the stage, she found only the second and third ladies present. "Mother, where's grandmother?" she asked, noticing that even the detestable Chu Muting and Chu Shuran were absent. Surely, grandmother hadn't taken them off for some secretive matter without her. The third lady pulled her close, admonishing, "Where have you been? We've barely seen you." Not long after Chu Muting's arrival, a maid had whispered something to the old lady, causing her expression to change dramatically. She immediately prepared to leave, and although Chu Sikhun intended to follow, the old lady forbade her. To her surprise, after a moment's thought, the old lady permitted Chu Muting to accompany her. This decision baffled Chu Sikhun, who felt it unjust that the old lady would favor Chu Muting over her. Seeing Chu Sikhun, the third lady's irritation flared. "If I had been here, surely grandmother would not have shown such partiality," she thought resentfully. Upon hearing the third lady's scolding, Chu Sikhun protested, "Mother, I was merely playing in the garden. Why are you so upset?" The two exchanged heated words until the second lady intervened, softly explaining the situation to Chu Sikhun. As time passed, a maid arrived to inform them that the old lady and the other two young ladies were preparing to leave and were heading towards the carriage. Though perplexed, they made their way to the gate. As they arrived outside, they heard Lu Mama's voice from within the carriage. "The eldest and second young ladies are accompanying the old lady, so you two and the fourth young lady will take the carriage behind." Fuming, Chu Sikhun boarded the second carriage, her displeasure evident, while the third lady mirrored her dissatisfaction. Only the second lady maintained a smile, despite not understanding how it had come to be that Chu Muting was accompanying the old lady. She felt a sense of joy knowing that Chu Muting enjoyed the old lady's favor. Today's events had indeed frightened her. At one point, she contemplated taking Chu Muting back to Hezhou and never returning. As the carriage departed from the Zhangguogong residence towards the Yongning Mansion, a somber atmosphere enveloped the vehicles, starkly contrasting the earlier joyous arrival. Chu Muting chose to remain silent, reflecting on how Chu Chongsong and the others were still in the front courtyard, likely unaware of the unfolding events, and curious about their reactions once they learned the truth. Upon reaching the Yongning Mansion, Chu Shuran was helped down by her maid, her face obscured by the veil prepared by the Zhangguogong's wife, while her hair and attire appeared disheveled. Chu Sikhun, stepping down from the rear carriage, gasped at the sight of Chu Shuran and gleefully remarked, "Second sister, what happened to you? You look a fright. Did you have yet another quarrel? Honestly, you should exercise some decorum when in others' households, lest you bring shame upon our residents." Chu Muting was once again taken aback by Chu Sichuan's foolishness, unable to fathom how she could mock Chu Shuran so openly with the old lady present. The third lady, sensing the impropriety, chastised, "Be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting?" Realizing her misstep, Chu Sikhun noticed the old lady's darkened expression and quickly fell silent, casting a wary glance her way before following Lu Mama into the mansion. Chu Shuran, aided by her maid, also entered. Chu Muting turned to the second and third ladies, smiling, "Please, after you." The second lady smiled back at Chu Muting before entering, while the third lady asked, "What transpired today, dear Muting? Would you care to share with your third aunt?" In a gentle tone, Chu Muting replied, "Once we arrive at grandmother's quarters, you shall know, dear aunt." The third lady, frustrated by the lack of response, huffed and followed suit into the mansion, while Chu Sikhun shot Chu Muting a disdainful look before proceeding inside. Once everyone had entered, Chu Muting turned to Tiandong and, xiling with a smile, Let us go inside as well. Upon reaching the old lady's chamber, Chu Shuran was directed to the inner room, where a doctor would soon attend to her injuries. She needed to tidy her attire and hair and apply some ointment for swelling. The old lady, seated in her primary position, scolded Chu Sikhun. What nonsense were you spouting outside? Seeing your sister in such a state, rather than showing concern, you chose to mock her. Have you discarded all sense of decorum? Mother, your words are too harsh. Sikhun meant no harm, the third lady interjected, unable to stay silent at the sight of her daughter being chastised. The old lady turned her ire towards her. And you, how have you raised your daughter? Is this what you call proper upbringing? Chu Sikhun was already on the verge of tears from the scolding, but found her voice. Grandmother, scold me all you wish. But do not involve my mother. This has nothing to do with her. If second sister hadn't quarreled with someone, she wouldn't be in this mess. And I spoke no falsehood. The old lady, incensed by her defiance, commanded, Lu Mama, take the fourth young lady away and make her kneel in the ancestral hall for reflection. She shall remain there until she comprehends her transgressions. I shall kneel. I did nothing wrong. You are simply biased. With that, she stormed out, prompting Lu Mama to hastily dispatch a maid to catch up with her. The old lady's face turned ashen with fury, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Chu Muting stood beside her, gently rubbing her back in a soothing manner. Seeing Chu Muting's obedient demeanor brought some relief to the old lady amidst the turmoil. The two younger ladies had caused her nothing but distress. One had been beaten, and the other had insulted her sister and defied her elder. Only this eldest granddaughter provided her with some comfort. The third lady, feeling both anger and concern, remained silent, uneasy about the situation with Chu Sikhun, her heart heavy with worry. Chapter 95. Tianlan. After a while, the old lady and Appo's anger subsided somewhat, and she no longer wished to see the second and third madams below. She waved her hand and said, You may leave for now. The second and third madams, taken aback and unprepared to discuss the afternoon's events, dared not ask further questions. They merely bowed respectfully and withdrew. Not long after their departure, Dr. Wong arrived. The same doctor who had attended to them previously and was led by Lu Mama to treat Chu Shuran in the back room. Occasional gasps of surprise from Chu Shuran could be heard from within. Chu Muting softly reassured her grandmother, Grandmother, do not worry. Once the doctor applies the medicine, my second sister's injuries will heal. The old lady patted her hand in silence. Yet Chu Muting knew her grandmother was deeply concerned. Among her granddaughters, while the old lady appeared to care equally for both Chu Shuran and Chu Sitsuan, her heart was particularly attached to Chu Shuran. Being the legitimate daughter of the primary branch, Chu Shuran held a far superior status compared to Chu Sitsuan, and her worth was significantly greater. The old lady had high hopes for her since childhood. Thus, if she wished for the Yongning Marquis to abandon Chu Shuran entirely, it was imperative that the latter be stripped of all value. When the sounds from the inner room ceased, after a while, Dr. Wong emerged. The old lady hastily inquired, Dr. Wong, how's my granddaughter? Will the injuries on her face leave scars? Dr. Wong responded, The swelling on the second Mrs. face will subside in a few days. However, the scratched areas will require some time to heal properly, but they should not leave any scars. He had initially perceived that the affairs of prominent families were numerous, and it was evident that this young lady had been clawed at with intent to disfigure her. The old lady felt a wave of relief upon hearing there would be no scars, for if there were, Chu Shuran would find it impossible to marry into a prestigious family for the rest of her life. After expressing her gratitude to Dr. Wong, Lu Mama escorted him out. Once Dr. Wong had departed, Chu Shuran emerged, her face veiled, appearing quite frail. Grandmother, she spoke weakly. The old lady, observing her current condition, sighed and gently said, I will have Winning escort you home shortly. Rest well and recover your face. Do not dwell on anything else. Afterward, she turned to the maid supporting Chu Shuran, who was her personal attendant. This maid had been present during the incident, yet had allowed Chu Shuran to be harmed, and she felt uneasy on their return journey. Shuran, I will have Lien Xiu attend to you in your quarters. As for this useless maid, let her be sold off, the old lady declared, her words sealing the maid's fate. Chu Shuran dared not protest, merely nodding in agreement. The maid immediately bowed her head, pleading, "Old lady, please spare me. I realize my mistakes, I truly do." Seeing that the old lady ignored her, the maid turned to Chu Muting, bowing again. "Second miss, please. For the sake of our years together, save me." She continued to cry and bow, but the old lady remained unresponsive. Chu Muting glanced down at her, but said nothing more. The old lady had made her decision, and besides, the maid's failure to protect her had left Chu Muting feeling resentful. Lu Mama quickly instructed others to drag the maid away. After the maid was dealt with, Lien Xiao and Wending helped Chu Muting back to her quarters. Upon seeing Chu Muting leave, Chu Muting prepared to tell the old lady that she would return to the Tangtao courtyard. The old lady, sensing her intention, said, "Muting, stay for a moment." She then dismissed the other maids, leaving only Chu Muting, the old lady, and Lu Mama in the room. The old lady pulled Chu Muting to sit beside her, holding her hand and saying, "My dear Muting, you have witnessed the events of today. I shall not conceal from you that the Empress Dowager intends to petition for your marriage to the third prince after the new year, and I observe that the third prince hold a fondness for you." Chu Muting anticipated that this was the matter the old lady wished to discuss, likely to counsel her against causing a disturbance due to the afternoon's events. She feigned surprise, saying, "Grandmother, I had not heard of this before." The old lady chuckled. "This decision was made only recently. Naturally, you would not have known. But how could the third prince?" The words remained unspoken. Yet the old lady comprehended her thoughts. Indeed, the young lady was concerned about such matters. "Muting, you must understand that it is entirely normal for men to have multiple wives, particularly a prince. However, remember, as long as you hold the position of the primary wife, the rest is inconsequential." Hearing this, Chu Muting hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Grandmother, I understand." The old lady, satisfied, permitted her to return. Upon arriving at the Tangtao courtyard, Bai Ji and Lien Xia hurried to her side. Bai Ji, filled with concern, said Mississippi. She had sensed something amiss when the miss had not brought her along. Throughout the day in the courtyard, her heart had been uneasy. Lien Xia tried to comfort her, assuring, "Our miss is clever. She will be fine, do not worry." In truth, Lien Xia was also anxious, but concealed her feelings to prevent Bai Shi from becoming more distressed. Chu Muting sat down at the table, smiling. "There is no need for concern. Everything is well." She retrieved the sachet from her waist and placed it on the table. Ling remarked, "Miss, it turns out that the pastry the second miss offered you today indeed contained yungue grass." Chu Muting nodded. At that moment, when Ling had given her a knowing glance, she had understood the pastry was problematic. While Chu Muting believed that if she took a bite, Chu Muting would be at ease, the truth was that Chu Muting had long been aware of the pastry's nature. Initially, when Chu Muting had presented the sachet, she had examined it closely and noted that it was made of yunji satin, a fabric traditionally reserved for the royal family. How could Chu Muting have procured such a sachet? It was likely a gift from Princess Zhao Lu. Princess Zhao Lu intended to use Chu Muting to deliver this sachet to her. She called for Ling, who took the sachet, inhaled its fragrance, and then opened it to inspect the herbs inside. "Miss, these herbs seem harmless, yet it is curious that this sachet carries a faint scent of Tianlong grass." Chu Muting inquired, "Is there an issue with Tianlong grass?" Ling replied, "Tianlong grass is a rare herb that poses no inherent danger. But when combined with yungue grass, it can induce fainting. It is peculiar. Tianlong grass only grows in the southern regions. How could it be found in the capital?" Chu Muting remained silent, scrutinizing the sachet once more. Ling, unable to discern her thoughts, stood by in quiet anticipation. Chapter 96. The Side Concubine Later. When a matriarch presented the auspicious incense pouch to them, she discerned from Chu Muting and Appo's expression that the pouch harbored some issue. Upon returning home, Ling immediately remarked, "Miss, this pouch surely contains Tianlong grass." Upon inspection, indeed, a sprig was found. Ling continued, "Miss, this is Tianlong grass. It resembles Bai Shao closely, and unless one is knowledgeable about such matters, it would be nearly indistinguishable." Chu Muting took it and, after a gentle whiff, noted the faint aroma. Observing her actions, Ling elaborated, "There is only one sprig here, hence the subtle scent. However, if one were to inhale it daily, the medicinal effects would accumulate. And upon subsequent exposure to Yongning grass, it would trigger an adverse reaction. Xiling, not lacking in intelligence, had already surmised the implications of the Tianlan grass within the pouch. Naturally, Chu Muting could deduce the same. Chu Shuran had indeed put considerable thought into this, even going so far as to switch the contents of the two pouches. This diversion would draw attention to the first pouch, leading to a false sense of security regarding the auspicious incense pouch sent later by the matriarch. Moreover, the requirement to carry the auspicious pouch daily would ensure that the scent of Tianlan was consistently present. Upon arriving at the Duke of Zhen's residence, the delicacy laced with Yongning grass would prove to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Most crucially, even if she raised a ruckus post-incident, the absence of discrepancies in the meal would render her investigation futile. Intriguingly, it seemed that the Duke of Zhen's household was also involved. Otherwise, how fortuitous that there happened to be a delicacy tainted with Yongning grass. She steadied her thoughts and pondered the events at the Duke's residence today. Gu Lingyun, the young lady of the Duke of Zhen's household, had given her a sense of hostility, which in retrospect was not unfounded. This young Lady Gu must have facilitated some advantage for Princess Zhao Lu. Having only returned to the capital a few months prior, what could possibly have sparked such enmity? At present, it mattered little. With time ahead, the truth would inevitably surface. In the Rui Palace, concubine Roan was taken aback when the third prince hurriedly arrived. "Didn't you go to the Duke of Zhen's to celebrate the matriarch's birthday today?" she inquired. Seeing the troubled expression on his face, she pressed. "Has something happened? Could it be that the Duke of Zhen has allied with the fourth prince?" The third prince's visage darkened as he hesitated for a moment before recounting the day's events to concubine Roan. Upon hearing, she rose abruptly, her demeanor inscrutable, signaling for the attending maids to leave. Once alone with her son, she struck him across the face, indicating her frustration. "Mother, I never anticipated things would unfold thus." "And it was witnessed by others," he stammered. Concubine Roan retorted, "You may associate with whomever you wish, but why must it be the Prince Chi's residence? Especially when someone was there to see it. The Princess Chi is not one to be trifled with. Once word spreads tomorrow, even if you desire not to marry that girl from the Prince Chi's residence, you will have no choice." The third prince, maintaining a stern countenance, suggested, "Only grandmother and the Duke's wife were present. It may not necessarily spread. The Duke of Zhen's household would refrain from leaking such matters. But what of the other young ladies who witnessed it? Can you guarantee their silence? Given the circumstances, the Prince Chi will surely seek to marry off his daughter. Otherwise, if this comes to light later, who would dare marry Ming? Do you not believe the Princess Chi is likely in the Empress Dowager's palace right now?" The third prince, head bowed, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fury, yet he acknowledged the truth in concubine Roan's words. What the betrothal with the Yongning Marquis family? Concubine Roan resumed her seat, propping her forehead with her left hand, gazing downward. After a pause, she replied, "I shall inquire about the Emperor's sentiments. A prince's marriage requires the Emperor's approval. If it ultimately leads to marrying Ming, then the engagement with the Yongning Marquis family must be abandoned." The third prince looked up, bewildered by how matters had spiraled. He had been on the verge of formalizing his betrothal to Chu Muting, yet merely attending a birthday banquet had precipitated such chaos. However, he could not permit Chu Muting to be wed to another. Having set his sights on her, she must become his. "Mother, if I cannot have her as the principal wife, what of her as a side concubine?" Concubine Roan regarded him, refraining from an immediate dismissal of his notion. Instead, she waved her hand. "Did you not hear that Shuran was injured? Take a physician with you, and also bring some scar-removing ointment." She did not explicitly endorse the third prince's suggestion, but he dared not press further and withdrew. In the Shoan Hall, upon returning, Chu Chongsong was summoned by the matriarch. After she relayed the day's events, her fury was palpable as she smashed the teacup in her grasp. Waving her hand for the other maidservants to leave, she stated, "I understand your anger, and I share it. However, since the third prince still intends to marry Muting, it does not disrupt the larger scheme." Chu Chongsong replied sternly, "Mother, this is far from simple. Even if the third prince wishes to wed our daughter, Will the Prince Chi's household acquiesce? They are but an insignificant royal family. How could they contend with our Yongning Marquis household? The matriarch scoffed, recalling the Prince Chi's wife's demeanor today that had truly incensed her. Regardless of their lack of power, they're still a royal family. Moreover, the late Princess Dowager had a strong rapport with the Empress Dowager. Even though the old Princess Dowager has passed, the Empress Dowager continues to look after them. Once this incident is known, the Princess Chi will undoubtedly seek the Empress Dowager's intervention, and when the Empress Dowager personally approaches the Emperor, the third prince will have no choice but to marry Princess Ming. Chu Changsong slammed his palm on the table in frustration. The Yongning Marquis household is firmly aligned with the third prince. Initially, it seemed certain that the third prince would wed a daughter of our household. But who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the Prince Chi's household, throwing everything into disarray? The matriarch was taken aback by his words, sinking into her chair. She had thought that as long as the third prince was willing to marry a daughter of their household, all would be well. Yet now, it appeared that complications were manifold. This third prince, how could he become entangled with Princess Mingwe? They sat in silence, neither willing to break the stillness, until a voice from outside called, "Matriarch, the third prince has arrived, accompanied by a physician, claiming to attend to the second Mrs. Injuries." The matriarch glanced at Chu Changsong, who maintained a composed demeanor. "Let him enter," he instructed. She nodded, and shortly after, the third prince entered, followed by a physician. Upon seeing Chu Changsong present, he paused momentarily before greeting, "Grandmother, uncle." Chapter 97. Complaints. The imperial physician bowed respectfully to the elderly matriarch, who smiled in response to the third prince's words. "Your Highness has arrived. Please take a seat." She then addressed the physician, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. Wendong, please escort this physician to the second Mrs. Courtyard." Wendong complied, having just returned from the second Mrs. Quarters not long ago, and now had to lead someone back there. Once the physician had departed, the third prince called out again, "Uncle." Typically, during his visits to the Yongning Marquisate, he maintained a regal demeanor befitting his status, but today he felt at a disadvantage. Chu Changsong glanced at him and inquired, "What did the Empress say regarding today's events?"